Chapter 70. The Wrath of Heaven and Earth. A swirling mass of earthy yellow energy pulsates within Jiang Lin's palm, while in the distance looms the vast army of the desolate clan. Once the power of this land is suppressed, even the Emperor realm cannot unleash much strength, rendering Jiang Lin's capabilities comparable to that of a regular Earth elementalist. Therefore, he does not intend to pursue, but remain stationary, observing the approaching army. The earthy yellow energy in his palm grows increasingly agitated. Lord Tai, who is hastily fleeing, distinctly senses the threat emanating from Jiang Lin has dissipated. Yet he dares not linger and only turns back to the heart of the army once he feels safe enough to glance back at the fortress. Upon confirming that Jiang Lin has indeed not pursued him, he instinctively breathes a sigh of relief, which is swiftly followed by a surge of anger. He had never envisioned such a day, being humiliated by another of the same Emperor realm. A being of the noblest bloodline within the desolate clan, reduced to such a state by a mere human, and in the presence of his own army, his dignity has been utterly obliterated, and upon returning to his troops, he had the audacity to feel relief. This signifies that deep within his heart, he has subconsciously acknowledged his inferiority to Jiang Lin. Indeed, from the moment he fled, this realization had already taken root. It is often said that much of a person's rage stems from their own impotence and cowardice, and Lord Tai embodies the sentiment. As several high-ranking generals within the army attempted to inquire about the situation, they were met with the fierce glare of his bloodshot eyes. "Flatten that fortress for me. Leave not a single survivor. Let those scoundrels within the fortress make a commotion." Enraged, Lord Tai issued several commands in quick succession. The surrounding generals felt the decisions were somewhat hasty. Yet, with Lord Tai as the supreme commander and the strongest among them, they could only suppress their thoughts. After all, it was not their lives at stake. As for the two human emperors, they merely needed to avoid them. These generals were acutely aware that as long as those two emperors remained unimpeded, the seemingly terrifying charge of the army would struggle to seize the fortress, and leading such an assault under the scrutiny of two emperors would only exacerbate casualties. However, these matters bore little relevance to them. The reproductive capacity of the desolate clan is not considered lacking among the myriad races, and the orders were issued by Lord Tai. Yet not all generals were so cunning. Shortly after Lord Tai's command, one stepped forward, fist placed to forehead in a slight bow, and spoke. "General, we lost connection with the interior of the fortress not long ago." Upon speaking, he produced a transparent vial containing a droplet of golden blood that writhed as if alive. The blood of the illusory desolate god shows no reaction. The appearance of this droplet caused Lord Tai to regain some composure. He furrowed his brow and cast an irritable glance at the man. What are the humans? The desolate clan had long laid plans with the blood of the illusory desolate god, and naturally, some of their kin had successfully infiltrated the human world. In response, the man hesitated. Separated by a world barrier, even the great blood of the illusory desolate god cannot reach them. If we attempt to force a connection, they are likely to be exposed among the humans. Then forget it. Now somewhat composed, Lord Tai's countenance grew serious as his gaze fell upon Jiang Lin and Guo Yi in the distance. With the army charging and the absence of an emperor to lead them, the two were undoubtedly at the forefront, and the capabilities of an emperor in such a battlefield are terrifying indeed. They would not let such an opportunity to swiftly deplete the desolate clan's forces slip away. Indeed, as Jiang Lin observed the million-strong army advancing, he had already begun to coalesce energy within his palm. Lord Tai smirked internally. "Go ahead and kill. No matter how many you slay, this troop shall be your offering, and I merely await a single opportunity." His eyes glinted with malice, for Lord Tai had resolved that even if this million-strong army perished here, he would deliver a harsh lesson to Jiang Lin. However, when the energy in Jiang Lin's hand plummeted to the ground, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. That intense sensation of impending doom sent chills down his spine, prompting Lord Tai to instinctively wish to flee. Yet, the anomaly occurred among the first wave of the death squad charging forward. As Jiang Lin's energy struck the earth, it was absorbed as if by soil, and a wave of yellow dust began to rise without any wind, sweeping forth from the front of the army. The first desolate warrior to encounter the yellow dust, his fierce visage frozen in place, his fangs evident as he roared, found his movements forever stilled in that moment. He was not alone. Beside him, further back, and beyond, all those enveloped by the yellow dust were rendered immobile. Though the spread of the yellow dust appeared slow, it quickly enveloped half the army. In the midst of the troop, Lord Tai and his companions had not yet escaped before they were engulfed by the dust. The look of terror on Lord Tai's face as he turned to flee remained, while the nearby generals exhibited a calmness that suggested they had yet to perceive the anomaly. The rapidly spreading dust felt like a different temporal realm, freezing all living beings within its grasp. Guo Yi stared in shock at Jiang Lin's figure. Is this the essence of earth magic? In that instant, many realizations dawned upon him. Before he could fully comprehend it, an overwhelming sense of suffocation emerged from all directions, and in that moment, he felt as if he were a drowning man, slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. He was horrified to find that the entire world seemed to have fallen silent, while the human fortress, constructed with the peaks of several emperors, erupted in turmoil, vast cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Just then, a voice, imbued with chilling tones, reached his ears. "Don't overstep your bounds." He struggled to turn his head, only to see Jiang Lin slightly tilting his head, his gaze directed towards the sky. "The illusory god has made its move. I shall annihilate your army." Upon his words, the fissures in the fortress shield swiftly ceased their expansion, and energy surged forth, mending the cracks. He felt a wave of relief wash over him as the oppressive weight lifted abruptly. Yet, his heart remained heavy, for he sensed that all the prior pressure had now shifted to Jiang Lin. As for your mention of guidance, Jiang Lin seemed to be speaking to himself, but He instantly grasped that Jiang Lin's display of the Earth's essence had likely displeased certain entities. "And so what?" Jiang Lin declared, extending his fingers into claw-like shapes and tearing through the space beside him before stepping into it. His voice echoed. "Your tacit acceptance of the illusory god's interference proves that you lack the courage to overturn the table." Gui's expression instantly stiffened. In the next moment, a fierce wind erupted, the ground trembled, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds as jagged lightning streaked down, rendering the battlefield akin to doomsday. Amidst this chaos, those frozen, desolate warriors, including Lord Tai and several high-ranking generals, were transformed into mere dust, gradually dissipating into the ether. Chapter 71. Striking at the root of the problem. With Jiang Lin's departure, the surrounding natural disasters grew increasingly terrifying. Observing this, He felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, discreetly retreating a step back into the fortress barrier. At that moment, the inside of the fortress was like a different world compared to the chaos outside. Beyond the barriers, the earth cracked and the skies raged, with the remnants of the barbarian army scattering in fear amid the wrath of nature. Yet, within the fortress, tranquility reigned, as if the barriers separated two distinct realms. The uproar outside was impossible to ignore, and the inhabitants of the fortress had already sensed the approaching threat of the barbarian forces. Even though Jiang Lin's actions had led to a profound disappointment among the city's populace regarding the official authorities, when the true army of barbarians surged near, they rallied together once more. They instinctively gathered atop the city walls, awaiting commands from the official forces. However, on this day, not only did the official army fail to appear, but they also began a widespread apprehension of citizens within the fortress, compounded by official statements denouncing traitors among the human race. As the barbarian army advanced, an internal strife brewed. The people atop the walls felt the weight of their precarious situation. Yet, they witnessed an extraordinary spectacle of warfare. The entrance of Jiang Lin and Yi left them perplexed. However, as Jiang Lin relentlessly overpowered Luo Ertai, their confusion transformed into a surge of excitement. They were familiar with General Luo Ertai, who had long battled against the fortress, and witnessing Jiang Lin dominate him suggested that he, too, was of imperial caliber. Together with Yi, the presence of two imperial powers instilled a measure of confidence within them, and as the barbarian forces charged, they prepared to join the fray to defend the fortress valiantly. Yet, Jiang Lin's sudden explosion of power rendered all on the city walls motionless. That awe-inspiring strike seemed to provoke the wrath of the heavens. They had never imagined that the lofty and unattainable imperial level could be extinguished so effortlessly. 1,000,000 troops fell like paper before him, obliterated with ease, and even after Jiang Lin departed, the calamities continued to rage, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Yi's astonishment was no less than theirs. As a fellow imperial, he grasped the sheer terror of possessing such overwhelming power. Upon returning to the fortress, he remained shaken until he received word from Qin Xianyi and others that the net had been cast. It seemed that the natural disasters outside began to subside gradually with Jiang Lin's exit, leaving behind a desolate landscape. The turmoil within the fortress inevitably diminished the authority of the officials, but compared to rooting out the traitors among the human race, this loss was trivial. After summoning Qin Xianyi, Wang Lihua, and several high-ranking officials, Yi addressed them, stating, "I must enter seclusion for a time. During my absence, the fortress shall be under your command. With Luo Ertai's demise, the barbarian forces will hesitate to attack. When I emerge from my retreat, I shall accept responsibility from the higher authorities." The crowd fell silent, struck by his words. Given the gravity of the situation within the fortress, it was inconceivable that Yi would emerge unscathed. Had it not been for his epiphany prompting his immediate retreat, the higher-ups might have already begun to scrutinize him. Ensure the populace is comforted. The fortress has endured thanks to their support. Regardless of the outcome of my seclusion, I may not return here. Do well to compensate for their sacrifices, he urged, glancing at Wang Lihua and the other disciples. The disciples were visibly shaken. They had witnessed Jiang Lin's extraordinary display of power, which clearly transcended that of the imperial realm. Compared to other elemental contracts, they, as earth elementals, understood the magnitude of Jiang Lin's strength in that moment. Guo Yi's words conveyed a renewed sense of confidence. Even if he had not crossed that pivotal threshold, he would emerge as a strategic force for humanity. From Jiang Lin's actions, they sensed an elusive secret behind such power beyond the imperial level. One that Guo Yi evidently understood, hence his assertions. Following Guo Yi's announcement of his seclusion, the officials within the fortress initiated recovery operations, beginning with apologies for Jiang Lin's actions, subsequently releasing evidence of the human trader's betrayal. The most challenging aspect was dealing with the barbarians who had revealed no flaws before their demise. However, the overwhelming testimonies of human traders led most in the fortress to believe the claims, aside from a few conspiracy theorists. Given the magnitude of the events within the fortress, the highest authorities of the Dragon Kingdom were not idle. They first sealed off information from within the fortress, followed by dispatching 2 Imperial-level telepods to establish a mental barrier at the fortress's exit. Every individual exiting the fortress was subjected to a mental examination equivalent to the scrutiny of 2 Imperial beings. Moreover, upon exiting, they were mentally suggested to entirely forget the events that transpired within. Once these measures were in place, a large-scale covert search and cleanup operation ensued. This nationwide initiative revealed a shocking number of cults devoted to the barbarian cause, previously disguised under innocuous beliefs, but covertly serving the interests of the barbarians. Following this extensive sweep, the human traders found themselves in a state of trepidation, and the hidden barbarians within the Dragon Kingdom remained oblivious as to how they had been exposed. Fearing that humanity possessed the means to see through their deceptions and living in constant anxiety, this led to numerous blunders on their part, and under the government's formidable measures, several barbarians masquerading as humans were apprehended. The clandestine operation continued for 3 days, resulting in the capture of countless human traders. Yet, desperation drove some of these traders to reveal the entire matter when they discerned that the government was conducting its investigations discreetly, clearly wishing to avoid escalating the situation. Rumors regarding the barbarians and human traders spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Kingdom, emerging rapidly in the era of information, and within mere hours, these events had circulated across the nation. Suspicion and fear erupted swiftly, causing considerable concern for the authorities. The barbarians, after all, were a brutish race, their minds filled with muscle. Such an enemy employing cunning tactics was daunting. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom was sufficiently powerful. When the news could no longer be suppressed, the official authorities did not rush to issue denials or suppress the information, nor did they intensify their cleanup efforts. Instead, they promptly updated the count of Imperial-level powers within the Dragon Kingdom. Fear and suspicion stemmed from their own weakness, an acute case of fear of insufficient firepower. The government's decisive maneuver effectively severed the root of their fear. Chapter 72, The Sword-Bearers of the Dragon Kingdom. The turmoil among the barbarians ultimately remained elusive, with the potential to strike lethally at any moment. This is the source of people's fear, and now, with the 3 great clans joining forces to besiege the Dragon Clan, disquieting sentiments have begun to surface. All these voices express skepticism about the Dragon Kingdom's resilience. The combined assault of the 3 foremost clans would spell doom for any nation outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, only the Dragon Kingdom has managed to maintain stability amidst such turmoil, swiftly quelling internal discord when it arose. The recent update of the Imperial roster revealed that those listed were once celebrated geniuses, each a beacon of brilliance in their respective eras. However, as their realms advanced, they had seemingly vanished from the public eye. Just when people thought they had faded into obscurity, they returned to the limelight in this remarkable fashion. Merely compensating for the high-end combat power is insufficient to instill confidence in the populace, as formidable individuals, previously obscure, began to emerge before their eyes. The public's attitude towards the appearance of human traders underwent a subtle transformation. These individuals, once outside the public's purview, now appeared with alarming frequency, each possessing remarkable strength that rivaled their peers. No one knew their origins or the reasons behind their formidable prowess. However, since their emergence, they have consistently manifested across the nation, each time precisely locating the lairs of the traders from the wasteland and annihilating them with thunderous ferocity. The Dragon Kingdom's official lightning operations dealt a severe blow to the infiltration plans of the Wasteland tribe, serving as a reassuring balm to the anxious populace. Within a certain border city of the Dragon Kingdom, in the basement of a building, dozens of individuals gathered, all towering figures clad in voluminous black robes. From the skin visible at their necks and cuffs, one could discern the faint pulse of purple luminescence coursing through their veins. They stood in an intricate formation, murmuring incantations in an unknown tongue, their spiritual energy continuously flowing into the array beneath their feet. As more and more energy infused the formation, it gradually took shape, revealing the ethereal figure of a young man in a white shirt, adorned with glasses, at its center. The young man surveyed his surroundings, stating, "Didn't I say not to summon me unless necessary? Lord Lauren, The human race has been quite active recently, and we are at a critical juncture in our breakthroughs. Making it difficult to remain concealed, the individual closest to Lauren interjected, raising his face from beneath his oversized hood, revealing the twisted, prominent purple veins. Lauren turned his face, his cold gaze settling on the man. Then you should hide. As one of the few members of the Wasteland tribe to have successfully infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, Lauren had been keenly observing the actions of the Dragon Kingdom. At present, he was primarily concerned with his own survival and had no interest in the fates of these worthless beings. Little did they know that the internal circumstances of the Wasteland tribe were equally tumultuous. If they were to perish in a standard Imperial-level battle, it might not matter, as the battlefield of races is a realm where it is either you or them who survives. However, Loritai had fallen victim to an overwhelming force. Moreover, Jiang Lin had left unscathed, prompting the remaining Imperial-level members to ponder whether the human race could indeed strike down their kind at will, unencumbered by constraints. As the atmosphere within the tribe grew increasingly delicate, the illusory Wasteland deity faced accountability. Amid the chaos within the Wasteland tribe, the Dragon Kingdom continued its relentless purge of the traitors. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly spare any thought for these individuals? After all, they were merely expendable. Even if a few perished, there would always be more, as long as the desire for power persisted. At this moment, Lauren was not concerned about the fate of these individuals. His silence only heightened their anxiety. For the newly emerged experts of the Dragon Kingdom loomed over them like a sword, ready to sever their heads at any moment. Unbeknownst to them, just a short distance away, two individuals were observing them from behind a window ledge, engaging in casual conversation. Do you think they can locate those from the Wasteland? One mused. Unlikely, given that only a handful have emerged over the past few days. It's clear they are terrified of death. Both individuals appeared to be in their 30s, dressed in ordinary attire, indistinguishable from passers-by, yet their latent spiritual energy exuded a captivating aura. After participating in the Hidden Sword Initiative for so long, I expected to showcase my skills, yet these Wasteland dwellers are so fearful. Fear not. Since the nation has activated us, this will not conclude here. Besides the Wasteland tribe, we still have the Dragon and Ocean tribes to contend with. Speaking of which, I truly envy them. They've been dispatched to the coastline, while we're left here playing whack-a-mole. With that, both exchanged resigned expressions. What could they do? They were, after all, the weakest among the lot. By the way, how is the Phoenix Feather contingent faring this year? They haven't emerged yet. I've heard a few are quite formidable. Only those few freaks might be able to contend with them. As they spoke, one of them stood up. It seems they've been abandoned. Then let us take action. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. The other shrugged, a flash of lightning disappearing from his back. In an instant, their figures vanished, and shortly thereafter, dozens of thick bolts of lightning erupted from the building where the traitors were congregated, followed by a torrent of water that shattered the entire structure. By the time the surrounding populace realized what had transpired, the two figures had already departed. It's the Swordbearers, someone exclaimed, and after a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted. The title of Swordbearer spread rapidly, denoting those formidable individuals who had suddenly appeared to eradicate the human traitors at the coastal battlefield. Each time they appeared, a traitor would meet their demise. The people of the Dragon Kingdom transitioned from initial trepidation to a more composed demeanor, and following the official bounty announcement, many began to take an interest in the Wasteland tribe. This cleansing operation, bolstered by the official bounty, became increasingly grandiose. The living space of these traitors was further constricted, and after over a month, they were nearly eradicated, their presence reduced to whispers of silence. Amid the perilous environment within the Dragon Kingdom, the dwindling number of human traitors suddenly turned their gaze toward the Western District. They had observed that while swordbearers appeared throughout the Dragon Kingdom, the Western District remained eerily quiet, as if no traitors ever resided there. Chapter 73, The Training Task. The largest city along the Dragon Kingdom's coastline, Magic City, stood as a premier metropolis, not only serving as the bastion against the ocean and dragon tribes, but also as the city that harbored the most powerful beings within the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, in a spacious office, a middle-aged man clad in a black overcoat reclined with his feet propped on the desk, toying with a lighter in one hand. Beside him, a young woman in uniform held a stack of documents, reporting in an orderly manner. The purge of human traitors within the territory is nearing completion. The number of wasteland traitors identified by the swordbearers in recent days has decreased by 91% compared to before. The remaining ones likely do not even dare to reveal themselves. The woman tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Should we recall the swordbearers? It's time to teach the ocean tribe a lesson. Not yet. We must give them a glimmer of hope. The man chuckled lightly, placing the lighter on the desk. Xiaoqing, have you eaten yet? Lin Luoqing's expression was impassive. It's working hours, but the end of the day is approaching. The man remained unfazed. I know a great place. How about we grab a meal? I refuse. You're breaking my heart. The man feigned a pained expression, lowering his feet and leaning his head despondently on the desk. Lin Luoqing seemed accustomed to his demeanor, unfazed as she flipped to the next page of the document. her face devoid of emotion. Two sword-bearers pursuing human traders are trending toward the Western District. They are now reporting a request to enter the territory of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Huh. The man perked up at this. No need to go. He straightened, intertwining his fingers on the desk as if deep in thought. Last year, a batch from the Flying Feather had some exceptionally formidable individuals. It's been a year. I wonder if they will make an appearance. If they're looking to showcase their achievements, it seems these human traders are just waiting to be delivered to them. A glimmer sparked in the man's eyes. Let them head to the Western District to seek their demise. Jiang Lin had long returned to his establishment to lounge about after eliminating Lori Tai, awaiting the start of the new school term. The ensuing turmoil cannot be said to have any connection to the Western District. It is, rather, utterly irrelevant. The external unrest appears to the Western District as merely a phenomenon occurring in the digital realm. Despite the plethora of videos and information circulating online, in their immediate reality, the traders among the human race seem to have never existed. Jiang Lin's life has returned to its usual rhythm after the start of the semester. He enjoys gazing at beautiful women in the academy and completing tasks back at the shop. Currently, after undertaking several tasks, his points have exceeded 100, soaring to over 170. While he seems to be attentively listening to the theoretical lectures from the instructor, he is, in fact, perusing the fantastical marketplace within the system. With a substantial accumulation of points, Jiang Lin is contemplating acquiring a new weapon for his amusement. After exchanging materials, the class was about to conclude when an urgent announcement echoed throughout the school. Jiang Lin closed his eyes momentarily to sense the atmosphere, his expression suddenly shifting to one of surprise. Is that even possible? Perhaps in the future, one could simply request a day off? Request a day off? What do you mean? Zhang Tianhan, who had just risen, inquired with confusion. It's nothing. We're being summoned, Jiang Lin replied, shaking his head. Such urgent convocations from the academy are rare, but whenever they do occur, they signal significant events involving the entire institution. By the time Jiang Lin and his companions arrived at the assembly square, it was already teeming with people, and the podium was crowded with school leaders. Upon locating a spot, he noticed several dorm mates from Li Xiaoqing's group, and they quickly struck up a conversation. The absence of any forewarning regarding this sudden gathering led the students in the square to engage in animated discussions, creating a rather noisy atmosphere. I suspect this matter may be related to the human traders, one voice interjected amidst the clamor, a somewhat familiar tone. Jiang Lin turned to see Luo Ling, who was attentively listening alongside Yao. Jiang Lin felt a flicker of curiosity. Many around him instinctively quieted at the sound of Luo Ling's voice, their gazes shifting in his direction. Ah, it's him. If it's his news, it should carry some accuracy. Zhang Tianhan remarked, somewhat enviously, that this fellow is quite the know-it-all in the academy. It seems there is nothing he is unaware of. Jiang Lin's thoughts stirred, and he silently beckoned to Little Black. It seems that Little Black has been in the academy longer than Jiang Lin himself. Little Black, concealed in the shadows, sighed in resignation, but upon Jiang Lin's inquiry, it divulged all pertinent information without reservation. Indeed, Luo Ling hails from a prominent family renowned for its information-gathering capabilities beyond the Western District. It is said that one of his objectives in coming to Western District University is to collect intelligence on the Fanyu Pavilion, which remains shrouded in mystery to those outside the Western District. As Jiang Lin conversed with Little Black, Luo Ling adopted an enigmatic demeanor, stating, I have some intel. Currently, the human traders are being hunted by the swordbearers. Many nearby instinctively nodded. Although this was common knowledge among the people of the Dragon Nation, their interest was piqued nonetheless. However, have you all noticed that the swordbearers have never made an appearance in the Western District? Those traders are likely fleeing here precisely because of that. My family possesses intelligence on a batch of human traders, and they are indeed making their way towards this region. The crowd was visibly astonished. Could the Luo family's information be so remarkably astute? The school has gathered us this time, likely intending to assign us real combat missions. After all, the results of our winter training need to be assessed. The surrounding students quickly comprehended, linking all the information together, which indeed pointed toward Luo Ling's assertions. Soon, the square was filled to capacity with students, and once the school leaders began to speak, those beside Luo Ling suddenly realized that their intentions closely aligned with what he had articulated. In recent times, the number of human traders has dwindled significantly, and now there is a trend of them heading towards the Western District. The principal of Western District University stood on the platform, proclaiming, regarding this matter, we have applied for a practical opportunity. The sword-bearers will not enter the Western District. The handling of these traders will be managed by us ourselves. Effective immediately. All classes are suspended. You may form teams or hunt solo. During this period, each head of a savage will earn you 1 credit. The principal's straightforward declaration caused many students below to draw sharp breaths. The value of credits at Western District University is immensely significant, and even those outside are aware of the difficulty in earning them. The principal observed the expressions of the students, noting that their eyes shimmered with desire rather than fear, and he nodded in satisfaction. It seems this cohort has been raised to be wolves, not mere lapdogs. To be honest, Under the protection of the Fengyu Pavilion over the years, the environment in the Western District has grown exceedingly comfortable. While such an environment is advantageous, as the principal, he could no longer remain complacent. After all, this era demands students who are not merely sheltered blossoms, content with theoretical knowledge. Consequently, upon learning of the trader's advance towards the Western District, he scarcely slept, directly contacting officials and individuals from the Fengyu Pavilion, eagerly taking on this task. Chapter 73, Teaming Up. Under normal circumstances, the principal would not be in such a rush, but what is the situation now? The three great clans are on the offensive, and the upper echelons have even brought the sword-bearers into the open. It is evident that we are on the brink of chaos. At such a juncture, to continue with the previous gentle pedagogical methods would not be protective, it would be detrimental. The principal understood clearly that even if this exercise results in casualties, it is an unavoidable reality. It is better to shed blood now than for their families to weep for them later. Of course, this exercise will not leave you to act alone. Members of the Fengyu Pavilion will also join, and whether you can seize credits from them will depend on your own efforts. As soon as the principal finished speaking, a tremendous uproar erupted from below. If that is indeed the case, then this action should be a joint operation with the Fengyu Pavilion? Just the thought of it sent a thrill through the crowd. The people of the Western District have a unique sentiment toward the Fengyu Pavilion. The Fengyu Pavilion is their guardian deity and a source of pride, especially for those of their generation, as the myth of the Fengyu Pavilion has been a part of their lives since childhood, and it has always been their most revered aspiration. This action is akin to a grand fan meeting, and many students were already bubbling with excitement. Jiang Lin's roommates were no exception, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Zhang Tianhan, flushed with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Wow, am I finally going to meet my idols? I must perform well this time. Perhaps I will be noticed." Qin Ji's smile was almost splitting his face. "Wake up, you lot," Quinny said, resignedly rubbing her forehead. "It isn't that simple. Indeed, if anyone is to be seen, it would likely be those top contenders from the last freshman ranking battle, right?" Jiang Lin observed the expressions of his companions, feeling somewhat helpless. Had he perhaps gone a bit too far with his previous actions? The current Western District seems like a fervent fan club for the Fengyu Pavilion. It suddenly struck Jiang Lin that he might have inadvertently stumbled upon something monumental. However, given the present circumstances, it appears to have solidified into a fait accompli, difficult to alter. Once the principal signaled for silence, he began to articulate the detailed rules for this exercise. The duration of this exercise will be approximately 1 month, during which students may voluntarily form teams or act independently. Regardless of the choice, prior to any action, they must visit the Academy's technology department to obtain a wristband known as the life detector. This device can be activated during combat, providing real-time data monitoring and recording their slain enemies. In addition, there exists an urgent distress signal and defensive mechanism. Once the trials commence, the Academy will be populated with formidable individuals throughout the Western District. Should the students find themselves in peril, the wristbands will unleash a protective shield lasting approximately 10 minutes, capable of withstanding attacks from peak Soul Realm practitioners. Although the principal desires for the students to grow rapidly through life and death trials, he does not wish for them to be directly crushed by opponents they cannot contend with. The wristbands, along with the nearby powerful individuals prepared to offer support, serve as a protective barrier. While the battlefield is ever-changing, if a student were to perish, the Academy would be powerless. They have done all that they could. The principal elucidated all the pros and cons from the platform, concluding that participation in this trial is not compulsory. However, during this period, there will be no instructors remaining within the Academy. Students may choose to rest and study independently or opt to participate. After the principal's address, he stepped back, allowing other school leaders to speak, who merely reiterated his points in various ways, with some offering more detailed elaborations. The assembly lasted over an hour before the principal dismissed everyone to prepare for the trials. On the way back, Qin Gu, brimming with excitement, gathered a few of Li Xiaoqing's dorm mates, saying, "We should form a small team. Lao Jiang, are you joining us?" Jiang Lin, somewhat puzzled, pointed to himself. "Me? A traitor of the human race? Who else?" Qin Gu replied, "Don't worry, our team is numerous. Those traitors won't stir up much trouble. Forget it, I'll just take it easy." Jiang Lin sighed, raising his hands in resignation. "No way. You can't just take it easy. If you keep this up, you won't graduate." Qin Gu and the others insisted, anxious that Jiang Lin had already slacked off throughout the winter break, and if he did not make an effort, graduation would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Jiang Lin realized that after lounging around for so long, he seemed to have forgotten about credits and wondered if Xiao He had helped him with them. Just as he was about to agree, a voice called from behind, "Boss, is that really you?" With a slightly awkward tone, they turned to see Yuer and Luo Ling. Observing their familiar expressions, Zhang Tianhan and the others were somewhat puzzled but refrained from voicing their thoughts. "Boss, do you have a team yet?" Yiker asked with enthusiasm. Straightforward like many Westerners. Before Jiang Lin could respond, Zhang Tianhan interjected, "No. We just filled our team with Xiaoqing and the others. He arrived late and missed out." After saying this, he exchanged glances with Qin Gu and the others, who hurriedly chimed in. Yes, our configurations are all full. Are you short on people? If you are, just add him, Yitter suggested, somewhat confused, while Luo Ling wore a knowing smile, but remained silent. Is that so? I thought there were no restrictions on team size. However, if your configurations are full, that's that. How about it, boss? Will you join us? Jiang Lin found the situation amusing, as he understood perfectly that compared to Qin Ji's team, Yair and Luo Ling's squad was clearly more appealing. With the conversation having reached this point, it would be awkward to decline. Thus, he smiled and replied, I don't have a team yet, but I'm only at the peak of the Radiant Realm. Are you sure about this? Yair, unfazed, responded, no problem, just focus on getting stronger during this trial. Jiang Lin was taken aback by Yair's response. After a semester, most new students were merely entering the Void Realm, and his displayed strength was already among the lowest tier. Any team led by Yair would surely have capable members. Should I just relax then? Jiang Lin ventured tentatively. Yair, having been in Longwa for a while, grasped a few cultural nuances, but understanding did not equate to being able to respond. He earnestly said, Boss, your strength is lagging behind. This trial presents a great opportunity. Practical combat is the fastest way to grow, and only by keeping up with your strength can you earn more credits. Observing Yair's determined demeanor, Luo Ling recognized that Yair was about to go on at length and quickly interjected, Haha, did you not pay attention to what the principal said? This trial will not be as easy to lounge around in. The wristbands are equipped with comprehensive features, and any last-hit actions 1T count. Is that so? Jiang Lin replied, shaking his head in dismay. Then I suppose I'll have to put in some effort. We'll head back to prepare now, boss. You should gear up too. Let us exchange contact information, and I'll reach out to you tomorrow. Yair promptly took out his phone and exchanged contact details with Jiang Lin. The next day, the campus was noticeably bustling with clusters of students who had voluntarily formed teams and were ready to embark on their mission. Since the academy had entrusted them with the task of hunting down traitors, it would naturally provide them with vital information. The approximate routes that the human traitors might take had already been grasped by the Western District, and these traitors had been cornered into a specific area by the powerful individuals of the Western District. At this point, they were acutely aware that they were being used as sharpening stones by the Western District. However, having entered the Western District, there was no retreat. While being a sharpening stone might still offer a chance, attempting to flee would lead to certain death. When Jiang Lin arrived at the academy, many fully armed students were already departing. Yair and Luo Ling awaited near the academy entrance, and upon Jiang Lin's arrival, both their gazes inevitably fell upon the azure bow strapped to his back. Is this your weapon? Luo Ling could not help but inquire. He was already aware of Jiang Lin's identity as the owner of a weapon shop and recognized that despite Jiang Lin's lack of combat prowess, he was undoubtedly a master in weapon crafting. Thus, seeing him with such a unique weapon was astonishing. Noticing the eager curiosity in their eyes, Jiang Lin removed the longbow from his back. The bow gleamed with a glass-like azure hue, resembling an icy structure, and as they approached, they could feel the astonishing chill emanating from its surface. Brother, this weapon of yours is quite remarkable. Luo Ling, well-versed in such matters, recognized that a weapon capable of emanating attribute spiritual energy was certainly not an ordinary one. It's just SOSO, Jiang Lin waved dismissively, stowing the weapon away. Before him appeared a translucent screen visible only to him. Avarosa's ice bow, the weapon of the Frost Archer from the online game League of Legends, possessing formidable icy powers. Ice attribute attacks can convert spiritual energy into ice attributes, with arrows infused with frost effects. Frost effect deals a 30 slow to enemies, with increased damage when hitting enemies affected by frost. Charged attack, when fully drawn, expends a significant amount of spiritual energy to shoot a massive crystal arrow, causing a stunning effect upon impact. Having resolved to indulge in some leisure, one must adequately prepare for it. The Frost Bow, a weapon that seamlessly combines damage control with long-range capabilities, is the epitome of such preparation. However, this recent forging has consumed a considerable amount of points, leaving Jiang Lin with a mere 80 remaining. With 2 teammates at hand, let us wait a moment. Yal withdrew his gaze from the Frost Bow and addressed Jiang Lin. All right, they did not have to wait long. A few minutes later, a man and a woman approached from the distance. Both were equipped with backpacks and weapons. Upon their arrival, Yal introduced them, saying, "This is Jiang Lin, a B-rank wind elemental contract, and he is the owner of the treasure vault belonging to that weapons master outside the academy." Jiang Lin nodded at the two, and Yal continued, "This is Xiao Yuan, an A-rank fire elemental contract and our team's primary attacker." Xiao Yuan greeted Jiang Lin with a smile. Despite Jiang Lin's B-rank status, he recognized that Yal had introduced him, and to show displeasure would be to disregard Yal's authority. The other female, without waiting for Yal to introduce her, coldly stated, "Su Xianxian, light elemental support." Her words were sparse, and after speaking, she moved to stand beside Yal. "By the way, you are not yet familiar with my contract, are you?" Luo Ling said with a cheerful smile, placing his hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder. S-rank blade mastery. Jiang Lin's interest was piqued, Such contracts appeared to be quite rare. This type of contract belonged to the realm of the mysterious, offering a significant power boost when wielding the corresponding weapon. In Jiang Lin's memory, there was a sword master contract within the Dragon Nation, and that individual wielded a sword with considerable prowess. Isn't that right? Luo Ling declared proudly, raising his chin, and then retrieved a blade from behind him. Take a look. What do you think of this? Initially, Luo Ling's attention towards Jiang Lin was limited to Yal's weaponry. But after catching sight of the frost bow, his perception of Jiang Lin dramatically shifted. Even though Jiang Lin had previously displayed master-level forging skills, the frost bow, in Luo Ling's seasoned eyes, was undoubtedly exceptional, which stirred a flicker of interest within him. Jiang Lin did not dwell on it too much after accepting the blade. He glanced over it and thought it seemed quite ordinary, albeit the materials and craftsmanship were commendable. Luo Ling's expression darkened. Did you just imply it was ordinary? Moreover, aren't the materials and craftsmanship the very foundation of a weapon? What is there to praise? While Luo Ling silently criticized in his heart, he maintained a smile on his face, discreetly stowing away the blade. Since everyone is here, let us set off. The vehicle is parked over there. Luo Ling primarily orchestrated the direction of the squad. They chose a northwestern region where, a few days prior, officials had discovered a significant presence of strangers in a small village situated in the mountains. Given the current situation in the Western District, it was evident that these were traitors of the human race. The group drove 2 off-road vehicles and spent half a day reaching the small mountain village where their traces had been detected. Luo Ling gathered some information from the local villagers. The tracks had been discovered by an old hunter who had been hunting in these forests for over a decade. He could easily identify whether the traces belonged to humans or animals. It appeared that the culprits had attempted to conceal their presence, albeit poorly. Yal surveyed the distant village. Can you ascertain their general direction? To the west. They likely intend to traverse the Western District and escape beyond the borders. Then we must hasten our pace. The 2 off-road vehicles soon roared back to life, navigating the mountain roads. They were deep within the mountains, where the terrain was somewhat treacherous, yet not entirely impassable. Yal drove in the front, Su Xianxian occupied the passenger seat, while Jiang Lin sat in the back. At that moment, the off-road vehicle was traversing a mountain road flanked by steep cliffs. As they approached a perilous bend, Yal slightly reduced speed. Jiang Lin, who had been gazing out of the window, suddenly sensed something amiss and subtly grasped the overhead handle. In the next instant, the adjacent rock wall erupted, and 2 figures burst forth from the debris, one of which, a notably larger figure, violently collided with the vehicle. Yal's pupils dilated as the off-road vehicle was sent flying, and he instinctively leaped sideways, clutching Su Xianxian and propelling them out of the vehicle just before impact. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had already anticipated the impending collision. As the figure charged, he opened the car door, rolled out, and, as the vehicle plummeted, he unleashed a gust of wind elemental energy toward Yal and Su Xianxian. Their bodies became weightless as Yal, amidst the air, explosively activated his energy, carrying Su Xianxian back onto the road. However, before they could land, a vine rapidly spread across the rock wall, forming a vast net that enveloped the pair. Flame! A furious shout erupted from behind, and a massive fire burst forth from the rear vehicle, engulfing the narrow mountain path entirely. Oh no! Jiang Lin exclaimed, utilizing the wind elemental energy to slow his descent. Although his energy was insufficient for sustained flight, due to its wind nature, he could glide over short distances. Amidst the flames, a glimmer of cold light flickered from the rear vehicle, and Yal's position erupted in a burst of golden light. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lin redirected his gaze from their skirmish and looked up towards the mountain road. He was still descending but had adjusted his posture, with the frostbow in hand. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and drew the bowstring taut. Wind elemental energy surged into the bow, swiftly converting into ice elemental energy. A transparent blue hue appearing along the bowstring. On the rock face, a man cloaked in vegetation, resembling a ghillie suit, suddenly changed expression. Hastily retracting his hand from the ground and instinctively rolling aside. Thud! An ice blue arrow embedded itself precisely where he had just stood, and a vast expanse of frost rapidly spread from the arrowhead. Meanwhile, the battle below seemed to have commenced, with explosive sounds reverberating. Jiang Lin, still in descent, drew attention. Luo Ling, wielding his blade, swiftly executed several strikes to dispel Xiao Yuan's flames before tossing a rope towards Jiang Lin. Utilizing the rope, Jiang Lin successfully returned to the mountain road. That was close. What is the situation? Luo Ling slightly shook his head. Xiao Yuan's control is still not finely tuned. The entire off-road vehicle is now ablaze, and he is nowhere to be seen. Along the mountain road, charred vines were scattered everywhere, indicating that the adversaries had also been in a perilous situation. Let us assist. Luo Ling's expression turned grave. Since the enemy dared to attack here, they possessed a certain degree of confidence, and they could not afford to be careless. Jiang Lin once again drew the frost bow, as Luo Ling charged ahead with his blade. Not far ahead, Yal, wielding a knight's sword, was engaged in combat with a werewolf towering nearly 3 meters tall. Su Xinxian was being pursued by an assailant armed with a short dagger, but thanks to her light elemental contract, which provided her with considerable agility, she quickly regrouped with the arriving Xiao Yuan, taking refuge behind him. Jiang Lin surveyed the battlefield, his gaze fixating on the werewolf. At the moment when the creature was momentarily off balance after clashing claws with Yao, he released the bowstring. As Luo Ling swiftly moved to provide support, he sensed a chilling breeze sweep past him, and in the distance, the werewolf's shoulder erupted in a shower of icy fragments. Upon striking its skin, the ice arrow detonated. However, the shards of ice emitted a frigid temperature, causing the werewolf to slow down involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yao charged forward with his knight's sword, dragging it along the ground, and executed a powerful upward thrust. The werewolf raised its other claw to block, but at that critical moment, another ice arrow struck its claw. Ice shards scattered as he inevitably paused for a fleeting moment. In that instant, a massive gash was torn open on his chest by Jarl's upward thrust. While blood surged, the werewolf let out a ferocious roar, as the blood from his wound gradually transformed into a deep purple hue. His form rapidly ascended, nearing 4 meters in height. A colossal figure that could nearly span the entirety of the narrow mountain path. Simultaneously, an abundance of unknown flora sprouted from the adjacent rock face, swaying without any breeze, releasing a peculiar green energy that, upon landing on the werewolf, visibly accelerated the healing of his wound. During this interval, Jiang Lin relentlessly loosed a volley of arrows, each imbued with a chilling effect, yet they failed to breach the werewolf's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Jarl launched an attack, although Jiang Lin inflicted no damage. The extensive frost began to subtly envelop the werewolf's form, rendering his movements considerably more rigid. On another front of the battlefield, Xiao Yuan was engulfed in flames, unleashing fireballs that were deftly evaded by the individual wielding a dagger. He rapidly closed the distance to Xiao Yuan, but midway, Luo Ling arrived, swinging his long blade through the air. In that moment, the man exceptionally nimbly flipped, parrying Luo Ling's blade to the ground, while simultaneously, numerous vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Luo Ling's weapon with an unyielding grip. Astonishingly, the assailant then abandoned Xiao Yuan, his dagger slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed at Luo Ling's throat. A resounding clang echoed as Luo Ling relinquished his blade, retreating with a swift motion, while a golden glimmer at his throat began to fade. Behind them, Jiang Lin's eyes gleamed with realization. It appeared that these individuals possessed considerable strength, and their coordination was remarkable. However, these traitorous humans, having absorbed the blood of the savage kin, were indeed resilient, with Jiang Lin's peak spiritual energy and the chilling effects of his ice bow failing to penetrate their defenses. While it was true that their opponents were at the pinnacle of the void realm, such fortitude was unexpected. Another arrow was released, as the werewolf howled in frustration. Feeling utterly stifled, each time he attempted to strike or retaliate, Jiang Lin always seemed to strike precisely at his most critical points of power. This left him feeling exceedingly vexed, despite Jarl's strength being merely that of the void realm and not at its peak. He found himself being suppressed while under the influence of the savage blood and his transformation. The werewolf's ferocious battle lust was already intense, and now, faced with such pressure, he was nearly driven to madness. After forcefully swiping aside Jarl's heavy sword, he abruptly turned, his crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Lin in the distance, revealing his fangs. "Withdraw," a cold voice commanded, and the werewolf growled in reluctant response. "I said withdraw." The voice, now tinged with impatience, brought a flicker of clarity to the werewolf's crimson gaze. He hunched slightly, his body taut, and began to retreat slowly. Without hesitation, Jarl charged forward with his sword, while 3 icy arrows flew past him, striking the werewolf. The werewolf swiped his claws to knock the icy arrows away, but amidst the swirling frost, a crystal arrow, significantly thicker than a normal arrow, hurtled toward him. He instinctively swiped at it, but upon contact, the icy arrow detonated, producing a muffled explosion that left the werewolf momentarily dazed. In the next instant, Jarl surged forward, his knightly sword infused with all his might piercing into the werewolf's heart. The resilient fur could not withstand the onslaught of the knightly sword and Jarl's spiritual energy. As it swiftly penetrated his heart, the excruciating pain jolted his muddled consciousness back to reality. And what he beheld was Jarl's resolute visage alongside the massive sword impaling his heart. With a hint of reluctance, he raised his claw. But under the onslaught of the paladin's energy, he simultaneously lost control of his body due to the depletion of his blood supply. Vines rapidly spread forth, and a colossal tree root burst through the rock face, charging at Jarl. His expression shifted, prompting him to withdraw his sword hastily. The tree root had no intention of targeting him. After forcing Jarl back, it began to thrash wildly in the middle of the path, causing tremors from the nearby mountains. Luo Ling, engaged in his own battle, caught sight of this scene and urgently exclaimed, "Stop him. He intends to trigger a landslide." Xiao Yuan instantly abandoned his confrontation with Luo Ling's opponent, unleashing fireballs at the distant tree root, while simultaneously directing both palms forward, summoning 2 blazing flames. Fire naturally counters wood, and upon encountering the raging flames, the thrashing roots recoiled rapidly into the mountainside. When the fire subsided, the other assailant had vanished without a trace. The group quickly convened, warily surveying their surroundings. He has retreated. Luo Ling sheathed his long blade, his expression somber. Is this truly the strength of the traitorous humans? The others fell silent, recognizing that despite their numerical advantage in the initial skirmish, they had yielded little results. Particularly, Luo Ling and Xiao Yuan, who faced an opponent skilled with a dagger, were left humbled. Their adversary had managed to hold his ground against 2 of them. This revelation stung their pride, as they had clearly exhibited superior offensive capabilities, and throughout the engagement, they had discerned the opponent's spiritual bond, which was alarmingly straightforward in its speed. Yet, paradoxically, during the battle, their foe always seemed to position himself in a manner that rendered their strikes ineffective, leaving them hesitant to attack recklessly for fear of collateral damage. Xiao Yuan extinguished the flames enveloping him, wearing a rueful smile. This must be the disparity in practical experience. At least recognizing our shortcomings is beneficial. Otherwise, our training would be in vain. You speak the truth. Luo Ling nodded in agreement. However, we now face a dilemma. Our means of transportation has been reduced to ashes. How shall we proceed on our journey? Both Jarl and Su Xian's gazes turned towards him, prompting Xiao Ran to sheepishly scratch his head. Earlier, the ground was covered with substantial wood-type spiritual energy. It seems that the wood-type intended to throw us all off the cliff. I hadn't considered the ramifications at the time. Jarl patted his shoulder reassuringly. I sensed it as well. Fortunately, your response was swift. The supplies are all on the vehicle. Should we return to the village? Su Xian suggested. Return? Jarl pondered for a moment, instinctively glancing at Jiang Lin, who happened to meet his astonished gaze. Look at me. Jiang Lin pointed to himself. It's up to you to decide. Su Xian observed this exchange, her expression cooling slightly. At that moment, Luo Ling retrieved his personal phone, checking the map. There's a small town ahead. It's only a bit further than returning to the village. We can resupply there. How far? Xiao Ran leaned closer. About 10 kilometers. With spiritual energy, we can cover the distance swiftly. Seeing this, Jarl addressed the group. What does everyone think? I have no objections. Jiang Lin was the first to raise his hand. Me neither, Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. Finally, Su Xian bit her lip, conceding, all right. Traveling with spiritual energy was not particularly comfortable, but the group moved swiftly along the mountain path, with Jarl leading and Luo Ling bringing up the rear. After experiencing a surprise attack, their vigilance heightened considerably, casting aside any remnants of complacency from their time at the academy. The journey to the town took approximately half an hour, as they were cautious not to exhaust their spiritual energy. This town was situated on a gently sloping mountainside, where they replenished their supplies at a local supermarket, inquiring about any available vehicles. Unfortunately, they were informed that only motorcycles were for sale in the town, with off-road vehicles only available in the city. The group settled at a small eatery that had a few tables, where Luo Ling appeared deep in thought. The direction of the city was opposite to that of the traders, making it impractical to purchase a vehicle. I believe a motorcycle would suffice. Upon observation, I noticed that many individuals here prefer to ride motorcycles. Given the local road conditions, such vehicles may indeed be more practical than off-road trucks. While they were out assessing the vehicle conditions, Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to explore the small town, thereby gaining greater insight. But is a motorcycle not exceedingly bumpy? Moreover, I lack the skills to operate one. Su Xianxian furrowed her brow. Beside her, Yal chuckled. No worries, I can drive. I'll take you. At his words, Su Xianxian's eyes brightened, yet her expression still bore a hint of reluctance. At that moment, Luo Ling narrowed his eyes, feeling the need to address certain issues in advance. Su Xianxian sensed his gaze upon her, causing her heart to skip a beat. We are here for training, and we must all mentally prepare for the challenges of the mountainous environment. The Academy has mentioned a potential mortality rate during this ordeal, so I hope everyone is genuinely ready. He did not mention any names, but Su Xianxian knew he was speaking directly to her. Why should a healing mage like her endure such hardships? If Xiao Ran had not been reckless, they would not have had to traverse such a long, arduous mountain path. Though dissatisfaction brewed within her, Su Xianxian forced a smile and replied, understood. Observing her reaction, Luo Ling sighed softly before turning to Jiang Ling. When the time comes, please use your spiritual energy to keep an eye on her. All right, Jiang Ling replied succinctly, eager to remain inconspicuous within the group. He had no intention of refusing Yal's request, and adding some wind-based spiritual energy around Su Xianxian would hardly burden him. Even if he truly was at the pinnacle of the Radiance realm, Luo Ling was well aware of this, which is why he turned to Jiang Ling. As the sole healer in the group, it was indeed crucial to look after Su Xianxian's well-being and maintain her morale. Casting a glance at Yal, who was waiting for the meal, Luo Ling inwardly sighed, pondering why, despite being part of Yal's team, he bore the brunt of these concerns. Chapter 77, Green Tea. On the rugged mountain roads, for motorcycles sped along, with Jiang Ling feeling the wild winds whipping past his ears, leaving him somewhat disoriented. This progression seems rather amiss. Initially, they had been comfortably settled in an off-road vehicle. So how had it come to this? Dusting off the grime from his arm, Jiang Lin felt at a loss. These mountain paths were thick with dirt and dust. Any passing vehicle would stir up large clouds of debris, and now, with the group appearing bedraggled atop their down-to-earth motorcycles, the image shifted dramatically from that of talented scholars to that of rustic farmers. Prior to deciding on the motorcycle switch, Jiang Lin had not anticipated the dust issue. He could have used his spiritual energy to fend off the particles, but that was only feasible in the illusory realm. Moreover, aside from Su Xianxian employing her abilities to shield herself and Yal, both Luo Ling and Xiao Ran seemed entirely unconcerned. Jiang Lin had initially contemplated a spontaneous breakthrough, but after witnessing their indifference, he abandoned the idea. This made him regard Luo Ling with newfound respect. Regardless of familial background or prowess, he was undeniably a genius. Yet he exhibited none of the typical arrogance associated with such individuals. The same could be said for Xiao Ran. Both of their temperaments were far from those cultivated in a sheltered environment. However, their combat experience was evidently lacking, leaving only their mental fortitude, which appeared remarkably resilient. Yet, why had this team paired with Su Xianxian? Jiang Lin was puzzled, as neither of the two seemed to harbor any romantic interest in her. And Yal was even less likely to. In his worldview, the concept of love was likely overshadowed by a strong sense of justice. It was all rather strange. This was Jiang Lin's assessment of the small team. As he utilized his spiritual energy to alleviate Su Xianxian's discomfort from the bumps, he pondered. And time swiftly passed. Setting aside other matters, the scenery in these mountains was quite splendid. After riding for half a day, dusk began to approach. Given the presence of a plant-based spiritual contractor among them, venturing out at night could easily lead to an ambush, so when Luo Ling suggested finding a place to rest, no one objected. The group found a clearing, parked their motorcycles, and unpacked their tents. Upon dismounting, Su Xianxian felt an overwhelming reluctance to move. Although her shared ride with Yal had initially brought her joy, that delight faded within half an hour, replaced by growing agitation. When the others had finished setting up their tents, Yal noticed her inactivity and immediately approached, saying, "Xianxian, why haven't you set yours up? Let me help you." Facing Yal's concern, Su Xianxian felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks as she timidly replied, I don't know how." As expected, Yal, upon hearing this, promptly bent down beside her to assist with securing the tent. A knight with an unexpectedly strong sense of justice. Jiang Lin mused internally as he secured the final peg of the tent. Initially, upon meeting Yal, Jiang Lin had speculated that he might be someone seeking financial gain in Long Country, but after prolonged interaction and hearing about his deeds around campus, Jiang Lin's perspective had shifted. After all, even when faced with such a green tea personality, Yal treated everyone equally. Jiang Lin's gaze inadvertently drifted, colliding with Luo Ling's as he turned his head. Both wore faint expressions of distaste, and upon making eye contact, the atmosphere became awkward, akin to having one's gossip exposed. However, if it had been between two males, they exchanged knowing smiles. Once the tent was erected, Yal began to prepare a fire for cooking, while Luo Ling glanced toward the distant mountains, signaling to Jiang Lin before stating, "Let us go find a suitable place to bathe." Jiang Lin immediately comprehended and rose to accompany him as they departed along a narrow path away from the camp. Once they had distanced themselves adequately, Luo Ling sighed. Honestly, I didn't want to include her in the team. Jiang Lin understood precisely who her referred to, so he remained silent, knowing Luo Ling would continue. But damn it, Yal is such a blockhead. It was rare for him to curse. Sometimes, I genuinely question how his mind works. He can't even see something so blatantly obvious. She must have seen right through Yal's character and has him completely wrapped around her finger. Although Yal harbors no feelings for her, she always manages to appear in need of help at just the right moment, making me quite annoyed with her. "Oh," Jiang Lin replied without lifting his head. "Damn, you're still infuriating as ever. Can't you vent a bit so I can feel some solidarity?" Luo Ling was driven to frustration by Jiang Lin's unyielding demeanor. This reminded him of their initial meeting, where his carefully constructed facade had been shattered by Jiang Lin's ability to disrupt the atmosphere. Damn it. Luo Ling decided to halt and found a spot to sit, casually plucking a blade of grass and chewing on it. Observing this, Jiang Lin turned with a half-smile. "Then why did you let her join the team? If you disagreed, Yal would surely respect your choice." Yal was a genuinely sincere individual. He would assist Su Xianxian in her overtly manipulative behaviors, but would also honor his companion's decisions. Enough. I had an S-rank healer lined up, but they flaked on me. Speaking of this, Luo Ling became quite irritable, having been outmaneuvered by Su Feihong. "Who is that?" Jiang Ling inquired, perplexed. "Su Feihong. You don't even know him?" Luo Ling was astonished. Should I know him? Jiang Ling's confusion was genuine. He truly did not recall this individual. Luo Ling was taken aback. "Seriously? Are you that engrossed in your training that you're oblivious to the world outside?" Although he achieved a commendable ranking in the competition, his strength had skyrocketed over the following semester. By the end of the term, he was able to match Cheng Shuran in combat. Impressive, Jiang Lin replied perfunctorily, clapping his hands. Luo Ling was increasingly exasperated. Jiang Ling's impassive expression showed no signs of any other emotions, and he realized that the grace instilled by his family background easily crumbled in Jiang Ling's presence. Never mind, let's seek out a place to bathe. I feel rather uncomfortable. Ultimately, he could only weakly wave his hand, rising to his feet to continue onward. After approximately 10 minutes, he indeed stumbled upon a serene pool, adorned with a modest 10-meter waterfall. Following a refreshing dip, the two returned to their campsite. Upon seeing their success, Xiao Yuan could no longer contain himself and called out before they departed, "Don't forget to give me your clothes after washing. I'll help you dry them." The fire affinity spirit contract is truly convenient. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Once all three had finished bathing, Su Xianxian, a bit shyly, rose and said, I would like to go too. Y'all, could you keep an eye on me? Y'all, who had been seated before the tent engrossed in a book, looked up and replied, sure. The two stood up and made their way towards the pool, leaving Jiang Lin and the others behind. As they walked further away, Xiao Yuan, with a hint of curiosity, leaned in and asked, hey, do you think there will be any sparks between them? Impossible. No way. Xiao Yuan responded, perplexed. Is it really necessary to answer so swiftly? Luo Ling scoffed. There are countless suitors after y'all. She doesn't even stand a chance. 78. Flaws. Xiao Yuan paused, then chuckled. It seems you are not particularly fond of her either. Of course not. Luo Ling retorted disdainfully. Her intentions are too obvious, and she resorts to such petty tactics. Who would appreciate that? There's nothing to be done. Xiao Yuan sighed. Healing spirits are in high demand. Without them, the success rate of our missions would plummet by half. While the trio conversed, after about 50 minutes, Yal and Su Xianxian returned. All were adept at reading the room and could easily discern that Su Xianxian wore an unfavorable expression. Yal, however, appeared completely unfazed, indicating that the events had not unfolded as Su Xianxian had anticipated. Luo Ling subtly nudged Xiao Yuan's shoulder, her eyes gleaming with triumph. See? I told you. 50 WeChat or chicken payment. Turn it back, Xiao Yuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. As night fell, the group dined on some provisions they had brought along before retreating to their tents for rest. In the dead of night, Jiang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, shortly followed by Yal's anxious voice. Everyone wake up. We've discovered the trail of a group of traitors. Soon, the few clad in sleepwear emerged from their tents, weapons in hand. Yal, still donned in his armor, bore a grave expression. A village 9 kilometers away had been attacked by human traitors, resulting in 2 fatalities. According to survivor accounts, the assailants possessed a plant affinity spirit contract and were likely among those who had clashed with them previously. Jiang Lin discreetly observed Yal's tightly clenched fists, sensing a mixture of anger and urgency. We can no longer afford to dawdle. We previously underestimated the risks posed by these human traitors. While we can certainly confront them, what about the innocent civilians? The others nodded gravely. Though Su Xianxian hesitated to speak, only to swallow her words upon witnessing Yal's earnest demeanor. With a clear objective, they swiftly gathered their camp supplies and drove towards the village mentioned in their intel. Upon arrival, they found the village illuminated, with villagers congregating in the square, many appearing weary and clad in sleepwear, evidently roused from deep slumber. Most of the villagers were ordinary folk, and even those with spirit contracts were merely of F or D rank, possessing little more than basic capabilities. The only one of note was the village chief, who had summoned the residents. Everyone, please remain calm. These individuals likely seek food. I have already reported this to the authorities, and help will arrive shortly. Before the officials arrive, do not wander about. Village chief. Liangzi hasn't returned yet. I can't even reach him by phone. A middle-aged man in his 50s. His face etched with fear and worry, looked on with tearful eyes that seemed to reflect the weight of countless hardships. Uncle Chang, please don't panic. The village chief quickly approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do you know where Liangzi went? He mentioned wanting to go into the mountains to catch some birds in the evening, but he didn't tell me where. Uncle Chang's anxiety was palpable. Liangzi was his only son, his sole source of solace after the passing of his wife years ago. The bodies of the 2 deceased villagers still lay in view, and the horror of their demise weighed heavily on his heart. Hearing this, the village chief's expression darkened. In such circumstances, venturing into the mountains to look for someone would be akin to courting disaster. Just as he was at a loss, the sound of motorcycles roared from the village entrance. A sound they knew all too well. But at such a late hour, who could be arriving? It can't be the authorities, can it? They always come by car. Motorcycles aren't part of their usual transport. Yet as the motorcycle headlights dimmed, Jiang Lin and the others emerged beneath the solar lights at the village entrance, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The youthful faces before them, though fully armed and exuding a potent aura of spiritual energy, could easily be mistaken for spirited youths if not for their formidable presence. Luo Ling was the first to disembark, approaching the village chief. We received word from the authorities that human traitors are present here. What is the situation? The village chief's gaze shifted between Luo Ling and the others, lingering momentarily on Yal before he hesitantly replied. Who are you? Luo Ling promptly produced her student ID from West District University and then drew her long blade. A fierce surge of spiritual energy erupting forth. The village chief's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively took several steps back. Seeing this, Luo Ling lowered her weapon. I am aware that your village has been attacked by human traitors. We are here to hunt them down. Time is of the essence. Please inform us of the most likely hiding spots nearby. The village chief, still reeling from shock, nodded almost reflexively. They were headed towards Songshan. Beyond that, there are hardly any homes, just mountains. Luo Ling scrutinized the direction the village chief indicated, thoughtfully stroking her chin as her eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, based on the official intel, the village chief's statement aligns, but from the actual direction he pointed, they are moving towards the northwest. This may coincide with the traitors' escape plan. Yet would a group of human traitors who have hidden for so long leave such obvious clues? Luo Ling shook her head. If it were me, I would deliberately choose a direction to mislead the authorities. Wait. Luo Ling suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing that if a mere student could conceive such a strategy, surely the cunning traitors, who had descended from the Wild Tribe fortress and lurked within the Dragon Kingdom for so long, would have thought of it as well. She turned back to the direction indicated by the village chief. Are you certain that area is all mountains, with no other villages or roads? Yes. We have many mountains here. Beyond that, the terrain becomes steep and unsuitable for habitation, the village chief replied without hesitation. Luo Ling found herself mired in confusion. Currently, the majority of West District University students were dispersed throughout the region. Given the lack of supplies and routes from this direction, they would evidently be the slowest to navigate. The longer this dragged on, the wider the West District students would spread, increasing the likelihood of finding them. This hardly seemed like the choice of a cunning adversary. Moreover, the manner in which they had revealed themselves felt forced, almost intentional. Indeed, there are many mountains, a villager suddenly interjected, but beyond these mountains, there is an abandoned national highway nearby. Luo Ling abruptly turned, hastily pulling out her phone to check the map. Sure enough, after traversing the mountainous area, she spotted a somewhat obscured route that led westward, ultimately merging with the national highway. They are heading in this direction, she declared decisively. Let us pursue. The others nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, the villager who had spoken earlier suddenly called out, "Young man, could you take me with you?" Luo Ling came to a halt, a pained expression crossing his face. Uncle, we are pursuing traitors of the human race. It is exceedingly perilous. The 79th chapter, The Hunters of the Mountains. Moreover, your strength would merely be a burden to us. Luo Ling spoke candidly, for this was no trifling matter. Though he was uncertain why the man insisted on following, he was determined to dissuade his uncle from such thoughts entirely. The villager clenched his teeth slightly. I am unafraid. I must ascertain whether my son has been taken by them. Luo Ling's heart jolted. Your son is missing? Yes. Just this evening, he mentioned going out to catch some birds, yet he has not returned since those people appeared. Strong Uncle's face was etched with despair. He had witnessed the methods of these individuals firsthand. However, as long as he had not seen his son's lifeless body, he would not relent. None of those present could fully empathize with the agony of losing a loved one, so even though they understood his distress, they could not grasp the resolute desperation of a father who had lost a child. Thus, both Yal and Xiao Ran felt compelled to intervene, while the village chief and the other villagers remained silent. Their attempts to persuade were rooted in the knowledge that, against that group, they could barely safeguard themselves, let alone protect an ordinary man like Strong Uncle. I will not be a hindrance. I often hunt in the mountains behind, and I am familiar with the terrain. Furthermore, there is a path where we can ride motorcycles halfway. I can guide you. Strong Uncle was aware of their predicament, but resolutely insisted. My life or death does not depend on you. This is a journey I must undertake. Seeing the hesitance on their faces, Jiang Lin stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Yal's shoulder. He had quietly inquired about Strong Uncle's circumstances from the village chief during their prior conversation and understood the source of his fixation. Let him come. This may be his only hope. Yal still hesitated. Uncle, once we locate those people, should we find your son, we will devise a way to bring him back. You need not risk yourself. Jiang Lin subtly shook his head. Yal was still too naive, given the ruthlessness of those traitorous humans. Unless Strong Uncle's son held some value to them, they would certainly not spare his life. Perhaps Strong Uncle still harbored a glimmer of hope. Or maybe he had already come to terms with the harsh reality. Regardless, his determination to follow was intertwined with a desire for vengeance. Jiang Lin was uncertain of the fate of Strong Uncle's son. Even his formidable abilities could not unveil the status of a stranger. Yet, he advocated for Strong Uncle because he too wished to witness the formidable power that human emotions could unleash. Strong Uncle gazed earnestly at Yal. My son is my life. I cannot allow him to remain lost to me. He added, moreover, I can assist you. No one knows this mountainous area better than I do. With me, your pace will significantly increase. Yal was about to respond when Luo Ling sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. Since you have made your decision, we shall not impede you. You have 10 minutes to prepare. We depart in 10 minutes. Joy illuminated Strong Uncle's eyes. No problem. With that, he dashed home, returning not after 10 minutes, but merely 5, riding an old motorcycle. "I will lead the way," he declared, revving the throttle and setting off ahead. What he said was no exaggeration. Once they exited the village, Strong Uncle guided them onto a narrow path, one so small that 2 motorcycles riding side by side might easily collide. The terrain was treacherous, and a moment's inattention could result in a plunge over a cliff. Yet, Strong Uncle maneuvered the motorcycle as if traversing flat ground, even slowing down, concerned that they might lag behind. Fortunately, the group comprised skilled martial practitioners, adept at controlling both their bodies and vehicles. After a brief acclimatization to the bumpy mountain road, they quickened their pace. More impatient than Strong Uncle was Yal. Had it not been for their insufficient strength that day, those people would not have fled to wreak havoc elsewhere. As they weaved through the mountains, Strong Uncle, intimately familiar with the terrain, always found paths suitable for their motorcycles. After approximately 40 minutes, he pointed toward the distance from a ridge. "Beyond there, the road ends." "That is sufficient," Luo Ling said, a spark of excitement in his demeanor, for they had discovered some traces along the way. It appeared the traders had departed not long ago. "However, Strong Uncle, once we reach that point without vehicles." Xiao Ran's voice trailed off hesitantly. "Fear not," Jiang Lin interjected. "With the wind spirit I have infused, he should not lag behind due to his familiarity with the terrain." Strong Uncle cast a grateful glance at Jiang Lin, who had articulated what he wished to express. With his knowledge of the landscape, he was confident he would keep pace. Yet, he was old, and his frailty was a significant hindrance. If Jiang Lin could bestow the wind spirit upon him, alleviating his physical burden, he could indeed keep up. "All right, we have come this far," Yal nodded, then turned to Jiang Lin. "But it will burden your spiritual energy. That poses no issue, and it will not affect combat." Jiang Lin replied, patting the cold ice bow strapped to his back. "Then let us depart." Yal's eye sharpened. Amidst the mountains, the 5 of them sped onward. Wherever they traversed, the flora seemed to part ways in anticipation, allowing their pace to accelerate, had the terrain not been steep. Describing their movement as gliding would not have been an exaggeration. This peculiar quintet consisted of an unadorned, terrified young man at the forefront, a tall and slender figure who seemed to glide as he moved in the middle, while in the rear, 2 identical twins carried an unconscious behemoth on a makeshift litter, his imposing frame towering around 6.5 feet. Upon the chest of the giant, a flower of striking beauty bloomed, its vivid crimson hue strikingly vibrant. Upon closer inspection, the edges of some petals appeared to be dripping with blood. This flower thrived upon the giant's chest, its sanguine roots spreading from his heart in all directions. As the group pressed on, the levitating figure suddenly commanded, "Stop." At this, everyone halted, and he descended, revealing his pallid visage to the others. "There is a cave nearby, let us rest for a moment." Having exerted their spiritual energy over time, even minimal expenditure became unsustainable in the long run. "Dark star, dark moon, conceal our traces." The twins nodded, swiftly whisking the litter into the cave before vanishing into the forest. The leader settled within the cave, his icy gaze fixating on the young man. "Go scout and confirm our current location." The fear on the young man's face had not diminished. Upon receiving the order, he trembled and hurried upward to ascertain their position. In the cave, only the tall, slender man and the unconscious giant remained. The alluring flower swayed gently in the breeze, tendrils of crimson spiritual energy emanating from it, continuously flowing into the man's body. Chapter 80, An Ambush. Before long, the twins responsible for tracking and the young man confirming their location returned. They had grown accustomed to the scene before them, displaying an air of nonchalance, while the young man cowered in a corner, his face a mask of fear. After resting for about half an hour, the tall, slender man felt his spiritual energy steadily replenishing. He opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at the young man. "Lead the way." The young man sprang to his feet, emerging from the cave. After a moment of orienting himself, he ventured into the woods. The twins lifted the litter once more, while the leader seemed to rise slightly in stature. Upon closer inspection, many lush green plants were supporting him as he advanced. This bizarre spectacle left the young man too fearful to look back, hastily moving forward. Utilizing plant-based spiritual energy to forge a path, they encountered virtually no obstacles, and their speed quickly intensified. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin and his companions continued their journey through the mountains. Though they lacked a botanical spirit bond, Uncle Chang was well acquainted with the terrain and consistently managed to find suitable paths to lead Jiang Lin and the others through. Furthermore, some routes that had previously been impassable or beyond his reach became accessible with the assistance of Jiang Lin and his companion's spiritual energy, thus saving Uncle Chang a considerable amount of time. As a consequence, coupled with the distance they had already covered on their bikes, they were now not far behind the earlier group. Upon crossing a ravine, Uncle Chang paused, gazing perplexedly at the water's edge. "What is it?" Yer inquired, approaching his side. "Something feels amiss. The aquatic vegetation here should not appear this way. The soil atop these plants has significantly diminished, indicating recent disturbance." Luo Ling and Xiao Yuan quickly gathered closer, scrutinizing the water's edge where the aquatic plants extended into the water, yet they could discern no apparent differences. Observing their confusion, Uncle Chang elaborated, "This woodland is typically visited only by me and the old forest chief at the village's end. However, he recently injured his foot and remains at home. Now, if you examine the nearby water plants, the soil appears to have fallen from above, as if someone intentionally scattered it there. Moreover, the water flow is quite gentle, and it hasn't rained in recent days." Uncle Chang continued his monologue, utterly oblivious to the astonished expressions on the faces of his companions. Even Jiang Lin was taken aback. He discreetly employed a time glimpse technique and indeed discovered that half an hour prior, two individuals had taken water from this very location and had trodden upon these aquatic plants. Shortly thereafter, they returned, first erasing other traces, then returning to scatter a handful of soil, which was largely washed away by the current, leaving only a small portion behind, making it seem as if no one had ever been here. While the group remained skeptical of Uncle Chang's claims, they could not perceive any abnormalities. Before Luo Ling could pose a question, Uncle Chang suddenly had a revelation. If they came to the riverbank, perhaps they were fetching water, or maybe they were resting. There is a cave nearby, positioned along our intended path. We must investigate. With that, he eagerly pushed aside the branches before him and advanced. The others followed suit, and it wasn't long before they stumbled upon a cave nestled behind the forest. Uncle Chang entered to inspect it and found it virtually unchanged from his recollection. Furrowing his brow in frustration, he pondered, could the disturbance by the water have been caused by another animal? Yet, it did not resemble a drinking spot for wildlife at all. Just as doubt settled in, Yer spoke up, her tone grave. "There is a nauseating aura here, reminiscent of that botanical spirit wielder." The group felt a jolt of realization. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. "We must hasten our pace. Our route is correct," exclaimed Luo Ling decisively. "We will need to harness more spiritual energy. Jiang Lin, please keep an eye on Uncle Chang." This time, Luo Ling did not allow Uncle Chang to lag behind, but instead directed him. The guidance provided by such an experienced hunter amidst the wilderness proved to be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Uncle Chang nodded vigorously, while Jiang Lin summoned more wind-based spiritual energy to envelop him. At that moment, Uncle Chang felt as light as a feather. His speed markedly increased. Not long after departing the cave, as they passed a sturdy tree, Uncle Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's Liangzi. He is still alive." The group halted beside him, following his gaze to discover that several leaves at the base of the tree appeared oddly positioned. Uncle Chang, filled with excitement, recounted, "That was the spot I first brought him into the mountains." Before he could finish, a startled cry interrupted, "Dad, run." The group was taken aback, and in the next instant, the ground trembled ominously as sharp roots erupted from the earth, rapidly encircling them like a cage. Yer instinctively leapt to embrace Uncle Chang, propelling them upward. The others followed suit, yet Jiang Lin remained rooted in place, an intrigued glint in his eyes. He unsheathed his ice bow and drew back the string, forming two ice arrows under the influence of his spiritual energy, aimed skyward. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated, accompanied by two shadows descending from above, the arrows intercepting their path. The twin brothers, Dark Star and Dark Moon, were momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone had foreseen their ambush. The spiky cage was merely a feint, intended to force them into the air, where they would be vulnerable to a surprise attack from the hidden assailants among the trees. However, although the arrows lacked immense power, they struck critical points, momentarily hindering their movements, and the arrows erupted into a freezing mist, drastically diminishing their speed. In that instant, Yer and the others seized the opportunity to break free from the wooden prison. Yet Jiang Lin, who had been the first to assist them, found himself ensnared within the confines of the wooden spikes. Above him, a multitude of sharp thorns converged, forming a wooden bud. Just having escaped a near disaster, Luo Ling wasted no time, drawing his long knife and dashing toward a section of the forest. "You all hold off those two. I will deal with the botanical spirit wielder." Even though Jiang Lin was trapped inside, it would still take the botanical spirit wielder some time to eliminate him, perhaps a minute, or just a few seconds. Yet there was no time for hesitation. The fact that the adversary dared to employ such tactics to ensnare them indicated that the wooden cage was no ordinary confinement. In this scenario, targeting the core of the botanical spirit wielder would be the best strategy to alleviate their predicament. Within the confines of the cage, numerous spikes rained down upon Jiang Lin. He exhaled softly, and a fierce whirlwind began to swirl around him, the ferocious winds maintaining the peak potency of his current realm, slowing the descent of the spikes considerably. Calmly, he evaded the wooden projectiles while murmuring a countdown. 19, 18. The countdown represented the duration Jiang Lin estimated he could endure with the power he had displayed thus far. After this, if they still could not break through, he might need to resort to a sudden breakthrough of his own. Outside, the twin brothers had fixated on the auxiliary light wielder, Su Xianxian, as they melded into the shadows while Yor was still escorting Uncle Chang away from the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan charged in front of Su Xianxian, his palms rotating in a circular motion reminiscent of a bagua. summoning blazing flames that erupted within a 3-meter radius around him and Su Xianxian. The scorching heat surged forth. And while Xiao Yuan, being accustomed to fire, remained unfazed, Su Xianxian found herself struggling. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a light shield. The luminous barrier encasing her like an eggshell, effectively shielding her from the overwhelming heat. The erupting wall of fire effectively barred the twin brothers, who had not anticipated Xiao Yuan's swift reaction. However, the battlefield was ever-changing, and time was of the essence. Ye, having secured Uncle Chong, was already charging back, wielding a knight's heavy sword. As the most powerful member of their party, the twins could not afford to ignore him, and they swiftly vanished into the nearby forest, their figures flickering before disappearing from view. A stealth-type spirit bond, perhaps? Ye thought, racing toward the wooden cage containing Jiang Lin. Holy light radiated from his heavy sword as he swung down with all his might. Wood splintered everywhere, yet the cage remained unbroken. Ye furrowed his brow, and then began to unleash a series of furious slashes upon the wooden prison. As time elapsed, Jiang Lin silently continued his countdown within the cage. 9-8. At this moment, the ground trembled, and the rain of wooden spikes came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Lin raised his head. Realizing that Yal and his companions were not entirely foolish, they knew to seek out the reclusive plant-type spiritual warrior at the first opportunity. Not far from their position, the plant-type spiritual warrior withdrew his palm from the ground, his slender and tall frame giving him an imposing stature as he rose. A wooden pillar sprang forth from the earth, followed by a long blade that lunged toward him from the depths of the jungle, instantly embedding itself halfway into the pillar. Luo Ling's figure flickered as he stepped onto the wooden column, drawing the long blade, and then using the momentum to leap away, maintaining a safe distance from the plant-type spiritual contract wielder. His keen sense of smell detected that the voice of his opponent was not as ancient as Luo Ling had anticipated. Instead, it sounded to be of a similar age to theirs. Typically, individuals with such meticulous minds, who had betrayed humanity to join the savage tribes for power, were driven by mediocrity and talent, allowing their obsessions and inner demons to dictate their paths as they aged. Luo Ling shook his head slightly, casting aside these convoluted thoughts, and pointed his long knife at the figure before him. Ah, a commendable aura. Then let us begin. Luo Ling had no intention of conversing. He bent slightly and propelled himself forward, as he executed a sideways slash with his blade. It had yet to fully emerge when a vine appeared with impeccable precision in the path of his attack. The blade inevitably clashed with the vine. Although the energy-infused blade swiftly severed it, Luo Ling's speed was momentarily hindered. His opponent elegantly leaped backward, extending a finger to point at the ground beneath Luo Ling. Luo Ling's expression changed subtly as he forcefully channeled his spiritual energy to alter his trajectory. In the next instant, the earth erupted, and two sharp spikes intersected dangerously through the spot he had occupied moments before. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Luo Ling wasted no time. Using the force of the spikes to propel himself forward again, the long blade sliced through the air like autumn waters, and it seemed as though ripples formed in the very space itself. Crack! A piece of wood shattered instantly, as his opponent had conjured a wooden barrier in that fleeting moment. Undeterred, Luo Ling aimed to pursue further. However, as he landed, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the surrounding woods, sending a chill down his spine. This was indeed his opponent's domain. Why was he being forced into such a desperate situation? Though confident, Luo Ling was aware that this was not only his adversary's territory, but that their level was slightly higher than his own. In terms of combat experience, his opponent would undoubtedly overwhelm him, making his earlier advantage seem rather peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he noted that his opponent had retreated to a position that seemed to have shifted toward the direction he had initially come from. This was dire. Luo Ling exclaimed softly, almost instinctively turning to create distance with a series of leaps. Just then, two figures emerged from the woods, one on each side, charging at Luo Ling. Their timing was exquisitely calculated, striking precisely as Luo Ling attempted to retreat into the air. Two daggers landed simultaneously in the hollows of Luo Ling's shoulders, instantly leaving two bloody punctures, and the assailants twisted savagely, widening the wounds. Luo Ling gritted his teeth, stifling a cry, while his long blade spun in front of him to force them back. The twin brothers seemed to fear Luo Ling's counterattack, nimbly withdrawing their daggers. Yet, their assault was far from over. At that moment, numerous trees around them began to stir, the previously rigid vines now becoming extraordinarily supple, lashing out at Luo Ling. Witnessing this scene, Luo Ling's face turned pale. His arms could hardly muster any strength, relying solely on spiritual energy to sustain his movements. Y'all, save me. In this critical moment, Luo Ling dared not dwell on his thoughts and shouted toward the heavens in fury. Whoosh! A powerful gale surged forth, accompanied by a violent torrent of air, as a spinning heavy sword sliced through the woods, severing the grasping trees. A figure, radiating with a golden glow, charged from the distance, catching the swiftly rotating heavy blade and plunging it into the ground. Y'all, with both hands bracing the heavy sword, wore a serious and solemn expression. shielding Luo Ling with brilliance. The ground instantly transformed into a massive golden inscription, enveloping both him and Luo Ling, followed by a burst of radiant light shooting skyward. Within the inscription, Luo Ling felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as the wounds on his shoulders began to heal gradually. Meanwhile, the twin brothers and the plant's spiritual warrior felt the light sear like a blazing flame. To their astonishment, the trees infused with plant-type spiritual energy did not disintegrate into ash under the intensity of the light. Yal, now transformed into a figure with golden eyes, coldly remarked, "Indeed, there is a connection with the devil." With that, he drew forth the heavy sword, and all the golden light rapidly converged, merging into his body. At that moment, Yal's armor shimmered with golden radiance as he swung the heavy sword, adopting a paladin's stance. Boom! The ground where he stood suddenly collapsed, and Yal surged forth, raising his sword high and delivering a straightforward, yet unadorned strike. The plant-type spiritual warrior felt his energy waning, staring in shock at the radiant Yal, momentarily forgetting to evade. As Yal closed in, a strange smile crept across the warrior's face. 82. The blood of the savage tribe. A mass of crimson energy rapidly coalesced in his palm, starkly contrasting with his originally gentle plant-type spiritual energy. It exuded an aura of extreme brutality and bloodshed. At the instant the energy manifested, not far from the battlefield, a robust man with a blood-red flower blossoming from his chest trembled, and the flower withered rapidly, transforming into a pure stream of energy that flowed into his being. As the energy coursed through him, his veins turned a vivid scarlet, resembling demonic runes crawling across his body. In the next moment, he twitched his fingers, and his entire body contorted unnaturally. He sprang to his feet, and as he twisted his neck, audible cracks echoed, sensing the distant battlefield where Yal and the others stood. He leaned forward, preparing to sprint. Boom! The ground shattered beneath him, and he erupted forth with unimaginable ferocity, shattering trees and rocks in his wake. Like a human tank, he surged over 100 meters in mere seconds, arriving at the forefront of the battle. At this moment, Yal had just breached the layers of vegetation, arriving before the plant-type spiritual warrior. Roar! The man let out a deep growl, his voice raspy as if his vocal cords were damaged. When Yal recognized the familiar face before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He distinctly remembered piercing the man's heart in their previous encounter. Utterly dismantling his bodily functions with the paladin's energy, how could he still move? Gazing into the man's blood-red, irrational eyes, Yal felt a pang of unease. The battlefield shifted rapidly. While Yal was engulfed in confusion, the robust man launched a fierce attack, aiming a powerful punch at Yal's core. Yal could only raise his sword in defense. But the man's strength was even greater than during his wolf transformation. The force of the blow sent Yal hurtling backward uncontrollably. Behind him, a multitude of thorny plants sprouted rapidly. If Yal could not stabilize himself, he would crash into these thorny bushes. In a critical moment, a radiant light enveloped him, forming a golden shield that shimmered as it collided with the spikes. Simultaneously, a torrent of flames surged from the distance, incinerating the thorny plants completely. 3 icy arrows sailed through the fray, striking the twin brothers who were poised to press their advantage, forcing them to dodge aside. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Lin and his companions successfully rejoined Luo Ling, with Yal emerging unscathed from the flames as the light shield dissipated. Never did I imagine that you would grow so swiftly. It must be said, is it not, that a genius is indeed a genius? The leader of the plant-based spirit pack practitioners intoned with a sinister voice. His form gradually floated beside the burly werewolf. Do you know what I detest the most? It is geniuses. The man abruptly lifted his head, revealing a face marred by scars, his slightly clouded eyes brimming with madness. What gives you the right to consider yourself superior? Why must we be regarded with disdain from the moment we are born? Why is my very existence in this world a mistake? I refuse to accept this. I have sacrificed everything, driven solely by the desire to trample you so-called geniuses beneath my feet. Only your wails can grant me solace, can bring me joy. Do you understand? The cries of geniuses at the brink of death are the sweetest, the most delightful. His fervor grew as he spoke, starkly contrasting the cunning demeanor he had previously displayed. Now resembling a complete madman, Ro Ling and his companions wore expressions of grave concern, sensing the unstable spiritual energy emanating from their opponent. The werewolf exuded a palpable sense of lethal danger. The plant-based spirit warrior spread his arms wide, declaring, "This is my domain. Do you see? These mountains. These plants will all become your adversaries." Suddenly, a frost arrow shot out, striking his chest and causing a violent surge of spiritual energy, which subsequently detonated due to insufficient force. At that moment, every gaze in the arena stiffened, fixed upon Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, somewhat puzzled, conjured another arrow. "What are you staring at me for?" Xiao Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, thinking it was not the time to interrupt. The plant-based spirit warrior had much more to say, his emotions building, but Jiang Lin's seemingly harmless yet highly insulting arrow had completely disrupted his coherence. In truth, had he not sensed a complete lack of danger from that arrow, and had his emotions not been in turmoil, he would never have been so easily struck. You shall die. He nearly spat through clenched teeth, pointing a finger at Jiang Lin, causing the earth to erupt as numerous wooden spikes burst forth. Jiang Lin reacted swiftly, leaping away from the battlefield as the spiritual energy surged around him. Yar! He shouted, simultaneously drawing and releasing several frost arrows. These arrows were deftly evaded by his companions. But the explosive cold mist began to slowly spread, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. The battle was on the verge of igniting, with Yar charging ahead, while the burly werewolf roared and confronted him directly. At this moment, Ro Ling's injuries had nearly healed under the care of Yar and Su Xianxian, and as the fight commenced, he quickly followed behind Yar, seeking an opportunity to ambush the plant-based spirit practitioner. The twin brothers, watching for an opening, were alerted by Xiao Yuan, who waved his hand, conjuring a thin wall of fire to envelop everyone. While it could not fully defend against the twin brothers' ambush, it would allow them to anticipate their movements. Jiang Lin continuously unleashed arrows, a multitude of frost arrows shooting forth as his spiritual energy drained. The plant-based spirit practitioner furrowed his brow at the level of coordination displayed among his adversaries. In the brief skirmish, they had grown remarkably, developing a sense of synergy. This situation had become somewhat precarious. It could not continue like this. He resolved to crush them with an iron fist, denying them any chance to grow. He was always decisive in his actions, and upon reaching this conclusion, he pressed his hand against his chest. A flicker of violet light ignited, stirring the primal blood within him, unleashing a torrent of frenzied spiritual energy. Immediately, the crimson markings on the werewolf's body surged with a hint of purple. After trading blows with Yar, who had previously been able to contend with him due to his paladin state and the support of Su Xianxian, he felt a tremor in his hands as the werewolf's strength surged once more. Ro Ling witnessed this and, realizing the connection between the plant-based spirit practitioner and the werewolf, could no longer hesitate, charging forth. The twin brothers, aware of the plant-based spirit practitioner's hidden trump card, decisively abandoned Jiang Lin and turned to confront Ro Ling. The battle became fiercely contested. Xiao Yuan would not allow the twin brothers to join the fray unchallenged. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the flames barrier, raising his hand to gather spiritual energy, summoning a roaring fire dragon that erupted from his palm. The twin brothers, seemingly sensing the impending danger, swiftly split apart, continuing their advance. Their speed was remarkable, and as they accelerated, their forms became increasingly blurred until they appeared almost transparent. Xiao Yuan blinked and suddenly realized they had vanished. He quickly exclaimed, "They've gone past." Though his warning had some effect, it caused Ro Ling and Yar to become slightly hesitant. Jiang Lin, observing this scene, let out a barely perceptible sigh, then drew his bow once more, but this time he did not release the string immediately. Instead, he concentrated on channeling spiritual energy between his fingers. A frost arrow took shape, noticeably thicker than the previous ones, and as a second arrow quickly formed, both sides on the battlefield zeroed in on their targets, completely disregarding Jiang Lin. 5 frost arrows rapidly coalesced in Jiang Lin's grasp, originally aimed at the burly werewolf. He suddenly tilted his frost bow skyward. Releasing the pent-up spiritual energy, he let the 5 arrows fly into the air, where they detonated mid-flight, transforming into a flurry of tiny icicles. As these icicles ascended, they erupted again, painting the sky with a brilliant blue explosion, before plummeting to the ground, blanketing the earth in a layer of frost. Xiao Yuan. After executing this maneuver, Jiang Lin's complexion had turned pale. He could only shout a warning to Xiao Yuan, as the attack from these icicles was indiscriminate. Although the peak spiritual energy he infused could not inflict substantial harm, the surrounding environment had nevertheless become excruciatingly cold. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He understood Jiang Lin's intent. At that moment, he was the only fire element spirit practitioner present. Originally planning to unleash a massive fireball, he quickly retracted his energy and waved his hand, dispersing wisps of fiery spiritual energy that encircled Yar and Ro Ling. The two felt their body temperatures rapidly rise, warmth enveloping them. In stark contrast, the plant-based spirit practitioner and the werewolf were inevitably influenced by the sudden chill. Furthermore, the now transparent twin brothers, under the abrupt drop in temperature, became visible again, now merely 7 or 8 meters from Yar. Realizing the situation, Yar was taken aback and hurriedly moved to create distance. Radiant Guardian. Su Xianxian called out from afar, raising her hand to cast a beam of light upon Yar. Enhancing his speed, Yar's eyes brightened, and after landing on one foot, he propelled himself forward at the twin brothers. At this moment, the twin brothers, still recovering from the extreme cold's effects, found themselves unable to withstand Yar's strike. In a critical moment, they had no choice but to reveal their trump card. They both roared simultaneously, their previously small figures rapidly expanding into 2 towering men, each 2 meters tall. Regaining control of their spiritual energy, they swiftly maneuvered apart. And just as one of them descended, a fire dragon surged forth, its fiery maw wide open, devouring him whole. Crackling sounds erupted as the battle raged on. A crisp crackle resonated through the air. Under the astonished gaze of the dark moon, the fire dragon swiftly coiled its body. At that moment, the plant-based spirit binder regained composure, anxiously summoning a multitude of plants to assault the fire dragon. Too late. A grin spread across Xiao Yuan's face as he silently formed the shape of a boom with his lips. The coiled fire dragon erupted in a deafening explosion. The destructive force of the fire element has always been unparalleled among the elemental types. Although Xiao Yuan's spirit bond was merely A-grade, this explosion was enough to overwhelm even a typical savage tribe member, let alone those who had only partially merged with their bloodlines. A vast conflagration and shockwave instantaneously engulfed the summoned plants of the plant-based spirit binder and then radiated outward, affecting the entire battlefield. As the flames subsided, all that remained where the fire dragon had been was a charred pit, and the dark star had long since vanished. Dark star. The dark moon stared in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she fixated on the scorched pit. Her crimson gaze abruptly shifted to Xiao Yuan, filled with rage. Why? Why must you take everything from me? I want you dead. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The distant plant-based spirit binder shouted urgently, Dark Moon, come back. Yet, consumed by overwhelming grief, the Dark Moon paid no heed, charging relentlessly toward the smirking Xiao Yuan. At that moment, a streak of light surged past him with greater speed. Luo Ling, wielding a long blade, sliced through the air at his location. A deranged assassin is a simple foe to slay. Luo Ling flicked the blood from his blade as the Dark Moon continued his frenzied advance, his eyes ablaze with madness, though his body had lost control. The world spun chaotically before him, with the earth appearing above and the sky inverted. Just before consciousness slipped into darkness, the Dark Moon faintly heard Luo Ling's voice. Before you take the lives of those innocent souls, did you ever consider that one of them might mean everything to another? The long blade rose, pointing at the plant-based spirit binder. Now, it was 5 against 2. At that moment, the plant-based spirit binder's face twitched uncontrollably, the grotesque scar on his visage writhing like a centipede. He fixed his gaze on the 5, seemingly etching their visages into his memory. Make your move. Stop pretending. Jiang Lin could no longer contain himself, urgently urging them. Ye'er and Luo Ling snapped back to reality, deftly maneuvering around the werewolf brute to corner the man. I remember you. He cast a deep glance at the group before turning to flee. However, the werewolf brute bizarrely remained in place, his body swelling with strange protrusions, expanding rapidly. Startled, Ye'er rushed to his side, dual-wielding heavy swords, and struck horizontally against the werewolf brute. The brute's distorted form was violently propelled away, and after flying several dozen meters, he inexplicably exploded. A tremendous shockwave flattened the surrounding forest. As the energy surged forth, Ye'er positioned himself before the others, plunging his swords into the earth, and enormous wings unfurled from his back. The shockwave crashed upon them. Ye'er let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood staining his lips, yet he did not falter. As Jiang Ling witnessed this scene, he exhaled in relief, his gaze sharpening. The ambient spiritual energy surged into his body, elevating his spiritual power to the ethereal realm. Furious energy flooded the ice bow, and Jiang Ling gritted his teeth, drawing the bowstring taut, the once abundant spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Hiding behind Ye'er, Xiao Yuan and Su Xianxian widened their eyes, following Jiang Ling's aim. The silhouette of the plant-based spirit binder was clearly visible. At that moment, he seemed to sense impending danger and turned his head just as Jiang Ling released the bowstring. A streak of azure frost vanished in an instant, and the distant plant-based spirit binder summoned several towering trees to shield himself. The icy bolt pierced the first tree effortlessly, but its speed diminished as it struck the second, now lacking its initial velocity. Observing this, Jiang Ling decisively ignited the spiritual energy within the ice arrow. A blanket of frost instantly enveloped a 10-meter radius. The fleeing plant-based spirit binder felt his movements stiffen. This frost, crystallized from Jiang Ling's entire spiritual energy, even hindered his own energy flow. Meanwhile, behind him, in those fleeting seconds affected by the frost, Luo Ling had already arrived. The long blade cut through the air without hesitation, aimed directly at his neck. Time and again, the fortress dwellers act this way, the phoenix feather folk do too. And so do you. His eyes glinted with malice, fixating on the advancing Luo Ling, wishing for my demise. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed as all nearby vegetation, trees and grasses alike, swayed as if possessed. He twisted his neck, truly believing himself to be an easy target. An abundance of vines surged forth like colossal serpents, swiftly darting past Luo Ling. Luo Ling quickly withdrew his blade, twisting to evade, the weapon humming as it redirected toward the encroaching vines. As the flashes of blade met vine, they were severed in unison. Yet, the next moment, even more vines surged forth, seemingly endless, striving to ensnare Luo Ling. In the distance, the explosive energy began to dissipate rapidly, and the wings on Ye'er's back vanished into nothingness. Remarkably, the group sheltered behind him emerged unscathed from such a magnitude of explosion. However, Ye's complexion had turned ghostly pale, blood trickling from his lips. Su Xianxian, noticing this, placed a hand on his back, radiating a gentle light. Under the healing touch of the light-type spiritual energy, Yuer's condition visibly improved, albeit slightly. Weakly, he urged, "Hurry to support Luo Ling. We cannot let that man escape. He has made a pact with the devil." Xiao Yuan's expression hardened. With Yuer weakened and Jiang Lin having just exhausted his energy, only he and Su Xianxian could provide aid. Without further thought, he turned to make his way toward Luo Ling, while Su Xianxian stood rooted in place. Yuer furrowed his brow, glancing at her. "Luo Ling needs your help more than I do. You're in such a weakened state. What if there are ambushers?" Cough. There's no one around now. And even if there were, the three of us lack combat strength, Jiang Ling replied with a hint of exasperation. Su Xuanchuan's expression shifted slightly. About to speak when a young man cautiously approached from afar, loudly exclaiming, "They only have these people left." The group turned their gaze toward him. The youth limped as he walked, his body marred with numerous scrapes and tattered clothing, looking utterly disheveled. From him, they sensed no trace of spiritual energy. Feeling the wary glances from the group, he quickly raised his hands. "I'm a villager from the nearby settlement. They captured me to lead them. My name is Chunliang." Fearing that a slight misstep might provoke an attack, Chunliang hurriedly explained, "They took me all the way here, and suddenly ambushed us ahead. I barely escaped by jumping off a cliff." Recollecting the recent events, Chunliang felt a wave of dread wash over him. After the plant-based spirit binder instructed him to identify directions, he inadvertently spotted the massive tree his father had first shown him when they ventured into the mountains. Knowing his father's character, he understood that after his disappearance, his father would undoubtedly risk everything to search for him. He had marked that tree hoping it would give his father something to hold on to, preventing utter despair. Moreover, he had resolved to cling to life at all costs, even if it meant joining these people, for he yearned to see his father again. Unbeknownst to him, after marking the tree, the plant-based spirit binder had been watching closely, seemingly aware of the pursuit behind him, and had used the mark to set up an ambush. In that moment, Chunliang was filled with anxiety but felt powerless. And the most frightening realization dawned on him. They intended to kill him. After devising the ambush plan, the twin brothers had continuously cast glances in his direction. And at that moment, Chunliang knew they would not spare his life. Thus, he feigned the need to relieve himself, and, when they realized something was amiss, he did not hesitate to leap off the cliff to escape. Not only was Uncle Chang familiar with the mountainous terrain, but Chunliang was equally well acquainted. Consequently, the location where he jumped appeared perilous and fraught with danger, yet it was, in fact, a concealed sanctuary. Minor abrasions were inevitable, and they accounted for his disheveled appearance. However, upon climbing back up, he was unprepared for the ferocity of the ensuing battle. Chunliang recounted his experiences at a rapid pace. In truth, upon hearing his name, the others had already relaxed their vigilance, clearly recognizing him as the Liangzi Uncle Chang had been searching for. Upon hearing this, Su Xianxian found little reason to remain beside Yao, gritting her teeth in silence before hastily making her way over. Yao lay weakly on the ground, addressing him. "You must be Liangzi, correct?" Chunliang paused, taken aback. "You know who I am? Your father is looking for you," Yao murmured softly. Chunliang, eager to approach, cast a glance at Jiang Lin, and only after receiving a nod from him did he stride over. "Is my father?" Chunliang inquired anxiously. "Is he all right?" "Yes, fine," Yao replied, inhaling deeply to gather the fragment of spiritual energy that had just begun to rejuvenate his body. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, the air was filled with a tempest of vines, fervently scorched by the flames unleashed upon the arrival of Xiao Yuan. The advantage of fire over plant life was vividly apparent. Following Su Xuanchuan's entry into the fray, any minor injuries they had sustained began to heal swiftly, emboldening them further. The plant-based spiritual warriors roared in defiance, yet they could not alter the tide of their retreat. The surrounding flora had been nearly incinerated, and with Xiao Yuan shielded by Su Xianxian and Luo Ling, he faced no concern in unleashing his full offensive. "You have forced my hand," he bellowed. "Oh, great Lord of Hell, your most devoted servant finds himself at an impasse, yet glimpses a path to redemption. Now, I am willing to sacrifice all to obtain the key to enter hell. Shira, angel of slaughter, please guide me." A gray mist rapidly coalesced around him, vaguely forming the silhouette of a grotesque monster. Luo Ling and the others paled at the sight, while Xiao Yuan, in an instant, released all his spiritual energy. Such abhorrent entities as demons truly lurked everywhere. A cool voice interjected, spoken in English, swiftly followed by a radiant sword of light that pierced through the twisted figure formed by the gray mist. An ear-piercing shriek erupted, almost shattering the eardrums of those present. Yet accompanying it was the eerie gray mist dissipating rapidly. A golden figure surged from the distance. Luo Ling was taken aback. Lilith? The 84th chapter, The Path of the Traitors. The swift approach belonged to Lilith, an exchange student from the West. She nodded at him before her gaze fell upon the charred remnants of the plant-based spiritual contract holder, the nauseating aura of the demon lingering. Once confirming that the demon was utterly vanquished, Lilith addressed Luo Ling in slightly awkward Chinese. I sense the presence of a demon from afar. This individual's soul now belongs to it. I am aware, Luo Ling replied, his expression grave. A demon capable of trading with humans would at least be of the void realm. Their prolonged battle had depleted their spiritual energy significantly, and should another void demon appear, it would likely trigger the protective bracelet to expel them prematurely. Lilith, relieved that they bore no grievances regarding her hasty intervention, felt a sense of ease. For they were in a training phase, and had she refrained from acting, they might have had other trump cards. If it weren't for her family's deep-seated hatred of demons, she would not have acted so impulsively, akin to snatching a kill. At that moment, Yal and Jiang Lin approached from behind. Upon seeing Lilith, Yal promptly performed a knightly salute. There's no need for such formalities here in Dragon Country, Lilith replied softly. In the West, there existed a rigid class structure, and Yal had grown accustomed to these conventions. What brings you here? I too am participating in the training, Lilith stated, a hint of a smile gracing her fair visage. Her time at Dragon Country University had been the most enjoyable in recent memory. The Reform Council back in the West had just commenced, plunging into prolonged upheaval. Although the initial faction had been dealt with, the entrenched system was deeply rooted, and uprooting it would require considerable time. During this period, as the most cherished daughter of Luke Windsor, she had become a primary target for those seeking to overturn the new order. She hadn't returned home during the last winter break. Aside from the occasional video call, it had been over 6 months since she had last seen her father. This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over her. What's wrong? Yal inquired, noticing her change in demeanor. It's nothing. Have you all resolved the situation? Lilith asked, regaining her composure. All taken care of, Yal confirmed, before suddenly recalling, oh, and Uncle Chong. He promptly dashed away, with Chun Liang following suit upon hearing his father's name. The others quickly followed suit as well. Yal guided Uncle Chong to a makeshift shelter created behind a steep slope. When they arrived, before Yal could speak, Chun Liang rushed over with reddened eyes and embraced Uncle Chong tightly. This near brush with death had profoundly altered his previous mindset. Sometimes, personal growth indeed occurs in an instant. The others, witnessing this, chose not to intrude. Yal conversed with Lilith about matters from their homeland, both finding camaraderie in their shared experiences in a foreign land, resulting in an abundance of words to share. Su Xianxian observed them, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet dare not show it. Lilith's prowess and status far surpassed her own. Meanwhile, Luo Ling and Xiao Yuan's attention remained fixated on Jiang Lin. They regarded him with astonishment. Did you just achieve a breakthrough? When the plant-based spiritual contract holder had attempted to flee, he had done so with remarkable resolve. Although Luo Ling chased him at first, the explosion had created a significant distance. Had it not been for Jiang Lin's arrow, he might have truly escaped. From that arrow, they sensed the aura of the void realm. Jiang Lin did not deny it, allowing a wisp of spiritual energy to manifest. Just fortunate, Xiao Yuan remarked curiously. Each breakthrough is the result of your diligent efforts. This cannot merely be labeled as luck. It is inevitable. His words left Jiang Lin slightly embarrassed. For cultivation had always come easily to him. Where to next? Jiang Lin shifted the topic. Let us first escort them back, Luo Ling suggested, glancing towards the approaching Chun Liang and his father. Are you headed back to the county town? Lilith interjected suddenly. Yes, we plan to return them first. Then prepare to search for the next batch of human traders. Oh, I understand, Lilith nodded. Our team is not far off, so I shall take my leave. As Lilith departed, a figure also vanished from the mountain peak in the distance. It took them nearly half a day to return the pair, after which they regrouped in the county town. Upon their return, they replenished their supplies. Luo Ling accessed the Academy's internal website and noted that the news regarding human traders had diminished considerably. It seemed that the other students had also been swift in their actions and had achieved results. After perusing the remaining updates, Luo Ling pondered while tapping rhythmically on the desk beside the computer. The targets of these human traders were strikingly consistent. They all aimed to leave the country. What could possibly lie beyond? A look of confusion crossed Luo Ling's face as his gaze wandered across the map. Upon reaching the Ali region, he suddenly froze. Based on the current trajectories of these human traders, a significant portion had already entered the Ali area, and beyond that lay the border between Dragon Country and Insha Country. The Dragon Kingdom places immense significance on its borders, particularly at the juncture with the Indra region, where a formidable military presence is stationed. As Ro Ling is aware, this location is under the watchful eye of a formidable 9th-tier sage. Are these human traders truly seeking their demise by venturing there? Contemplating this perplexity, Ro Ling was interrupted by the voice of Xiao Yuan from outside. Ro Ling, have you come up with any ideas? Where shall we head next? After the recent battle, both Ye and Xiao Yuan had made considerable progress, and their current momentum was palpable. They were eager to confront another group of human traders immediately. Hearing this, Ro Ling moved to open the door. Outside, Ye, Jiang Lin, and the others had gathered, their gazes fixed upon him. With a resigned smile, Ro Ling thought, in that case, let us seek out the nearest group first. In the ensuing days, The small team uncovered 2 more batches of human traders in a span of roughly 1 week. Their strength was comparable to the previous group, exhibiting the same insidious cunning, albeit lacking the trump cards of transformation into demons. However, the experiences gained from earlier encounters had thoroughly evolved the team, while their raw power remained largely unchanged. Their combat experience and coordination had seen significant enhancement. With their hard-won superiority over these human traders and improved teamwork, they faced no unexpected challenges in battle. After successfully defeating 2 successive groups, they found themselves gradually approaching the Ali region of the Zhong province. Upon arriving at a local county town, while the others were enthusiastically eager to continue hunting for human traders, Ro Ling instructed them to halt. Throughout these days, he had refrained from voicing his earlier doubts and had instead focused on analyzing recent leads. The conclusion he reached was alarming. Nearly all human traders seemed to be converging towards this very location. He pondered whether the academy was aware of this situation. Yet a sense of unease lingered within him. He was uncertain whether this was part of the school's strategy or if it was a premeditated move by the traders themselves. The atmosphere in the Ali region felt distinctly ominous, prompting Ro Ling to exercise caution. Despite the presence of monitoring wristbands, the principal had previously warned that such devices could not guarantee their safety. His decision not only represented his own judgment, but also determined the course for the rest of the team, rendering him reluctant to act impulsively. The others observed him intently as he contemplated. The density of human traders here in the Ali region is markedly different from before, Ro Ling remarked with a frown, tracing a circle on the map spread before him. In combat, we may unexpectedly encounter other human traders. Xiao Yuan, perplexed, inquired, if the remaining traders are gathered here, then surely other teams from the academy must be in the vicinity as well? Indeed, Ro Ling replied, yet his furrowed brow remained unyielding. I am uncertain whether this is a deliberate maneuver by the academy to drive them into the Ali region for a decisive purge, or if it is an organic movement by the traders. The former would be manageable, but if it is the latter, then we may be facing something far more sinister. I've harbored an unsettling feeling these past few days. Seeing his distress, Su Xianxian interjected, if there truly is an issue, the academy should notify us, shouldn't they? Ro Ling shook his head. What concerns me is the possibility that the academy is aware of their circumstances, with experts covertly controlling the situation, tacitly allowing the traders to act. You have all witnessed the progression we've made. While practical combat experience has indeed fostered our growth, it pales in comparison to the hardships we faced on the first day. Moreover, you are not fully acquainted with our principal, Ro Ling sighed. The mortality rate is not a mere figure. For him to utter such words in a public setting implies he is prepared for casualties. Standing by the window, Jiang Lin regarded him with mild astonishment. Initially disinterested in the local affairs, he had just observed several members of the Fuyo organization covertly operating within the county town. Their appearance indicated that the Fuyo were also in pursuit of human traders nearby. In truth, unbeknownst to Ro Ling, the academy had already commenced evaluating the strength of various teams. Teams deemed insufficient in strength would be intercepted by academy experts before reaching this region. However, they were not among those teams. At that moment, several academy teams had already infiltrated the Ali region, each led by renowned prodigies within the institution. Within the West District University, in the technology building, a vast space was filled with dozens of screens showcasing the teams dispatched for training by the academy. In the center of the space, hundreds of seats were equipped with computers, behind which individuals typed away with grave expressions. The Zhao Luofeng team has been assessed as B-level. They are not permitted to enter the Ali region, a voice announced, as one screen displayed a team being monitored, with a figure moving in to engage them. Following this, several more announcements echoed, all indicating teams deemed too weak to enter the Ali region. In the center of this space stood the principal, facing a large screen displaying a list of names. A smile graced his face as he noted that this year's freshman cohort had performed admirably, with 4 teams permitted to enter the Ali region. The screen before him displayed a comprehensive list of all academy teams, each accompanied by a rating. Teams rated between A and S were predominantly composed of second and third-year students, with fewer second-year teams and an even scarcer presence of third-year teams. This arrangement was closely tied to the academy's internal policies, where students were required to undergo systematic study during their first semester. By the second year, they commenced various training exercises orchestrated by their mentors. By the third year, most students were no longer on campus, and this impromptu training exercise organized by the school primarily involved first and second-year students. On the principal screen, the largest contingent of first-year teams numbered only 4, 3 rated as B and 1 as A. Jiang Lin's team was among them, holding a B rating. The principal withdrew his gaze from the screen and pondered aloud. Is the situation there under control? An attendant replied, yes. The human traders aim to collude with remnants from the Indra kingdom to breach the defenses. The officials have responded, and a higher-tier sage will be dispatched to oversee the matter. The Indra kingdom will not stir up much trouble. Upon hearing this, the principal smiled. Realizing that this sharpening stone had served its purpose, it was time for them to expend their final energies. By the way, Have there been any updates on the report regarding the demons from the Lilith team? None. That plant-type spiritual warrior appears to be an anomaly. That is fortunate. The Fengyu should not have withdrawn yet. No, they have stated they will assist us in completing the training. The principal sighed softly. Having the Fengyu is indeed our greatest fortune in the West District. Had they not initiated the action and eliminated the human traitors of the Heart Realm and Soul Realm, our students would not have found this endeavor so seamless. His words unveiled the truth behind this collaborative training exercise. The human traitors exhibited a range of strengths. The Fenyu's training targets were the traitors of the Heart Realm and Soul Realm, while the remaining traitors in the Void Realm and Condensation Realm were the focus for the students. The division of labor was clear. Yet the principal had not anticipated that while the students' training was only halfway through, the Fenyu had already completed their preparations to depart. Meanwhile, after considerable deliberation, Ro Ling's team ultimately resolved to venture into the Ali region. Their objective was two human traders who had entered from this county town within the past day, one at the Condensation Realm and the other at the Heart Realm. If they had additional companions, Ro Ling would naturally hesitate to engage them, but given that only two remained, he felt their current strength provided a substantial opportunity for success. Once a goal was established, preparations for departure ensued. Since their return from that village, they had secured a vehicle in another county, replenishing all necessary supplies. The roads leading into the Ali region are numerous, and as a renowned tourist destination in the Tibetan area, they encountered many visitors and breathtaking natural vistas along the way. The group relished the experience of travel, with the scenery and culture being unparalleled, complemented by the presence of diverse wildlife. However, they soon transitioned from their tourist state. For on the second day of entering the Ali region, they discovered the traces of the two individuals they were pursuing. Moreover, the signs indicated that their quarry had left in a hurry, with no attempts at concealment evident in the remnants they had left behind. Luo Ling furrowed her brow, gazing at the two tattered tents before her. Could it be that other teams were also hunting them down? Chapter 85, The Highway Chase. Within the tents lingered faint traces of spiritual energy, still yet to dissipate, precisely matching the strength of one at the Condensation Realm and the other at the Heart Realm. Clearly, these were the targets they sought to pursue. After all, the hurried departure bore no resemblance to that of ordinary tourists, and it was hardly coincidental that two individuals of equal caliber to their pursuers appeared among them. Yal produced a small device resembling a mobile phone, which, upon activation, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Once the residual energy was drawn in, a red light flickered on the device, forming an arrow that pointed westward. The group exchanged glances before returning to their vehicle, pursuing the direction indicated. Meanwhile, in the distance along their straight path, a tense chase unfolded on the highway. At the forefront, two off-road vehicles sped along, with one individual atop the roof erecting a barrier of spiritual energy to fend off fierce attacks from behind. Three off-road vehicles trailed closely, two driving side by side, with two spiritual warriors launching relentless assaults. The attackers were at the Condensation Realm, while the individual in front was at the Heart Realm, a difference of one tier making the attacks largely ineffective. At that moment, one of the vehicles in the rear had its doors swing open, and a figure with short hair leaned out, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Both parties were moving at a comparable speed, yet the distance still remained. The surrounding terrain was flat, with only a few large mounds interrupting the line of sight, leading directly to the towering mountains in the distance. If this continued, their adversaries would seamlessly enter the mountains, making subsequent searches exponentially more challenging. Weighing the pros and cons, the short-haired man decisively declared, "I'll go ahead and see if I can intercept them." The vehicle's driver, a woman, nodded resolutely, replying, "Captain Tang Zhou, please be careful. That area is beyond my life energy's coverage." "I understand," Tang Zhou replied with a slight nod, then released his grip and dropped down. The silver light of spiritual energy coursed around him, and the moment his feet touched the highway, he sprang into action. The gap created by the off-road vehicle's temporary halt was swiftly closed, and soon the silver light dashed forward, rapidly closing in on the vehicle ahead. The Heart Realm man atop the vehicle's roof narrowed his eyes. How dare a Condensation Realm individual come charging alone? Though the speed was impressive, did he truly believe that velocity was everything? Lei Kaiwan's gaze turned frigid as he steadied the barrier with one hand while a swirling mass of water gathered in the other. As the water whirled, it drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming him into a human vortex. As Tang Zhou approached at an increasing pace, he hurled the vortex forward. Tang Zhou showed no intention of dodging. At the moment the vortex materialized, a pale blue wind blade shot past him, slicing through the vortex. Subsequently, an unusual force of attraction acted upon the vortex, yanking it off course and onto the ground beside the road. Boom. The rapidly spinning vortex engulfed a layer of soil, but due to its structure being compromised by the wind blade, it soon detonated. Witnessing this, Lei Kaiwan's expression turned icy. This student team was exceedingly formidable, consisting entirely of individuals at the Condensation Realm. The most troubling aspect was their high level of spiritual contracts. Normally, Encountering 3 or 4 of such entities would pose little threat to those with average contracts. However, these individuals were academy prodigies, and facing even 2 of them without resorting to blood magic was quite taxing. MOU, where are the others? A voice crackled through the Bluetooth earpiece. Still some distance away. Tell them to hurry. This group is pressing too closely. Understood. Just as the 2 conversed, Tang Zhou rapidly closed the gap, prompting Lei Kaiwen to unleash several droplets of water that shot forth like bullets. The approaching silver light swiftly evaded, yet the distance between them still widened slightly. Recognizing the effectiveness of this tactic, Lei Kaiwen smirked, allowing a multitude of water droplets to coalesce around him, brimming with potential energy. At that moment, their vehicle passed over a small mound, leading to an unexpected turn of events. From behind the mound, an off-road vehicle suddenly soared into view, accompanied by 3 piercing screams. I shouldn't have trusted you, Lilith. Unerringly, the vehicle hurtled directly towards Lei Kaiwen's off-road vehicle. His expression shifted dramatically. The droplets he had gathered were primarily designed for penetration. There was no way he could stop this vehicle. Inside the vehicle, MOU realized there was no time to evade. Leaping forward to smash through the front window, Lei Kaiwen had no choice but to abandon the vehicle, and moments later, the 2 off-road vehicles collided, sending both tumbling off the road due to the immense inertia. In the chaos, a colossal figure, nearly 4 meters tall, was propelled from within one of the vehicles. Tang Zhou stood frozen in place, his gaze shifting to the towering figure. Upon discerning the identity of the being, his expression turned peculiar. The figure was clad in heavy armor, shrouded in swirling black mist, and appeared to be levitating. Strangely, the figure held 2 women, one in each hand, and another clung to its back. This surreal sight momentarily left Tang Zhou's mind in a state of disarray. However, when one of the blonde-haired women lifted her head, his heart swelled with joy. Lilith, is that you? Just as he was about to approach, a voice called from behind. Captain, they're getting away. Tang Zhou snapped back to reality, urgently asking, are you all right, Lilith? Wait for me. I'll be right back. With that, he and the remaining members of his team who had disembarked hastily pursued the fleeing Lei Kaiwen. Meanwhile, the immense shadow slowly dissipated, and the other 2 women descended from it. At that moment, Lilith stood awkwardly, her gaze fixed on her toes. Sorry, Wanwan Yeyu, she murmured. Sorry. You must be joking. Su Wanwan retorted, I should have never let you drive. With that, she circled around Lilith, her expression one of annoyance. Upon confirming that Lilith bore no injuries, she let out a sigh of relief and then approached Yeyu, ensuring she too was unharmed before fully relaxing. Thank goodness, Yeyu reacted quickly. You truly have not learned a thing from my driving skills. Wanwan, please stop. Yeyu softly tugged at Su Wanwan's sleeve, pointing towards the distance. Traitors among the human race. Su Wanwan abruptly turned her head, and Lilith simultaneously looked up. Their gazes sharpened, and before Yeyu could utter another word, they vanished with a whoosh. Wait for me, Yeyu exclaimed, glancing around frantically before her eyes lit up. She raised her hand, summoning a massive wolf wreathed in black mist, which knelt before her. In the distance, Tang Zhou, utilizing his speed, caught up to Lei Kaiwen and the others, yet rather than engaging directly, he opted to continually harass them, seeking to slow their momentum. Subsequently, the other 5 teammates arrived, completely surrounding the 2. Lei Kaiwen's expression grew increasingly grim. These 5 were not inexperienced freshmen from West District University, but rather second-year students who had undergone numerous trials and real combat experiences. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly yield unfavorable results for him. The silent skirmish commenced as Tang Zhou, radiating a flickering silver light, swept through the space occupied by the 2. The remaining 5, with the exception of the healer, unleashed their attacks in unison. The trio of elemental affinity warriors launched the most conspicuous assaults, with numerous blades of wind slicing through the air, followed by a relentless barrage of lightning strikes. Tang Zhou transformed into a silver streak, darting around the edges of the 2, striking decisively at their most vulnerable points as they initiated their moves. Furthermore, the ground beneath them trembled incessantly, with spikes of rock erupting, forcing them to refrain from lingering in one spot. The coordination among the attackers was remarkably seamless. Even though Lei Kaiwen possessed a higher level of cultivation, he found it exceedingly difficult to locate an opening, instead being subjected to a continuous onslaught. In a mere half-minute, the 2 found themselves in an unequivocally disadvantageous position, with even Lei Kaiwen reduced to a state of passive defense, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. He had underestimated the prowess of these second-year students from West District University. In the distance, Lilith and her 2 companions reached the periphery of the battlefield, and upon witnessing the 2 ensnared in utter passivity, both Lilith and Su Wanwan felt a tinge of disappointment. They had been outmaneuvered. We were a step behind. Su Wanwan lamented. Observing the situation, Lilith dismissed the significance of those 2 heads. The trio had formed a team after an accidental meeting at the academy, their personalities meshing surprisingly well. Thus, when this training mission commenced, they banded together. This team could be regarded as a luxurious assembly, comprising a soul affinity, an heroic spirit affinity, and Lilith's enigmatic SSS-level holy sword affinity. It could be said that no other group within the Academy could assemble such an opulent combination of affinities. Their formidable strengths and affinities enabled them to accumulate substantial points during this training mission. Lilith's pedigree assured her extraordinary capabilities, and her combat experience, thanks to her father, was certainly not lacking. As for Yi Yu and Su Wanwan, their affinities required minimal real combat experience. They leveraged the advantages of their affinities to leave their opponents in a state of disarray. Notably, Yi Yu summoned heroic spirits, each of whom was a battle-hardened warrior in their previous life, rendering their combat experience unparalleled. This small team was nearly flawless, save for a slight deficiency in healing capabilities, which paled in comparison to the financial prowess of Lilith and Su Wanwan. At this moment, the battle in the arena was nearing its climax. Lei Kaiwen and Mou, with their only advantage being their mental state, were utterly powerless against the onslaught of Tang Zhou and his companions. Instead, they found themselves increasingly exposed, suffering significant injuries. Particularly, upon discovering Lilith and her companions nearby, Tang Zhou appeared invigorated, and Lei Kaiwen and Mou were gradually forced to retreat. Their energy reserves were rapidly depleting. At this rate, they could not hold on much longer. Lei Kaiwen shouted in frustration, "Where is the support? Are they not coming?" Beside him, Mou was in even worse condition. One of his arms had been severed, and his body bore numerous wounds. Had he not utilized his energy to staunch the bleeding in time, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. With a somewhat dazed consciousness, Mou managed to press his remaining hand against his Bluetooth earpiece, weakly stating, "Are you guys here? We're surrounded." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures rushed in from a distance, seemingly propelled by their energy, moving with incredible speed. The gusts of wind they generated stirred up clouds of dust, resembling serpents of earth. What a pathetic sight, Lei Kaiwen. A booming laugh rang out, and a burly man was the first to reach the battlefield. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch at the wind element warrior. A rock shield materialized in front of the man, absorbing the blow. He then waved his hand, sending several wind spirits toward Tang Zhou and his companions, enabling them to break free from the encirclement and regroup. "What's this? Surrounded by a bunch of little brats?" The burly man approached Lei Kaiwen, revealing a face marred by faint purple veins. "Stop wasting time, Wuqing. We need to leave this place. Many others are likely keeping an eye on us." In the distance, Tang Zhou's team narrowed their eyes. They were well aware of the traitors among the human race. These individuals were not particularly strong, having chosen to merge with the bloodline of the wild tribe to forcibly enhance their potential, trading their lifespans for fleeting power. As the amount of wild blood within them increased, they began to exhibit clear traits of the wild tribe. The man before them towered beyond the realm of humanity, and it was likely that a substantial portion of his blood had already transformed into wild blood. This also implied that he was perilously close to the wild tribe, as well as the end of his lifespan. Tang Zhou's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Lilith in the distance, wishing to warn her. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as he witnessed Lilith and Su Wanwan display smiles that were utterly incongruous with their usual demeanor. In unison, they charged toward Lei Kaiwen and Wuqing. It was crucial to note that the reinforcements were not limited to Wuqing alone during their exchange, for others had already arrived, two of whom were at the peak of the condensation realm, while the other two were at the heart realm. Such a formidable lineup was sufficient to dominate them with overwhelming force. Not only was Tang Zhou momentarily stunned by this scene, but even Wuqing and his companions found it hard to believe. A hint of bloodthirsty madness flickered in Wuqing's eyes as he clenched his fists. "I can hardly imagine the scene of such petite girls exploding in a shower of blood and flesh." With a maniacal laugh, he charged toward the two before anyone else could react. "He's truly delusional," Su Wanwan thought as her speed abruptly decreased. She then whispered, "Big-breasted girl, charge." Lilith's expression darkened, yet her movements were swift. She raised her hands in a sword-drawing gesture, and a brilliant golden light shone forth, manifesting a gleaming golden sword in an instant. Wuqing suddenly sensed a wave of impending danger. An SSS-level affinity was no trifling matter. In that very moment, he retracted his previous contempt, feeling the wild blood within him surge. But at that instant, it felt as if a steel needle had pierced his mind, violently stirring his nerves, inflicting excruciating pain that coursed from his brain to his spine, and then radiating throughout his limbs. It was as though every nerve in his body had been triggered, compelling Wuqing to let out a pained scream. It was also at this moment that a golden arc of light swept across his neck, abruptly silencing his cries. "Humph." Lilith flicked the blood from her golden holy sword, one hand resting behind her back, and with a disdainful huff, her icy gaze surveyed the surroundings. "Is that all you have?" However, neither Lei Kaiwen nor his companions, nor even Tang Zhou's team, could see what was happening. Only Su Wanwan and Lilith understood that the hand she had placed behind her back was vehemently signaling for retreat. Yi Yu, as if anticipating this moment, approached with a scornful expression, her small face exuding disdain, causing everyone present to instinctively take a step back in shock at Wuqing's swift demise. Awaken, souls slumbering in this land. Heed the call of the illustrious hall of heroic spirits. Rise, reincarnate, and revive. Fight for me, and be at my service. A deep chant resonated, and then Yiyu crouched down, pressing one hand against the ground, as a surge of black tide erupted, swirling violently. The situation rendered Lei Kaiwen and his companions on high alert, paralyzed with fear. In the next moment, a colossal dragon composed of black mist surged forth from the swirling shadows. Yiyu, Lilith, and Su Wanwan, exhibiting extraordinary synergy, swiftly climbed onto the back of the black dragon. The beast then roared skyward before turning to flee without looking back. As they passed by Tang Zhou and his companions, Su Wanwan called out, "Hurry and run. Why are you just standing there?" It was evident that several individuals were not engaging in this for the first time. By the moment Tang Zhou and his companions heard the sound, the black mist dragon had already retreated into the distance. It was only then that Lei Kaiwen and the others regained their senses. Clearly, Lilith's recent strike had taken a significant toll, otherwise, their adversary would not have fled after just one blow. As their fury surged, fueling their desire to pursue, they realized that the black mist dragon had already vanished, leaving only the silhouettes of Tang Zhou and his companions in sight. However, due to the recent delay, Tang Zhou and the others had boarded their vehicle, which was now facing the opposite direction. Damn it! Lei Kaiwen's expression twisted in frustration. Chase them. We must eliminate them. His rage seemed capable of incinerating his rationality. Yet, no one around paid heed to his words. As Lei Kaiwen's reason swiftly returned, he felt a chill upon witnessing the indifferent gazes of the others. Another voice within him spoke directly, reminding him that Wu Qing's demise stemmed from his arrogance. There was no time to seek vengeance for him. With the situation at hand being crucial, they needed to position themselves swiftly. After speaking, he disregarded Lei Kaiwen and turned to leave, his voice echoing ahead, lamenting that the loss of a mind was hard to bear. But what the Lord of the Wilderness could not endure was the absence of several minds at such a critical juncture. The mention of the Wilderness Lord calmed him entirely, his hatred gradually receding from his eyes. Meanwhile, after Lilith and the others had sprinted a considerable distance, they finally halted by the roadside, where Yiyu waved his hand to dissipate the black mist dragon. Lei Kaiwen had guessed only half right. While Lilith's strike indeed demanded a considerable expenditure of energy, it was not to the extent of incapacitating her. The true drain came from Su Wanwan's soul shock. The higher one's rank, the more potent their soul became. That soul shock had rendered even those 2 ranks above her completely paralyzed. The toll was unimaginable. It had nearly drained Su Wanwan of all her spiritual energy. Furthermore, Lilith's holy sword lived up to its reputation, successfully severing Wu Qing's head. They had previously employed this tactic multiple times, successfully ambushing 2 minds. Though those earlier encounters had involved foes whose levels were not significantly higher than their own, allowing them to repeat such strategies several times. The vehicle was gone. The 3 stood by the roadside, feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing their words, Lilith promptly ducked her head, adopting an ostrich-like demeanor. "Where are we?" Su Wanwan inquired. Yiyu hastily pulled out his phone, checked their location, and expressed his frustration. The nearest county town is several dozen kilometers away. Relying solely on the heroic spirits, we cannot cover such a vast distance. Su Wanwan cast a somewhat perilous glance at the ostrich-like Lilith beside her. "So you insisted on driving? Let's see how you plan to return." In response, Lilith lowered her head further. At that moment, the distant roar of engines reached their ears. 2 off-road vehicles were rapidly approaching. Su Wanwan's eyes brightened as she hurried onto the road, waving at the 2 vehicles from afar. Soon, the off-road vehicles came to a halt before them. When Yao stepped out and saw Lilith, he was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" Upon realizing they were classmates, Su Wanwan's delight surged as she succinctly recounted their situation. "So, our mission target has already regrouped with others?" Luo Ling remarked, somewhat helpless. If what Su Wanwan said was true, their mission target was beyond their capacity to handle. At this juncture, Su Wanwan inquired, "Where are you headed next? Can you give us a ride? We'll offer compensation." Luo Ling smiled and responded, "Of course, that's no problem. As for compensation, let's forget it. Last time Lilith assisted us. But are you not concerned about those traitorous humans pursuing you?" It turned out that the last time he had rushed over to help, it was indeed for them. "Rest assured, those traitors won't come after you." The word revenge is likely found on the last page of their dictionary, scarcely visible. The group had become familiar with the traitorous humans during this time, and understood that the bonds among them were not as strong as they had presumed. With the mission target lost, Luo Ling had no choice but to seek out another one. In the meantime, it was no trouble to give them a ride. However, when Su Wanwan and Yiyu saw Jiang Lin stepping out of the vehicle behind them, they both brightened. "Boss, you're here too?" they exclaimed in unison. "Oh, what a coincidence!" Jiang Lin feigned surprise. "How fortuitous." Upon seeing Jiang Lin, Yiyu's smile grew more pronounced. Encountering an acquaintance in the wilderness indeed brought a certain joy. "Do you know each other?" The others looked on in astonishment. Yiyu and Su Wanwan were exceptionally radiant stars within the academy, while Jiang Lin, an ordinary student, seemed to be quite familiar with them. Lilith observed with a contemplative expression, She had seen their weapons before and had heard them recommend them. But her own spirit contract was the finest weapon, thus she hadn't paid much attention. Yet now, Jiang Lin appeared so ordinary. How had he forged such formidable weapons? While the others pondered, Luo Ling had already invited them to board the vehicle. The three joined Luo Ling in the back seat, while Xiao Yuan took the front with Jiang Lin. As for Yao, he remained in the passenger seat, where Su Xianxian had always been. Her intentions were evident to anyone, yet Yao remained oblivious. The vehicle revved back to life. And as Xiao Yuan leaned closer to Jiang Lin, he whispered, "Brother, you don't seem as simple as you appear." Jiang Lin, who had been gazing out the window, subtly raised a hand to block his advance. "It's merely a bit of blacksmithing skill, nothing worth mentioning." Noting Jiang Lin's reluctance to divulge, Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "What if I visit your shop to buy something? Any friends and family discounts?" "A 10% discount," Jiang Lin replied, unflinching. "Damn." Xiao Yuan retreated, sulking against the opposite window. The two vehicles continued their journey, and before long, they encountered Tang Zhou and his group approaching from the front. Initially, there was nothing remarkable about their meeting, as they were strangers. However, when Tang Zhou spotted Lilith in the back seat of Luo Ling's vehicle, something inexplicable compelled him to turn and follow closely behind. After signaling Yao to halt alongside him, Tang Zhou alighted from his vehicle, a smile gracing his face. He first assumed a gentlemanly posture, bowing to Lilith with a knightly gesture before declaring, "What a coincidence. You all must be freshmen, right?" Jiang Lin observed his ostentatious display, realizing that Tang Zhou had likely recognized them as fellow academy students from the beginning, given the team format, their youth, and their relatively high energy levels. It was almost certain they hailed from West District University in this region. Yet, Tang Zhou had made no effort to greet them, treating them more like passing strangers until he spotted Lilith, his interest apparent, even more so than Su Xuanxuan's toward Yao. As expected, after a brief and exceedingly terse exchange of introductions, Tang Zhou articulated his intent. "While that group had some support, if we combined forces, we could easily overpower them." His eyes sparkled with confidence, noting that their adversaries possessed several minds. "Afterward, we can divide the points among our teams." His gaze fell upon Lilith, seemingly seeking her consent. To his surprise, Lilith gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I prefer not to team up with others." Without waiting for Tang Zhou to inquire further, she continued, "Y'all and the others are merely assisting us in returning to the county town. We are two separate teams." Lilith was acutely aware of Tang Zhou's intentions. But in front of so many people, she needed to maintain her image and clarify their relationship to avoid unnecessary complications for Yao and the others. As her words settled, Tang Zhou's expression shifted to one of discomfort, yet he forced a smile. "Is that so? Coincidentally, we also need to return for supplies. Why not travel together?" No one had anticipated Tang Zhou's proposal. His companions exchanged glances of disbelief, unable to voice their thoughts on how Tang Zhou had driven in that direction solely to find Lilith and the others. Seeing Tang Zhou's persistence, Lilith felt resigned. "If you need supplies too, then let's go." There was but one road ahead. She felt she had no choice but to acquiesce. After returning to the vehicle, the engine roared to life, and several cars formed a line as they navigated the road. As soon as they set off, Jiang Lin heard Lilith's voice echoing through the channel connecting their vehicles. "I'm sorry, but I am equally helpless in this situation." "Haha. Isn't it a dilemma when one has too many admirers?" The laughter of Luo Ling resonated through the channel. They found themselves at a loss regarding Tang Zhou's audaciousness. After all, there was only one road to take, and rejecting him would only escalate tensions. Su Wanwan's voice burst forth, brimming with indignation. "That person is utterly shameless. I have already made my refusals abundantly clear multiple times, yet he persists." Jiang Lin perked up. Is there some juicy gossip? The journey had been unbearably dull, and he had nearly succumbed to slumber had it not been for the captivating scenery of the Ali region. It was that persistent Tang Zhou, relentlessly pursuing Lilith. Yi Yu elucidated for Jiang Lin. After a semester of rejections, he still doesn't relent. "Oh." Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "He truly is tenacious." Luo Ling's voice chimed in, his expression equally perplexed. The Tang family held some influence in the Western District, and Tang Zhou, being a special speed-type SS-level spirit contract, was a key focus for their family. Rumor has it that when he first arrived at the Western District University, he attempted to interview at Fenyu Pavilion, but was turned away before even crossing the threshold. Why? The group expressed their curiosity. Such matters had not circulated within the academy. Luo Ling, driving, discreetly glanced in the rearview mirror. Although Fenyu Pavilion rarely admitted male candidates, there had been exceptions. With Tang Zhou's talent and prowess, he should have qualified. However, the reason for his rejection was rather amusing and had become a source of embarrassment for the Tang family. The group's interest piqued further. Even Jiang Lin leaned in to listen intently. The reason was quite simple. On the day of the assessment, he was accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful girl from another province, who came from an ordinary background and had a rather sensitive disposition due to her upbringing. Tang Zhou, having somehow learned of this, began to pursue her fervently, employing somewhat intense tactics that reportedly frightened her away. Consequently, he was dismissed without even having his spirit contract evaluated by Fengyu Pavilion. Several girls in the car brightened at this revelation. It was rare for speed-type spirit contracts to exceed S level. Did Fengyu Pavilion truly disregard this? Even Su Xianxian, who was solely focused on Yao, couldn't help but catch her breath and listen closely to Luo Ling's account. Let alone SS level, Fengyu Pavilion prioritizes character above all. There have been SSS level candidates turned away, just as many D-level candidates have successfully joined. Spirit contracts have never been their sole criterion for evaluation, Luo Ling lamented. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, recalling that the selection criteria of Fengyu Pavilion indeed aligned with this. He mused that even without that incident, Tang Zhou's character would have led to his rejection, as Fengyu Pavilion scrutinizes applicants' histories. Does this mean we might have a chance? Su Wanwan's eyes shimmered with hope. Certainly. Moreover, your soul-type spirit contract should earn you some extra points, Luo Ling asserted decisively. As the conversation gradually shifted towards Fengyu Pavilion, time flew by. They only realized over half an hour had passed upon entering the county town. Lilith waved to the group and quickly departed with Su Wanwan and the others. By the time Tang Zhou and his companions parked their vehicle and approached, the three had already vanished. The smile on Tang Zhou's face instantly faded. After arriving before the others, he attempted to maintain his composure. Where did Lilith and the others go? They left, Luo Ling shrugged, his expression innocent. Left? Where to? Tang Zhou pressed, his anxiety evident. Upon realizing his overzealousness, he cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and added, I wanted to treat them to a meal as a token of gratitude for their previous assistance. We would like to join as well, Xiao Yuan chimed in, slinging an arm around Jiang Lin's shoulder with a grin. Tang Zhou's face darkened, yet with so many people around, he refrained from expressing his irritation, forcing a smile. Perhaps next time, we have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned and departed with his team. Can you believe he is the team leader? Xiao Yuan remarked. Somewhat perplexed, he is not even in the same league as Yao or Luo Ling, who had just closed the car door, glanced at him. There are many ordinary spirit contract holders. The Tang family is quite a prominent figure. There will always be birds seeking to perch on its branches. Oh, a matter of family connections, is it? Xiao Yuan nodded with a hint of understanding, a tinge of envy in his voice. By the way, Jiang Lin, we still don't know where you hail from, despite having fought alongside each other for so long. Lingfeng Town, Jiang Lin replied, slightly taken aback. Isn't Luo Ling the one who spreads gossip? Didn't he share this with you? At this revelation, the group paused, their gazes shifting to Luo Ling. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Ling turned his head away. Although he had researched Jiang Lin, it was not appropriate to divulge someone else's personal information. Xiao Yuan, however, appeared astonished. You hail from Lingfeng Town? Have you ever ventured into the spirit realm? Have you encountered the 10 absolutes? When the ideal shield guarded the entrance to the spirit clan? Did you witness that scene? A barrage of questions, coupled with his exuberant demeanor, caused Jiang Lin to instinctively take a step back. I've seen some things. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with envy. What about the ideal shield? They are the 10 absolutes. Surely, they possess immense strength. Are they beautiful? They are indeed striking, albeit somewhat serious and dedicated, Jiang Lin responded instinctively. You know this much? Even Luo Ling could not help but be intrigued. Such knowledge was not something even the Luo family possessed. Is it true? False, Jiang Lin replied firmly. Nevertheless, the duo was unconvinced. It was evident that Jiang Lin's words had slipped out unconsciously. Observing their skepticism, Jiang Lin could only sigh inwardly. I apologize, Changxi. I did not intend to speak ill of you. In the monitoring center, the group wore expressions of envy and jealousy. Lingfeng Town, a legendary little town, was said to frequently host members of Fengyu Pavilion, with occasional appearances by the 10 absolutes. Had it not been for the restrictions imposed by Fengyu Pavilion on the influx of outsiders to Lingfeng Town, it would have long been overrun by their fervent admirers. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, we outsiders face restrictions on entering Lingfeng Town, with daily slots always full, but you locals don't have that issue. He looked at Jiang Lin with keen interest. Moreover, I've heard that locals returning can bring at least 3 companions. At this statement, Luo Ling's head snapped up. As the spirit realm serves as the stronghold of Fengyu Pavilion, Lingfeng Town, located at its exit, is the closest point of access to them. While life within the spirit realm is splendid, it is primarily a habitat for the spirit clan, lacking many elements of the human world. Lingfeng Town serves as their transit station, and in addition, there are several entrances to the worlds of their affiliated races near the spirit clan entrance, which Fengyu Pavilion has transformed into training grounds akin to the Earth Dragon Clan's realms. The opportunity to train while showcasing oneself to Fengyu Pavilion is a rare and fortuitous occurrence, contributing to the current popularity of Lingfeng Town. Observing their eager expressions, Jiang Lin felt a tinge of helplessness, realizing he had not returned in quite some time and wondered how his acquaintances were faring. Noticing Jiang Lin lost in thought, the others assumed he harbored some unspoken concern. Xiao Yuan quickly interjected, Oh, we were merely pondering. It's not essential for us to go. By the way, Didn't Lilith invite us for a meal? Let us go. While engaged in conversation in the vehicle, Lilith mentioned from the back that after returning to the county town and parting ways with Tang Zhou, they should find a place to dine. As a gesture of gratitude for the kindness they had shown throughout the journey, Xiao Yuan remarked on this. While Luo Ling took out her phone to show the group their location, discovering that they were merely a few streets away. It appeared that Lilith shared some annoyance towards Tang Zhou. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately chosen a spot so distant from their current location. As dusk fell, the group arrived at the designated hotel as promised. Lilith, with her generous spirit, had reserved a private room. Initially, she had intended to book the entire venue, but unfortunately, her lack of advance reservation led the hotel to decline her request, prioritizing their reputation. However, to express their apologies, the hotel offered Lilith a discount, which she didn't particularly need. Jiang Lin and the others were typically amiable, and with Jiang Lin acting as a bridge, they quickly grew familiar with one another. Students of their age often possess a straightforward disposition. Mutual attraction and character easily fosters friendships. Observing the joyful exchanges among the group, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the simplicity and carefree nature of youth. Yet, youth as it is, requires continual enhancement of one's abilities. Unlike him, an individual who had lived 2 lives and, having reached the pinnacle in his second, now contemplated the weightier matters of existence. After several hours of dining, the group exchanged contact information before departing. Upon returning to their hotel, they each took a quick shower and retired for the night. Jiang Lin returned to his room, dispelling the remnants of alcohol, and with a flick of his wrist, his attire transformed into an oversized cloak. His figure gradually melded into the shadows as he swiftly traversed the city, seemingly well acquainted with the local routes. Before long, he arrived at an exceedingly unremarkable residence. With a gentle rap on the door, a feather-like indentation appeared at the handle, into which Jiang Lin channeled his spiritual energy, causing the feather to swell and become more defined. Only once the energy had fully engraved the feather did the door creak open. Behind it stood 2 hooded figures wielding long knives, who sheathed their weapons upon noticing the distinctive feather emblem on Jiang Lin's cloak, a mark only attainable by the upper echelons of the ear feather organization. Upon entry, the interior resembled that of an ordinary dwelling, without the presence of the 2 guards. One might have hardly noticed any differences. Jiang Lin walked into a side room, placing a hand on the wall, which promptly sank, revealing a dark opening. Within, a sphere of energy swirled slowly, its destination indiscernible. In a vast chamber of approximately 200 square meters, an array of instruments was meticulously arranged, with numerous individuals bustling about, monitored by various screens adorning the walls. Pigeon 33 has gone dark. Pigeon 96, take over immediately. Do not let the visual feed lapse for more than 3 seconds. Pay particular attention to Flight 79. Their team leans towards support, so the expectations can be somewhat lenient. At the center of the space, a colossal sphere composed of transparent data rotated gracefully. Within it sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her delicate, fair fingers gliding swiftly across the floating data. The objectives of the human traders were nearing fruition. If the students in the Western District failed to tie up loose ends, Team 43 would be dispatched to handle the aftermath. Xiao Li, Air Yang, and Xin, focus all your attention on the departing Teams 17, 20, and 25. Received. The promptness of the information from the Ear Feather organization was commendable. Their tasks were substantial, yet the rewards promised upon success were equally significant. Should these 3 teams complete their assignments, they would be granted special access to the seed pool, with no losses permitted. Instruct them that their mission is to ensure that even if those human traders succeed, they will not stir any waves on the immortal side. Understood. With each command issued by the woman, responses echoed throughout the command center, revealing its nature as a strategic hub. Once significant tasks had been dispatched, the woman could no longer suppress a yawn, her loosely fitted attire accentuating her near-perfect figure. Everything is in place. Let us see just how much chaos those human traders can stir up. I am indeed a genius, flawlessly manipulating this group, providing the flight teams with invaluable experience while also extending a favor to the Western District University. With a mischievous giggle, she surveyed the busy individuals around her, then cautiously retrieved a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapping it and savoring the sweetness. What a delight. I'll make sure to grab some milk tea for everyone once I'm done. Received. This 1 dozen tea need to be recorded. Her expression darkened. All right, Lady Yu. That is more like it. Bai Yu melted into her chair like a puddle, feeling rather bored. They are far too weak. I haven't even had the chance to utilize many of my preparations. She squinted, resting her arms against the chair, letting them hang limply. At that moment, a voice broke through. Report. The Ear Feather has a visitor. What? Bai Yu shrieked, leaping to her feet. So sudden? In a flurry of anxiety, she began searching her surroundings, occasionally tugging at her clothing. If the Ear Feather members were to see her in such a state, it would undoubtedly spread throughout the Fengyu Pavilion. Oh no. A piercing scream echoed through the space, yet the others working remained unfazed, continuing their tasks unaffected. Time was of the essence. Bai Yu's expression hardened as she closed her eyes, arms spread wide, declaring, "Transformation." As her words fell, two shadowy figures surged forth. One grasping her neck and effortlessly lifting her arms, swiftly removing her oversized t-shirt. A torrent of water materialized, enveloping her head and unruly hair, spinning rapidly while bubbles formed abundantly. Meanwhile, a pair of black hands appeared at her waist, tugging at her loose shorts, revealing a black and white panda design, soon to be concealed by a black skirt. Her slender legs were forcefully straightened, and black stockings were drawn up, extending to a perilous height, teasing the hem of the skirt. As the water sphere dispersed, a gust of wind blew through, causing Bai Yu's skin to shiver and her long hair to billow. Were it not for her slightly distorted features, the scene of her flowing locks would have been quite beautiful. Once the wind subsided, a small hand gathered her hair into an elegant updo, draping a white formal long shirt over her, while another hand grasped Bai Yu's, yanking her into a spin with surprising force. When she finally steadied, the long shirt was neatly donned, and nimble hands quickly fastened the buttons, which transformed into a zipper after a grand flourish. Bai Yu's gaze fell upon the mischievous hands resting on the zipper, her expression shifting. "Hey, be gentle. I'm still growing. The outfit might be a bit snug." However, the owner of the small hands appeared quite urgent, pulling upward with great resistance. Bai Yu's face changed instantly. The stubborn little hands, veins protruding on the back, ultimately succeeded in zipping it up, securing the last button. On her flawless back, another pair of small hands swiftly tied the strings into a perfectly symmetrical lattice. With that completed, the hair that had been gathered was released, cascading over her back in silky waves, partially obscuring her pristine skin yet revealing hints of it. The entire transformation took less than a minute, and the two figures bustling beside Bai Yu finally ceased their activity. Between the two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, both adorned in maid outfits. Their short hair grazed their necks, with long fringes cleverly concealing one eye each, one obscuring the left eye, the other the right. At this moment, Bai Yu had undergone a remarkable transformation. If she had previously been a mere idle wastrel, she now stood as the goddess of countless dreams. Her already breathtaking visage was accentuated by a specially designed dress that made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens, her perfect figure exquisitely highlighted. Cascading locks of hair paired with a subtle, ethereal smile caused even Xiaoxi and Alan to momentarily lose their focus. Bai Yu twirled gracefully, pinching the hem of her dress, and asked with a smile, "Is it beautiful?" Xiaoxi and Alan nodded vigorously, not forgetting to give her a thumbs up. Upon hearing their praise, Bai Yu took a deep breath, wiping away the glimmer of tears at the corner of her eyes. Beautiful she was indeed. But the outfit was rather uncomfortable, and given how hastily Xiaoxi and Alan had dressed her, her chest now ached slightly. A shadowy glow manifested on her shoulder, gradually forming a plume of black feathers that concealed her right shoulder's pristine whiteness. Within the Fenyu Pavilion, this was a symbol of status and one of the powers she wielded as the master of this realm. The previously gentle aura surrounding her transformed into one of noble restraint with the emergence of the mysterious dark feathers. Bai Yu stepped forward. Her tone drastically altered from the earlier languor of a slothful recluse to that of an aloof, elegant lady. "Let us proceed and see what news you brings us." However, the instant her foot crossed the threshold, a tuft of hair suddenly sprang up, and Xiaoxi, quick as a flash, slapped it down. Bai Yu cried out in pain. "Ouch! That hurt." Unfazed, Xiaoxi released her grip, ensuring no errant hair remained upright before softening her expression. Clearing her throat, Bai Yu said, "Xiaoxi, we are about to meet important guests. You mustn't do that again." Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. Observing this, Bai Yu sighed in resignation. "Let us go." She extended her delicate hand and gently traced a line through the air, creating a fissure through which a spacious room could be glimpsed. Stepping through, Bai Yu entered the chamber where Jiang Lin sat, draped in a loose robe that concealed both his body and face, seated at a table. Bai Yu approached slowly and took a seat in an empty spot. In the next moment, Xiaoxi waved her hand, causing a torrent of water to coalesce into a magnificent throne, which, upon forming, was swiftly enveloped in frost, transforming into an icy king's seat. As Bai Yu settled down, Alan conjured a layer of wind barrier around the throne, isolating it from the chill. "What is it?" Bai Yu inquired, appearing somewhat fatigued as she propped her chin on her hand, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lin. Observing Bai Yu's feigned aloofness, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile inwardly. While she executed her role well, it still lacked the true essence of grace. Perhaps it might intimidate others, but he was far too familiar with her. With a raspy voice that concealed his gender, Jiang Lin informed her, "This time, the forces dispatched by the Insha kingdom are not limited to just 2 sacred realms." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's heart stirred. She barely suppressed her excitement, forcing herself to respond coolly, and they may not return." This revelation took Jiang Lin by surprise. Given the operational style of the Fuyu, various regions awaited their arrangements for guardians, with 2 sacred realms from Insha kingdom attacking. They would surely need to prepare 2 more individuals along with the official sacred realm to avert catastrophe at a critical moment. However, based on her current preparations, it seemed he had underestimated her capabilities. What is happening? Jiang Lin pondered, perplexed. Previously, Bai Yu had often lamented the scarcity of personnel, wishing she could split one individual into 2 for use. Yet now, she appeared not only well-staffed but also eager for battle. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lin, he was completely unaware of the extraordinary growth the Fengyu Pavilion had experienced over the years. The days of manpower shortages were long gone. Bai Yu could confidently proclaim that they had more than enough personnel to ensure the complete eradication of the several sacred realms from Insha Kingdom. She had meticulously prepared 5 sacred realms to surround them. Aside from one undisclosed reason, her other objective was to ensure that the assailants would be entirely buried beneath the Jewel Peak. Is there anything else? Bai Yu inquired, her voice imbued with a cool, magnetic quality that momentarily startled Jiang Lin. No, it suffices that you are prepared. With that, Jiang Lin rose and retreated into the shadows. The 3 sacred realms of Insha Kingdom were merely the scent detected by Xiao He. After all, he could not continuously sense such distant energies. But Xiao He's keen nose could detect the aura of battle from afar. Once Jiang Lin departed, Bai Yu relaxed, her previous aloofness fading. How did I do? I didn't embarrass Lord Fuyu and Lord Changxi, did I? Xiao Shi and Alon simultaneously raised their thumbs in approval. Chapter 89. The Arrival of Yu. On his way back, Jiang Lin's thoughts wandered. He recalled how the Fengyu Pavilion, while capable of suppressing the spirit race, relied heavily on overwhelming high-end combat power. The mid and lower tiers had always been relatively weak. After successfully subduing the spirit race, Jiang Lin had retreated, leaving only a reminder for them to observe the world. After all, the true secrets lay hidden between various realms, and if they could uncover these mysteries, further advancement was not out of reach. Once one reached the Imperial realm, his ability to assist them diminished significantly. How had they transitioned from mere observers in the shadows to colossal forces in reality? This question perplexed Jiang Lin, especially after witnessing Bai Yu's remarkable change today, which left him deeply astonished. She had once been a recluse, seemingly content to lie at home for 23 hours a day, only rising for an hour to eat. Yet now, she commanded a multitude of individuals with remarkable organization, having made preparations sufficient to overwhelm the powerful assailants from Insha Kingdom. As Jiang Lin's thoughts raced, he acknowledged that the changes within Fengyu over the years had indeed been monumental. However, according to the usual flow of information, Yu should be arriving soon. If they were to perform, they must do so thoroughly. Jiang Lin closed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately settling on a bus stop. He approached it, taking a seat on the metal bench before closing his eyes once more. The late-night buses were nearly empty, and after several passed without stopping, the drivers, noticing he had no intention of boarding, continued on their way. Eventually, a bus arrived at the stop, and as the rear door opened, a weary woman stepped down, one hand grasping a basket and the other steadying herself against the door. It was only then that Jiang Lin rose. His peculiar attire immediately instilled panic in the woman, who instinctively considered returning to the bus, but it had already departed. Jiang Lin remained still as she dared not look at him, quickening her pace in a bid to escape. Her speed was unremarkable, akin to that of an ordinary person, and her expression of alarm and urgency was perfectly timed. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Yu was indeed trustworthy. Were it not for him, any random Imperial Realm individual might have failed to detect the hidden soul energy concealed beneath the woman's frail exterior. You're in a bit of a hurry, Jiang Lin remarked with a smile, stepping forward and flickering to appear before her. The woman's complexion shifted, startled. She stumbled backward, inadvertently tossing the basket from her hands, which fortuitously obscured Jiang Lin's line of sight. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the basket, striking Jiang Lin directly on the forehead. Indeed, it was wise to feign weakness when appropriate. Upon discovery, one must act decisively and seize the opportunity. Who sent you? A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Lin's eyes. With a single strike failing to land, the energy fluctuations of the soul realm were completely unveiled. That previous attack had been executed with utmost effort, yet it struck the opponent as though it had encountered an invisible barrier. The woman acted with little hesitation, casually tossing a large mass of black mist into the air. Jiang Lin waved his hand to disperse the ominous fog, but the woman had already vanished without a trace. The county town was inherently sparsely populated, and this particular road was even more desolate. It seemed that no one had witnessed the battle. Observing the empty street, Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly, deciding it was best not to frighten her. Having said that, a special feather materialized at his shoulder, and his figure instantaneously disappeared. When he reappeared, it was in a secluded corner of the county town's night market. As he emerged from the shadows, his dark robe had vanished, leaving only the feather on his plain t-shirt, resembling a brand logo. He then stepped forward, casually draping an arm around the shoulder of a young man ahead, grinning widely. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were out for a late-night snack? The young man visibly shuddered, Turning to see Jiang Lin's face, his expression puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the feather at Jiang Lin's shoulder. The young man's pupils dilated in surprise, and a fervent smile spread across his face. "Oh, aren't you sneaking out behind your girlfriend's back? Care for a drink? Let us go." Jiang Lin chuckled, leading the young man to a deserted spot where he unceremoniously activated spatial transfer, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop a deserted mountain peak. Upon their arrival, black mist enveloped the young man, his previously sturdy physique transforming into a sculpted form, his ordinary features shifting to reveal a delicate and beautiful visage. "Aunt, at your service," the young man exclaimed, dropping to one knee and bowing his head. Jiang Lin observed this with a hint of exasperation. No need for such formality. Upon hearing this, the young man quickly stood up but remained silent, his head bowed. Jiang Lin sighed. "You're here to report that the 3 saint-level powerhouses from the Imprint Nation are approaching, right?" "Yes, I have already informed them," came the reply. "Good. How is the ear feather now? And what of Mingwei? Is she well?" At the mention of Mingwei, the young man's figure visibly trembled, his breath growing slightly heavier. In the entirety of Fengyu Pavilion, only a select few could refer to that esteemed individual by such a name. Aside from the other 10 extremes, it was evident that all 10 extremes of Fengyu were female, and the young man had encountered the supreme one. He did not answer Jiang Lin's question. Instead, his face lit up with excitement as he prepared to kneel again. Jiang Lin, feeling a surge of annoyance, interrupted him, extending a hand that seemed to be supported by an invisible force. "Calm down, and refrain from mentioning those titles," Jiang Lin lamented, wishing he could crawl into a hole. The fervor those titles once inspired now felt utterly awkward. Clearing his throat, he insisted, "Answer my question." "Yes." The young man straightened, his head bowed even lower, resembling an ostrich. Despite his intense desire to look up at Jiang Lin, the myriad of rules learned within Fengyu held him firmly in check. The esteemed Ingjue is currently residing within the demon realm. 3 years ago, the demon lord made a move, and she stated her intent to locate him. Jiang Lin, unable to suppress a light tap on the young man's head, remarked, "So bold as to seek the demon lord. But that is certainly her style. Lift your head. Who taught you to speak like an ostrich?" "Yes," the young man replied loudly, standing upright, his fervent gaze fixed upon Jiang Lin. In that moment, Jiang Lin felt as though he were entirely laid bare before him. He slapped his forehead. "What kind of impression has Mingwei left on you all?" Jiang Lin felt a wave of frustration. He had intended for a normal conversation. Yet the young man's fervor suggested that he would not hesitate to follow him to the ends of the earth. "Forget it. Just consider that the message has been conveyed to Bai Yu, and carry on with your tasks." As Jiang Lin turned to depart, the young man, now identified as Ant, hurried to follow. Placing his hand on the spatial door handle, Jiang Lin turned in confusion, gesturing to the side, but Ant remained unmoved. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow again, indicating the side. Ant still did not budge. "What is the matter?" "The esteemed Ingjue once said that if there ever came a day when I was fortunate enough to find you, regardless of the task at hand, even those assigned by the 10 extremes, I could cancel it and follow you." Jiang Lin. "What kind of strange order is that? Why follow me? You are not allowed to follow." Ant remained undeterred, even inching closer, fearful that Jiang Lin might flee. "If you continue to follow me, I'll erase your memory." Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning dangerous. The esteemed Ingjue said that. Ant's expression showed no sign of wavering. At the very least, she wanted someone to remain by your side to ensure your safety. She also mentioned that if anyone were to cancel a task, she would completely obscure the traces of that cancellation and no one would investigate, thereby not affecting you. Jiang Lin let his hand fall, sighing in resignation. "Do you possess the shadow breed?" "No, I am not worthy," Ant replied simply, though a hint of melancholy colored his previous stubborn demeanor. The highest honor attainable within the ear feather's ranks could only be bestowed by Mingwei herself. Once embedded within, one could wield shadow-based powers, rivaling those of an SS level at the same rank. This was merely an additional benefit of the shadow breed, not a measure of one's own strength. In other words, once one acquired the shadow breed, they would possess dual capabilities, and if one were of the shadow type, it would significantly elevate the limits of their spiritual contract. The shadow breed could only be attained through tremendous contributions within the ear feather or by breaking through to the sovereign realm. Ant had only been part of the ear feather for 3 years since successfully completing her trials. The name of the shadow breed was but a distant legend to her. The most shocking moment for her occurred recently while gathering information in the Imprint Nation when she encountered a saint-level powerhouse. Her mentor, who had only recently entered the sovereign realm and acquired the shadow breed, left her utterly astonished during that battle. Upon returning, she recalled asking her mentor whether they should first seek refuge and call for reinforcements. But her mentor, merely 7 or 8 years her senior, had replied in shock, "Why?" The general strength of the saint level in the Imprint Nation was relatively weak, relying heavily on the resources of their realm to bolster their ranks. So there was little to worry about. At that moment, Ant felt a surge of frustration. Was that truly a minor concern? The major issue was the level disparity. A single tier difference could mean the world, not to mention the chasm between the sovereign and saint levels. Perhaps she understood that some prodigies could battle across tiers. But the opponent was already at the pinnacle of their current level, and the actual gap was not insurmountable. Moreover, her mentor had just entered the sovereign realm. However, what followed utterly shattered her understanding. Without hesitation, her mentor charged forward, while the saint-level opponent unleashed their full power. For the first time, the unique capabilities of the shadow breed were laid bare before her. Its might was indeed comparable to that of an SS level at the same rank. Yet the abilities of the shadow breed seemed somewhat bizarre. The saint level S spiritual energy could not interfere with or damage the shadow breed S powers. After exerting full effort, her mentor had a shadow emerge from within, instantly duplicating their presence, while the peculiar abilities of the shadow breed rendered the saint level powerless. The outcome was one of complete parity. The opponent could do nothing against her mentor, who possessed the shadow breed, and they ultimately escaped with ease. That battle left a profound impression on her, revealing the precious nature of the shadow breed within their ranks. As her thoughts wandered, Jiang Lin furrowed his brow. Without the shadow breed, you are not suited to accompany me. I cannot have you tagging along while I seek my peaceful life. Upon hearing this, Ant waved his hand, and dozens of identification cards materialized before Jiang Lin. No worries, I can impersonate anyone. Jiang Lin's lips twitched. Had Ming Yueying indeed pampered Ant too much? Each identification card bore the likeness of a different individual, encompassing a diverse array of genders and ages, with personalities that varied widely. Enough, enough. Jiang Lin waved dismissively. Do you have an identity from West District University? Yes, Ant replied, producing one such card. Jiang Lin glanced at it, astonished to find that the face depicted was strikingly similar to her own. I am originally a student at West District University, currently a junior. Ant recounted earnestly. My spirit contract is an A-grade illusion. After awakening, my master found me and proclaimed that I possess an SS-grade mirror flower water moon spirit contract, even inquiring if I wished to join the Phoenix Feather Pavilion's initiation trials. Jiang Lin already inferred the subsequent details without Ant needing to elaborate. Unlike other departments within the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, Ear Feather's recruitment methods were rather unique. Cases like Ant, whose spirit contracts had been misidentified, were exceedingly rare. It was likely that the local spirit contract database was not comprehensive enough to recognize such a prodigy. A significant portion of the combat strength within Ear Feather was recruited in this manner, and with the esteemed reputation of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, few would dare to refuse an invitation to join. Ant would probably still occasionally return to West District University, masquerading as an ordinary A-grade illusion contract holder. Ant then continued, echoing Jiang Lin's thoughts. After passing the trials of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, she became a member of Ear Feather. For half a month, she utilized the guise of training to carry out information-gathering missions across the globe, her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Yet she had completely vanished into obscurity. To outsiders, she was merely an average A-grade spirit contract holder, her abilities unnoticed. That works perfectly. Thereafter, you can join our team under the guise of a lone wanderer. Jiang Lin suggested. Ant nodded earnestly, nonchalantly waving her hand, causing the identification documents to disappear from sight. Reflecting on the card she had just glimpsed, Jiang Lin remarked. So your name is Chunhaime, correct? Ant nodded slightly. It was an unremarkable name, much like her origins. Had it not been for her sudden awakening of an SS-grade spirit contract, she would never have been afforded the opportunity to alter her fate. Of course, her A-grade spirit contract could still take her far among ordinary individuals. From now on, you shall simply be known by your own name, Jiang Lin declared, turning to leave. I reside at the city hotel. You may come by tomorrow, and I will seek an opportunity to get you onto the team. With that, he stepped through a spatial portal, while Chunhaime vaguely overheard some muttering about needing to discipline Ming Yueying for the names she assigned others. Chunhaime's expression stiffened, and she silently cast aside the words she had just heard. Jiang Lin returned to his room without a sound, pulling the covers over himself and falling into slumber. The next morning, after the team had completed their morning routines, they exited the hotel together. Jiang Lin's gaze swept the vicinity and immediately spotted Chunhaime waiting beside the hotel. His eyes brightened, and he called out, "Senior, you're here too?" The members of the team turned their attention to Jiang Lin. At this moment, Chunhaime had shed the attire she wore in Ear Feather, donning the typical garb of a university student. Her features were quite lovely. Although she might not rank among the highest in school, she certainly surpassed many in beauty. Moreover, she possessed a charm that grew more captivating over time. Chapter 90, Infiltration. The group was momentarily taken aback. Before they could speak, Jiang Lin eagerly approached her. "Senior, are you here to participate in the training mission as well?" Chunhaime nodded slightly. As a member of Ear Feather, her psychological fortitude was formidable. Upon Jiang Lin's request, she would strive for perfection. During her time at West District University, Chunhaime had always been a person of some strength, though her personality was somewhat reclusive. Luo Ling observed this scene with contemplation. He had briefly glanced at Chunhaime's profile before, which was rather simplistic. However, upon seeing her in person, He realized she might be even more impressive than the information suggested. Yet, it was only natural. After all, written profiles could not compare to the vividness of reality. While he pondered, Jiang Lin had already brought Chun-Haimei over, introducing her to the others. Everyone, this is our junior, Chun-Haimei. She too has taken on a training mission. Chun-Haimei nodded slightly. Hello, everyone. The others promptly returned the greeting. Hello, senior. Senior, I'm Xiao Yuan. Did you take on the task by yourself? Yes. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged astonished glances. Although she was a junior, her undertaking a mission alone was a testament to her true capabilities. Jiang Lin smiled as he introduced the others, then casually inquired, Senior, what mission are you currently on? I've taken on one. She pulled out her phone, showing information on 3 individuals, all of whom were in the realm of condensation. I've been pursuing them for several days, but lost their trail upon entering the Ali region. Luo Ling shook his head in dismay. The traders among the human race in the Ali region are the last batch remaining. All others have been purged. As he spoke, he opened his hands. I just received news today that the training phase is nearing its end. Jiang Lin's brow furrowed. If that were the case, it meant that the traders they were pursuing were likely already banding together. Indeed, Luo Ling sighed. I intended to ask Lilith and the others if we could form a team. The final battle may devolve into chaos, and our strength is still somewhat lacking. At this moment, Chun-Haimei interjected, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Perhaps we can meet again another time. With that, she turned to depart. The group watched her recede into the distance before looking back at Luo Ling. Xiao Yuan teased. What's next, strategist? Let us locate Lilith and the others. We still need a bit more strength. No one objected to this suggestion. Along the way, Xiao Yuan sidled up to Jiang Lin, teasing. What is your relationship with that pretty senior? Jiang Lin pushed him away in exasperation. Just an ordinary relationship. We met once in Lingfeng town. Just once. Xiao Yuan's expression was almost comical. Such was the nature of familiar friends. Once a girl appeared beside you, regardless of the actual relationship, they would assign you a connection. Most of the time, it was all in jest, a way to spark conversation during dull moments, but some would take it further in hopes of matchmaking. Xiao Yuan was clearly just bored. Come on, she's an A-grade illusion contract holder, both beautiful and powerful. That doesn't mean you're any less, Xiao Yuan retorted. A B-grade wind element will do, and besides, you're quite handsome. Ahead, Luo Ling nodded in agreement. Jiang Lin. It seems you have a misconception about your own external qualities. Jiang Lin had always preferred to blend into the background. Within the academy, few recognized him. Yet those who were familiar with him often offered high praise for his appearance. As the group laughed and chatted, they arrived at the hotel garage. Once everyone boarded the vehicle, they headed straight for the hotel where Lilith and the others were staying. On the way, the topic inadvertently shifted to forming teams. Noticing the opportunity, Jiang Lin asked, if the remaining traders have indeed gathered, it would be wise to have multiple teams. What do you think about inviting the senior? She is a master in the realm of heart and mind. Having her join us would be an absolute boon. Xiao Yuan responded instinctively, then grinned, adding that it was no trouble at all. Luo Ling considered this thoughtfully. Indeed, as Xiao Yuan stated, but would she agree? I have no objections. Came the voice of Yura from the car's sound system, indicating that the front vehicle was also listening. Neither do I, the others concurred. And Su Xianxian had no reason to refuse. Then I'll send a message. It's better than merely guessing. With that, Jiang Lin took out his phone to send a message, but received no reply, until reaching the hotel where Lilith and others resided. Jiang Lin's phone finally buzzed with a reply. She affirmed, absolutely. Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement, seemingly genuinely delighted by the prospect of adding a formidable ally to their ranks. Hooray, Xiao Yuan exclaimed. With a senior here, things will be much better. Luo Ling also wore a faint smile. Unexpectedly acquiring a powerful individual was indeed a fortuitous event. At that moment, Lilith and her companions emerged from the hotel, greeting the group warmly as they approached. Upon reaching their vehicles, Su Wanwan immediately inquired, I heard the remaining traders of the human race have gathered. Shall we form a team? Yar and the others exchanged instinctive glances, chuckling at the coincidence. In the Ali region, near the border of the Dragon Kingdom, for off-road vehicles sped along a highway. Upon fortuitously aligning with Lilith's group, the teams naturally merged. After picking up Chun-Haimei, they commenced their journey. Luo Ling anticipated that other squads had likely already departed, and if they delayed, they might miss out entirely. Just after leaving the county, news of the human traders' appearance reached them. Not only that, but the number of traders was alarmingly high, with many of those listed on the Academy's wanted list seemingly among them. Logically, such a scenario would lead to a chaotic battle. However, the Academy showed no signs of withdrawing the mission, seemingly intent on pitting them against the traders in a final showdown at the Ali region's border. The atmosphere among Jiang Lin and her companions grew increasingly tense, as the Ali region exuded an ominous aura. The vehicle's communication channel fell silent. Even the usually talkative Xiao Yuan became uncharacteristically quiet, staring blankly at his hands. As they delved deeper into the situation, Luo Ling finally spoke, everyone. Some upperclassmen have already engaged in combat with the enemy. Their numbers are overwhelming, and the seniors are struggling. They are currently rallying all squads in the Ali region. According to their intelligence, the remaining human traders have gathered, seemingly preparing to breach the border. Coincidentally, the Kingdom of Injia has launched a sudden large-scale attack on our borders today, and the official military is currently unable to respond. At this revelation, the group felt a jolt of apprehension. The traders were indeed well prepared. This should be the final trial. I estimate the Academy's focus is entirely on this. The points to be earned from this battle are substantial, and if we perform commendably, we may gain the Academy's attention and resources. However, Luo Ling's tone shifted. Although we have Senior Chen with us, we must acknowledge that we fall short in strength compared to the upperclassmen. Thus, I plan to seek opportunities on the periphery, avoiding direct involvement in the fiercest battles. After a brief silence, Lilith's voice interjected, "We three have no issues. Our strength is somewhat inadequate for participating in battles at the realm of mind condensation. As for Senior Chen, Chun Haime's inclusion was undoubtedly advantageous for Luo Ling and the others, but for her, it felt akin to carrying a burden. I have no problem. I've earned enough credits." Chun Haime's voice came from the back, where she was driving. Luo Ling sighed in relief. "In that case, we shall follow the other squads and target the traders of lower realms. It will undoubtedly be a chaotic melee. Everyone must stay with their team initially. We should aim for a maximum of 3 in the realm of mind, or 5 in the condensation realm. If we encounter anything beyond that, do not engage, retreat immediately. Their goal is to cross the border. They won't pursue us deeply." Luo Ling endeavored to analyze the battlefield situation thoroughly, understanding it was crucial for navigating the upcoming decisive battle. As Luo Ling elaborated, they drew nearer to the assembly point. After passing a large mound, they spotted a vast expanse of flat land filled with numerous off-road vehicles. A gathering of squads from the Western District University qualified to hunt the human traders in the Ali region. Upon arrival, they disembarked to find themselves surrounded predominantly by upperclassmen, with the second-year students being the most numerous, as many third-years had already embarked on their own independent trials. After stepping out, the others acknowledged them with slight nods. Among the crowd were familiar faces from the freshman squad, including Cheng Shuran and Zhong Feihong, who had shown brilliantly during the opening rankings battle. Just as Jiang Lin prepared to find her place, a voice rang out from afar, "Lilith." Tang Zhou's face lit up with joy as he jogged towards her. Lilith discreetly stepped back, as the crowd was somewhat dense, and many noticed Tang Zhou's eager demeanor, parting to make way. Jiang Lin happened to be standing slightly in front of Lilith, and he took a small step back. Luo Ling's gaze remained on Tang Zhou, but he suddenly sensed a chilling shift in the air beside him, only for the coldness to dissipate quickly. He looked around, perplexed. That sensation of cold he recognized all too well. It was the aura of murder. This intangible yet palpable presence. Who could it be? Could there be a human traitor among them? Luo Ling scanned the area, noticing that aside from Chun Haimei, the others were at a considerable distance. He focused on Chun Haimei, but her expression was calm and unfazed. Merely observing Tang Zhou, unable to discern the source of his unease, he buried his doubts deep within. Unbeknownst to Luo Ling, the moment Jiang Lin stepped back, the murderous intent radiating from Chun Haimei was nearly palpable. Had Jiang Lin not hurriedly conveyed a warning, Luo Ling might have uncovered the truth immediately. Even so, in a secluded corner, Chun Haimei's fists were white-knuckled from the tension. Meanwhile, Tang Zhou, brimming with excitement, performed a knightly salute, exclaiming, "I searched for you in the county for quite some time. I never expected to find you here." Despite feeling a tinge of disdain for him, Lilith could only muster a composed smile. What a coincidence. "By the way, are you all participating in this decisive battle? You can follow behind us. I'll protect you." Tang Zhou confidently thumped his chest, asserting that their squad was entirely composed of condensation realm fighters, with himself at the pinnacle level. With such strength, they posed little threat to a few in the realm of mind, considering that the traders' spirit contracts were rather subpar. The only advantage the traders possessed was combat experience. Yet, the second-year students also had ample practical experience, and the disparity between the two sides was not substantial. The advantages of spirit contracts could easily tip the scales, especially for someone like Tang Zhou, who had already reached the pinnacle of his current realm. Ascending to higher levels with the support of his teammates would not be a daunting task. After finishing his declaration, he had no intention of departing. Observing this, Lilith sighed. "Tang Zhou, our team has our own plans. Please do not hinder us, as your presence is quite bothersome." Lilith spoke with uncharacteristic directness, yet Tang Zhou remained unfazed. Instead expressing concern, "These human traders are exceedingly vicious. I must stay by your side to ensure your safety." Seeing him so insistent, even Lilith's well-mannered demeanor faltered slightly, her tone rising a notch. "Firstly, I do not require your protection. As the daughter of Luke Windsor, I naturally have others safeguarding me in the shadows. Those they cannot handle, you certainly cannot either." Tang Zhou's expression shifted, his smile becoming rigid, his mouth opening to respond, but Lilith interrupted him. "Moreover, I am acutely aware of your thoughts. It is utterly inconceivable for me to harbor any affection towards you, nor shall I ever do so. If your intentions are merely to forge a friendship, I implore you to maintain your distance. for your current demeanor only serves to incite my disdain." Lilith articulated her sentiments in a single breath, leaving both Yi Yu and Su Wanwan, who were well acquainted with her, taken aback. Since her arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, Lilith has been particularly mindful of her image, as she embodies the essence of European nobility. The unreserved and piercing nature of her words, akin to a direct strike to the heart, came as a surprise to all. Little did they know that Tang Zhou's previous actions had solely impacted her. For the sake of her own reputation, Lilith could endure, even donning a facade of cordiality, despite her aversion. However, the impending battle loomed perilously close. Being in the same squad as Yal and others meant that Tang Zhou's behavior would affect not only her, but also those around her, an eventuality Lilith could not abide. Tang Zhou, in a state of shock, had not anticipated that the usually gentle Lilith would suddenly utter such a declaration. He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "We are to convene a warm meeting. Please refrain from obstructing us." Lilith interjected. By the time Lilith and Jiang Lin had relocated, Tang Zhou remained in a daze. The gazes of those around him were a mixture of mockery and pity, their complex expressions piercing his soul like a needle. As he watched the retreating figures, an unnameable fury ignited within him, and his demeanor shifted to one of resentment. At that moment, Jiang Lin, who was engrossed in Luo Ling's analysis, felt an involuntary twitch in his fingers. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and the rapid transformation left everyone astounded. Their gazes riveted to the heavens. A bolt of lightning descended with astonishing speed, veering sharply to strike a distant mound. After a blinding flash, the mound erupted violently into the air. This spectacle left all onlookers wide-eyed, as if the grandeur of celestial wrath reverberated before them. Jiang Lin's lips twitched. He was all too familiar with such sights, having witnessed numerous individuals being scorched by his celestial thunder, leading to a certain muscle memory. Meanwhile, Chen Haimei, while the others were transfixed by the distant mound, fixated her gaze fervently on Jiang Lin. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Jiang Lin's voice echoed in her mind, "Watch him." Chen Haimei nodded vigorously. Chapter 92, Assembly. Despite Tang Zhou's thick skin, he could only return to his team in silence under such circumstances. His silence plunged the atmosphere within the team to an icy chill. This squad was nearly entirely founded by Tang Zhou himself, where his word was law, and at that moment, no one dared to provoke his ire. Just then, the remaining teams arrived, and from the center of the gathering, a figure began to hover, elevating him above the crowd, ensuring that all could see him. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhou Qifeng, a third-year student and the vice president of the Student Council. I am delighted to see you all gathered here, as it signifies that you are all cognizant of the present situation in the Ali region." Zhou Qifeng, with a well-proportioned physique standing approximately 185 centimeters tall, wore the Academy's uniform in a manner that accentuated, rather than diminished, his striking features. His short hair brushed just above his eyes, and his deep, contemplative gaze surveyed the assembly. "You must have received the news. These traitorous humans are now attempting a desperate push against our Dragon Kingdom's borders." "Come on, old Zhou. We already know this. Get to the point." A voice interjected from the crowd, expressing dissatisfaction at the lack of substance in his lengthy introduction. Although Zhou Qifeng's position as vice president could impose some authority over the second and first-year students, it held little sway against the seasoned third-year students. The speaker, a young man with fiery red hair, lounged atop an off-road vehicle with his arms crossed, flanked by 5 others, all at the same state of mind. Upon recognizing the speaker, Zhou Qifeng could not help but chuckle wryly. "All right, I concede. There truly isn't much to elaborate on." With that, he clapped his hands, and a shadow materialized beside him, revealing a strikingly attractive woman with purple hair clad in tight black attire. She effortlessly unfurled the shadow, displaying an array of images. Within the images, a group of individuals was seen breaching a mountain, delving into its depths. This intel comes from our SS-class Shadow Pact practitioners, indicating that these human traders are likely seeking a location to conduct their final adjustments in preparation for their last stand. Zhou Qifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. This information was 2 days old, and they had been monitoring the situation, noting that many of the traitorous humans had entered the mountain, likely their stronghold. "Is the information reliable? Could it be a ruse?" inquired a woman with snow-white hair cascading elegantly down her back, her striking features marred by a slight frown. Her demeanor exuding an air of cold aloofness as she rested a hand on the white scabbard at her waist. "Rest assured, Lin Qing's SS-class shadow abilities are exceedingly difficult to detect unless she chooses to reveal herself," Zhou Qifeng assured confidently. "I called for this assembly to seize the opportunity and mount an offensive against their lair." "What is the plan?" came the inquiry. "Indeed, there is a plan, and it is as follows." As Zhou Qifeng outlined his strategy, Jiang Lin and his team turned their attention to Luo Ling throughout their journey. Luo Ling's various decisions had earned their unwavering trust, and even as Zhou Qifeng spoke with authority, they were eager to hear Luo Ling's perspective. "My thoughts align closely with his," Luo Ling replied with a slight shake of her head. "While the traitorous humans possess considerable combat experience, should we launch a full-scale assault? expanding the battlefield and escalating its intensity. Our advantages as spirit-packed practitioners will be magnified. Furthermore, with the monitoring wristbands in play, engaging them head-on will provide us with an additional safeguard, should the wristbands trigger. It will be exceedingly challenging for them to land a decisive blow amidst the chaos of battle. Luo Ling spoke gravely, the sole concern lingering being whether their use of the wristbands might incur penalties. That should not be an issue, Su Wanwan interjected. Her fist pressed against her mouth as she frowned. As vice president of the student council, Zhou Qifeng surely has more accurate information than we do. If he is proceeding this way, it must be sanctioned by the academy. Luo Ling nodded in agreement. In that case, there is no superior strategy than a direct offensive. By thoroughly disrupting the battlefield, we shall secure our position. Moreover, the most perilous vanguard has been assumed by the third-year seniors, ensuring that if these traitorous humans possess no hidden cards, their demise is inevitable. Xiao Yuan chimed in with a grin. Even if they do have hidden cards, breaching the monitoring barriers will be a formidable challenge. Thus, we will hold the advantage in terms of morale. As he spoke, he exhibited an eager demeanor. After all, such a large-scale direct confrontation was the perfect arena for their elemental artillery to shine. Before long, Zhou Qifeng concluded his plan, which was straightforward, a direct onslaught. With each team supporting one another, as long as no one acted alone, it would be exceedingly difficult to be defeated. Zhou Qifeng swiftly reached a consensus with the leaders of the various teams, and the convoy of off-road vehicles set forth towards the location monitored by Lin Qing. As they departed, a multitude of figures surged into action nearby. These were the Academy's guardians, all at the Soul Realm level, with even two at the esteemed rank. After all, the students gathered here could be considered the creme de la creme of the West District University, and no significant mishaps could be permitted. The vast terrain of the Ali region allowed for visibility over great distances, with the distant mountains resembling a series of diminutive hills. The commotion caused by the students' gathering could not remain concealed for long, and soon, the lurking traitors took notice. However, once they had exposed their target by assembling, there was no retreat. Zhou Qifeng chose an opportune moment. Just as they had to converge to assault the boundary line, should they indeed head towards it, they would find themselves beset on all sides. There was no time to ponder how their position had been compromised. By the time the students arrived at the foot of the mountain, numerous traitors had already appeared atop it. At this juncture, they no longer felt the need for disguise, with many traitors tearing away their loose black robes and hoods, revealing their grotesque visages marked by prominent purple veins. In this moment, several exhibited characteristics of the wild tribes. The two factions gazed at each other, requiring no words to understand the impending conflict. Zhou Qifeng, having somehow donned a pair of armored gauntlets, clashed his fists together, his deep gaze suddenly sharpening. "Kill," he uttered in a low growl, and he, along with the other 6 members of his team, surged forth. As they charged, the team quickly formed a V-shaped formation, the last member signaling by hurling a sphere of brilliant light into the air. Subsequently, all students wielding elemental abilities or ranged attack capabilities unleashed their psychic energies. Jiang Lin and others swiftly followed suit, and as they raced forward, Jiang Lin drew his icy bow to its full tautness, frost spreading profusely across its surface, as he released his grip. A torrent of arrows cascaded like rain into the elemental flood unleashed by the other students ahead. The assault was a calculated encirclement. The sky seemed to rain magic, with energies from various elements intertwining. Fire's explosive flames, ice's chilling frost, and wind's slicing blades. The traitors atop the mountain quickly scattered, forced to concede that, compared to the gifted students, they were woefully outmatched. Engaging in a frontal confrontation was not an option, and thus they exhibited no intent to counterattack, fracturing their ranks and dispersing across the mountainside. Zhou Qifeng was acutely aware that such a simplistic group assault would not suffice. Otherwise, he would not have led the charge. "Stay close to me," he bellowed, quickening his pace, as the long-range attacks from various elements rained down upon the nameless mountain. A cacophony of violent psychic energies erupted, creating a colorful explosion atop the mountain, which caught many traitors in its wake. Several were crushed under the force of the blast. Others, while managing to distance themselves, were still injured by the residual impact, causing their formation to falter. "Wind!" Zhou Qifeng shouted in urgency. In that instant, all wind elemental psychics within the team, including Jiang Lin, responded. They infused their wind energy into their comrades, further enhancing their speed. The sudden surge in velocity startled the traitors on the mountain, who realized too late that they could not regroup. Zhou Qifeng's team had already penetrated their ranks. Their targets were precise, zeroing in on 2 individuals of considerable prowess. Unleashing their energies, a flash of brilliance heralded Zhou Qifeng's appearance beside one of them. His arm raised high as a vast shadow materialized. Lin Qing emerged from the darkness, crossing 2 short blades with lethal intent. In a moment of peril, the individual decisively unleashed his blood, the essence of the wild tribes coursing through his veins. Raising his arm in defense, the blades grazed his skin, merely slicing it open, yet the wound healed instantaneously before blood could even flow. At that moment, Zhou Qifeng surged forward, ducking under the guard and thrusting into the opponent's abdomen, pressing his hand against the taut muscles and growling, "Explode." The individual's abdomen caved in violently. And as he looked down in shock, a gaping void the size of a basketball appeared in his midsection, with intestines and organs spilling forth. As his massive form collapsed, Zhou Qifeng retreated with an icy expression, turning his focus towards another traitor of equal standing. The rest of the team was equally formidable, not far from him. A fiery explosion erupted, leaving behind a charred corpse. Farther away, a chilling aura spread rapidly, transforming the ground into a crystalline blue, with lifelike ice sculptures visible among the debris. These were the top-tier talents of the third year, effortlessly overpowering their counterparts among the traitorous humans. Nonetheless, the elite third-year students were ultimately in the minority. Elsewhere, the second-year students were engaged in a tug-of-war with the traitors. The second-year students, lacking in raw strength, found themselves easily outmaneuvered by the more experienced traitors, with many powerful techniques failing to find their mark. The few first-year teams dared not approach the heart of the battlefield, where the majority were individuals of significant prowess. Jiang Lin and his companions found themselves skirting the outer edges, seizing opportunities only to strike at those separated by the tumult of battle. At this moment, Yer radiated with golden light, standing alongside Lilith, who wielded a holy sword. As they confronted a traitor who had already awakened his wild blood, this individual, having only partially merged with the wild tribe's bloodline, had become exceedingly feral, relying solely on instinct in his frenzied attacks. Like a beast, he lunged between Yar and Lilith's defenses, yet could not breach their line. Yar, having reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm through days of training, alongside Su Xuanxuan's support and Lilith's formidable assaults, managed to hold him back despite the odds. Of course, Su Wanwan occasionally unleashed a low-tier soul shock, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Meanwhile, Chun Haimei stood alone, blocking the traitor's companion, while Luo Ling, Jiang Lin, and Xiao Yuan stabilized the situation before converging to eliminate the traitor. The encirclement quickly took shape through their seamless cooperation, with Luo Ling leading the charge. As she engaged in direct confrontation with him, she struck from behind. Xiao Yuan and Jiang Lin continuously targeted his weak points, preventing him from channeling his full strength. This training session had indeed yielded significant progress, allowing them to coordinate with minimal need for words. The wild tribesman was now in dire straits, as Yar's heavy sword struck, causing the traitor to stagger. Su Wanwan and Yi Yu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Almost in unison, Su Wanwan unleashed a soul shock, while Yi Yu, with a fierce cry, summoned a shadow that erupted from the ground, grasping the traitor's arms tightly from behind. Upon witnessing this, Lilith surged forward, leaping high, and brought her sword down in a thunderous strike. The holy sword's power erupted in that moment, cleaving the traitor in two. After dispatching this foe, the group swiftly redirected their attention. At that moment, several Chun Haimais appeared, surrounding a massive man with light purple skin exceeding 2 meters in height. The giant retaliated ferociously, and if Chun Haimei could not evade his punch, her form would instantly disintegrate. The vanishing body left no blood but slowly dissipated. An A-grade illusionary psychic might lack offensive power, yet its capacity for confusion was unparalleled. Thus, it had been part of Luo Ling's plan that if they encountered 2 enemies, she would distract one while the others focused their fire on the other. It seemed the plan was a resounding success, as the other traitor soon fell under their combined assault, even after awakening his wild blood. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. Just as they finished off the second opponent, 3 traitors of the solidifying realm suddenly burst forth from the side, having already awakened their wild blood, exhibiting extreme ferocity in their movements. Observing their battered state, it appeared they had just escaped from skirmishes with other teams. Yar's expression shifted as he wasted no time activating his holy knight form, donning heavy knight armor, and brandishing his sword before one of them. Yi Yu gritted his teeth, issuing commands to his armored spirit, which did not flinch and charged directly at one of the traitors. The remaining traitor, without needing further instruction, found Chun Haimei's form flickering, creating over a dozen afterimages, leaving the one solidifying realm traitor frozen in place. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that everyone was adeptly managing the unexpected circumstances. The 3 individuals were intercepted and, after a brief struggle, were swiftly dispatched. A few members of the team felt a momentary sense of ease before turning their attention to the other traitors among the human ranks. From the outset, the battle had escalated into a fervent clash. These human traitors were acutely aware that, in the midst of a disordered formation, they were at a significant disadvantage against the students from the West District University, who maintained a cohesive formation. Consequently, they activated their bloodlust without hesitation, which rapidly intensified the ferocity of the battlefield. Soon, several students were ejected from the protective barrier of their detection wristbands, and without a moment's pause, they hastily withdrew from the fray, nursing their injuries. Yet, there were also traitors who found themselves continuously besieged and exterminated. They lacked the safeguard of detection wristbands, and their defeat meant an inexorable descent into darkness. As the situation evolved, with the advantages of initiative, morale, and strength firmly in the hands of the students from West District University, the tide of battle had unmistakably shifted. The traitors were left with no choice but to unveil their trump cards and unleash their bloodlust. Once the blood surged within their bodies, having remained dormant for much of the time due to the inherent frailty of human forms compared to the aberrant races, it could be catalyzed at critical moments at the cost of bodily strain, triggering an explosive surge of terrifying power. With an increasing number of traitors invoking their bloodlust, the previously one-sided confrontation began to stabilize, forcing numerous students to retreat from the battlefield. Even the team, led by Jiang Lin, though stationed far at the rear, bore immense pressure as their levels were among the lowest on the battlefield. Luo Ling, drenched in sweat, occupied the dual role of supporting attacks while also serving as the primary decision-maker for the team. He was tasked with observing the surrounding information while engaged in combat, ensuring his team navigated the right course. After dispatching 2 more adversaries, he took a deep breath and instinctively surveyed the environment. In the distance, he noticed a tall figure breaking through the encirclement of a large trio of teams, and just as he turned to glance at another position, he caught sight of a fire element contract holder within his team, gasping for breath. A slight change in his expression ensued upon observing the state of the surrounded human traitor. The bloodlust within him had reached its zenith, and while the aftermath might lead to a steep decline, he was undeniably at the pinnacle of his power in that moment. Without a moment to lose, he urgently shouted, "Scatter, everyone scatter!" Given the traitor's combat experience and battlefield control, they seized the opportunity upon witnessing the fire element holder's moment of weakness and charged decisively in that direction. The 2 primary attackers in the team exchanged worried glances and rushed to intercept, yet the traitor paid them no heed. 2 long swords carved deep gashes across his abdomen and back as he barreled toward the fire element holder. Had he been in peak condition, the fire element wielder could have shown this traitor the true meaning of explosive flames, but at that moment, his energy flow was far from optimal. Consequently, upon the traitor's sudden advance, he fell momentarily into a stupor. Such a grave misstep was undoubtedly fatal. The aberrant made no hesitation in closing the final distance, his colossal fist thrusting forward with unrelenting speed. As if casually swiping while maintaining velocity, a gentle-faced woman from the rear of the team quickly waved her hand, summoning a misty radiance that rapidly enveloped the fire element holder. Yet, just as that fist approached, a robust barrier suddenly manifested, absorbing the impact of the blow, sending the fire element holder soaring over 10 meters, crashing to the ground before bouncing back up. The traitor had foreseen this outcome and let out a derisive scoff, dashing through the breach of the encirclement. As he emerged, he came face to face with Jiang Lin and his team. Fortunately, Luo Ling had already instructed everyone to disperse. Otherwise, no one among the few who stood in the traitor's path could have withstood a strike from his peak state. The traitor, seeing an escape route, dared not linger, weaving through the group. "Sisters, interfere." At that moment, dozens of figures materialized around him like wraiths, their expressions devoid of emotion as they brandished their blades. The traitor's eyes twitched, veins bulging. The earlier squad had been manageable, but this team possessed 4 individuals at the pinnacle of their states. And now they sought to stop him? Enraged, he felt his bloodlust surging even more fiercely, momentarily contemplating abandoning his escape. However, as his speed began to wane, a startling realization struck him. Before the blood surged within him, he had been timid and cowardly, paralyzed by an intense fear of death, an utterly ordinary individual. Even after successfully embracing the bloodlust and gaining formidable power, his personality remained largely unchanged. The fear of death loomed larger than any other concern. If he lingered now, even if he managed to obliterate the barriers of this team, then what? Would another team not arrive to eliminate him? At the outset, this battle had seemed inherently unequal. Yet why did it feel as though they were all shackled by the desire to fight in this very moment? What was the reason for this? In a fleeting moment of clarity, countless thoughts flooded his mind, but time was slipping away rapidly. Before he could ponder further, Yal charged forward with unrelenting force. Upon realizing the peak strength of his ethereal form, rage overwhelmed his reason. Without hesitation, he turned and unleashed a punch, but Yal's heavy sword was already raised before him, and he was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Before he could pursue, Luo Ling surged in an instant, unleashing a flurry of slashes that crisscrossed in a dazzling display. The traitor, consumed by wrath, retaliated with a punch that collided with the onslaught of blades, his fist erupting with crimson lines of blood. Yet, this brutal strike pierced through Luo Ling's blade net, striking him directly. An uncanny scene unfolded as Luo Ling's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind the traitor, his blades flashing in a wild dance as he continued to slice. In front of him, the fading figure transformed into Chun Haimei, her arms crossed before her, her presence morphing into something infinitely terrifying in the traitor's eyes. In the next moment, sparks of flame ignited from Chun Haimei's form, rapidly spreading into an inferno that engulfed him. The searing flames scorched every inch of his skin, and even with the bloodlust coursing through his veins, he could not suppress his agonized screams. Yet this was merely the beginning. Sharp pain lanced through his mind like needles, momentarily clouding his consciousness. At this juncture, 2 points of light flickered simultaneously before him and behind him. Lilith and Yal, each wielding their respective swords, thrusting them into his body. The knight's sword barely breached his skin, while Lilith, in a far more advantageous state, unleashed her energy into her sword, piercing through his heart. The cycle of bloodlust shattered in an instant, leaving the traitor in a state of disbelief as his strength rapidly ebbed away. After dispatching another foe, Luo Ling, unable to revel in their victory, urgently called out, "We must retreat." The previous ambush had appeared effortless, yet in truth, their cooperation had been seamless, and throughout the assault, both Su Wanwan and Lilith had expended substantial energy. If more human traitors emerged now, they would find themselves hard-pressed to cope. At that moment, both Yal and Lilith bore expressions of deep concern. Luo Ling, noting their states, hastily inquired, "What's wrong?" "The scent of demons," Yal replied gravely. "That individual was influenced by a demon." "A demon?" Chun Haimei discreetly placed her hand at her waist. At that moment, Lilith interjected, noting that the primary objective of the individual who had just fled was evidently to escape. However, upon encountering Yal, he immediately turned back. His emotional transition was alarmingly rapid, unmistakably influenced by external forces. Coupled with the recent emergence of a demonic aura, it was certain that a prideful demon lurked nearby. Both of them were far too familiar with demons, and as other students remained oblivious, they sensed something amiss. "Look at the battlefield inside. It is rare to witness a retreat. Aren't these traitorous humans aiming to flee? Why then do they choose to engage us in a desperate battle?" Xiao Yuan voiced his confusion, scratching his head. Could it be that they realize escape is futile? No, if they truly wish to escape, a portion could undoubtedly get away. Jiang Lin replied grimly, "Don't tell us they're sacrificing themselves for their comrades." As Jiang Lin and the others recognized the anomaly, the battlefield was already engulfed in a frenzy, with the traitorous humans blinded by rage. The inherently unequal battle incited their fury, reminiscent of a relentless pursuit where they were treated merely as stepping stones. The humiliation of being bested by students who relied solely on their spiritual contracts ignited a tempest of emotions within them. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the heart of the mountain, a true member of the wild tribe lay quietly upon a rocky platform. His imposing purple physique, muscular and towering at 3 meters, emanated an overwhelming sense of explosive power. Yet, this intimidating form bore no trace of life. It appeared to be nothing but a soulless shell. Above, on the battlefield, tendrils of gray mist flowed from the bodies of the traitorous humans, present yet completely overlooked by all. This mist seeped into the ground, continuously merging with the mountain below, infiltrating the body of the wild tribe. As the mist accumulated, the body of the wild tribe twitched its fingers ever so slightly. Meanwhile, beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, a vast contingent of the troops from the Inxia Kingdom clashed with the border forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Such skirmishes were common. Yet recent intelligence suggested potential trouble from Inxia, prompting the long-reclusive Saint Realm powerhouse, Ling Kai, to appear atop a distant mountain, gazing down upon the battlefield. Beside him, a stream of water coalesced rapidly into a humanoid form, which gradually transformed into a graceful woman. "Long time no see," her melodious voice resonated, her fair visage seemingly untouched by the passage of time. "Indeed," Ling Kai responded, having instinctively withdrawn his hand from his pocket upon seeing her. "After so many years apart, you could indulge in a smoke." The woman appeared to anticipate his intent. Ling Kai chuckled awkwardly and dismissed the thought. "Do you know what these traitorous humans are up to?" he inquired. The woman's gaze suddenly turned icy, as if to imply that the Inxia side was proactively collaborating with them. "This group has yet to resolve their internal turmoil, and upon realizing they could pose us trouble, they behave like dogs catching a whiff of something foul." "Cough, cough, cough," Ling Kai hastily interrupted, finding the comparison rather peculiar. As they conversed, 3 figures suddenly surged towards them at high speed, seemingly with a predetermined target, their trajectory unwavering. "They're here." Ling Kai's expression grew serious. There were indeed 3 of them. "A bunch of rabble," the woman scoffed, as ominous clouds suddenly gathered overhead and a light drizzle began to fall. An inferno erupted, engulfing half the sky, evaporating the rain into thick, white mist. "Since you've arrived within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, you must have chosen your coffins well." Ling Kai's voice echoed through the skies. Subsequently, a long spear pierced through the clouds, plummeting swiftly. Spiritual energy manifested upon the spear, subtly forming the silhouette of a dragon. The 3 figures below hastily dispersed, while Ling Kai locked onto one of them, launching himself forward. At the same time, amidst the distant battlefield of traitors and students, peculiar changes began to unfold. It appeared that the traitors were gradually succumbing to a state of mental disarray, with several being slain on the spot due to their stupor. Following this, the expressions of the traitors shifted dramatically as they abandoned their previous frontal assault strategy, instead seeking opportunities to flee. The abrupt change in their combat style was evident to all. They remained unaware of the cause, but were resolute in their intent to eliminate the traitorous humans before them. Deep within the mountain, the corpse of the wild tribe had now risen, its pale purple eyes gleaming with joy. It has succeeded. The seed of rage has taken form. Next, it shall harvest fear. With that, he sliced his palm with a nail, and a drop of deep purple blood materialized. The moment the blood appeared, the surrounding space warped, conjuring a plethora of illusions, seemingly depicting the annihilation of numerous worlds. Simultaneously, the remaining traitorous humans stood frozen in place, their bodies beginning to grotesquely swell, their spiritual energy rapidly escalating. Some attempted to attack, only to be violently repelled by the surging energy. When the first traitor at the heart realm broke through to the soul realm, an unsettling awareness dawned upon everyone. Soon after, one by one, the traitorous humans experienced a rapid ascendancy in their spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, all those at the heart realm had reached the soul realm. The burgeoning power within them swelled, and at that moment, the traitors lost all rationality, launching frenzied assaults upon their surroundings, driven solely by the desire to unleash this newfound power. At this juncture, figures began to manifest from various locations. These were the protectors of the students, the mentors of the academy. All were at the soul realm, and the two leaders had already attained the esteemed realm of sovereignty. Terrifying spiritual energy converged in the area, and the rapidity of these changes was overwhelming. Many students were instantly ejected from the protective barrier of their detection bracelets, prompting the mentors to rush in and rescue them. Combat became unavoidable, yet the intensity of the battlefield escalated to unprecedented heights in an instant. The original mountaintop was nearly leveled within a mere minute, obliterated by an array of energies, while Jiang Lin and the others hurriedly fled the periphery of the battlefield. They were the first to detect the anomaly, and Luo Ling, being sufficiently cautious, found themselves positioned advantageously, as only a few low-level traders lingered nearby when the upheaval commenced. After Su Wanwan unleashed a full-force spiritual shockwave, they fled together. The ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to engage. However, the disparity in strength compared to the soul realm was insurmountable. The chasm was not something that mere foresight and spiritual contracts could bridge, not to mention that the traders were now nearly saturated with the blood of the wild tribe. A figure suddenly charged towards them at high speed. Witnessing this, Jiang Lin discreetly sought refuge, activating the shield of his detection bracelet. Boom! The figure, engulfed in flames, collided with the group like a meteor. The shield activated in response to the immense impact, and the mere shockwave triggered all their protective barriers. Haha! Is this the true power of the wild god? As the flames dissipated, the towering purple giant, over 2 meters in height, threw back his head and laughed maniacally, before abruptly turning to face Jiang Lin and the others. Now, it's your turn, you insects. A cold, somewhat disdainful voice resonated, and a vine erupted from the earth beneath him. In a flash of rainbow light, a severed head soared high into the air. So be it, came the voice, laced with a hint of contempt. When the group regained their composure, 2 women clad in white combat uniforms had already appeared beside the headless corpse. They paid no mind to the onlookers. One of them knelt down, contemplatively observing the purple blood oozing from the corpse's neck. The presence of a demon is evident. But how does it intertwine within the body of the wild tribe? We'll find out soon enough, the other replied. And together they soared into the fray of the battlefield ahead. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses, staring blankly at the receding figure, a glimmer of envy and yearning flickering in their eyes. Just now, that was indeed a member of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, wasn't it? Xiao Yuan expressed his excitement, unable to contain himself. It is from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, Luo Ling replied in a low voice. In that fleeting instant, he had glimpsed the phoenix symbol on their attire. With such formidable strength appearing in the Western District, it could only be them. Once the 2 members of the Phoenix Feather departed, their crisis was also resolved, but with the activation of the barrier, they were effectively out of the game. Soon, an instructor arrived just before the shield dissipated to assist them. It was a middle-aged man with ordinary features and glasses, whom Jiang Ling vaguely remembered as a mentor from the Spirit Contract Research Department, named Shangli. He specialized in wood-type spirit contracts. Upon witnessing that everyone had triggered the barrier, he waved his hand, summoning a stream of emerald green spiritual energy that flowed into their bodies. The group felt their injuries rapidly mending, and soon sprouts emerged from the ground, lifting them into the air. Shangli used his spiritual energy to carry them away into the distance. Along the way, he finally spoke, providing an explanation for the recent upheaval. The 3 sacred realms of the Ink Blot Kingdom had breached the border, and the authorities were currently unable to spare any time to assist us. However, rest assured, the Academy has already dispatched 2 esteemed realms for aid. There will be no casualties this time. In truth, even without his words, the crowd could already see the sky above the border painted with spiritual energy, a testament to the residual power of the battles in the sacred realms. The distant sight clearly indicated that the situation there was dire. Shangli escorted them until they reached a valley where he set them down. This is a temporary camp, guarded by 3 soul realm sentinels. You should stay here for now. As he spoke, a hint of urgency had crept into Shang Li's demeanor. Along the journey, He had received continuous distress signals from the triggered shields. The traitorous mindset of the human race had collectively advanced to the soul realm, overwhelming the students almost entirely. Shields were being breached every moment, and they had only 10 minutes for rescue. The Academy's mentors were extraordinarily busy. Within the valley, Jiang Lin and the others discovered that numerous tents had already been set up, and many pale-faced students were visible. Some bore tattered clothing, riddled with tears, clearly having just received treatment. In comparison, their condition was relatively better. Let us find a place to rest, they exchanged wry smiles. The gap to the soul realm is still too great. I am, in fact, more concerned about how these individuals managed to break through to the soul realm so instantaneously. Luo Ling appeared deep in thought, while Xiao Yuan beside him suddenly wore a look of alarm. Don't fall into despair. That comes at the cost of exhausting one's life. No, I'm merely curious. Luo Ling gently shook his head. For a family primarily focused on gathering information, the emergence of unfamiliar knowledge carries an irresistible allure. Moreover, he was somewhat aware of the secret methods of life expenditure. Yet he had never witnessed such a forceful ascension to the soul realm. The chasm between the heart realm and the soul realm is indeed colossal. Many remain stuck at the pinnacle of the heart realm for their entire lives. This disparity distinguishes the prodigies from the ordinary. The earlier stages primarily involve refining spiritual energy and the physical body, but upon reaching the soul realm, one begins to cultivate the soul, which is undeniably more complex than before. This is also why Luo Ling found it incomprehensible, no matter how much one exhausts their life force. Only the physical body can be enhanced, and without elevating the soul, the body has its limits. Yar observed him, seemingly struck by a thought. Could this be related to demons? Perhaps the demons assist them in enhancing their souls, while the barbarian tribe enhances their physical forms. Luo Ling paused, his brow furrowing deeper. But can our fragile human bodies withstand two foreign powers? Is it truly possible for such forces to coexist within the human race? A chill surged through Luo Ling as he suddenly recalled the current siege of the Dragon Kingdom by the three great clans. If the demons were to intervene as well. Jiang Ling, too, appeared contemplative, realizing that, as Luo Ling suspected, the situation had grown rather peculiar. Were these demons truly restless? His gaze turned cold. Just then, another instructor returned with a group, hastily setting them down before departing. The group turned to find it was Tang Zhou and the others. Lilith instinctively considered turning to leave. But unexpectedly, Tang Zhou did not cling to her like before. Instead, he wore a composed expression, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Yet, as he took a couple of steps away, the clouds of gloom on his face suddenly dissipated, and upon seeing Lilith, a smile broke forth. Observing his demeanor, the others could only facepalm in resignation. Indeed, Tang Zhou's shamelessness was on full display as he approached her with practiced ease. Lilith, what a coincidence. It was as if the previous embarrassment had never occurred. Previously uninterested in him, Jiang Ling suddenly found himself intrigued, watching thoughtfully as Tang Zhou rambled on. I was actually looking for you on the battlefield. Although our team is not the strongest, we possess a certain level of capability. Yet I didn't expect to not see you at all. Lilith remained entirely unresponsive, and Tang Zhou did not seem offended. I never imagined I would see you here. We were surrounded by 3 soul realms and managed to hold out for a while, but there was little hope, so we ultimately gave up. Fortunately, we suffered no injuries. The others were skeptical of his claim of holding out, considering how a few condensation realms could possibly contend with 3 soul realms. Surely, they too had been swiftly defeated like Yar and awaited rescue. However, without the other team members to corroborate, there was no evidence. Seeing him continue unabated, Lilith coldly interjected. Are you finished? Not at all. How could my feelings for you be conveyed in just a few words? Tang Zhou seemed a bit agitated. Right now, you may not grasp my sincerity, but that is fine. You will understand in due time. There will be no in due time, Lilith replied firmly. If my previous statement was not clear enough, I can now unequivocally tell you. There will be no future. Clearly, Lilith was growing increasingly impatient. Tang Zhou's expression shifted slightly as a strange glint flickered in his eyes. Yer suddenly drew his knight's heavy sword. Who are you? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had never felt such an intense demonic presence. Who am I? Tang Zhou's eyes widened in shock. I am Tang Zhou, the one who adores Lilith the most. It's me, Tang Zhou. His voice suddenly took on a tremor, as if 2 distinct personas were speaking simultaneously. Behind him, the figures of his team members began to tremble, as if something within them was violently thrashing about, threatening to break free. Scatter! They have been possessed by demons. Lilith shouted, grasping Su Wanwan with one hand and pulling Yu back with the other, retreating swiftly. The others quickly reacted, hastily backing away. At this moment, the others also noticed the changes in their group. Some attempted to approach for a closer look, but were sternly halted by Lilith. These individuals have been possessed by evil spirits. Do not come near. Quickly, summon the instructors. The students of the Western District University were somewhat familiar with the various clans, and upon realizing they were dealing with demons, they scattered in all directions. Can you escape? Tang Zhou's lips curled into a sinister grin, His arms, now transformed into claws, swung skyward, unleashing a gray mist that billowed into the sky, enveloping the entire valley in a bowl-like shroud. At this moment, the power Tang Zhou exhibited was undeniably that of the soul realm. The three instructors stationed at the gorge sensed the anomaly and rushed over, gasping in horror upon seeing Tang Zhou and the others. In their current state, Tang Zhou and his companions were unrecognizable. Their forms were emaciated and elongated, with bat-like wings sprouting from their backs, arms transformed into the claws of demons. Their lower limbs had contorted into a reverse-jointed configuration, and their gray-black skin was shrouded in a faint black mist. They had unmistakably become demons. Once the transformation was complete, Tang Zhou's gaze locked onto Lilith in the distance, exclaiming, "Do you know how much I adore you?" But why? His figure momentarily blurred, his speed reaching its zenith. Originally, his spirit contract was specialized in speed, but now, after his transformation into a demon, his velocity had astonishingly increased. All three mentors' attacks fell short as Tang Zhou rapidly approached Lilith. At a critical moment, Yao let out a furious roar without hesitation, the golden radiance of his knightly form bursting forth to its utmost, charging towards Lilith. Too slow. Tang Zhou's soft whisper echoed in his ear, as his figure had already materialized beside Lilith. A flicker of desire ignited in his murky pupils as he inquired, "Why? Why can't you like me?" Without hesitation, Lilith drew her holy sword and struck, but alas, in Tang Zhou's eyes, her speed appeared as if in slow motion, with a mere sidestep. He evaded and grasped her wrist firmly with his clawed hand. At that moment, one of the mentors arrived just in time, wielding a long knife that glimmered with silver light, effortlessly slicing through Tang Zhou's skin on his back. Tang Zhou's expression stiffened, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of fury as he retaliated with a claw, moving as swiftly as lightning. The mentor had no time to dodge, receiving several deep gashes across his chest. In an instant, numerous streaks of light shot forth, landing upon the mentor's wounds. These were the hidden students. Yet, astonishingly, the effect of these lights was exceedingly minimal, as a layer of eerie black mist writhed incessantly over the mentor's injuries. Jiang Lin, hiding behind a rock with Chen Haimei, sighed, "You should make your move." Chen Haimei nodded vigorously, a suffocating aura suddenly emanating from her. A new moon appeared above Tang Zhou's barrier, and he abruptly looked up. Who? Before he could comprehend, a silver streak suddenly sliced across his abdomen, purple blood gushing forth. Tang Zhou disregarded his wound, grinning menacingly. "Got you. Such speed is riddled with flaws." With that, he vanished and reappeared at a distance, extending a claw mid-air, where a half-transparent figure struggled into existence. "Y'all, Lilith." And the others gasped, "Senior?" Su Wanwan quickly gathered spirit energy, but Lilith, frightened, pushed her aside. "Are you out of your mind? Attacking the demon's soul at your current level will result in reverse contamination." Su Wanwan's expression shifted, and then she suddenly recalled something, anxiously exclaiming to Yiyu, "My bag. My bag." Yiyu, wielding the staff of resurrection, brightened at her words, and with a wisp of soul appeared from where they had just rested, swiftly grabbing Su Wanwan's bag and rushing back. Upon receiving it, Su Wanwan unzipped it, revealing a longbow that shimmered like glass, its string almost ethereal. Lilith's expression changed slightly. "Are you really going to use that?" Su Wanwan nodded resolutely. When she first obtained the bow in Jiang Lin's shop, she had tested it and found its effects remarkably effective, especially its attacks, which left no trace yet struck directly at the soul. The drawback of high energy consumption was manageable under normal circumstances, but now that they were trapped, every ounce of spirit energy must be used judiciously. Su Wanwan was uncertain if the touch of the soul could threaten a demon, yet she felt compelled to act. Otherwise, her senior Chun might lose her life. However, just as she pulled back the bowstring, the struggling Chun Haimei suddenly dissipated, her form shattering like glass, scattering shards that inflicted many wounds upon Tang Zhou. A figure emerged from the new moon above. Chun Haimei's expression cold as she held a sword across her chest with one hand while pressing the other upon the sword's hilt. "Heart, body, soul," as she softly intoned. Three figures materialized, each wielding a sword in a different manner. The spirit energy of the soul realm erupted, and in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the three figures charged down in an instant. A deadly sense of crisis enveloped Tang Zhou, every cell within him screaming in alarm, urging him to flee. "Switch places." A hoarse voice not belonging to Tang Zhou resounded, as a demon appeared in his stead, and in that fleeting moment, Chen Haimei's three figures swiftly passed through the demon's form. No blood flowed from the foe. Its body remained intact, yet it lost control and began to plummet. Su Wanwan, bow drawn, was astounded. In her spiritual vision, the demon's soul was instantaneously severed. Only after the corpse hit the ground did three blood streaks manifest upon its body. And then, in an instant, the entire form shattered into fragments. Jiang Lin observed this spectacle, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The development of Mirror Flower Water Moon is quite impressive. Tang Zhou's figure emerged from afar, his gaze fixed intently on the shattered demon's body, cursing under his breath. Beside him, A demon engaged in combat with the mentors approached, regarding the sword-wielding Chun Haimei with trepidation. Having undergone transformation through the powers of demons and blood, they had attained the soul realm, even overpowering the mentors who had long stepped into it. Yet, how could Chun Haimei, also of the soul realm, eliminate foes of the same tier so effortlessly? This thought sent shivers down their spines. Chun Haimei approached slowly, sword in hand, as the new moon followed her lead. Why choose to betray humanity? Her voice was cold, her gaze filled with profound disdain as she looked down upon them. Having executed missions abroad, she understood deeply how Dragon Country had provided them with ample conditions in this chaotic era, yet these individuals failed to cherish it. Betrayal? Tang Zhou chuckled at the absurdity. This is merely a form of power. Power knows no right or wrong, does it? Do you believe you are still human? Chun Haimei's disdain intensified. If you were still human, you wouldn't have evaded that strike just now. Tang Zhou's expression shifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed been momentarily blank. Stop with the nonsense. You are simply envious of my power, he declared, pointing at Chun Haimei. Go, kill this woman. Chun Haimei sighed softly at this, twirling her sword in an elegant flourish as she spoke to herself. Dragon Country has the underworld. All souls entering the territory of Dragon Country are divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. Heavenly soul. A figure stepped forth behind Chun Haimei, holding a sword with both hands raised before her. Earthly soul. Another figure emerged, casually resting a sword behind their back. Human soul. The final figure stepped forth, one hand holding the sword's tip forward, the other forming a finger gesture. The new moon in the sky dimmed noticeably, and Chun Haimei's complexion paled. My strength can only produce 3 strikes, but for dealing with you rabble, that will suffice. With that, the 3 figures in the sky vanished in an instant. And Chun Haimei sheathed her sword. On the ground, Tang Zhou and the others' expressions changed dramatically as a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped every inch of the surrounding space. In the next moment, 3 resplendent beams of sword light sliced through their space. The interwoven sword lights instantly traversed their position, tearing the very fabric of space. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, fissures rapidly spread throughout the space, causing the entirety of the camp's environment to shatter like glass. Light poured in, compelling everyone to look up. The new moon had vanished, leaving only the setting sun in its wake. Yet, the demon's barrier seemed to have never existed. However, as the crowd turned, the corpses of the demons on the ground unequivocally testified that the earlier events had indeed transpired. Chapter 96. Demon Rebirth. As the crowd regained their senses, they searched for Chun Haimei's figure, but after the new moon dissipated, she had vanished without a trace. Jiang Lin emerged from his cover, seemingly talking to himself. Impressive ability development. How many strikes can you manage now? For strikes, rather forced, a voice replied, though no one was present. Jiang Lin nodded. It is indeed quite remarkable. I should delve deeper into the underworld, which will aid in the subsequent strikes. At this moment, Chun Haimei stood beside Jiang Lin, still ensnared in the illusion of the mirror flower and water moon, invisible to others. What shall we do next? She inquired. Jiang Lin, wishing to conceal her awareness, refrained from breaking the illusion. He cast her a peculiar glance. It is not yet over. As he spoke, from the shadows beneath his feet, the figure of Xiao He slowly materialized, taking on his form. Come, follow me. A portal to another space appeared, and Jiang Lin, along with Chun Haimei, stepped through, leaving Xiao He standing forlornly behind. Old Jiang, is that you? Are you all right? Xiao Yuan's voice echoed from afar. Xiao He quickly replied, I'm fine. Upon their arrival, Jiang Lin and Chun Haimei found themselves at the outskirts of the previous battlefield, where the traitors of the human race had descended into madness, clashing fiercely with the academy's instructors. The situation on the battlefield was dire. Though the traitors possessed skill, their forced elevation still fell short of true soul realm mastery. Yet now, these soul realm practitioners were overpowering the instructors. Jiang Lin gazed solemnly at the battlefield below, asking, Do you see? What? Chun Haimei tilted her head in confusion. Is the situation really that grim? Jiang Lin's breath hitched. How had Chun Haimei suddenly become so dazed? With a sigh of resignation, he reiterated, the demons are meddling. The aura of this particular demon was chaotic, having now surged to the sacred realm through the tumult of the battlefield's emotions. Chun Haimei, her expression grave, nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield below. I can't sense it. Is my soul realm too weak? Jiang Lin smacked his forehead in exasperation. In his anticipation, he had expected that the demon would have matured, and Chun Haimei would also perceive the oppressive aura. At the moment of the demon's arrival, when despair engulfed everyone, it would strike. Regrettably, aside from him, no one was aware that another demon was hidden beneath the mountain, absorbing emotional energy and growing rapidly, which left him somewhat perturbed. In the distance, along the border, sacred realm powerhouses had inexplicably appeared on the battlefield, encircling the 3 from the Insha kingdom, who were now in dire straits. Teetering on the brink of death, Bai Yu had never anticipated that these human traitors would conjure a being of sacred realm caliber. Jiang Lin sighed softly. He had already spotted members of Fenyu Pavilion on the battlefield below. Their hunting efficiency surpassed even that of the esteemed instructors, moving like phantoms and inflicting devastating casualties upon the traders, often resulting in instantaneous demise. Meanwhile, the two esteemed instructors were ensnared by over a dozen Soul Realm practitioners. Unable to break free, many instructors were preoccupied with rescuing students, leaving them in a rather precarious position. Yet, the primary cause of their struggle remained the demon lurking below. An intangible wave of emotional energy emanated from the demon, with wrath and fear influencing the instructors, subtly altering their combat styles, making them forget their advantages. Some hesitated, while others charged recklessly. "Let us proceed," Jiang Lin announced, and with a flash, he and Chun Jaime vanished, reappearing in the space where the peculiar demon resided. Within this realm, several figures were present, but before they could speak, Jiang Lin waved his hand, sealing off the area. At that moment, the figures within the space finally grasped the situation. Chun Jaime felt a fleeting disorientation as she found herself in this new location. She glanced up to see a massive demon, towering over 4 meters and hunched over, its apricot yellow eyes fixated on them. Unlike the other demons, which had a lean and balanced physique, this one was extraordinarily robust, pulsating with purple light and exuding the unique aura of the primal tribe. Chun Jaime's pupils dilated. The being before her bore both demonic and primal energies. Even more bizarrely, it sported human hair atop its head, rendering its visage grotesque. Before it knelt several figures, and upon closer inspection, she realized they were all human. The individuals turned their crimson eyes towards her, and upon recognizing their faces, Chun Jaime exclaimed, "Tang Zhou? Wasn't your soul severed by my blade?" Tang Zhou, evidently taken aback, had not expected to encounter Jiang Lin and Chun Jaime here. Although unfamiliar with Jiang Lin's name, he found him somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Chun Jaime clenched her fists, standing up to discover that her lower half had already transformed into a demonic form. This transformation was accelerating. And she realized, "You made a pact with the demon?" "What pact?" He replied, grinning widely. "This is a sacrifice for the Supreme Lord of Wrath." Tang Zhou's face twisted with a smile. "Your 3 blades were quite painful, indeed." Chun Jaime's expression darkened. She had believed that after the 3 strikes, she could sever his soul and send it to the underworld. Yet, to her astonishment, he had already sold his soul to the demon, indicating that his current form was no longer his true self. The existence of demons manifested through the soul, which was why they possessed profound understanding of it. In this state, unless she could slay the soul Tang Zhou had surrendered to the demon, he would resurrect endlessly through the power of emotions. To her surprise, Chun Jaime detected 2 distinct emotional energies emanating from the demon. "Indeed, the human form is the finest vessel," the leading demon proclaimed, seemingly reveling in its power. "The fusion of 3 energies occurs without conflict. Alas, it does shorten our lifespan, but fear not. As long as we possess sufficient emotional energy, we shall endure." After speaking, it moved its body, each joint cracking ominously. "Now, let us see how to deal with these 2 intruding mice." Even in isolation from the outside world, the demon appeared unperturbed, exuding confidence in its victory. "Lord Abyss, your might is unparalleled. These 2 harbor a personal grudge against me. Allow me to eliminate them," Tang Zhou proposed, bowing slightly with a hand on his chest. The demon glanced at him. "Very well, I hope you put on a good show." At this moment, Jiang Lin's interest peaked. This was a spirit beyond the jurisdiction of the underworld. If he were to slay it, he would reveal to Tang Zhou the proper use of the 5th blade. Your first 3 blades aim to sever souls and send them to the underworld. But the process was partially aided by the underworld. This explains why the 4th blade proved so arduous. It has already touched upon the true realm of tearing souls apart. Chun Jaime's heart trembled. She understood now that this was the path to the esteemed realm. "However, you are in the soul realm," Jiang Lin interjected, raising his hand. A flicker of lightning dancing at his fingertips. "I am willing to give it a try," Chun Jaime resolutely replied. Jiang Lin, seeing her determination, smiled and dissipated the lightning. "Very well, but your spiritual energy must be abundant. Otherwise, the battle would be unfair." With that, a strand of verdant energy flowed into her body, and Chun Jaime felt her previously expended spiritual energy return to its zenith. The 97th moment, a breakthrough opportunity. Originally, Jiang Lin had intended to eradicate all present, but upon witnessing Chun Jaime's opportunity for advancement, he felt inclined to indulge it. As he spoke, Tang Zhou had garnered the demon's approval and approached with a sinister grin. "Don't think I'm still the same as before. I'll deal with you first, then finish off that pretty boy beside you." Tang Zhou's features twisted in rage. Lilith had dared to turn against him for these few individuals. How dare she? Unconsciously, he twisted his neck, his demeanor growing increasingly bizarre as he quickened his pace, his form blurring suddenly. Instinctively, Chun Jaime drew her sword and positioned it before her. With a resounding hum, a claw of swirling black mist emerged, gripping her sword tightly. As Chun Jaime twisted her weapon, it shattered instantly, and her form vanished. "I can see your soul." With a sinister laugh, Tang Zhou suddenly leapt into the air, lunging towards a specific point where Chun Jaime's figure materialized. She appeared somewhat astonished that he could instantly locate her relocated position, hastily raising her sword defensively across her chest. Futile. The thrill in Tang Zhou's smile intensified as he unleashed a powerful claw, the swirling black mist trailing behind him, leaving a long, ominous mark. In an instant, Chun Haime's figure was torn apart. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, in that brief moment of hesitation, a crescent moon rose behind him. A figure shot forth, and Tang Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his enhanced strength, the shadow cast by this attack loomed large. Without a moment's thought, he charged towards the suspended Chun Haime. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that the crescent moon above was merely an illusion. Simultaneously, 3 figures emerged behind him, each adopting a different sword stance, all targeting the same victim. As the 3 figures sliced through the air, they inflicted 3 massive wounds capable of cleaving his semi-demonic body in twain. No blood spilled forth, as black mist swirled around the wounds. And soon his form began to visibly regenerate. How painful! Ha! He cackled, his face contorted in a grotesque manner, seemingly oblivious to his injuries as he surged forward once more. The soul-severing triad, capable of annihilating any being in the soul realm, had merely dealt him slight harm. In the illusion, Chun Haime's eyes betrayed her astonishment. The manipulation of spiritual energy in the soul realm revealed that before her lay not a human form, but a chaotic mass. Attempting to cleave through with a few strikes, Chun Haime found that she could only create openings, which would promptly close again. While Chun Haime and Tang Zhou were locked in fierce combat, the other demons underwent a complete transformation, their bloodthirsty gazes fixating on Jiang Lin. Shall we eliminate that young lad? One of the demons unconsciously licked his lips, a surge of power coursing through him, eager to unleash it. Surely, that would not do. He is a target designated by Tang Zhou. What does that matter? In the end, all will be slaughtered. One demon, growing increasingly impatient, crouched low, his claws restlessly scraping the floor. No rush. He is but an insignificant insect. Yuan, arms crossed and hovering, sneered. It is better to observe why he is stronger than you inept fools after his transformation. The other demons fell silent at his words, even when Yuan insulted them. They dared not display anger. Seeing their inaction, Jiang Lin casually found a stone to sit upon, keenly observing the duel between the two. Thus far, although Tang Zhou was immensely powerful and possessed terrifying speed, he struggled to seize Chun Haime within her mirage, where all could become illusionary or real. Conversely, even with Chun Haime's 3 concurrent strikes, she could not harm Tang Zhou. His soul had lost its original form, making it difficult to sever. If Chun Haime could not comprehend a deeper level of soul severing, she would undoubtedly be unable to kill Tang Zhou. Just as Jiang Lin pondered when Chun Haime would achieve this understanding, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. After executing another triple strike that cut through Tang Zhou's soul, she sensed something different in the instant of its healing. Her thoughts stirred, and her soul plummeted rapidly, for figures, each wielding a sword in a distinct posture, suddenly appeared at the 4 corners surrounding Tang Zhou. Simultaneously, Chun Haime's true form slowly drew her long sword from its sheath. An invisible wave surged across the battlefield, and Tang Zhou abruptly felt his emotional power solidify for a fleeting moment. It was in that instant that he instinctively sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The mirage had shattered. The familiar, soul-piercing agony surged once more, causing Tang Zhou to clutch his head and collapse to the ground, thrashing violently. A few demons in the distance stared in astonishment at this scene. How could the situation shift so drastically, given the disparity in their levels? Upon closer inspection, they realized that the 4 sword-wielding figures had already exchanged positions, while Chun Haime's true form emerged before Jiang Lin, her sword still unsheathed, before she fainted. Jiang Lin sensed her spiritual energy had long since depleted, leaving not a trace behind. Gently supporting her, Jiang Lin pondered thoughtfully. The strength of these demon souls remained intact. A typical strike from a mere sovereign would have obliterated their souls, yet Bright Moon Shadow had indeed found a fine specimen. Meanwhile, Yuan's expression turned cold upon witnessing Tang Zhou's agonized collapse. Although he had not yet perished, his soul had been thoroughly obliterated, reduced to a mere pulp, with 5 strands of sword intent swirling within his essence, ensuring that once this intent dissipated, his consciousness would be lost forever. Unless an emperor intervened to extract these strands, he would be condemned to a life of idiocy. Human, you have truly impressed me, Yuan stated, his massive figure soaring towards Jiang Lin, casting a shadow over him. Jiang Lin remained lost in thought, pondering the reason behind the demon's resilient souls. If he could uncover this mystery, perhaps he could extend the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld? The magnificent embodiment of wrath and fear, the supreme existence with the divine physique of the ancestral clan, Yuan proclaimed arrogantly, believing that without Chun Haime, Jiang Lin must be quaking in terror. Thus, he failed to notice that Jiang Lin was entirely unperturbed, absorbed in contemplation. Although reincarnated souls had become more resilient, each cycle consumed energy. Perhaps a century or a millennium would pose no issue, Yet the day would inevitably come when they would be depleted. Jiang Lin's brow furrowed deeper as Yuan continued. This woman may prove valuable. After her transformation into a demon, I could allow her to become my most loyal servant. His voice grew louder, prompting Jiang Lin to frown and utter, "Be quiet." Yuan, caught off guard by Jiang Lin's intense focus, instinctively halted, feeling a twinge of hesitation to interrupt his contemplation. "Oh," Yuan descended, standing beside Jiang Lin, captivated by his murmured words. "The demon souls are manifestations of emotion. Where has the emotional power of the Dragon Kingdom gone?" The souls of the Dragon Kingdom seemed vastly different from theirs. Yuan, intrigued, found himself pondering this question, which was indeed a point of confusion for demons. In the distance, several demons observed the peculiar interaction between one demon and one human, awestruck. Yet, Yuan remained still, and they dared not make any rash moves. Several minutes passed before Jiang Lin ceased his contemplation, recognizing the vast unknowns at play. Yuan, equally engaged, noted Jiang Lin's silence, and instinctively asked, "Is it over?" "Yes," Jiang Lin replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression twisted back into a menacing snarl as he ascended into the air. Locking eyes with Jiang Lin, "Human, this is your final opportunity. Relish in the embodiment of wrath and fear, the supreme gift from Lord Yuan." An overwhelming surge of emotional power coalesced in his outstretched hands, and the demons behind him seemed to witness countless souls wailing in agony. "How cliché," Jiang Lin retorted impatiently, swatting his hand, unleashing a tempestuous bolt of lightning that obliterated the mountains and the demons in its path. In the ensuing tumult of lightning, Yuan's form and soul were utterly annihilated, and as the lightning dissipated, a colossal opening appeared. The instructors and traitorous humans battling outside halted involuntarily. The moment Jiang Lin perceived the light flooding in, he sensed something was amiss, promptly activating a spatial portal to retrieve Chenhaime, leaving behind two indistinct silhouettes. Chapter 98, The Underworld's Soul Reaping. Outside, with a thunderous roar, the ground was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming surge of energy. The raging lightning energy ravaged the entire mountaintop. Fortunately, the academy instructors had sensed the violent energy emanating from below and had taken flight in advance. The traitors exhibited a sluggish response, primarily due to the emotional control exerted by the abyss, which kept them in a state of fervent rage, significantly dulling their sense of fear. Consequently, their awareness of the impending crisis was profoundly diminished. Although many realized the gravity of the situation only when the emotional control failed at the moment of the abyss's demise. It was too late. Nearly half of them perished in the tempest of lightning. As the rampaging bolts gradually receded, terror began to seep into the depths of these traitors' hearts. The fear, previously imperceptible, was now magnified infinitely, and in this moment, they lost all their fighting spirit. They had long forgotten their initial goal of fleeing the borders, scattering in a frenzy. Observing this, the esteemed mentor's expression grew grave as he declared that all Soul Realm beings should pursue the human traitors while they assessed the situation. The magnitude of the attack was beyond the involvement of the Soul Realm. The two of them remained acutely aware of the looming danger, cautiously approaching the vast crater. The tremendous energy shock had revealed a colossal void within the mountain, and the traces of the explosion suggested that the shockwave had emanated from within, obliterating the mountain's face entirely. The internal space had been utterly transformed, with remnants of flickering arcs of electricity still dancing about. Upon entering, their gaze was momentarily arrested as they caught sight of a figure carrying another into the spatial portal. The ability to so effortlessly open a spatial door and transport someone indicated a power that could only belong to an emperor realm. This revelation left them momentarily stunned, and when the portal closed, they exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. "What should we do? Should we report to the authorities?" The emergence of an unidentified emperor realm is certainly not a good omen. One of them, with a furrowed brow, fixed his gaze intently on the dissipating spatial door. "No, it must be one of our own." At that moment, the other had already descended to the ground, where the tempest had forcibly stripped away a layer of earth. The strange aura that had previously affected the human traitors seemed to originate from this very spot, though it was rapidly waning. He picked up a handful of soil, which, besides being infused with overwhelming lightning energy, retained a peculiar essence. This essence was strikingly similar to that found on the traitors outside. While the Soul Realm beings might not discern it, at their level, they had begun to glimpse the origins of power, allowing them to perceive more. These traitors had not only allied with the Wilderness tribe, but had also struck deals with demons, truly despicable. One could only wonder which elder had unleashed such ferocity. Could it be those hidden figures in the shadows, or a master from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion? A sudden sneeze interrupted Jiang Lin as he instinctively rubbed his nose while bringing Chenhaime to a secluded valley. At that moment, she remained unconscious, leaving Xiaohei to manage the situation on their side. Meanwhile, after rescuing all the students, the mentors resumed their pursuit of the human traitors. However, before they could pursue for long, the traitors began to deflate like punctured balloons, their internal strength rapidly depleting, gray mist emanating from their bodies. In no time at all, they had all withered, aging decades in an instant. Some of the elder ones even disintegrated into ash. As this gray mist ascended into the sky and pierced through the clouds, it began to coalesce into a form resembling the abyss. Damn humans! What manner of monster is that? How can there be such a powerful being among them? The abyss howled weakly. His face contorted with rage as the once mighty figure now appeared emaciated, resembling a frail old man. Damn, damn, damn! Fury surged within him. His eyes bloodshot as he pounded the ground relentlessly. The earth trembled beneath him, fissures appearing, yet with a creak, the abyss froze mid-motion. His raised fist suspended in the air. Huh, why has he stopped? Jiang Lin, having just emerged from the spatial door, remarked with surprise. Cold sweat trickled down the abyss as he experienced true terror for the first time. Despite the calm figure standing outside the portal, wearing an amicable smile, and feeling his power restored by half, he knew that even a peak of the revered realm would be no match for him. Yet, he felt as if he were engulfed in the depths of winter, surrounded by an icy chill. My recovery is slightly slower than anticipated, Jiang Lin said with a smile. By the way, this must be what soul fragmentation looks like, right? He had previously sensed that the abyss's soul was incomplete. The human traders bore traces of his essence. This phenomenon, born from their own emotions and resulting in a symbiotic attachment to the fragmented soul, piqued Jiang Lin's interest. The abyss's eyes darted around, ultimately managing to muster a smile, though his grotesque visage rendered it somewhat fearsome. Not soul fragmentation, but rather the absorption of their souls. Is that so? Jiang Lin's interest waned instantly. He had thought it might genuinely involve fragmentation. I was even curious about whether it hurt. With that, he raised his right hand, and, in a flash, the tempest of lightning erupted once more, obliterating the last remnants of the abyss's soul beneath the overwhelming power of the lightning energy. In this desolate expanse, no one took notice, and thus this magnificent storm remained shrouded in obscurity. However, while humans remained oblivious, the spirits were keenly aware. Two ethereal figures, one black and one white, stood nearby, holding chains connected to iron hooks, looking somewhat bewildered. Jiang Lin turned his head, perplexed. Black and white. The two figures quickly bowed their heads slightly. The King of Hell summoned you? Yes, he mentioned that there were demons causing trouble here. Jiang Lin turned back to the gaping crater in the abyss, now devoid of any remnants. Perhaps it is gone for good? The two figures of black and white appeared even more helpless. Jiang Lin clapped his hands. So, you wish to take him back for interrogation? The two nodded vigorously, their soul-hunting hooks swinging in response. Jiang Lin suddenly realized the predicament at hand, observing the soul energy being continually absorbed by the environment. This could be tricky. Please wait a moment. With that, he reached into the void beside him and retrieved an extraordinarily intricate tome. The moment the black and white figures caught sight of the book's corner, they instinctively retreated hundreds of meters, watching from a distance. As Jiang Lin fully extracted the tome, the surrounding space began to distort and become chaotic, various energies manifesting. Jiang Lin's gaze fixed upon a strand of gray energy, and he reached out to seize it. A piercing scream echoed as the tome vanished from his grasp, and a transparent, nearly fading specter materialized in his hand. The visage of this specter was unmistakably that of the abyss. Chapter 98, Xiao Yuan's Awakening. When the abyss's consciousness emerged from the boundless darkness, he felt as if he had endured an interminable nightmare, repeatedly slaughtered by a grinning figure. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years, until his consciousness began to blur, and a colossal hand shattered the darkness, seizing him back. As he regained clarity, the familiar face before him caused his form to tremble uncontrollably, for he dared not glance at Jiang Lin. Well, Jiang Lin casually tossed his soul essence aside. Next time, speak up sooner. It's fortunate that the heavens haven't yet absorbed your soul. The black and white figures swiftly hooked their chains onto the abyss's vital bone, and upon hearing the familiar cry of anguish, they instinctively nodded. Based on their years of experience, that hook should have securely bound him. After capturing the devil's soul, both figures slightly bowed to Jiang Lin before their forms began to fade into obscurity, vanishing from sight. Once they had departed, Jiang Lin turned to open the spatial door to return, and on the other side, Chen Haimei lay peacefully asleep, resembling a lifeless corpse. Jiang Lin, upon witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief, only for his heart to suddenly leap in alarm. Wait, a corpse? In a state of panic, Jiang Lin activated his soul vision. And indeed, the presence of a soul was conspicuously absent within Chen Haimei's body. He swiftly glanced around, and not far away, he spotted the drifting soul of Chen Haimei, which immediately eased his worries. Hurry back, Jiang Lin shouted, and seemingly sensing his urgency, Chen Haimei quickly flew back to him. Are you truly not afraid of death? If a ghostly messenger sees you, they would simply whisk you away. The power of a ghostly messenger over souls is profoundly terrifying. Even though Chen Haimei is in the soul realm, she would be powerless against even the lowest-ranking ghostly messenger. They are embodiments of the world's rules. And apart from those at the sacred or emperor realm who may possess some ability to resist, within the jurisdiction of the underworld. Ghostly messengers are akin to a father to the souls. Chun Haime's spiritual form appeared unable to speak, but she could hear Jiang Lin's voice. And her face changed as she hurriedly returned to her body. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes filled with trepidation, she stammered, "I apologize. I comprehended the fifth sword, but there are still some doubts regarding the key points, so I wanted to experience it in a spiritual state." "Are you truly reckless?" Jiang Lin exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Thankfully, his aura still lingered here. Otherwise, if the black and white impermanents cast their gaze this way, Chun Haime's life would be in jeopardy. After the establishment of the underworld, restrictions on souls had increased, and Chun Haime's actions were perilous. Had it not been for the underworld, her departure from her body might have attracted considerable soul energy from this realm. "You're almost there. It's simply that your spiritual energy has yet to reach perfection. What you need now is accumulation, not sudden enlightenment or experience." Jiang Lin sighed, realizing that in their pursuit of power, Chun Haime and the others shared remarkable similarities. "All right, it's about time to return. If you remain by my side, your exposed abilities will certainly attract attention from various parties. Are you prepared?" Chun Haime nodded earnestly. "I'm no longer just a feathered ear. Returning to the light is certainly feasible." "As you wish," Jiang Lin replied, and with that, his figure vanished, this time without taking Chun Haime along. Meanwhile, in a small restaurant in the county town, Yal and the others were enjoying their meal. Their training expedition had effectively come to an end, and the academy had issued a notification. This time, everyone had made significant progress. Practical experience indeed sharpens one's skills. Additionally, the bonds formed during life and death battles had deepened, and they had all become good friends at this moment. At the table, even the usually reticent Yu interjected a few words. Following her enhancement in strength, the malevolent spirit beside her had been further subdued by the staff of resurrection. Now, apart from being difficult to approach, she was able to communicate normally with others. Lilith also blended into the jovial atmosphere, appearing for a moment as an ordinary girl rather than a lofty noble. Among them, Xiao Yuan had the loudest voice, seemingly having consumed a bit of alcohol, and before he knew it, the conversation shifted to Jiang Lin. "Honestly, I believe old Jiang is the hidden expert among us." Just as the seemingly engrossed Xiao He pretended to eat, his form involuntarily trembled, causing ripples in the shadow beneath the table. "Exposed? When? My boss won't beat me up, right? What about next month's rations?" "Rations? What should we eat tomorrow?" Xiao He's thoughts whirled, nearly drifting away, and he raised his head, repeatedly waving his hands. No, I'm the weakest." "Modesty," Xiao Yuan chimed in. "I've noticed that every time you strike, it lands on the opponent's weakest point, just at the right moment. Though your spiritual energy is not strong, you consistently manage to inflict discomfort on the opponent with minimal cost. Just this discernment is worth at least a heart's worth." After having drunk a bit much, Xiao Yuan burped and continued. "Right, Luoling, don't you agree? And everyone, let me ask you, during the battles ahead, didn't it feel like at every critical moment, an arrow would fly in just at the right time?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. During the fight, the appearance of that blue ice arrow always instilled a sense of reassurance. Xiao Yuan's expression grew complex. In reality, during this team battle, he should have been the main attacker, tearing through the battlefield. However, those traitors had taught him a harsh lesson. They were not mere wooden stakes from the academy. They could dodge and find opportunities to ambush them. The artillery. In practical combat, while firepower is undoubtedly important, it does not encompass everything. Thus, as time passed in battle, he found his position gradually aligning with Jiang Lin's, supporting the battlefield. Upon realizing this, he felt no disappointment. Rather, he diligently executed his tasks, doing what he was meant to do. In fact, he had noticed this during the first battle. Unleashing overwhelming firepower might have saved teammates, but also destroyed their vehicle, and the benefit to combat was merely transforming an ambush situation into a frontal one. In contrast, Jiang Lin, whose spirit contract level was lower than his, consistently utilized the least spiritual energy to strike at the opponent's most vulnerable points. Each strike either alleviated pressure on Yal and the others, or helped them create openings in the enemy's defenses. He came to understand that such keen observation of the battlefield was the most critical factor in practical combat, especially for long-range artillery like them. After learning from Jiang Lin, he discovered that he had gained immensely, and thus, during each battle, he secretly observed Jiang Lin. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Jiang Lin's precision was akin to that of a finely tuned machine. Each strike seemed to waste no spiritual energy, with every blow landing perfectly. In this moment, he was profoundly captivated. 99th, an unexpected ranking. Seeing his companions lost in thought due to Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao He became flustered and quickly set down his chopsticks. I don't say things at random. He then added, spreading rumors is against the law. Xiao Yuan laughed and patted his shoulder. No need to be so modest. To be honest, we never expected you to be this formidable. This time, we struck gold. At this moment, everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Lin's performance during this training was nothing short of perfect. Even when scrutinized with the most critical eyes, no shortcomings could be found. Yes, during this academy rating. You might even improve further, Luo Ling added. Although he had grasped the overall direction, he certainly hadn't observed the details as thoroughly as Xiao Yuan during the specific battles. Moreover, he understood Xiao Yuan. While he appeared carefree, he was quite discerning, and anyone who could impress him undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Reflecting on previous battles, Luo Ling realized that the seemingly inconsequential ice arrows had always appeared at crucial points on the battlefield. Perhaps after graduation, he could attempt to recruit him? Such keen observational talent was precisely what their information family required. Hey, look, the academy has released an announcement, Su Xianxian, who had been playing on her phone, suddenly exclaimed. Then shared the news within their group. Everyone promptly retrieved their phones to check, and upon clicking the information, they confirmed it was indeed an announcement from their academy. The content was straightforward, merely summarizing and reporting on the recent training expedition. Tragically, it noted that 3 individuals had unfortunately perished, seemingly as a result of that wave of traitors collectively breaking through the soul realm, leading to untimely deaths without adequate rescue. Beyond this, there lies the treachery of Tang Zhou and his cohorts, whom the authorities have chosen to exclude from the casualty list. After all, many witnessed Tang Zhou's condition during the incident at the camp, and the academy is not naive enough to believe he was coerced. This is within the domain of the underworld, where the flexibility of the Dragon Kingdom's people is safeguarded, if it were not voluntary. The demons could merely amplify their emotions, but would be incapable of true corruption. Observing the rapid transformation of the individuals in question into demons within a mere day, it is evident that they have willingly succumbed to depravity. Such a disposition would inevitably lead to their expulsion from the academy, even if they were to return alive. After a detailed report on the Xiao Yuan incident, the subsequent explanation outlines the entire sequence of events, which is rather straightforward. These traitors collaborated with demons to orchestrate a grand scheme. Fortunately, the academy was well prepared, and a mysterious, powerful entity intervened swiftly to suppress the situation. However, the matters discussed thus far bear little relevance to the students. The true spectacle lies in what follows. The academy has bestowed the prestigious award for the 10 best performances. The monitoring bracelets have faithfully recorded everyone's experiences during this trial, and a vast analytical team from the academy is poised to evaluate their actions and the resulting impacts. The selection process disregards the spirit contract levels, focusing solely on the practical experience and outcomes of this trial. Thus, this list is undeniably authoritative and serves as a testament to the performance of all participants during this endeavor. The top 8 names on the list belong to 2nd and 3rd year students, while the 9th and 10th positions reveal 2 familiar names. Wow, old Jiang, you made it onto the list, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone to Jiang Lin. In the 10th position, Jiang Lin's name boldly appeared. The expressions of the crowd brightened with joy, as if they themselves had achieved a ranking. Xiao Hei's face became rigid as he glanced at his phone, which displayed Best Performance 10th, Jiang Lin, Spirit Contract B-Level Wind System, Support Role. Strengths, Unparalleled Battlefield Insight, capable of swiftly identifying weaknesses in combat. Providing remote support that is nothing short of perfect, covering every area in need of aid, and fully utilizing the advantages of a ranged support role, rated S level. The crowd marveled, having just pondered Xiao Yuan's words, only to find the academy offering authoritative validation. Next, they turned to the 9th position, where Luo Ling's name was inscribed. Best Performance 9th, Luo Ling, S-Level Long Blade Mastery, Command Role, Support Role. Strengths, a calm and decisive mind. Surgical precision in command decisions, able to lead the team to survival in adversity and to soar to success. A born commander, rated S level. The official descriptions were succinct, yet they were backed by a wealth of data. Apart from the 2, the others ranked above them were all notable for their combat prowess, as battles between life and death most vividly showcase growth. After reviewing the list, Su Wanwan expressed her confusion, wondering why Senior Chun Haimei was absent. At the mention of Chun Haimei, a solemn silence enveloped the group. In that moment, the power Chun Haimei displayed seemed to separate her from them by an entire world. No one had anticipated that the usually gentle and composed senior would possess the ability to annihilate opponents of the same realm. It is worth noting that Chun Haimei was merely in her 3rd year, only slightly older than them, and they lacked the confidence to break through to the soul realm in their 3rd year, let alone possess the combat capability to eliminate peers at that level. The stunning flash of her sword seemed forever etched in their minds. Senior Chun is undoubtedly a legendary hidden powerhouse, Su Wanwan mused, wishing she could achieve such prowess. Rest assured, the Soul System Spirit Contract is not weak. Moreover, I've heard that upon entering the Soul Realm, the Soul System undergoes a qualitative transformation. Night Language whispered nearby. The path of the Soul System is arduous. Su Wanwan gently shook her head. The underworld has only existed for a little over a decade, and the experience is too scant. Upon hearing this, Lilith pondered, perhaps they could learn from the demons, who are experts in souls. I can't even grasp the essence of the soul. My attack methods are limited to soul impact alone. It's manageable below the soul realm, but what about after? Su Wanwan sighed helplessly. Fear not. When the time comes, my heroic spirit will protect us. Night Language earnestly reassured, having also made significant progress during this trial. Hee. I'm so glad to have you. Su Wanwan beamed with joy at her words. As they chatted and laughed, a shocking piece of news arrived. Upon opening the message, they were taken aback to discover it was from the Western District Military Department, representing the official stance. The message read, 3 Saint Realm members from the Indian subcontinent have entered our territory, posing a severe threat and damage to our border. Luo Ling read the message with a grave expression, which essentially condemned the Indian subcontinent for this transgression. If it were merely this, everyone would presume it to be yet another routine warning. However, minutes later, another message emerged, this time devoid of text, presenting only an image of 3 pallid-faced individuals kneeling in the dirt. This caused an uproar in the Indian subcontinent. The infamous trio was none other than renowned Saint Realm powerhouses from their nation. The rigid hierarchy of the Indian subcontinent meant that such esteemed individuals being treated thus was tantamount to a resounding slap in the face. With the official announcement disseminated both internationally and domestically, numerous accounts on international forums erupted in outrage. These are our esteemed powerhouses. You cannot treat them this way. It defies protocol. Despicable Dragon Kingdom. The already tumultuous Indian subcontinent was thrown into further chaos, the officials overwhelmed, yet they remained silent, as if the individuals in question were not their own. At this juncture, even the most oblivious citizens of the Indian subcontinent began to sense something amiss. Connecting the prior border disturbances, they astutely deduced that this trio might be linked to that incident. In such a time, no one dared to disregard the Dragon Kingdom's warning. Meanwhile, domestic forums were similarly ablaze. Wow, is the official stance this resolute? I'm in love. I thought it would be just a routine warning followed by drills. Although there were no significant losses, the warnings felt unsatisfactory. The previous comments are right. We rarely see tangible losses, but this time is different. Those are 3 saints. All eyes were now on how the Indian subcontinent would respond. While various public opinions were in turmoil, the high-ranking officials of the Indian subcontinent were equally distressed. Engaged in discussions with several mysterious entities. The content of their dialogue remained undisclosed, yet the grim expressions on their faces post-discussion indicated that the outcome was far from favorable. Subsequently, the Indian subcontinent's official announcement was released. While it did not explicitly label it as a response to the Dragon Kingdom's warning, it was laden with implications. The translated message conveyed that Handy, Lasank, and Pratik have left the country without authorization and conspired with demons. The president has issued a manhunt order, and 10th-tier Imperial Realm forces will be dispatched to pursue them. Upon translation and dissemination to various nations, many could not suppress their laughter, as the Indian subcontinent appeared utterly intimidated, ready to abandon the pawns to protect the king. Domestic netizens also found amusement in the unfolding drama. This is hilarious. You have no idea how arrogant these individuals were along the border in the Tibetan region. Now, what a conspiracy. Are they not afraid of other powerhouses in their own country feeling betrayed? Upstairs, you are mistaken. They may possess only a singular name. In our homeland, diverse tribes abound, and the other formidable beings each command their own territories. Who still remembers the name of Inshur? Inshur? More like Pisha, within Inshur. This particular notification has incited a torrent of ire directed at the authorities, yet, without exception, their higher-ups have chosen to feign ignorance at this moment. Nevertheless, it serves as a form of accountability. With the release of this declaration, it is evident that the lives of these 3 sacred realms have been entrusted entirely to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the official channels of the Dragon Kingdom have remained silent, rendering the 3 sacred realms seemingly vanished from existence. Unexpectedly, however, the esteemed Lord Fengyu made an appearance. The official account published an image, accompanied by succinct information. Fengyu? Image. In the picture, only a silhouette is visible, bearing a massive dark scythe upon its shoulder, cascading black hair flowing like a waterfall, and a flawless profile with blood-red pupils casting a sidelong glance at the camera. The figure appears to stand at some distant horizon, beyond which lies an unknown expanse of mountains. While domestic netizens pondered in confusion, the officials of Inshur were left pale with dread. After executing numerous operations along the border of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they possibly fail to recognize their own boundary? The individual in the photograph sent shivers through their spines. Fengyu's blood scythe. While one might debate who among the Fengyu Pavilion is the strongest, when it comes to madness and instilling fear, there is but one name. At this moment, the thoughts of all officials were encapsulated in 6 words. Please do not approach us. The high-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting overnight, yet before they could gather, messages arrived from the border. A scythe-wielding maniac was ruthlessly slaughtering their esteemed experts. Within mere hours, 3 of their venerable masters had perished. The faces of the Inshur officials turned ashen upon hearing this news. However, such matters were beyond the comprehension of netizens, as internationally, It seemed that tranquility reigned after the dispatch of Lord Fenyu's message. Yet, some perceptive individuals sensed an unusual aura. A few bold souls ventured to the border between Ainshur and the Dragon Kingdom, soon discovering the ensuing chaos within Ainshur, though none dared to relay this information. The understanding of Xiaohong, Yair, and their companions was limited to the information from Lord Fenyu. Luo Ling remarked with a smile, "The 10 extremities have been mobilized. It appears the Fenyu Pavilion is quite incensed by the recent affront in the Western District." Su Wanwan shuddered. After all, it was the blood scythe, and this time, the bloodshed would likely be catastrophic. For various reasons, she had once visited a battlefield left by the blood scythe, an experience that haunted her with nightmares for 3 days and nights, leaving her nauseous for the following week, as phantom cries echoed in her ears. The next day, Jiang Lin returned and swapped identities with Xiaohong, and everyone prepared to embark on their journey home. This time, they had accumulated an abundance of credits, sufficient to allow them to graduate without further effort in the following semester. However, many pursued training primarily to enhance their abilities. Thus, apart from Jiang Lin, few cared much about the credits. After departing from the county, they drove towards a city with an airport. While chatting along the way, the sky suddenly turned a vivid crimson. In that instant, Jiang Lin's pupils contracted, and he suppressed his aura to its lowest ebb. So much so that even the person sitting beside him, Xiao Yuan, instinctively overlooked his presence. Within Jiang Lin's shadow, Xiaohong trembled, curling into a tight ball. As he restrained his aura to its utmost degree, Jiang Lin felt it was still insufficient and instinctively shrank further into the corner. The next moment, a figure flew from the horizon, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. As it passed overhead, the figure abruptly halted. Such an immense phenomenon was unmistakably witnessed by all, who hastily rolled down their windows to gaze skyward. Due to the altitude, they could only discern a small dark spot suspended above, yet the keen-eyed Luo Ling managed to discern its appearance through spiritual energy. He could not help but exclaim, "It's the blood scythe. Oh my!" Xiao Yuan gasped and hastily leaped from the vehicle, tilting his head to gaze at the heavens. At this moment, the blood scythe hovered in midair, her expression tinged with curiosity. Why did she sense that familiar aura? It was eerily similar. After a moment, she closed her eyes, and the crimson sky expanded ominously, casting darkness upon the entire realm. An intangible presence swept over, causing the onlookers below to feel the hair on their arms stand on end. The 101st fortunate aftermath. However, as the wave passed, that faint aura became elusive, as if it were an illusion. The blood scythe furrowed her brow, her gaze fixating on the convoy below. After a moment's contemplation, she descended towards the forefront of the convoy. Encountering one of the 10 extremities at such close proximity left everyone speechless with excitement, and they hurriedly exited their vehicles. At this moment, the blood scythe donned a blood-red robe that enveloped her nearly flawless figure. Had she not lowered her hood, she would have appeared as a true enigma. The group gazed at the blood scythe with eyes brimming with excitement, collectively exclaiming, "Lady Blood Scythe." Unfazed, the blood scythe waved her hand dismissively, her gaze lingering on the group for a moment before shifting to the other vehicles. At this juncture, apart from Jiang Lin, all members of the team had disembarked, leaving Jiang Lin shivering within the car. "Oh no, please don't see me, please don't see me," Jiang Lin silently prayed. Not only were the others terrified of the blood scythe, but he too was filled with dread, scanning the crowd and finding no trace of his target. The blood scythe felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, she was certain she had sensed his aura just moments ago. Had he fled? She cast a suspicious glance at the empty vehicles behind her, then strode forward to the first car, peering into the back seat. It was entirely transparent. There was nowhere to conceal oneself. Then, her gaze shifted to the second vehicle as she approached leisurely. Hiding in the third vehicle, Jiang Lin felt as if his heart were lodged in his throat. He had no choice but to quietly employ a mystical power, luck, though it came with slight after-effects. Such matters were of little consequence now. He would deal with them later, if possible. Jiang Lin wished to avoid any association with this insane woman who could invade his dreams at night and threaten to execute him on the spot. The second vehicle yielded no discovery, and the blood scythe, her slightly elongated eyes now turned toward the third vehicle, approached with measured steps. Much to the confusion of Yair and the others, as she neared the car, her elegant brows furrowed, and she produced a mobile phone from beneath her robe, saying, "Hello? The situation in Ainshur has become erratic again. They demand we surrender those 3 sacred realms. Unbelievable. They've turned into corpses. How can we hand them over? I'll issue another warning." Yes, the blood scythe sensed something was amiss. Given the chaos she had wreaked in Ainshur, the authorities should have been petrified. So why would they dare to provoke her further? Nonetheless, she was never one to shy away from trouble. A colossal scythe materialized out of thin air, which she spun in her hand before launching it skyward. In an instant, her figure vanished, and a red beam shot forth into the sky like a laser. Ah! Jiang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, and Xiaohong, from the shadows, cautiously emerged. That was close. Indeed, reflecting on the humiliation of nearly being executed on the spot. With his parents nearby, How could she dare to stealthily invade his bed? Had it not been for Chulu sensing something amiss, his innocence would have been lost. With the crisis averted, Jiang Lin swiftly deactivated the peculiar power of luck, then remarked, "Isn't she supposed to be in the spirit clan? How did she come out?" "Boss, I've been following you. How could I not know?" Xiaohong replied with a hint of grievance. At this moment, Yair and the others returned to their vehicles, their expressions still radiant with excitement as they fervently discussed the recent encounter. "This is the first time I've seen the 10 extremities up close." Even the composed Luo Ling could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply, the breath he released emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. I dared not utter a word. Su Wanwan's complexion was ashen, while Yi Yu and Lilith exchanged glances filled with concern. "What is wrong?" Su Wanwan could not articulate her feelings, only gesturing for a moment of respite. Once they had boarded the vehicle and traveled a short distance, Su Wanwan, having regained her composure, expressed her trepidation. "Just now, I was curious and glanced through the soul vision. Yi Yu, who was driving, and Lilith, sitting beside her, were both taken aback. Spiritual malevolence, countless strands encircled her. Su Wanwan's pallid countenance had yet to regain its color. These strands of malevolence were born of the resentment and fury from lives extinguished, containing a trace of spiritual power, thus rendering them visible through the soul vision. Su Wanwan typically employed this method to discern between good and evil, and upon glimpsing the blood scythe, her curiosity had overwhelmed her, compelling her to take a peek. Generally, such manifestations were nearly non-existent around ordinary individuals. Only those seasoned warriors who had endured the ravages of battle for years would exude a thread of spiritual malevolence. Yet, what she witnessed surrounding the blood scythe was an ocean of malevolence. Immersed in it, she felt as though she might suffocate. After a moment's hesitation, Lilith spoke. "It is said that among the 10 absolute beings, aside from the sword sovereign who has never engaged in battle, there are the destroyer of blades, the sun-piercing lance, and the blood scythe, all of whom are primarily focused on killing." Now it was Yi Yu and Su Wanwan's turn to be astonished. "How do you know this?" Such knowledge was unknown even to the locals of the Western District. So how could Lilith be so informed? Lilith's expression grew complex. "You are unaware because these reputations have spread across the foreign battlefields. Our current abilities have yet to reach those foreign battlegrounds. I learned of this from my father. The name Feng Yu resonates far more loudly on the foreign battlefields than within our homeland." The two exchanged looks of shock. Indeed, the peace prevailing in their nation had rendered them somewhat ignorant of the foreign realms. When foreign lands were mentioned, their minds immediately conjured images of training secret realms, never considering what those realms were like before they became secret sanctuaries. Observing their expressions, Lilith sighed softly. "In our lands, the foreign realms are eternally fraught with peril." After this brief interlude, the journey home was devoid of further surprises, until they arrived in a city with an airport, preparing to return to the academy. When Jiang Lin announced he had matters to attend to. "Old Jiang, what is the matter?" Xiao Yuan queried, perplexed. "You are quite the celebrity now. Do you not realize how many are waiting for you back at the academy?" Mention of his newfound fame made Jiang Lin feel a bit awkward, a smile flickering across his face. "I just want to enjoy a few more days. You all should head back first." "I'm fine." "Very well, but do take care." After bidding farewell to the group, Jiang Lin swiftly vanished into the wilderness, calmly stepping forward to evade a sudden ground collapse. A frown crossed Jiang Lin's face as he pondered how long this situation would persist. Little Black emerged from the shadows, bumping its head against his leg. Jiang Lin knelt to pet its head, contemplating the luck that had diverted the blood scythe's attention. Who knew how much misfortune that could invite? Such an enigmatic ability as luck was something Jiang Lin dared not employ recklessly. Had it not been for the overwhelming threat posed by the blood scythe's sneak attack, he would not have chosen this path. His decision to refrain from returning with them stemmed from a premonition of impending doom. Sharing the same flight with them would surely result in catastrophe. A thunderous roar echoed from behind as a massive mountainside crumbled for reasons unknown. Torrents of earth and stone cascading down. Jiang Lin sighed, activating his spiritual energy shield, only to be instantaneously buried. After more than 10 minutes, a glowing sphere burst forth from the debris, revealing Jiang Lin within, his face etched with melancholy. Chapter 102, The Academy's Public Opinion. Jiang Lin scratched his head in agitation, vexed by the uncontrollable nature of luck. Even he faced repercussions from misfortune when utilizing it. How long will this last? He raised his hand, a shield of light forming above him, just as a bolt of lightning struck, leaving Jiang Lin speechless. There is not a single cloud in the sky, and yet it can still strike? The initial bolt missed, followed by a series of consecutive strikes that could lead one to believe Jiang Lin was undergoing tribulation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yair and the others quickly returned to the academy by plane, their anxious hearts finally at ease. During their time of external training, they had to remain perpetually vigilant, and in the moment they relaxed, it felt as though they had arrived in paradise. At that moment, all the other students had returned to the academy. Yet the campus remained eerily quiet, as nearly all the returning students opted to lie in their dorms for several days. Jiang Lin's roommates were no exception. However, While in the dormitory, they discussed matters that had shifted from the training experience to Jiang Lin himself. They had seen the rankings, and upon spotting Jiang Lin at the 10th position, their jaws dropped in astonishment. They simply could not fathom that the usually laid-back Jiang Lin, who approached both trivial and significant matters with a sense of nonchalance, would be recognized as the Academy's the best long-range support, with unparalleled battlefield insight. Holy cow! Is this old Jiang? I'm just flabbergasted. Zhang Tianhan exclaimed, his exuberance unabashedly evident. No way. Qin Gu furrowed his brow. How did old Jiang transform so drastically during just one training session? This is incredible. Only 2 of us from our entire freshman class made it onto the list. All right. You lot. Hurry and lend me a hand. Meanwhile, Queenie and Shahapu were furiously typing at a computer. Incensed that several comments in the freshman group were claiming the results were fabricated, Shahapu's face was flushed with anger. Have they even seen it to make such claims? What? Zhang Tianhan exclaimed, flipping off the bed to check his phone, his fingers flying over the screen while muttering angrily. Fabrication? Why don't you go question the Academy instead? Just barking here. After a brief while on his phone, he noticed a lag in its response speed and flung it aside. If Tianhan was not born, then the night would be eternal. Qinggu was quick to assist him in accessing the computer. After swiftly defeating numerous users within 11 seconds, Zhang Tianhan expertly logged onto the computer, opened a group chat, and began typing furiously on the keyboard. Queenie and Shahapu turned their heads simultaneously as Zhang Tianhan's messages began flooding the screen. Best long-range support? What qualifies as best? Just based on a B-grade wind ability? There seems to be a lot of inflated claims here. Add 1. Many talented individuals did not make the list. Cheng Shuran and his team earned a significant number of credits this time, yet they did not rank. So what gives Jiang Lin the right? In the freshman group chat, numerous skeptical voices arose. Initially, Queenie and his brother defended Jiang Lin, but they were quickly drowned out by a torrent of messages, until Zhang Tianhan made his entrance. Are you questioning the Academy? I'm a blacksmith, and this is the sword. Still think there's inflation? Is your analysis team larger than the Academy's? Who are you? Zhang Tianhan was shocked to find that upon clicking into the chat, it was filled with incessant barking. At this moment, his fingers moved like shadows, the rapid clicks of the keyboard never ceasing, as he unleashed hundreds of messages in mere minutes. It appeared he had no intention of stopping. Exuding an aura reminiscent of Zhuge Liang engaging in a war of words with a multitude of scholars. However, all of this came to a halt with a single notification. You have been kicked from the group chat. One of the worn keycaps flew off, and Zhang Tianhan's expression darkened immediately. Simultaneously, the others received notifications on their phones, revealing they had all been expelled from the chat. Damn it, this is infuriating. Zhang Tianhan slammed his keyboard, his voice laced with fury. The keyboard HP 1. I1T stooped to their level. Old Jiang must have been concealing his strength, and now that he has made his mark, they're simply envious. The countenance of Qin Gu was also tinged with anger. Just moments ago, several individuals in their dormitory had ardently defended Jiang Lin, albeit with less ferocity than Zhang Tianhan. No one had anticipated that the usually somewhat reserved Zhang Tianhan would reveal such a side of himself online. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Irritated, Zhang Tianhan picked it up, and upon reading the message, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Brothers, my spring has arrived. However, half a minute later, he set the phone down as if his soul had been drained. What is the matter? Qin Gu inquired. The spring is about finding Lao Jiang. Haha, did you just discover that? Several girls have already asked me for Lao Jiang's WeChat. Meanwhile, Yal and the others, who had indulged in a day-long slumber, finally awoke. Their rest was remarkably rejuvenating, a rare luxury during their training when even in hotels they could not fully relax. Luo Ling, who enjoyed surfing the internet and perusing forums for information, opened his phone only to furrow his brow. A thread had been pinned at the top of the freshman forum. Personal insights on Jiang Lin, ranked 10th for best performance. The moment he saw the title, Luo Ling sensed trouble. Although this forum was not official but rather established by the students themselves, it nonetheless attracted considerable traffic, often viewed by many second and third-year students. As he delved into the content, his complexion darkened further. I am but a humble individual with no remarkable skills, so I shall remain unnamed. However, I have some understanding of Jiang Lin, having fought alongside him in the past. The information provided is accurate. He is indeed a B-level wind user. Yet, in reality, his strength only reaches the pinnacle of the Radiance realm. Perhaps he possesses some unique attributes that enable him to exhibit formidable supportive capabilities amidst the generally lower-tier battles. These might be his hidden cards, and I cannot speculate further. However, during our previous training mission, his performance was nothing short of abysmal. We had taken on a low-level world task, specifically in need of wind-type mobility, and thus sought him out. What followed was an extensive critique, exceeding 1,000 words, detailing how Jiang Lin's performance was utterly ordinary, lacking battlefield insight, and his ranged capabilities reduced to merely a single wind blade ambush. The authoress' tone was so serious, and they even included a photo of Jiang Lin, his eyes devoid of focus, seemingly lost in thought, while his teammates engaged in battle with several adversaries in the distance. Luo Ling swiftly traced the identity of the poster and, upon examining their training history, discovered that they indeed had experienced training alongside Jiang Lin. This revelation ignited a flicker of doubt within him. At that moment, Yal approached, prompting Luo Ling to ask, "Has Jiang Lin offended anyone?" Emerging from the bathroom, Yal looked puzzled. "Not at all. Boss Jiang is such a good person. How could he offend anyone?" Reflecting on Jiang Lin's unassuming demeanor, Luo Ling felt an unsettling disquiet, as if someone were conspiring against him. Chapter 103, Covert Targeting. With this thought, Luo Ling found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Their team was acutely aware of Jiang Lin's capabilities. As a family that thrived on information, they could not stand idly by while others wielded it against their ally. Taking a deep breath, he dialed a number, and once connected, a voice on the other end responded. "Young master, please investigate who is manipulating the discourse on the campus forum of West District University." Understood. The reply was succinct, and Luo Ling promptly ended the call. Yal, witnessing this, was somewhat astonished. He rarely saw Luo Ling this incensed. "Is this happening right under my nose? Our Luo family thrives on this kind of manipulation." Soon, Luo Ling received an update. The West District University forum was semi-public, making it exceedingly easy for the Luo family to investigate. After reviewing the information from his family, Luo Ling's expression turned to one of shock. "It's them? Why?" The investigation revealed that the masterminds behind the scenes were Cheng Shuran and other members of his team. Their squad had also delivered an astonishing performance during this training, accumulating more credits than Yal and his group. Initially, Xiao Yuan had excluded Cheng Shuran from suspicion, as his character was known to be aloof and proud, seemingly disinterested in such underhanded tactics. Moreover, even if Jiang Lin were to be dragged down by public opinion, the subsequent selection would inevitably favor a second-year student. From any angle, this situation bore no advantage for Cheng Shuran, and should he release such information, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation. The rewards of being ranked 10th could not possibly outweigh the risks. As the foremost newcomer, Cheng Shuran had already amassed sufficient renown, leaving Luo Ling perplexed. However, given the family's findings, he could not afford to remain passive simply because the instigator was Cheng Shuran. He promptly logged into his forum account and issued a statement. But to his surprise, someone had already beaten him to it. The Lilith squad had posted a thread detailing Jiang Lin's exquisite battlefield insight and execution. Their precise attacks were likened to a surgeon's scalpel, delivering timely strikes, and when the situation became stagnant, it was often a chilling ice arrow that broke the deadlock. Lilith's reputation far surpassed that of Luo Ling. As a teammate, her endorsement quickly garnered a portion of believers. Shortly thereafter, Luo Ling and Yal jointly released their statement, and public sentiment began to sway slightly. Observing this, Luo Ling's gaze sharpened. Had it only been he and Yal, the situation might have been more troublesome. However, with Lilith's involvement, the tide of public opinion had begun to turn. Sensing the shift, the opposition appeared to retreat slightly, and upon opening the forum, the discussions began to subtly redirect. Thinking of withdrawing? Luo Ling's fingers flew across the screen as he swiftly unmasked the original poster. "What is your intent in posting this?" Chi Luohua. This was a direct confrontation, explicitly naming the individual and tagging them, making it a pointed challenge. Previously, few had paid attention to the poster, considering it merely a secondary account, but with this revelation from Luo Ling, many would now believe him due to his background. Within a student dormitory, a slender young man abruptly stood, his gaze fixated on the information displayed on his phone, his expression grim. He was Chi Luohua, and few knew that he was also part of Cheng Shuran's team, with an S-level resonance linked to sound waves. This particular resonance was quite unique, and during ranking battles, he had aspired to showcase his prowess, only to be decisively eliminated in the qualifiers by Cheng Shuran. Now, Chi Luohua found himself increasingly restless. After much contemplation, he resolved to inform Cheng Shuran. "Brother Shuran, that kid Luo Ling is aware of our activities. Is he truly willing to vouch for that insignificant character?" Not only him, Lilith has also made a statement. It seems that this training has allowed that kid to climb the ranks. This could prove to be quite challenging. Meanwhile, Cheng Shuran, just emerging from a training ground, clenched his right hand around his phone. What about the officials? They have yet to release any statements. It appears they do not intend to clarify. Chi Luohua's thoughts raced. Given the current pressure of public opinion, it was unlikely the officials would issue a statement, as doing so would be tantamount to slapping their own face. However, they could not afford to push too hard. Should the officials uncover evidence, he, as the mastermind, would undoubtedly face expulsion. After meticulously inspecting various accounts and confirming no ties to himself, Chi Luohua exhaled in relief. Although he was uncertain how the Luo family had linked him, without substantial evidence, the officials would remain indifferent. He simply needed to maintain his innocence and feign victimhood. Let us not allow the matter to settle just yet. Cheng Shuran's gaze turned cold, and she thought to herself, "I shall see what qualities he possesses that could possibly rival mine." With that, Cheng Shuran ended the call and departed from the training room. Meanwhile, The tempest brewing on the forum remained unbeknownst to Jiang Lin, who had yet to return to the academy, unaware that a storm awaited him. At that moment, he was still in the vicinity of the Ali region, where the landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving behind a gaping pit over 100 meters deep. The earth around the pit was upheaved, with numerous signs of scorching heat evident. After a full 3 minutes without any natural disasters befalling him, Jiang Lin let out a sigh of relief, concluding that the period of misfortune had passed. However, a twinge of headache struck him as he realized that the power of the blood scythe had only intensified, and the good fortune that had shielded him had unwittingly summoned such formidable calamities. Casting his gaze towards the direction of the West District University, Jiang Lin stretched lazily, suddenly feeling a stirring within him. Was it the system? There was no response, yet he could sense its presence. It seemed that the system had been unusually quiet of late. Doubts flickered in his mind. Could it be that it was biding its time for something significant? Recently, his motivation to engage with the system's tasks had waned considerably, not out of negativity, but rather a complete disinterest in undertaking them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was about to return, ranked 10th. Surely there would be a few admirers awaiting him, he thought with a glimmer of excitement. Upon teleporting back to his dormitory, he was greeted by the cacophony of furious keyboard clattering. The expressions of his dorm mates were filled with a sense of deep grievance. Their faces twisted in exasperation as they occasionally erupted in shouts of anger. Jiang Lin pushed the door open, puzzled by their combative demeanor. Upon seeing him return, the group momentarily froze, then set aside their keyboards and approached him with uncertain expressions. "Old Jiang, is that really you? Who else could it be? Damn, you finally returned. The forum has descended into chaos because of you," Chinger exclaimed, pulling him toward the computer. As Jiang Lin leaned in to observe, he saw a thread that had accumulated thousands of replies. What on earth happened? He wondered, utterly bewildered. Chapter 103. The confrontation between Cheng Shuran and Luo Ling. Zhang Tianhan seethed with anger. "That little brat, Kiluo, is slandering you on the forum." He then recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving Jiang Lin's expression grave, prompting the others to lower their voices in response. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lin turned to Zhang Tianhan with a serious demeanor. "What about the sisters who asked for my contact information? Did you pass on my WeChat to them?" The others recoiled slightly, with Chinga unable to restrain himself. "Old Jiang, this scoundrel accuses you of deception right off the bat. How can you stand for that?" "Precisely." The others chimed in, displaying a collective indignation. Jiang Lin, observing their fervor, replied with exasperation, "If I clarify, it might seem like I'm backing down. As long as the academy remains silent, this is merely a trivial spat among students." Moreover, his primary concern was still those sisters seeking his contact information. With a wistful glance at Zhang Tianhan, he noted that he had not received any new requests on his phone. Zhang Tianhan, looking perplexed, pulled out his phone to show Jiang Lin, revealing several contact requests. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed by the other's confusion. "Where are the sisters? You didn't add them? Could they have seen your information on the forum and decided not to add you?" Jiang Lin replied with a bemused smile. "What on earth? Old Jiang, forget about that for now. There's a particularly vocal critic here. Zhang, you take the lead." Kiluo interjected, swiftly pulling Zhang Tianhan into a combative stance, the keyboard clattering loudly in response. Seeing the commotion, Jiang Lin realized that his friends were resolute in their outrage and that he could not allow them to dwell on this indefinitely. It was best to address the matter at hand. With a sigh, he prepared to message Luo Ling, considering that she too was likely occupied with her own affairs. Just then, an exclamation from Zhang Tianhan abruptly interrupted him. "What the hell? Old Jiang, is your connection really that robust?" Curious, Jiang Lin leaned over to look at his screen, where Kiluo was equally astonished, mouth agape in disbelief. The screen displayed a thread that read, "Jiang Lin's strength is entirely legitimate. However, there are those with ulterior motives who would do well to tread carefully." A succinct message that, amidst the myriad of posts, could easily be drowned out or subjected to scathing criticism by those who doubted. Yet, the name of the poster silenced the majority. Chen Haimei. Her name, so straightforward and devoid of embellishment, elicited a wave of skepticism from those unfamiliar with her identity, who hastily began to attack the post without comprehending its context. "Who are you? Mind your own business. What strength are you even talking about?" This message quickly gained traction, and responses to it proliferated at an astonishing rate. "Come and catch this fool. So foolish. Is this just the 5-cent post that was deleted earlier? Probably a bot." It was evident that the opposition sensed something amiss, as they deleted the post with astonishing speed upon discovering Chen Haimei's prowess during her recent trials. However, it was already too late. Numerous individuals had taken screenshots, branding the individual as the laughingstock of the forum. Though he hastily deleted his account, the damage was done, as keen observers unearthed his details. After revealing the information, many were taken aback to find that this individual had a close relationship with Kiluo, often appearing in his company, a mere sycophant. This realization led many to reconsider the unfolding events, culminating in the awareness that Jiang Lin had a substantial number of supporters, and his teammates had never questioned his capabilities. Could one instill such confidence in teammates without possessing genuine strength? The fervent thread initiated by Luo Ling resurfaced, and coupled with Chun Haime's post, Kiliuo found himself ensnared in a quagmire. Jiang Lin, too, was taken aback. Had Chun Haime not been focused on honing her strength and liaising with the academy? Yet, this development worked in his favor, as her current stature could swiftly resolve these minor troubles without requiring his intervention. As doubts regarding Jiang Lin began to dissipate, Kiliuo recognized that Chun Haime's influence had effectively set the narrative. However, he had never anticipated that even she would advocate on Jiang Lin's behalf. While they had encountered Chun Haime during their team formation, they assumed it was a temporary arrangement, unaware that she harbored such formidable strength. The academy had no need to evaluate her. Her capacity to vanquish opponents of the same tier was already comparable to that of an instructor, and her mere presence served as proof of her prowess. Currently, the academy had yet to determine how to accommodate Chun Haime. Conventional teaching methods would be inadequate. Even now, the institution wished to assign a mentor of the highest caliber to instruct her one-on-one, but after a brief assessment, it became apparent that she appeared self-sufficient. Chun Haime had already attained the qualifications for graduation, yet the school leaders were not foolish enough to allow her to graduate prematurely. After all, such strength would undeniably dominate in the academy's competitive events. In the minds of Kiliuo and his peers, Chun Haime's status was worlds apart from Jiang Lin's. However, given the circumstances, Kiliuo had no choice but to feign ignorance, redirecting all animosity towards himself and refusing to involve Cheng Shuran. Public opinion is a boomerang. The intensity of prior attacks only amplifies when it returns to the source. The fury of betrayal would intensify during the recoil. The rapid deletion of posts by Kiliuo signified that this wave of public scrutiny had culminated in his utter defeat. However, the price of wielding public opinion was not merely as simple as deleting posts and retreating into obscurity. The following day, the academy sought out Chilua River. Despite his efforts to distance himself from the situation, he nonetheless faced a warning penalty. After all, a mere post was insufficient grounds for expulsion. After enduring a few days of scorn, once the matter had settled, Luo Ling made a significant phone call. "Hello?" came Cheng Shuren's voice from the other end. "You don't genuinely believe this matter has concluded, do you?" Luo Ling toyed with a USB drive in his hand. "I am from the Luo family. You should be well aware of that. What do you desire?" Cheng Shuren's brow furrowed intensely, realizing that Luo Ling was willing to offend him for Jiang Lin. Quite simply, Luo Ling straightened in his seat. "I am unaware of your motives against Jiang Lin, yet I hope such occurrences will cease henceforth, and that we may coexist peacefully. If this matter were to end with Cheng Shuran and his associates facing no tangible repercussions, similar incidents would undoubtedly recur. Time spent honing one's skills at the academy constituted nearly half of his experience. While the environment within the school was manageable, what of the outside world? Luo Ling was acutely aware of Jiang Lin's capabilities. Although his auxiliary perception was remarkably strong, his own strength barely reached the illusory realm. If Cheng Shuran truly harbored resentment, he would inevitably seize the opportunity to strike during the numerous trials ahead. In some realms, the loss of 1 or 2 lives was not uncommon. And with Cheng Shuren's cunning, he could easily disguise such an event as an accident. Luo Ling understood the adage that while one may not fear a thief, they should fear a thief's intent. Thus, he sought a resolution to his predicament. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Shuren finally spoke. "This matter has nothing to do with me." "Indeed." Luo Ling's voice rose slightly. "Your methods are commendable. Even my family cannot uncover your whereabouts. You have concealed them well. However, not all of your team members are innocent." Upon hearing Cheng Shuren's dismissal, Luo Ling realized the other party was unwilling to relent. Nevertheless, he possessed his own strategies. "You have made your choice. Thus, I too shall make mine. If Jiang Lin encounters any misfortune during his next trial, this information will inevitably find its way into the hands of the principal." With that, Luo Ling ended the call without waiting for a response. He furrowed his brow. And next to him, Yao inquired, "What happened?" 3. 2. The phone rang, and Cheng Shuren's voice returned, "I will not target him." A smirk crept onto Luo Ling's lips. "Of course, our Luo family values integrity. Thus, consider this matter nullified." After a brief silence, a light chuckle echoed from the other end. "Luo Ling, is it? I shall remember you. Then you should also remember my good brother, Yao." "What for?" Yao asked, puzzled. Chapter 104. Hire a hitman. Yao recalled the paladin with a slight headache. He had not anticipated the connections among these individuals to be so intricate. Initially thinking it was merely a temporary team, he was astonished that Chun Haime would speak on Jiang Lin's behalf. With a cold expression, he hung up the phone. His gaze directed ahead, his thoughts drifting far away. His fists slowly clenched, the pale skin on the back of his hands becoming distinctly knotted from exertion. At present, Chun Haime was regarded as the foremost prodigy at West District University, and with the likes of Lilith, Yao, and Luo Ling standing by Jiang Lin, any attempts to act against him would prove troublesome. If I cannot move against Cheng Shuran, a glint of coldness crossed his eyes, and then, as if a thought struck him, a peculiar smile formed on his lips. If I cannot obtain this position, neither shall you enjoy it. By the end, his expression had morphed into something rather sinister. Taking a moment to rein in his emotions, Cheng Shuren inhaled deeply, his face returning to its usual placid demeanor. Seemingly unperturbed by any events. Adjusting his attire, Cheng Shuren left the dormitory. He exited the campus and entered a hotel, from which he did not re-emerge. Meanwhile, within Jiang Lin's dormitory, he gazed mournfully at his silent phone, his expression one of despair. Why? Not a single message. The glances of his dorm mates bore a hint of pity, and after a moment's hesitation, Qin Gu spoke up. Old Jiang, while we all envy the playboys, you must never become one. You already have a senior. Don't seek anything else. Give your classmates a chance. Senior? What senior? Jiang Lin instinctively retorted. Senior Chen. Aren't you too, involved? Zhang Tianhan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Lin. No, we don't have any relationship. We merely know each other by chance. Qin Gu nodded vigorously. Senior Chen is truly kind to intervene in a public controversy for a mere acquaintance. Jiang Lin suddenly jumped up. What? Is that what you all think? He seemed to have discovered the reason why no one had added him on WeChat. Otherwise, Kini shrugged, just look online. It's all over the place. Exactly. Qin Gu chimed in, curiosity evident. By the way, how far along are you two? Old Jiang, you really should be more open about it. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Jiang Lin slumped in despair. I'm tired. With that, he flopped onto his bed, wrapped himself in his blanket, and turned to face the wall, falling silent. However, tranquility did not last long. With the sound of a WeChat notification, Jiang Lin bolted upright, quickly retrieving his phone. Upon seeing the bright red one in his contacts, his breathing quickened. It's here. This is love. His excited heart and trembling hands hovered over the contact list, but upon seeing the name attached to the message, Jiang Lin's expression stiffened. The others were drawn to his sudden commotion, but when they turned to look, all they could see were Jiang Lin's vacant eyes and his stiff body as he lay back down on the bed. As night fell, the city illuminated with lights, and various establishments opened for evening business. Cheng Shuren, dressed in ordinary attire with a new hairstyle and wearing a mask, approached a newly opened bar. Upon entering, the atmosphere was still quite sparse, as it had just opened its doors. He navigated through with ease, eventually arriving at a door guarded by two burly men. Noticing Cheng Shuren's approach, the two subtly shifted, blocking the entrance. Cheng Shuren remained silent, producing a black card. The guards promptly retrieved a machine to scan it. After glancing at the machine's display, they nodded slightly and moved aside. Cheng Shuren lowered his head to obscure his face as he stepped through the door. Beyond lay a long corridor, which opened up into a spacious area housing a bar, far larger than the one outside. The thumping music was deafening, with numerous men and women gyrating on the dance floor, while surrounding booths could be seen, each encased in soundproof barriers. Cheng Shuren moved through the crowd and approached the bar. A tall bartender quickly prepared a drink for him and slid a menu his way. I'd like to purchase a student from West District University. Cheng Shuren attempted to make his voice husky. Despite his efforts, it caught the attention of several patrons at the bar. The bartender hesitated momentarily, then resumed mixing drinks fluidly. We cannot act against West District. We only accept tasks here. I am aware of your rules. Cheng Shuren kept his head down. I will find a way to lure him out. A smile broke on the bartender's face. Strength? Initial stage of the illusory realm. Upon hearing this, the bartender's eyes narrowed slightly, and his movements slowed. Status? Connections? Cheng Shuren shot his head up. Aren't you only concerned with strength? Kid, while I don't know how you learned about our Shadow Blaze stronghold and entry rules, don't mistake us for fools. A handsome man with a buzz cut sneered coldly. With your nascent strength in the condensation realm, it would undoubtedly be easy for you to take action against him. Your reluctance to do so suggests that he possesses an impressive background, doesn't it? Cheng Shuren furrowed his brows, directing his gaze towards the bartender. Isn't it your duty to inquire about the patron's information? I'm not the one asking. The bartender chuckled lightly. Status, connections. Cheng Shuren's frown deepened as he recounted the relationships between Yalilis and the incoming team. So you are the protagonist of that incident at the West District University Forum. The bartender said, setting down his glass and gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. Quite troublesome. Can we proceed? Cheng Shuren inquired coldly. The man chuckled lightly. Why not? I'm merely contemplating how much to charge. The academic life had resumed its regular rhythm, possibly due to Chun Haime's influence. Jiang Ling's anticipated romance had yet to materialize. And instead, the Academy's incessant review courses aimed at helping them digest their recent training experiences had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. During this time, he had not returned to the shop, but observing He-song and the others in their small group reassured him that all was well. After exiting a teaching building, the other students headed to the training grounds, leaving Jiang Ling to return to the dormitory alone. The building was quite a distance from the dorms, and as he strolled through the campus, he seemed casual, yet his senses were keenly attuned to his surroundings. What's this? He has a boyfriend? Wow, what a shock. Such a dreadful personality? Under the powerful aura of spiritual energy radiating from him, every detail around him was etched into his mind. Why are there no beautiful girls with good temperaments? Jiang Ling pondered, feeling perplexed. As he was deep in thought, a person with vacant eyes walked by him, and he instinctively glanced over, discovering that a ghost was trailing closely behind. This piqued his interest. The ghost was not drawn away, suggesting it might have been a spirit during its lifetime. Observing the ghost's appearance, it appeared to be a girl, somewhat attractive. Yet her visage was marred by profound sorrow. Jiang Lin's gaze shifted back to the person and then to the girl beside him, as time seemed to freeze momentarily. He found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief contemplation, he quietly stepped aside, and the person, seemingly oblivious to his presence, collided directly with him. Jiang Lin feigned to fall, clutching his forehead as he sat on the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" The individual rushed forward to check on him. "I'm fine." Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively as he stood up. "Just be more careful next time." His tone was rather brusque, yet the other showed no signs of offense. Instead nodding, "I apologize, I was mesmerized by the trees on campus. I had no idea they were so beautiful." Jiang Lin frowned, following the direction of his gaze. The rows of towering trees indeed provided ample shade, but were they truly that picturesque? These are all sycamores. They grow rapidly and can reach over 15 meters. "They offer excellent shade," he remarked, glancing at the expansive canopy. "My girlfriend used to enjoy reading under these trees." Seeing Jiang Lin's puzzled expression, the stranger displayed no awkwardness typical of a conversation between strangers. Instead, he engaged Jiang Lin with a familiarity that seemed as if they had known each other for years. "By the way, I'm Lu Changqing. And you?" Jiang Lin. They stood together beneath the shade, appearing to be longtime friends, though they had only just met moments ago. Lu Changqing, seemingly unaware of Jiang Lin's name, smiled kindly and continued, "Actually, I don't care much for these trees. I prefer quiet and somewhat secluded places like libraries, where I can find peace. But whenever I go out to play, I always accommodate her." Lu Changqing stroked the bark of the sycamore, gazing at the towering treetops. If it were anyone else boasting about such things, Jiang Lin would have turned away long ago, but upon noticing the despondent ghost beside him, he chose to remain silent. "Your girlfriend seems quite fortunate to have someone who accommodates her." "Fortunate?" Lu Changqing fell silent for a moment before responding, "Perhaps." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he glanced towards a distant vending machine. "Would you like something to drink?" "Just some mineral water will suffice," Jiang Lin replied as he followed him to the vending machine. After scanning the QR code, 2 bottles of water dropped down, and he handed one to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin accepted it, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Lu Changqing did the same. Although he encountered a minor mishap when opening his bottle, whether due to sweat on his hands or condensation on the bottle, the cap was a bit slippery. After several attempts, he became slightly agitated until Jiang Lin stepped in to help him twist it open. "Thank you." He breathed a sigh of relief after drinking. "When I first met my girlfriend, she struggled with this too. Haha. May I ask, what about your girlfriend?" Jiang Lin inquired after a moment's hesitation. "Girlfriend?" Lu Changqing seemed taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face, before he chuckled and replied, "She was unfortunately killed during a training mission, but I didn't actually care for her." Jiang Lin glanced at the ghost, who, upon hearing Lu Changqing's words, filled with tears, yet showed no intention of departing. Lu Changqing's eyes remained hollow and devoid of emotion. Noticing this, Jiang Lin asked, "How do you feel about that now?" Lu Changqing stared blankly at him before suddenly turning and running away. As the spirit attempted to follow, Jiang Lin interjected, "You have only 3 days left. If you do not enter the cycle of reincarnation, this realm will disintegrate your spirit, leading to your demise." The ghost slightly shook its head and hurriedly chased after Lu Changqing. Jiang Lin observed, gradually becoming translucent and following closely behind. Lu Changqing ran until he reached the academy's exit, where he paused, breathless, having not utilized his spiritual energy during his dash. As he caught his breath, his gaze wandered to the students passing by, gradually losing focus. He found himself curious about the laughter and camaraderie of a nearby group of students, pondering what their spiritual contracts might be and from which class they hailed. As he sensed the distant fluctuations of spiritual energy, he contemplated joining them for a spar. Even the sight of ants scurrying along the ground captivated him, as he felt profoundly drawn to the world around him. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Changqing's roommates exchanged glances filled with unspoken words. He merely freshened up, grabbed his training room card, and prepared to leave when one of his roommates approached him. "Would you like to take a break? We can help you ask the instructor for a leave." "Rest?" Lu Changqing hesitated for a moment before laughing. "I don't need a break. But I'm fine." He waved dismissively and turned to exit the dormitory, heading towards the training room. Inside the training room, Lu Changqing gazed at the spiritual energy testing target, recalling his girlfriend's words about traveling and resting once they reached the heart realm. In truth, neither he nor his girlfriend had particularly outstanding spiritual contracts. Both had worked diligently amidst the intense competition at West District University, and they had long prepared for this relaxation plan. Yet, as he stared at the testing target, Lu Changqing suddenly summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of violent wind blades that relentlessly slashed at the target. The spiritual energy intensity of the target surged, ultimately surpassing the heart realm threshold. Lu Chongqing stared at the intensity displayed on the target, a flicker of joy blossoming within him. The next day, Jiang Lin seized an opportunity to once again appear before him. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, Lu Chongqing's eyes lit up. Good morning. Good morning, Jiang Lin nodded in response. Heading to the training room? Yes, Lu Chongqing replied, his spirits lifted. I recently broke through to the heart realm during this training, and I've accumulated enough credits to graduate. I plan to stabilize my realm. Congratulations. Thank you. Lately, I've become quite fascinated with the spiritual energy testing target. It's rather enjoyable. Would you like to join? Sure. Jiang Lin's gaze fell upon the soul of the girl beside him. The two walked along the campus path, engaging in a casual conversation. Their dialogue revolved around mundane aspects of life, with Lu Chongqing often appearing to talk to himself, while Jiang Lin responded intermittently. Among the trivial matters recounted by Lu Chongqing, there was an incessant mention of his girlfriend, whom he professed to dislike. As Jiang Lin observed Lu Chongqing's unrestrained release of spiritual energy before the testing target, a complex expression crossed his face. He perceived a peculiar emotion emanating from Lu, one that was palpable and intense. In his view, the soul that ought to dissipate due to the tug of this realm showed no signs of vanishing. Instead, it became more substantial, even radiating a hazy gray light. As Lu Chongqing completed his test, Jiang Lin gravely addressed the soul, stating, I retract my words from yesterday. You will not dissipate, but you are on the path to becoming a demon. The soul froze, and her expression morphed into one of horror as sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth and horns emerged from her forehead. She sensed the transformation within her body, her face reflecting sheer panic. In the midst of despair, she cast a pleading glance at Jiang Lin. Naturally, Jiang Lin would not allow the demon's power to spread in this area. With a mere wave, the burgeoning demonic energy was instantly absorbed as if by a black hole, swiftly dissipating. The woman's spiritual form returned to normal, her gaze towards Jiang Lin filled with gratitude. For Jiang Lin, this was merely a trivial act. What truly concerned him was the demonic energy within her soul, which he had failed to detect until now. How could it have remained hidden so deeply? A flicker of thought crossed Jiang Lin's mind as Lu Chongqing, having fully expended his spiritual energy, arose, fatigue enveloping him, yet his spirit invigorated. Oh, that was exhilarating. Just like that, lying on the ground, he gazed at the ceiling in jubilation, his previously calm demeanor now tinged with excitement. Jiang Lin, who had remained silent, contemplated while pulling up the silhouette of the woman's spirit beside him. He had previously glimpsed her form and knew she had perished during a trial. But when had this seed of demonhood been sown? Moreover, the manifestation of this trial bore no resemblance to the 7 deadly sins known thus far. It appeared more akin to a conflux of intense obsessions. Demonic spirits stem from an amalgamation of emotions, and many demons are birthed when high-level demons plant seeds within individuals, which only hatch once emotions coalesce to a certain point. Jiang Lin could typically perceive these seeds at a glance. Yet he had only noticed this woman's spiritual form when the seed began to show signs of hatching. A chill crept across Jiang Lin's visage. The recent surge in demonic activity was becoming alarmingly frequent, audacious enough to encroach upon the Western District. As he pondered, Lu Chongqing, now standing, wore a smile. I'll return once I regain my spiritual energy. That was fantastic. Jiang Lin frowned at him. Is this truly wise? I feel perfectly fine, Lu Chongqing replied, perplexed by Jiang Lin's concern. Never mind, Jiang Lin sighed. I'll head back to rest. Goodbye. All right. This time, the spirit did not depart with him. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Lin retrieved his phone, locating a contact and opening a chat window filled with over 99 unread messages. The messages seemed to be a soliloquy, recounting the sender's recent experiences. Returned to the Spirit Clan today. It's been ages since I was back. The air here is truly refreshing after the renovations. I miss the life I had here. Xingwan and Yingying called me. They said the elders of the Dragon Clan are plotting again and urged me to relax. I wasn't too keen on going. So it was only the recently returned Yu Ying and them who went. Night has fallen. After a day of archery practice, I'm a bit tired. Time to sleep. After reading through the messages, Jiang Lin sighed softly and typed, Xiu Lu, how many times must I tell you? Don't treat my chat window like a diary. A quick reply came. Oh, you finally replied. Mainly because I'm quite forgetful and need to write in my diary frequently. Jiang Lin, exasperated, typed back. Your issue isn't forgetfulness. It's a lack of focus. You're merely obsessed with archery, not foolish. Is that so? Indeed. Everything well with the Spirit Clan? It's fine here and much better than before. We've renovated many human cities, and the Spirit Clan has integrated well. Jian has instructed us to modify several major cities, making them more livable. Would you like to come see? Jiang Lin involuntarily shivered. Perhaps not. I fear I may be met with hostility. Not at all. I'll protect you. Jiang Lin's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment before replying. Let us not discuss that. There is something I need you to come over for. Huh. In a small courtyard encircled by a fence in Lingfeng town, Lin Xiulu's large, spirit-filled eyes brimmed with confusion. As she comprehended the message, her bewilderment transformed into shock, ultimately giving way to uncontainable joy. She leapt up, a wave of excitement washing over her, then quickly typed in disbelief. Really? Her fingers danced across the keyboard. That is wonderful. I thought you had forgotten about us. Finally, I can be of help. She continued. I'm free right now. Where are you? Just a moment. I'll help you open the door. Okay. After concluding the chat, Jiang Lin turned his attention back to the spirit before him. After experiencing a partial transformation, her form had solidified significantly compared to before. Under normal circumstances, she should have reached a stage of semi-translucent consciousness. This revelation illuminated Jiang Lin's mind. The dispersal of demonic negative energy had surprisingly offered some benefit to the spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lin ventured to ask, "Can you understand what I am saying?" Though the spirit existed through consciousness, many spirits had reduced to mere instinct, making it difficult for him to ascertain whether this one retained awareness. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, she nodded slightly. Very well. Now focus here. Reflect carefully on whether there was a moment when your emotions surged unexpectedly. With that, as the spirit's astonished gaze lingered upon him, Jiang Lin waved his hand. An luminous screen appeared before her, displaying scenes from her journey since the commencement of this trial. Qin Yi and Lu Changqing had been childhood friends, their personalities harmonizing beautifully. Their interactions were warm, yet unremarkable. Both exhibited commendable talents, successfully gaining admission to the Western District University. Even after entering university, their relationship remained unchanged, seemingly destined to be together. Like their fellow students, they practiced and ventured forth, and by their second year, they encountered the trial that would irrevocably alter their lives. Their abilities during the second year were quite ordinary, and thus their team lacked any distinguishing features, succeeding in the initial hunts of traitors. As Qin Yi watched the unfolding scenes, tears welled in her eyes involuntarily. Jiang Lin sighed softly. It was a cruel necessity, but one he had to undertake. It seemed Qin Yi was also aware that her circumstances were shrouded in mystery, quickly regaining her composure to scrutinize the rapidly shifting images before her. Reminiscent of a time machine, when the timeline reached the moment just before entering the Ali region, as the team gathered, she and Lu Changqing prepared to go downstairs for a meal when she suddenly recalled her desire for her favorite bawang tea. Lu Changqing smiled and promptly exited the hotel, even utilizing spiritual energy along the way. This was merely a mundane scene from their over a decade of companionship, yet at that moment, her heart overflowed with joy and elation. Previously, it seemed inconsequential. However, from a third-person perspective now, although she felt joy at the time, it did not reach the level of excitement. Thus, without hesitation, she indicated this particular moment, aware from prior occurrences of demonic transformation that Jiang Lin intended to discern when she had been influenced. The scene froze, and Jiang Lin furrowed his brows as he gazed into the imagery, subsequently inquiring who else had been present at that moment. A wisp of mist conjured several names. After reviewing them, Jiang Lin departed from the training room. Chapter 106, Meeting Luke. The names listed by Qin Yi were all members of their team. Jiang Lin's time silhouette could only perceive events within a few meters surrounding a single subject, necessitating him to examine each of these individuals one by one. With the guidance of these names and Qin Yi's directions, Jiang Lin soon unobtrusively observed their time silhouettes. Although their actions appeared largely unchanged, as Qin Yi was their teammate, and several were familiar friends, she keenly sensed a hint of discord. At that moment, all of them experienced subtle shifts in emotion simultaneously: joy, anger, repression, and so forth, suggesting that a particularly intense emotion had dramatically expanded at that instant. Jiang Lin's gaze turned icy. It seemed necessary to investigate the site of the incident. Upon concluding his thoughts, he opened a spatial door, raised his hand, and astonishingly, directly absorbed Qin Yi's spirit. Subsequently, his figure vanished from the spot, and the spatial door swiftly closed. When Jiang Lin re-emerged, he found himself atop the hotel roof featured in Qin Yi's time silhouette. He immediately activated a broad range of time silhouettes, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to visibly disarray, leaving many spirit contract holders gasping for breath. However, they could not pinpoint the source, and as a minor chaos began to unfold below, Jiang Lin halted the silhouette. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the spirit contract holders looked around with lingering trepidation, yet their level of insight was insufficient to discern anything amiss. After observing the time silhouettes atop the building, Jiang Lin fell into deep contemplation. During that period portrayed in the silhouettes, he had not detected anything unusual. Every moment appeared exceedingly mundane. It seemed that the strange occurrences transpired on some ethereal level. This was what truly troubled Jiang Lin. If the mere visuals yielded no insights, he would have to revert to that time frame. Yet, he was reluctant to meddle with time unless absolutely necessary. With no other choice, he inhaled deeply and opened a spatial door. This time, he did not enter but instead waited in place. Shortly after, the spatial door swung open from within, and Lin Xiaolu emerged, adorned in an elegant layered dress, her fair thighs stepping forth, her gaze firmly fixed upon Jiang Lin. Before he could utter a word, Her eyes were already tinged with red. Oh! Lin Xiaolu rushed into Jiang Lin's embrace, a torrent of longing seemingly released in that moment. Jiang Lin stiffened momentarily as he opened his arms, but ultimately patted her back gently, though she had countless words to share. She understood that Jiang Lin had summoned her for an important matter. Regaining her composure, she reluctantly stepped back from his embrace and wiped her eyes, inquiring, "What has transpired here?" Jiang Lin waved his hand, and the soul vision enveloped Lin Xiaolu, allowing her to glimpse Qin Yi in the void. He succinctly recounted the events to her, then stated, "Please ascertain if you can detect any traces of demonic seeds within these individuals. It seems they are embedded deep within their souls. This is your area of expertise." Lin Xiaolu nodded earnestly, and sparks of light began to coalesce in her hands, emanating an enchanting aura, which Qin Yi, in her spirit form nearby, could perceive even more vividly. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to converge upon her hands at that moment, and those sparks gradually formed into a long bow. Lin Xiaolu drew the bow taut, aiming skyward, her slender figure and graceful posture fully on display. Brilliant light coalesced at the bow's arm joint, and upon reaching a certain limit, it erupted. A streak of starlight shot upward into the sky, exploding high above the city like fireworks, showering down a cascade of meteors. People on the streets and within their homes were utterly astonished as they gazed up at the luminous points illuminating the dusk sky. As if a vast meteor shower had descended, the starlight, trailing long tails, fell upon the city. When the first streak of starlight landed on a tall building, the anticipated impact did not occur. Instead, the starlight rapidly dissolved upon contact with the structure. A multitude of starlight cascaded down, and in that instant, everyone suddenly realized that their hearts felt remarkably at peace, and some of the hidden tumultuous thoughts within them began to dissipate swiftly. They were astonished to find that while bathed in this starlight, they felt an immense sense of relaxation. Amidst this newfound tranquility, certain erratic emotional energies became conspicuously pronounced. Jiang Lin's gaze sharpened as he pinpointed several locations within the city, then vanished from sight. Lin Xiaolu's shattered star bow transformed into sparkling points, dissipating into the air. Not long after, Jiang Lin's figure reappeared, now holding a sphere of pitch-black energy. His expression was grave. In this small city, at least several hundred individuals had been sown with these demonic seeds deep within their souls. Though they might not exhibit immediate effects, over time, these seeds would subtly influence their emotions, and when those emotions reached a breaking point, they would burst forth, transforming into demons cloaked in human skin. These demons were indeed restless. Jiang Lin's demeanor hardened. "Shall we venture into the demon realm?" "Absolutely." Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled, as long as she was beside Jiang Lin. She did not mind where they went. Jiang Lin nodded, his shadow rippling as Xiaohei detached from the darkness. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu hurriedly crouched down and affectionately rubbed the top of its head. "Xiaohei, it has been ages." "Woo woo woo." Xiaohei squinted its eyes, tilting its head to align with Lin Xiaolu's palm. "The academy is in your hands," Jiang Lin instructed Xiaohei. Xiaohei opened its eyes, appearing anxious as it approached Jiang Lin's feet. "Demons aren't tasty, you know that." Jiang Lin thought, feeling exasperated. "Hurry back, and do not engage in any disreputable activities under my name." Hearing this, Xiaohei lowered its head in apparent dismay. "Off we go." Europe. Ever since Luke's reforms commenced, the situation here had gradually stabilized over time. However, while the regime was stable, the demon realm had become increasingly tumultuous. It seemed they were aware of the upheaval here, resulting in an intensified offensive during this period. Luke had been tirelessly running between both fronts, his existence in a perpetual state of overdrive. In the office of the unyielding fortress, Luke, weary-eyed, completed the final document. His assistant promptly brought him a cup of coffee. Just as he reached for the cup, his hand froze midair as spatial energy coalesced before him, and a spatial door slowly opened. Luke's pupils constricted in shock. He rose to his feet, staring in astonishment at Jiang Lin and Lin Xiaolu stepping through the doorway. "It has been a while," Jiang Lin greeted with a smile. Upon recognizing Jiang Lin, Luke sighed in relief. It had indeed been a long time since their last encounter. The Origin Master. "No." Jiang Lin nearly panicked. "You should just call me by my name, Jiang." Luke ventured hesitantly. "I haven't had the chance to thank you for the last incident." Chapter 107, The Lurking Demons. "It truly is you." Luke's face lit up with realization. Who else could achieve such a feat? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin nonchalantly remarked that he had merely left a trace of power in the Hall of Heroes, which unexpectedly summoned him. The sheer acknowledgement from Jiang Lin left Luke astounded. He could hardly contain his astonishment that Jiang Lin had managed to enter the Hall of Heroes in a living form. This has undeniably transcended the realm of mere regulations. It must be acknowledged that the opposing party has ascended to an incomprehensible height. He inhaled deeply, thus. "What is your intention today? To borrow a passage into the realm of demons?" Luke pressed his palms against the table, clenching his fists with fervor. The sudden contraction of his pupils revealed an inner turmoil. His form trembled slightly. "Do you intend to annihilate the demon clan?" "At this stage, that is not feasible." Your Phoenix Feather clan should be aware that the current demon clan shares an ambiguous relationship with the barbarian tribe. Presently, several major clans surrounding your dragon kingdom are subtly trending towards an alliance. Recklessly provoking the demon clan would undoubtedly ignite a war among the great clans. We have just completed our reforms and are not sufficiently prepared. Luke appeared to genuinely ponder the viability of this direction, lowering his head and rapidly analyzing the situation. Hey. Jiang Lin interrupted him, visibly exasperated. What do you take me for? A demon, readily exterminating other clans? Is that not so? Luke raised his brow in confusion. During your last venture into the demon realm, did you not nearly obliterate them? Ultimately, it was the will of the world that intervened. Last time, that was entirely different. Jiang Lin retorted bluntly. Previously, it was a matter of borrowing their resources, and they proved to be rather ungrateful. Was that borrowing? You were uprooting their very existence. Luke silently scorned this thought, but refrained from vocalizing it. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what prompted your visit this time? Their claws have extended rather far. Upon hearing this, Luke's heart stirred. The Phoenix Feather Pavilion places immense importance on territorial matters. Coupled with the recent border conflict between the Ink-Stamp Nation and the western region of the Dragon Kingdom, it is highly likely that the shadow of the demons looms behind. Could these demons have devised a means to contend with the Phoenix Feather Pavilion? Is this merely a test? Luke's mind raced, and in an instant, he pondered numerous possibilities. After a brief pause, he turned to Jiang Lin, his expression earnest. What is the extent of our objectives this time? I will take action. What do you say? Jiang Lin cast a nonchalant glance at him. Then I must prepare. Jiang Lin's intervention presents an unparalleled opportunity, potentially delivering a devastating blow to the demon clan, granting them ample time to acclimate to the post-reform changes and seize sufficient time for development. I've waited for you for half a day. Very well. Luke concluded hurriedly. Departing the office post-haste, Jiang Lin then led Lin Xiulu to the entrance of the demon realm, which was heavily guarded, yet no one could perceive their presence. Lin Xiulu gazed apprehensively at the worldess in trance and expressed her concerns. Will the will of the world not interfere with your actions this time? It will not. This time they have overstepped their bounds. I merely wish to prevent them from overturning the table and ruining the game. This does not imply I genuinely fear them. Since they wish to test the waters, let them learn the consequences of such folly. A glint of cold determination flickered in Jiang Lin's eyes. Regardless of whether this was a trial or a covert infiltration into the western region, their actions had unequivocally crossed too many boundaries. Luke did not keep them waiting long. Merely an hour later, he returned with 4 individuals before the entrance of the demon clan. The sentinels at the gate were utterly astonished upon seeing Luke, clad in armor, alongside the others, for they were renowned powerhouses from their European realm. Typically, one might not even catch a glimpse of one of them. Yet now, for had come together. The Shield of Europe, Cassio, the Sword Saint, Chester, the Demon Wolf, Fenrir, Count Misali. My heavens! Quickly tell me this is not a dream. The 2 Soul Realm guards trembled slightly at the sight of Luke and his companions, who seemed to be conversing with the void itself. Luke occasionally gestured toward the empty space. The guards exchanged curious glances. What on earth is Mr. Luke up to? Not only him, but the others appeared to be gazing in that direction as well. In truth, they were engaged in dialogue with Jiang Lin. As internationally renowned powerhouses, they were aware of Jiang Lin's existence, yet this marked their first encounter in person. Despite their excitement, they maintained composure under the scrutiny of so many eyes, their expressions betraying nothing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Lin and Lin Xiulu manifested simultaneously. Luke arrived at the entrance first, gesturing for them to proceed. The surrounding guards were left in a state of shock, while the 2 sentinels stepped aside upon Luke's approach. Their gazes fixated on the suddenly materialized Jiang Lin and Lin Xiulu, their minds seemingly in a state of paralysis. The revered Luke, the god of war atop Europe, whom countless young admirers idolized, was personally guiding 2 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, just as their bewilderment peaked. A nearby soldier suddenly flickered and transformed into a wisp of gray mist, attempting to surge into the entrance. Upon witnessing this, Luke's pupils constricted, instinctively reaching out to seize it, but Jiang Lin interjected with a smile. No need, let him return. Though the intruder's speed was considerable, the assembled individuals were all formidable powerhouses, capable of easily restraining the wisp of mist. However, upon Jiang Lin's command, they instinctively suppressed their impulsive reactions. Once the gray mist dissipated, Luke's expression darkened. It was evidently a demon, capable of infiltrating the Sentinel stronghold even after the Grand Purge, indicating a level of concealment that was quite profound. The fact that such a significant location had been infiltrated by demons without his knowledge left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus he shifted the topic. Why? They ought to be given some preparation. Let them know I have arrived. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, striding forward. That demon had clearly recognized him. Otherwise, the mere presence of 5 powerhouses entering the demon realm would not have compelled it to risk its life to convey a message. Within the demon clan, beneath a dim sky, demons flitted about, their claws brandished as they danced in the air. There were no fortifications on the European side within the demon clan. The true line of defense lay in the impenetrable bastion of the external realm. Upon traversing the passage between the two realms, the demon reverted to its true form, a subordinate of the sin of pride, typically disdainful of all others. Yet at this moment, terror was etched across its visage. The emotional energies around it surged into its body, yet it felt no sense of security. By invoking my true name, I ignite the soul fire and summon the great Satan to descend. After a brief incantation, an invisible flame ignited upon its form, and a terrifying aura began to manifest within the surrounding space. A phantom emerged within the flames enveloping it, and upon seeing this, the demon's spirits lifted. Enduring the pain as it knelt down, "Great Satan, I shall offer up all my memories of humanity." Its countenance transformed into one of fervor, the flames burning ever more fiercely, until its body gradually disintegrated into ash, which was seemingly drawn into a void by some intangible entity. Chapter 108, High-Level Demon. A colossal shadow of a throne gradually materialized, upon which Satan reclined lazily, propped on one side. The ash swirled around his fingertips, and the memories of the demon played back in rapid succession before Satan's eyes. Initially, there were memories of little consequence, but as recent events unfolded, particularly when several powerhouses from Europe congregated, a look of contemplation crossed his face. Before he could deliberate further, a visage emerged within the demon's recollections. The surrounding space began to tremble as endless black mist surged forth, enveloping the earth below, and the darkened sky was suddenly consumed in darkness. The languor on Satan's face vanished, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent, his gaze fixated with lethal intensity upon Jiang Lin. His claws, resting upon the throne's armrest, clenched tightly, exuding an overwhelming hatred and malice that nearly materialized. Jiang Lin, he articulated the name through gritted teeth. And as he beheld the assembly preparing to enter the demon realm, a look of shock washed over him. Before he could react, the distant space began to warp. "TSK, is the demon realm always this oppressive upon each visit?" Jiang Lin's voice appeared to be entirely unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere, resonating with remarkable clarity in Satan's ears. He rose from his throne, which vanished into the void, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Lin. "What brings you here?" Lin Xiulu, Luke, and others gradually materialized. And upon catching sight of Satan hovering in the distance, they were momentarily startled, their spiritual energy surging to its zenith, poised for action. Jiang Lin gestured for them to relax, urging them not to be tense. Then, he turned his attention to Satan's grave expression, intrigued. "You don't know? What should I know?" Satan replied, perplexed, convinced that his recent actions had been sufficiently discreet to avoid provoking this fearsome individual. "Is that so?" Jiang Lin mused. "The demon born from an amalgamation of emotions. Are you aware of it?" At this, Satan's heart stirred, though his face remained skeptical. "Are you jesting? Demons are born from pure emotions. How could a collective of emotions give rise to a demon? And what of obsession?" Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes. "It seems something extraordinary has emerged in your realm of demons." Upon hearing this, Satan's heart jolted. The peculiar demon that had recently come into being was indeed a phenomenon beyond replication, its growth astonishing even to him. Yet, this entity had always remained within the demon realm. How could Jiang Lin be aware of it? In the midst of his contemplation, he faltered, then his expression shifted dramatically. "That entity has crossed into the realm of humanity? But not just humanity, it's extended its reach into my western district as well. This is not something I sanctioned." Jiang Lin chuckled nonchalantly. "Yet you are the ostensible ruler of the demon realm. One must concede that he possesses certain means. Had I not scrutinized carefully, I would not have detected the seeds of corruption he had sown." The others surrounding them bore expressions of shock. Astonished that there were demonic seeds, even Jiang Lin could not perceive. Lin Xiulu felt a flicker of realization. No wonder Jiang Lin had sought her out. Evidently, that small town was merely a fragment, and the demon was likely unaware of how many seeds of corruption it had disseminated in the shadows. Realizing this, she felt a surge of anger. The Western District was the foundation of their Fengyu Pavilion, and for years they had eliminated all intruders. The wide dissemination of demonic seeds by this demon within their territory was a blatant provocation. Satan's countenance darkened slightly, though beneath the dense fog, his face remained shrouded in illusion. This demon had evidently disregarded his warnings, or perhaps its rapidly swelling power had led its mentality to falter, compelling it to test the waters with the Fengyu Pavilion. As his thoughts raced, Satan spoke gravely. "What precisely are these demonic seeds you speak of?" "Quite simple," Jiang Lin replied, activating a temporal silhouette while releasing Qin Yi's spiritual form. The silhouette recorded Qin Yi's state during her partial demonization. A demon that thrives on obsession is somewhat rare. Jiang Lin regarded Satan with a knowing smile, while Luke and the others shifted uneasily. Demons arise from emotions. Yet whether born of wrath, greed, lust, sloth, pride, envy, or gluttony, these can all be suppressed. However, obsession, while its formation conditions vary, once solidified, it cannot be stifled unless dissipated. It continuously empowers the demon born of it. The notion of a demon consuming such obsession was beyond their imagination. Its growth rate likely monstrous. If it appeared in Europe, Luke trembled violently at the thought, unable to fathom the repercussions. Satan, initially inclined to feign ignorance, sighed upon meeting Jiang Lin's cold gaze. This demon was birthed only recently. I cannot exert hierarchical suppression over it. Oh, Jiang Lin's interest peaked, while Luke and the others could no longer contain their astonishment. How is that possible? A demon of your tier? Does it not possess the potential to ascend to divinity? The Sword Saint Chester stammered, voicing the collective apprehension of the group. Satan scoffed in response. Ascend to divinity? It is not so simple. Just look around. How many deities exist among the major clans? After speaking, he cast a wary glance at Jiang Lin, adding meaningfully, and becoming a deity does not guarantee invincibility. A shiver ran through the group. The realm beyond imperial status was merely a concept to them. As one of the original demons, Satan possessed unparalleled authority over the subsequent generations of demons. His innate talents and capabilities had allowed him to transcend imperial status long ago. The emergence of a demon here that he could not suppress implied that its tier or bloodline was not inferior to his own. The demon realm's hierarchy dictated that rank was paramount. With the appearance of such a demon, the balance between Europe and the demon realm could very well be disrupted. With this realization, Luke and the others in the imperial realm grew anxious. Yet against Satan, they felt powerless, placing their hopes solely on Jiang Lin. At this moment, Jiang Lin was deep in thought. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. Tell me, is this the will of your world's consciousness, or your own? Satan's pupils constricted. Jiang Lin's words clearly indicated his intent to suppress such a monstrous existence. His arrival here, ostensibly to sever the hand extending into the Western District, was merely a pretext. His true aim was to curb the demon race. The sin of pride began to influence Satan's psyche, a subtle manifestation of his underlying emotions spiraling out of control. Externally, the dark mist in the sky roiled violently, revealing and concealing agonized visages. The 109th chapter, The Obsession of Alexis. Europe had just completed its reforms, presenting an opportune moment for their offensive. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom was already grappling with a coalition of 3 clans, struggling to maintain its stance. If the demon race intervened, the human race's primary support could very well shatter. Should that occur, the remaining nations on other continents would be incapable of shouldering the burden of humanity. Yet, Jiang Lin had manifested here, evidently with intentions to thwart such developments. Would such a situation be stifled before it even fully materialized? Satan felt an undeniable reluctance. This scenario represented a golden opportunity to topple humanity. However, Jiang Lin's mere presence elevated the stakes, and the other major sins seemed disinclined to reveal themselves. Satan suddenly comprehended that the greatest impediment to annihilating humanity was not the Fenyu Pavilion or any other entity, but rather this individual before him. As long as he drew breath, humanity would not falter in the encirclement by the 3 clans. Satan's thoughts drifted, despite the passage of time. Had the Dragon Kingdom not remained steadfast against the siege, even Jiang Lin had scarcely intervened. With this clarity, he inhaled deeply. If I were to say that this recent action against the Western District was solely the initiative of that demon, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, Chester, Fenrir, and the others in the Imperial realm were instantly engulfed in fury. Demons were innate deceivers, adept at manipulating hearts. Countless humans had fallen into ruin at their hands year after year. And now, a demon dared to assert such a claim before them? Even if this demon's power surpassed their own, their underlying anger was inescapable. As they simmered with indignation, Luke intervened, raising a hand to restrain them and shaking his head slightly. Realizing Luke's gesture, the group regained their composure, a cold sweat trickling down their backs. Jiang Lin was conversing with Satan. Their sudden outburst would not only be impolite, but would also force Jiang Lin into a position of making a decision. Even if the current Satan seemed outrageous, such behavior was undeniably offensive. Had it been anyone else, it might have been acceptable, but this particular individual. Lin Xiaolu observed their subtle movements, letting out a soft huff. It appeared Luke still possessed some discernment. After listening to Satan's words, Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, not pausing to consider the veracity of his statements. Instead, he retorted, "You are the Lord of Demons, are you not? Is there a devil causing chaos on my territory, creating such a significant risk?" Satan, keenly sensing something amiss, nevertheless forced himself to nod, affirming, "Yes." Jiang Lin continued, "Is there any issue with my visit? Furthermore, I have come to demand an explanation from you. Your grievances or your awareness of them are irrelevant. These are your problems. What I seek now is a reckoning. Understand?" At that moment, the space within tens of thousands of meters around them froze entirely. Luke and the others felt as though they could not even move a finger, their thoughts gradually becoming sluggish. The dark mist surrounding Satan dissipated, revealing his grayish-white demonic form, his face, adorned with menacing fangs, appearing noticeably paler than the surrounding skin. "I will wait for you for 10 minutes. Jiang Lin suddenly chuckled, and the previously stagnant space seemed to regain its flow. The dark mist in the world began to swirl gently, and Luke and the others regained control of their bodies. The terrifying pressure they had felt moments ago seemed merely an illusion. Only Satan's heart continued to race, as he regarded Jiang Lin's smiling demeanor, knowing that today would not conclude favorably for him. "I'll be right back." He inhaled deeply, merging into the dark mist. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the demon realm, within a vast chasm, thousands of demons were engaged in brutal combat at the bottom. These demons, with levels ranging from the soul realm to even the sacred realm, appeared to be overwhelmed by their emotional powers, their eyes glowing red as they unhesitatingly lunged at any living being in sight. Many demons perished, their bodies dissolving into a chaotic swirl of emotional energy. Typically, within the demon realm, this emotional energy would be transformed by the rules of the world, purifying itself into energy to nourish the demons. However, today, there were no signs of this energy being absorbed by the world. Instead, it coalesced into a singular dark point in the air. Upon closer inspection, this dark point was a throne adorned with a grotesque head, upon which sat a handsome, effeminately featured man with crimson lips. After absorbing a surge of energy, he could not help but extend his tongue to taste it. Delicious. The sensation of power coursing through him made him stretch luxuriously. Suddenly, the relaxed expression faded from his face, replaced by a grave demeanor as he gazed toward a specific point in space. A large mass of dark mist gathered, and Satan's figure emerged, his gaze toward the individual before him filled with complexity. "Alex, have you laid hands on the western region of humanity?" The effeminate man named Alex narrowed his elongated eyes in response. "Just because you dare not, does not mean I lack the courage. We demons thrive on emotions. The emotions birthed by humans are the richest and most intense. With an inexhaustible supply of human emotions, our demon race can rise above all others." He displayed no surprise at Satan's discovery of the events in the western region, even speaking with a hint of arrogance. Satan's expression turned cold. If the demon race were truly so formidable, why would you choose to evolve toward humanity? Alex's face shifted slightly. The human form possesses great adaptability, capable of housing various powers. Hence, it is the most suitable vessel for me. Have you considered that such a potent race would be so easily eradicated? Do humans lack strong warriors? Satan expressed his disappointment. Seeing this, an unnamed fury surged within Alex. "I was born into this, and the events of over a decade ago were the same. Why? Why do you fear humanity so much? They are merely livestock providing emotional sustenance." Satan did not respond with anger, but rather with deeper disappointment. "I once thought that the demons, whom the worlds will sought to cultivate, would be something remarkable, but I never expected." His attitude pierced Alex's heart like a needle, unleashing a torrent of emotions, arrogance, rage, jealousy, spiraling out of control. "Your limitations do not define mine. I shall ultimately become the king of this hell." A massive hand of swirling black mist formed instantly, crushing Alex within its grasp. "Since you feel that way, then perish in despair. Do not think yourself unique. You are merely a pawn in the world's will scheme." Satan's countenance remained cold as Alex struggled furiously within the black hand, unleashing his imperial-level energy, yet unable to budge the mist. In that moment, he realized the chasm between himself and Satan. The abyss seemed unfathomable, a despairing gap. He roared in futility. "Why? Why must one as powerful as you fear those humans? I refuse to accept it." Alex's once proud visage twisted in madness as he relentlessly battered the black mist prison, yet it yielded no result. His formidable abilities, once worthy of standing alongside the 7 deadly sins, now felt utterly powerless against this confinement. He was unaware of Satan's intentions, but he sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. "Is he truly going to kill me?" Upon reaching this conclusion, Alex felt disoriented, then his expression contorted into a snarl. "You cannot kill me. I am now among the pinnacle of power in the demon realm. To lose me would be a devastating blow to the clan. I am aware of Satan's ambitions and my significance, but what has transpired to incite such a desire for my death? Could it truly be merely due to the matter in the western region?" Filled with resentment, at that moment, the black mist prison began to contract rapidly. The surrounding dark mist shrank as well, further diminishing his space for survival. "You have never witnessed the highest peak, so you cannot comprehend that despair. I am merely allowing you to experience a fraction of it." Satan's voice was devoid of emotion. Yet the black mist prison continued to shrink with the curling of his fingers, as a wall pressed against his face. The body formed of emotional energy could no longer sustain itself, collapsing instantly into a swirl of gray mist, frantically writhing within the prison. At this juncture, Satan ceased his actions, closing his eyes as if attuning to something. After a brief moment, he opened them, regarding Alex with a hint of pity. "You have become a sacrifice." Satan's gaze turned frigid. "However, this remnant may still hold some utility." With that, the black mist contracted once more, and Alex's gray mist emitted a piercing wail. Just then, the space beside Satan suddenly tore apart, and a pair of slender, pale hands emerged from within, tearing outward. The rift in space expanded several meters, creating an opening through which one could pass normally. From the pitch-black void, Jiang Lin stepped forth, followed closely by Lin Xiaolu and Luke. Just with these words, Jiang Lin remarked as he looked at the swirling black mist, "The cost for provoking me seems rather trivial." Satan's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath to suppress his rage. "What do you intend to do? I have already dealt with the instigator." At this moment, Alex still clung to life, his hazy consciousness registering the sight of Jiang Lin confronting Satan. His mind raced back to the time he had encountered this person in a newly birthed, less intelligent form. The last conscious thought of that form being a hand growing larger and larger. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice emerged from the mist prison. And Satan's face paled as he hastily tightened the black mist, intent on crushing him. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, he also turned around. And with a snap of his fingers, Satan was struck with horror as he realized he had lost control over the dark mist prison. Instead, Jiang Lin's fingers splayed open, causing the prison to expand in tandem. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Unlikes quickly regained his former strength, transforming back to his previous state in the blink of an eye. "Interesting," Jiang Lin chuckled. "Do you know who I am? Just call me Xiao Jiang." Unlikes, momentarily disoriented, stammered, "What?" Jiang Lin's expression shifted, and with a flash, he vanished from sight. Moments before Unlikes exploded, his delicate features still etched with confusion. "Can't comprehend human speech?" The dissipating black mist swiftly coalesced in the air, and Unlikes gazed at Jiang Lin with palpable trepidation. Coupling this with Satan's demeanor, even he, in his naivety, comprehended that Jiang Lin was undoubtedly the individual he had been warned against provoking among the human race. Jiang Lin, he nearly ground out through clenched teeth. A being he had never encountered, yet had been repeatedly cautioned by Satan to avoid at all costs, even to the extent of not trespassing upon his territory, now stood before him. Instead of recalling Satan's deep-seated dread, what surged within him was indignation. Why should their immensely powerful demon race fear a mere human? The ingrained pride within him refused to bow, even in the presence of one whom Satan so evidently feared. Satan, enveloped in a somber aura, uttered not a word, merely observing Jiang Lin and Unlikes. He found himself regretting his hesitation, lamenting why he hadn't swiftly dispatched Unlikes. Now that Jiang Lin confronted him, resolving the situation had become far more complicated. Jiang Lin, devoid of emotion, addressed Unlikes. "Those demon seeds in the West District belong to you, correct? And what of it?" A tumult of chaotic emotional energy surged from him, his strength returning. Unlikes, feeling a resurgence of invincibility, mused, "Isn't it the fate of humans to be enslaved? You are destined to be mere livestock for our demon race." Suddenly, Lin Xiaolu conjured forth the star-breaking bow, forming a brilliantly radiant arrow aimed at Unlikes. Jiang Lin raised his hand to halt her. "You may slay him, but that will not eradicate the demon seeds." Lin Xiaolu's complexion shifted slightly. Only Unlikes knew how many demon seeds he had sown in the West District. Would killing him truly eliminate the seeds? If it were that simple, perhaps Jiang Lin would not have come himself, but rather sent her and the others to handle it. Unlikes, catching on to this, felt his trepidation fade. "My demon seeds are rather unique, far more concealed than those of other emotional energies. Now, care to guess how many demon seeds I possess in the human realm?" Unlikes sneered, sensing he had grasped a weakness in Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this, Satan silently conjured his throne, taking a seat and closing his eyes. The moment Unlikes spoke those words, his fate was sealed. Jiang Lin, unfazed, seemed to address an unseen presence. "Did you not wish to test my strength? I trust you are prepared for the price." The surrounding space quaked violently, as a phantom began to coalesce, yet it was still too slow. Jiang Lin's lips moved, existence obliterated. Unlikes, who had been smirking from a distance, vanished in an instant. Satan's eyes flew open. He sensed that along with Unlikes' disappearance, something peculiar had also vanished. "This is the price," Jiang Lin murmured softly, before stepping through a spatial gate. Lin Xiaolu hurriedly followed, while Luke and the others, who had hoped to strike a blow against the demon race, stood befuddled, for Satan was right before them, rendering any action impossible. They rushed into the gate just before it closed. Once the spatial gate vanished, the phantom successfully coalesced, and Satan inclined his head slightly towards it. An imperceptible wave radiated outward, and upon touching Satan, it sent a shockwave through him, causing him to exclaim, "How is this possible? Unlikes is truly dead? He cannot be reborn. Was he not supposed to be able to resurrect through the demon seeds? Though he would lose much of his power, as long as the rules remained intact, he would never truly perish." Astonishment filled Satan's eyes. At that moment, another wave emanated, leaving him frozen in place. Had he obliterated the very rules that birthed Unlikes? Chapter 111, The Price. Satan's heart was gripped with dread as he contemplated Unlikes' creation. He understood that this was the most chaotic nexus of emotional turbulence within the demon realm, where life was both a random occurrence and an inevitable result. It was inevitable because the worlds will intertwine countless random events, transforming them into certainties, resulting in the emergence of Unlikes. A being whose rank could rival Satan and whose growth was terrifying. Even Satan did not doubt that, given a decade or so, Unlikes could ascend to his current level. With both him and Unlikes, alongside other original sins, the demon realm could potentially rival humanity. Even if he had occasionally looked down upon Satan, he had not intervened. Perceiving unlikes as a rebellious youth, always believing himself the center of the universe in his youthful ignorance. Regardless of his rebellion or arrogance, Satan refrained from interjecting, even as unlikes recklessly offended numerous high-ranking demons in the demon realm. After all, in the demon realm, and among other races, if one did not intervene above the imperial level, no one could slay him. Even above the imperial level, annihilating him was exceedingly challenging, let alone in a realm where he was shielded by the rules. Moreover, Satan gazed towards the distant phantom. Throughout the entire process, the worlds will remain completely inactive, seemingly acquiescing to Jiang Lin's actions. Upon realizing the implications, Satan subtly deduced its decision. Unlikes was to be discarded. If he were to act directly and kill him, he could subsequently leverage Unlike's unique traits for resurrection. Though he would lose power with his growth rate, it would not be long before he regained his peak. However, Jiang Lin was clearly not so easily deceived. He acted decisively, severing the worlds that transformed the random into the inevitable, utterly obliterating Unlike's path to resurrection, and ensuring that the demon realm would never again birth a being like him. This was a blow from which the demon realm would be hard-pressed to recover, as the world could not possibly allow the existence of Unlikes to remain unreplicated. When the time came, it would necessitate the restoration of the rules, which would demand a considerable expenditure. Satan sighed softly. This test had proven to be a costly miscalculation. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin and his companions had returned to Europe, where Luke stood, his expression grave, seemingly lost in thought. The other imperial-level beings were bewildered. They had anticipated that by following Jiang Lin, they could inflict some damage on the demon realm and slow their invasion. Yet they had not expected the encounter to devolve into negotiation, followed by Jiang Lin's nonchalant intervention. Did that demon perish? Or was he merely banished? Lacking access to that level of understanding, they could not fathom the terror of Jiang Lin's strike. Only Luke, the most powerful among them, sensed that the demon realm had seemingly lost something at that moment. His gaze, filled with shock, fell upon Jiang Lin, who had already opened a portal to return to the dragon country. Luke, taken aback, rushed over and exclaimed, "Wait." Jiang Lin turned, puzzled, as Luke approached. "I truly cannot thank you enough for this." The surrounding figures, including the demon wolf and sword saint, exchanged glances of confusion. "Thank you for what? It seems we haven't inflicted any significant damage on the demon race." Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Their reach had extended too far, and there is always a price to pay for probing. Before Luke could elaborate further, Jiang Lin and Lin Qilu stepped into the portal, emerging in a county within the Ali region of the Dragon Country. Although I severed their rules, I remain uncertain whether the demonic seeds in the Dragon Kingdom have intertwined with them. Let us probe a few cities to ascertain. Lin Qilu nodded. The broken star bow coalescing, and moments later, myriad star arrows cascaded down, enveloping the entire city. The populace halted, gazing skyward, entranced by the miraculous spectacle before them. Previously, they had received news of another city nearby that experienced a similar celestial shower, wherein those arrows appeared to cleanse the soul. Now, they too profoundly sensed the purifying influence these arrows bestowed upon them. Some individuals, overwhelmed with fervor, knelt in reverence, exclaiming of miracles. As Jiang Lin observed the descent of the star arrows, he remained vigilant over the county below. This time, no traces of demonic seeds manifested. Subsequently, the duo tested several nearby counties, finding no signs of demonic presence. Judging by the prior extent of the demonic seeds, it was evident that this foray into the demonic realm had effectively eradicated them. Meanwhile, within the confines of West District University, in the solitary dormitory of first-year prodigies, Cheng Shuran perused the profiles of Jiang Lin and his companions, a flicker of confusion momentarily crossing his features. He stared blankly at the documents in hand, grappling with the inexplicable rationale behind his actions. In the next instant, a cascade of familiar memories surged forth, reminiscent of both ancient and recent events. During this expedition, Cheng Shuran's team comprised the most radiant first-year stars, with he and Zhao Filin, a Frost-type S-rank, as the primary attackers, and the S-rank werewolf Zhong Kessen as the front line, accompanied by an S-rank healer. This assembly was nothing short of opulent, and in earlier tasks, they had effortlessly amassed a significant score. However, this ease was shattered when the decisive battle commenced in the Ali region. Unlike Luo Ling's team, Cheng Shuran harbored greater ambitions, leading his squad into the fray of second-year teams. Yet, the effortless journey they had enjoyed transformed into a harrowing struggle amid the chaos of life-and-death combat. Their responses markedly inferior to those seasoned second-year students, though their strength was nearly on par with the second-year seniors, and they held an advantage in spiritual contracts. The latter's teamwork, impromptu decision-making, and strategic choices utterly overwhelmed them. In their first battle, they found themselves ensnared in a grueling conflict. Two traitors of the same realm retaliating fiercely, while a neighboring team of lesser strength dispatched their foes with ease. The stark disparity unsettled Cheng Shuran. But continuing to fight in this area posed a challenge in earning credits, not to mention the peril of elimination. Reluctantly, He led his team back to the periphery of the battlefield. Faced with traders of diminished strength and fewer numbers, they navigated the situation with relative ease. However, upon inadvertently witnessing Jiang Lin's team, his mindset experienced a subtle shift. Such a reaction was hardly surprising, as even geniuses possess their pride, especially one who had claimed the title of first in the newcomer battle. This momentary change was quickly buried within him, but beneath the surface of the battlefield, a malevolent abyss lurked. That slight alteration took root like a seed. Upon returning to the academy and witnessing the rankings, the seed sprouted. Nourished by a torrent of emotions, growing rapidly, Cheng Shuran sensed an unsettling loss of control, yet this very chaos seemed to be what he desired. He yearned to vent his frustrations and bring those two down a notch. Under these circumstances, the seed flourished ever more swiftly until just moments ago. It continued to thrive. However, with Jiang Lin's invocation of the erasure of existence, the seed's power lost its source, disintegrating in an instant. The dense emotional energy dissipating into the ether. Chapter 112, The Devil Within. This was also the case for others who had been implanted with demonic seeds. Some felt a sudden lightness within their bodies, while others were horrified to discover a diminishment of their strength. These sensations stemmed from the severance of the source of the emotion-draining demonic seeds, their power fading into the cosmos. Cheng Shuren experienced similar feelings. But just as the power prepared to depart his body, a myriad of past events flashed through his mind, and he vaguely discerned this as the devil's machination. Yet, this power seemed to lack a master at this moment. With thoughts racing, Cheng Shuren's gaze sharpened, as he commanded his spiritual energy to manipulate his blood, causing his body to flush crimson, the blood coursing rapidly, producing a faint rustling sound. Hemolysis. With a low cry, Cheng Shuren found those intangible emotional energies swiftly merging with his blood. The demonic seed, nearly mature and imbued with terrifying emotional power, surged within him. Upon absorbing this strength, his level instantaneously shattered previous limits, ascending to the pinnacle of the condensation realm. This power was sufficient to make him the envy of all first years. Yet Cheng Shuren remained unsatisfied. As the visage of Chun Haimei emerged in his mind, her overwhelming prowess igniting a flicker of crimson in his eyes. The obsession with becoming stronger took root, causing his pupils to lose focus, yet clarity returned swiftly. And this surge of intense emotion propelled him past the bottleneck of the condensation realm, elevating him to the heart realm. This leap in power left Cheng Shuren exhilarated. A torrent of blood surged within his palm, and alongside his blood-manipulating contract, a wisp of elusive gray energy accompanied it. A silent smirk curled at the corners of Cheng Shuren's lips as the blood morphed into various bizarre forms. The elevation of strength elicited a profound sense of elation within Cheng Shuren, yet after a fleeting moment of joy, the image of Chun Haimei resurfaced in his mind. This involuntarily clenched his fists. The chasm between the heart realm and soul realm was daunting, and even he dared not claim he could breach it within 2 years to reach Chun Haimei's caliber. There remained a significant gap. Cheng Shuren's gaze drifted towards the distance, towards the direction of the academy's training room. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot up from the center of the school into the sky, eliciting astonishment from all the students who looked up in wonder. The student body, being the most avid internet surfers, were already aware of the recent phenomena in the Ali region. Now, as this spectacle unfolded over West District University, curiosity propelled them from their buildings to gaze at the star arrows cascading from the heavens. One student, upon touching a star arrow, felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if all the pressures of recent times had been lifted, rendering his mind crystal clear. He gazed upwards with excitement. Realizing that the online claims were indeed true, it was the reign of pilgrimage. Many began to sense the extraordinary power within the star arrows, and more students emerged, basking in their celestial radiance. Some remained indoors, yet even within those walls, the star arrows penetrated like phantoms, merging with their beings. Some dreamers relaxed their furrowed brows, while others sank into deeper slumber, as the myriad of star arrows nourished the entire campus like a gentle rain. Cheng Shuren beheld the star arrows above, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a flicker of aversion stirred within him. As the arrows fell, he instinctively retreated into the building. Yet one star arrow seemed to target him, hurtling swiftly in his direction. Cheng Shuren reflexively conjured a blood-red barrier, yet the star arrow pierced through with ease, striking at the center of his chest. The blood within him ignited, surging wildly, and Cheng Shuren's face contorted as veins bulged ominously. Beneath his skin, the blood writhed and squirmed like restless worms, and his body twisted unnaturally, as if the blood were exerting control over him, propelling him in an uncoordinated manner towards the interior of the building. Once again, a star arrow descended, penetrating the body of Cheng Shuren. His blood struggled violently, surging within him as he experienced excruciating pain. Above, Jiang Lin's spiritual energy spread like a vast net, meticulously searching every inch of land for traces of demonic presence. The students from the West District University had also fought on this battlefield, and naturally, Jiang Lin would not overlook this place. Lin Xiaolu's star arrows continued to fall. Yet no demonic seeds emerged, indicating that the demonic threat had been thoroughly resolved. With the passage of time, after everyone had undergone the baptism of the star arrows, no demonic aura lingered. Satisfied, Jiang Lin withdrew his spiritual energy. The ability of this Alex was indeed troublesome. It resided within the mind. Although Jiang Lin possessed a similar ability, Lin Xiaolu had surpassed him in this regard. Withdrawing his energy, Jiang Lin clapped his hands, declaring, "It's over. I'm ready to relax." He then glanced at Lin Xiaolu, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. "What is the matter?" Jiang Lin inquired. "Someone has absorbed the ability of the demonic seed." Jiang Lin's gaze sharpened. "Who?" Lin Xiaolu pointed downward, indicating the position of Cheng Shuran. "Is it him? Is he targeted because of the influence of the demonic seed?" Jiang Lin pondered, perplexed. Previously, he had had no interaction with this individual. But it seemed that the influence of the demonic seed was indeed at play. He has actively engaged with the power of the demon. My star arrows can cleanse their minds entirely, expelling the emotions and abilities of the demons. However, his obsession runs deep. He has not completely let go and has, in fact, retained the energy of the demon. Active reception? Jiang Lin's expression turned dangerously intense. "Let us take a look." The two figures vanished. Arriving together in the room where Cheng Shuran lay, he was writhing in agony on the bed, his face contorted in pain. The blood within him seemed to rebel against its master, thrashing about in fear, desperately seeking a safe haven within his body, even eluding the control of the spiritual pact. The invisible Jiang Lin wore an inscrutable expression, lost in thought, while Lin Xiaolu appeared equally troubled. She had never imagined that someone would willingly harbor the energy of a demon within themselves. The energy of demons was fraught with uncertainty. It embodied emotional power, capable of being both formless and tangible. Such an act was akin to surrendering one's body to the control of a demon, even if this power appeared to be unclaimed. It would soon give rise to another demon, nurtured by the host's myriad emotions, especially negative ones. Even if he currently suppressed this demon with sheer will, every subsequent day, any negative thought would serve as sustenance for the demon, allowing it to gather strength and return with a vengeance. Chapter 113, The Choice. It could be said that upon choosing this demonic power, Cheng Shuran's fate was sealed. Jiang Lin's expression remained indifferent. He bore no particular concern for Cheng Shuran's targeting of him. However, since he had chosen the path of demonic power under such circumstances, Jiang Lin could not turn a blind eye. Nonetheless, despite some minor maneuvers, his actions were not worthy of death, and his current state was still salvageable. Jiang Lin could perfectly extricate the demonic power from within him without any adverse effect. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. Jiang Lin did not consider himself a saint. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. At this moment, Cheng Shuran's struggles began to weaken. Ultimately, the demonic power was but a fleeting specter, soon suppressed, and his blood returned to normal. He lay on the ground, breathless, and after a prolonged period, his hazy consciousness began to return. Upon opening his eyes, he first beheld the ceiling. Slowly rising, Cheng Shuran felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Despite the danger, he had managed to suppress the demonic power. Just as he prepared to fully sense that power, a voice abruptly interrupted. "Awake? Who?" Cheng Shuran startled, instinctively retreating and looking toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing Jiang Lin and Lin Xiaolu standing there, his pupils constricted. "When did you arrive?" He recognized Jiang Lin, but the presence of Lin Xiaolu was vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered her. Moreover, her positioning slightly behind Jiang Lin indicated that she was subordinate to him, and with her spiritual energy concealed. Cheng Shuran could discern nothing about her, only deepening his wariness. Why resort to demonic power? Cheng Shuran's expression shifted slightly. He was already aware of the peculiar nature of that power, yet Jiang Lin seemed to understand it even better. "You've seen it all, haven't you?" Cheng Shuran did not deny it, and a hint of danger flickered in his gaze. "What? Do you wish to silence me?" Jiang Lin smiled. "Were you influenced? Or did you always harbor such intentions?" His words left Cheng Shuran momentarily speechless. In that fleeting moment, he indeed entertained such a thought, and even now, despite being exposed, he found himself preoccupied with how to prevent the information from leaking. Cheng Shuran's expression grew unfocused, as he could no longer distinguish whether that thought was his true desire or a product of emotional manipulation. Jiang Lin's words brought a chilling silence, and Cheng Shuran's eyes were filled with turmoil. Given his current strength, eliminating Jiang Lin would be simple, but what would follow? Yet, as soon as that thought crept in, Cheng Shuran found himself ensnared in self-contradiction. Why? Why must I kill him? Just because he witnessed me wielding demonic power? The power of demons is forbidden. If he reports me, I will undoubtedly be captured by the authorities. A tangle of complex thoughts surged within him, and at that moment, under the onslaught of intense emotions, the demonic power surged once more. The blood within him began to wrest control from the spiritual pact, and his body became a battleground once again. He let out a horrified scream, his body stiffening as agonizing pain coursed through every nerve. Jiang Lin observed this scene with a detached demeanor. This was the price of power. At that moment, Cheng Shuran could no longer hear Jiang Lin's voice. The sheer agony rendered every nerve in his body quaking. As time passed, Cheng Shuran's lips suddenly curled into a frenzied grin, black mist enveloping him, and his fingernails grotesquely elongated. Witnessing this, Jiang Lin nonchalantly waved his hand, dispersing the gray mist that surrounded Cheng Shuran, allowing his consciousness to gradually return. Cheng Shuran was oblivious to what had just transpired. He felt as if his consciousness had plunged into darkness, and though it seemed like an eternity, it also felt like a fleeting moment. When his awareness resurfaced, the pain had vanished. What just happened? Cheng Shuran exclaimed in alarm. You failed to seize those emotions, Jiang Lin replied, spreading his hands. Those emotions hadn't even formed into consciousness. It was merely instinct attempting to wrest control of your body. Is that too much for you to handle? Cheng Shuran's pale face drained of color as he fixed an intense stare on Jiang Lin, declaring each word with conviction. That's impossible. Seeing his stubbornness, even the gentle Lin Qiulu furrowed her brow. The power of demons is difficult to control. Do not tamper with such forces until you understand yourself. Her blunt and piercing words ignited a surge of nameless fury within Cheng Shuran. However, as his emotions flared, the demonic seed immediately received nourishment, becoming agitated once more. Feeling the tumult of blood within him, Cheng Shuran's eyes widened in terror. More than 10 minutes later, when he awoke again, his expression was blank. Jiang Lin, noticing this, asked, Have you come to terms with reality? Cheng Shuran, in a daze, suddenly snapped back to awareness, a frenzied look overtaking his face. No. I am ranked first in battle. How could I be unable to control this power? You are merely a B-grade, worthless spiritual pact. What gives you the right to dictate to me? Lin Qiulu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye as the broken star bow materialized in her palm. Instantly drawn to its full tension, a surge of energy was unleashed, striking Cheng Shuran and propelling him violently against the wall, pinned there by sheer kinetic force. Mind your words. Lin Qiulu's expression was frosty, her chest rising and falling slightly. Jiang Lin, exuding a sense of resignation, placed a calming hand on the broken star bow to signal her to ease her fury. He then approached the writhing Cheng Shuran, currently affixed to the wall in agony. You now face two choices. First, I can hand you over to the authorities. Second, I can expel this power from you. But the cost will be the loss of your spiritual contract, rendering you an ordinary person. No, Cheng Shuran rejected vehemently, without a moment's pause. Why? You cannot do this. The moment the broken star bow appeared, he comprehended Lin Qiulu's identity. The arrogance he once possessed evaporated, leaving only sheer terror. The authorities had detected the devil's power. The only fate awaiting him was imprisonment. In a more extreme scenario, to prevent the spread of demonic energy, they might even execute him in a desolate location. The thought of losing his spiritual contract and becoming an ordinary person was unbearable for Cheng Shuran. He dared not imagine such a life. Let me go? I am the third son of the Cheng family. In his panic, he had lost his composure. How could Fengyu Pavilion fear the threats of his family? He flailed his legs, but the energy arrow remained steadfast, unyielding. Jiang Lin sighed softly. Though the devil's power bears risks, its mastery can also serve as a significant advantage. This was your choice, and I have offered you opportunities before. Cheng Shuran was taken aback, recalling the moments when he had repeatedly lost consciousness. If it weren't for us, you would have already transformed into a devil. Lin Qiulu's face had turned completely cold. The individual before her seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Impossible. Cheng Shuran continued to struggle. You cannot possibly. Jiang Lin, growing impatient, waved his hand, freezing the expression on Cheng Shuran's face. A spatial portal appeared before him. With a flick, Cheng Shuran was thrust into the void, vanishing from sight. Let these words reach the authorities. Chapter 113, Farewell. Outside West District University. Within the West District branch of the authorities, the official compound occupied a vast area in the heart of the city. At this moment, on one of the building's floors, a man with disheveled hair and a coat draped over him was exhaling clouds of smoke. His unkempt face bore stubble, and his eyes reflected the weariness of many trials. Glancing irritably at the vanishing star arrow outside, he reclined in his chair, musing, how dreadfully dull. Since being assigned to the West District, the concept of work seemed to have completely eluded him. In this area, incidents requiring official intervention were scarce, with weeks passing without a single occurrence. The last operation had been in conjunction with the training conducted at West District University. If it were someone else, they might have already begun to enjoy the peace, for who relishes trouble? Yet, Ling Qianyue was different. His growth had always been expedited through relentless battles. Before the official orders arrived, he had been engaged in combat against the sea tribes along the coastline. However, after his last encounter with an 8th-tier sea creature, the lingering injuries from that battle had erupted, leading to his defeat. Concern for him was palpable among those around, yet Ling Qianyue dismissed their worries, stubbornly continuing to fight on the front lines until a sympathetic superior transferred him to the West District. He understood the intent behind the leadership's decision. The West District was reputed as the most peaceful and tranquil region within the Dragon Nation, and his assignment here was tantamount to entering a retirement phase. This environment would certainly allow him to recuperate properly. However, Ling Qianyue did not relish this sensation. Prolonged inactivity made him feel as though his limbs were rusting, and his spiritual energy seemed to lag. So dreadfully dull. He extinguished the cigarette butt and struggled to turn over, burying his head in the chair's backrest. Just then, a spatial door swung open, and Cheng Shuran, struggling, was unceremoniously ejected from within. Ling Qianyue sprang up, regarding the unmoving Cheng Shuran with suspicion. A ripple coursed through the space, and Cheng Shuran regained his freedom. The demonic aura he could no longer contain surged forth, instantly saturating the entire room. Ling Qianyue felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and, without hesitation, approached Cheng Shuran from behind, delivering a sharp chop to the back of his neck. To his surprise, Cheng Shuran did not lose consciousness. Instead, the overwhelming demonic energy rapidly subsided. Colluding with demons? Ling Qianyue's gaze sharpened. His years of combat with foreign entities rendering him particularly sensitive to energies that did not belong to humanity. Cheng Shuran's complexion paled slightly. Although he was uncertain of his surroundings, he could not allow this evidently formidable man to perceive him as a devil. No, before he could finish. He was horrified to discover that his hands had been shackled in iron cuffs, which appeared far from ordinary. The moment the cuffs clicked into place, he realized he had lost control over his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the unrestrained demonic aura surged dramatically, engulfing his consciousness in an instant. Ling Qianyue scoffed. You dare to meddle with the powers of a demon with such a frail consciousness? With that, he raised his hand, and a sealed iron cage materialized around Cheng Shuran, leaving only a small window for air. He then produced his phone and made a call. Hello? Laogua? I'm holding someone, a little demon spawn. Another demon? Did the 10 extremes not intervene? 10 extremes? Ling Qianyue was momentarily stunned. On the other end, Laogua smacked his forehead. It's the star arrow from West District University. The broken star bow has taken action. Ling Qianyue stood frozen in place. Right, what about that little demon spawn? Laogua, upon hearing this, summarized the earlier events briefly. After a moment of silence, he sighed. This little demon spawn likely has some background. Those from Fengyu Pavilion do not wish for us to have difficulties. Ling Qianyue was bewildered by Laogua's words. What is going on? Laogua sounded resigned. Commander Yang sending you over was the right call. Someone who has been fighting all the time surely wouldn't understand these matters. Then explain clearly. Fengyu Pavilion is a non-official organization, currently a power within the Dragon Nation. If this boy has connections, he might belong to one of those families. If they intervene, they won't mind themselves, but those families will pressure our authorities. But think about it. How can we manage Fengyu Pavilion now? Ling Qianyue's understanding dawned. Given Fengyu Pavilion's current stature, they could be said to fear no race. Yet, they still acknowledge their identity as part of the Dragon Nation, contributing their strength while adhering to its rules. Investigate this person and send a warning to those families. Daring to meddle with demonic powers, they truly are courting death. As he spoke, Laogua's previously amiable expression had turned icy. On the other side, after dispatching Cheng Shuran, Jiang Lin clapped his hands, relieved to have concluded the matter. He then yawned, contemplating a return to his slumber. Lin Xiaolu's eyes brightened. Shall we go together? Jiang Lin, hearing this, playfully tapped her on the head. How old are you now? Lin Xiaolu, somewhat aggrieved, hugged her head. But you used to let me sleep in your embrace. That was in the past. Jiang Lin's voice rose. Noting Jiang Lin's flustered expression, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but chuckle. Just teasing you. There's still business to attend to with the spirit clan. I must return. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her earlier innocent demeanor seeming like a fleeting illusion. I'm heading back. I won't disclose your whereabouts to them. Just take care and rest well. Lin Xiaolu smiled warmly, then stepped closer to Jiang Lin, pressing her lips gently against his cheek. In an instant, her figure transformed into countless sparkling stars, ascending into the sky and vanishing from view. Jiang Lin, with a bittersweet smile, pressed his hand to his cheek, reflecting, she truly is becoming increasingly bold. At this moment, as Lin Xiao soared through the skies, her face had reddened to the roots of her ears. Even without the protection of spiritual energy, the fierce winds and biting cold seemed unable to diminish the warmth radiating from her countenance. Upon returning to the academy, Jiang Lin sought out Lu Chongqing. At that moment, he was in the training room, fervently expending his spiritual energy, the distant targets reverberating with explosive sounds. Qin Yi appeared beside Jiang Lin, her face a portrait of concern, her form already beginning to blur. It's time to let go, Jiang Lin spoke softly. Tears welled up in Qin Yi's eyes in an instant. Doesn't he love you any less? Qin Yi lowered her head, seemingly aware of the difficulty of relinquishing such feelings. Just then, for reasons unknown, Lu Chongqing suddenly looked up towards Jiang Lin. His eyes brightened. You're here too? Jiang Lin waved his hand. Shall we chat? Lu Chongqing nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel as he approached. Have you been here the last few days? Jiang Lin inquired. Indeed, it's been utterly exhilarating. I can forget everything and not think at all. Why would you want to forget everything? Lu Changqing paused, pondering. Yes, why indeed? Was it because of Qinyi? Yet he remembered feeling no sorrow at her passing. Chapter 114, Obsession? Lu Changqing gazed fixedly at the wall before him, as though it held a profound allure. After all these years, my feelings for her have diminished. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly, despite Lu Changqing's words. It was evident that Qinyi had become an indispensable part of his life. During their conversation, Lu Changqing was unaware that he spoke most frequently of Qinyi, who had seamlessly integrated into his existence. Even in her absence, he subconsciously believed she was still present. This sentiment had permeated his very being. Yet Lu Changqing failed to recognize it. Jiang Lin had heard that when a person is engulfed in profound sorrow, they instinctively overlook the reality of their emotions. It is a protective mechanism of the mind. However, with Jiang Lin's gentle prodding, Lu Changqing began to discern the disquiet that had lingered over the past few days. His lips turned pale, trembling as he confessed, "At that time, I felt no sadness, as if I were indifferent to everything. And my friends around me acted strangely. Why were they all so mournful, even shedding tears? I felt like an outsider, wondering if I too should shed a few tears. Yet I simply couldn't bring myself to cry." Beside them, Qinyi was already in tears, having observed how Lu Changqing's friends believed he no longer loved her. In truth, both she and Jiang Lin could sense the weight he carried within. After losing Qinyi, he began to notice the finer details around him, even perceiving the exhaustion of his spiritual energy as a thrilling sensation. This was merely his consciousness shielding his physical capabilities. Qinyi silently shook her head at Jiang Lin, signaling him to refrain from further awakening Lu Changqing. Jiang Lin frowned slightly, as the barrier shielded Lu Changqing's hearing. He whispered, "You are on the brink of reincarnation. I cannot assist you with this. The lies of the body will eventually be unveiled, and when that day comes, you will suffer even more. Are you truly certain you wish to forego seeing her one last time?" Qinyi was taken aback, while Lu Changqing's gaze became vacant, as if he were beginning to regain awareness. A faint sound reached them, and Jiang Lin looked at Qinyi in astonishment. Her form had subtly solidified. "I don't want to leave," she spoke with great difficulty, yet the words were audible only to Jiang Lin. It was more a wave of spiritual energy than a sound. Jiang Lin watched in shock as her figure gradually became more corporeal. The ephemeral quality she had possessed now vanished. Was this obsession? Or something else? Why was she able to reconstitute her soul? This was entirely at odds with the laws of the underworld. Jiang Lin pondered, his power unconsciously surging. In an instant, the entire Western District University, and even the entirety of South City, froze, each individual suspended in the moment. Whose rules were at play here? She had been tainted by demonic influence. Could she have been affected by the laws of Europe or the realm of demons? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiang Lin's mind. He recalled the birth of Amalekex, a collective of obsessions capable of consuming all emotional energy. Yet, there was no trace of demonic energy within her. Why did she retain this characteristic? Jiang Lin contemplated for a long while, yet found no answers. When he returned to the present, he realized the surrounding space had indeed frozen. Qinyi gazed at Jiang Lin, terror etched across her features. As Jiang Lin's primary focus, she remained unaffected. Yet she sensed the surrounding space was as still as a stagnant pool, time itself frozen. Jiang Lin's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. Lu Changqing felt as though he had merely blinked, then returned to his stupor. Jiang Lin, unable to find answers, looked at Qinyi with a complex expression. "If you do not enter the underworld, your soul will continuously be eroded by this world. Even if you can restore yourself through obsession now, your obsession." Qinyi's corporeal form flickered once more, her complexion pale. Her obsession was to remain by Lu Changqing's side. Yet, achieving that would only lead to the gradual dissipation of that very obsession. Now, her life was completely intertwined with it. In that moment, Qinyi felt lost, bewildered by the whims of fate. They were merely an ordinary couple, loving each other like any normal individuals, kind-hearted and unoffending, embodying the lives of countless ordinary people. Why then, had such a cruel fate befallen her? At that moment, Lu Changqing fully regained his senses. The exhaustion from expending his spiritual energy and profuse sweating left him parched. Instinctively, he reached out to where water and a towel would normally be offered, but found nothing. In that instant, he became acutely aware of the undeniable truth. Qinyi was gone. Tears streamed down his face, yet he could not vocalize his grief. His eyes gradually losing focus. Beside him, Qinyi was consumed by heartache, rushing over in an attempt to embrace him, only to find emptiness. The one she loved was right in front of her, yet she could not touch him. A profound sense of alienation enveloped her heart, and her obsession swelled. Soon after, Qinyi's form solidified rapidly, becoming almost tangible. Jiang Lin, witnessing this, felt a jolt of energy surge through him, speaking rapidly, "Do not relinquish your obsession. The rules of the underworld protect the integrity of the soul, ensuring a successful reincarnation. But the Hall of Heroes in Europe operates differently. They forge the Hall of Heroes through the faith of people, arming themselves so that their spiritual forms are not eroded by this world. This not only preserves the existence of their consciousness, but also allows them to live in another manner, albeit at the cost of time. Time can wear down any existence, and a soul lacking the protection of a physical form is especially vulnerable. Even the faith in the Hall of Heroes cannot prevent this, which is why the consciousness of heroes remains incomplete. I can guide you to the Hall of Heroes, but upon success, your soul will not be received by the underworld. This means you might accompany him for decades, yet eventually, he will reincarnate, and your consciousness will return to chaos, becoming a muddled hero. Jiang Lin spoke urgently, trying to elucidate the existence of the Hall of Heroes to Qin. At this moment, her obsession had intensified to an unparalleled degree, so much so that Lu Changqing could vaguely perceive a hazy outline emerging. Is that you? Lu Changqing uttered in a daze. In that instant, her obsession erupted once more, and a radiant aura enveloped Qin. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized, was this not the inevitable birth of Amalekex? After Jiang Lin finished speaking, Qin fell into contemplation, her thoughts stirred by Lu Changqing's words. A flicker of determination crossed her face as she turned to Jiang Lin, imploring, please assist me, let me become a heroic spirit. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? Your strength and faith, even should you become a heroic spirit, would render you one of the weakest entities. The encroachment of the world upon you would prove fatal. Perhaps within a mere decade, your consciousness may be lost to chaos. I am certain, Qin affirmed, her gaze lingering on Lu Changqing, her eyes brimming with tears, nodding resolutely. Chapter 115. The Emergence of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Jiang Lin exhaled a long sigh as a magnificent golden radiance erupted, enveloping an immense, ethereal palace that dominated the entire structure. The ascending golden light was visible throughout the entirety of South City. The sudden change jolted Lu Changqing back to awareness, and he instinctively turned toward the empty space beside him. A golden apparition materialized. Is it truly you? Jiang Lin floated slowly, the intense golden light obscuring his features, his form becoming as ethereal as Qin's, piercing through the ceiling above and ascending into the sky. At this moment, the vicinity of the Hall of Heroic Spirits was already crowded with powerful beings levitating through spiritual energy, while many grounded students sought ways to elevate themselves or employed various devices to observe. As the towering golden light began to evolve, the crowd watched in astonishment as the illusory golden palace gradually solidified. Numerous onlookers took out their phones to capture the spectacle and share it online. Within merely a minute, the topic exploded in popularity. Yet, no one understood the reason for this phenomenon, nor its origin or purpose. Official Yang Fan stood atop the headquarters building, a cigarette between his lips, his weathered countenance gazing contemplatively at the distant palace, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his otherwise calm eyes. Is trouble on the horizon? He twisted his wrist, discarding the cigarette butt, and chuckled silently. However, before he could take action, a message from higher-ups arrived. The phenomenon is the Hall of Heroic Spirits. It is untouchable. Stand by and remain inactive. This is the West District, and the trouble does not concern us. Yang Fan's expression immediately soured upon reading the message. How utterly dull. Meanwhile, throngs of people continued to gather around, and with no official intervention, the curious crowd swelled. Some eager individuals initiated live broadcasts, and in an instant, the streams surged with viewers. After all, the West District had been notably tranquil for years, making such a large-scale phenomenon impossible to ignore. Many conspiracy theorists exaggerated wildly, speculating. Is this an invasion by otherworldly beings? Could it be a new race? I am on site. The spiritual energy here remains unchanged, and spiritual detection reveals only emptiness. Yet anyone who approaches is halted by the golden light. What could it possibly be? The phenomenon ignited extensive discussions online and within South City. More and more people drew near, forming an ominous crowd. Why hasn't anyone from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion appeared? Is this entity not a threat? Could it be their doing? Discussions proliferated among the onlookers, while students from the West District University set aside their tasks to gaze skyward. Lilith and her companions were also observing from a high-rise. Captivated by the immense golden palace, Lilith focused on the entrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Furthermore, the golden energy exuded a gentle aura. Beside her, Yi Yu appeared dazed. Unlike Lilith and Su Wanwan, she could distinctly sense the myriad subtle connections and calls emanating from the palace. Momentarily, her expression turned fervent, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "That is the Hall of Heroic Spirits." Lilith's pupils constricted as the source of her familiarity became apparent. Indeed, the doorway had always resonated with a sense of recognition. It now dawned on her that whenever Uncle Yozel summoned powerful heroic spirits, a phantom door would invariably appear behind them. Nearby, several individuals overheard their exchange and, initially skeptical, began to believe upon realizing Lilith's identity. As a descendant of ancient European nobility, Lilith undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge of the Hall of Heroic Spirits than they did. But why had it manifested here? Could someone be summoning heroic spirits? Moreover, Lilith gazed at the seemingly tangible golden palace. Uncle Yozel could only summon the mightiest heroic spirits behind a mere illusory door. What manner of formidable heroic spirit could be summoned to manifest an entire palace? Just then, the voice of Yal emerged as he and Luo Ling approached. Yal's expression appeared somewhat dazed, possibly due to the ritual for entering the Hall of Heroic Spirits. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, with some voicing their discontent. What do you mean? This is the Dragon Kingdom. We are under the protection of the underworld. How could we possibly enter that so-called Hall of Heroic Spirits? Indeed. Moreover, I've heard that only those of great renown with powerful faith in ancient times could enter. We are no longer in an age of faith. How could anyone gain entry? In response to the crowd's objections, Yal remained silent and pointed skyward. As the onlookers followed his gaze, they finally spotted two faint silhouettes slowly ascending toward the Hall of Heroic Spirits amidst the blinding golden light. By the heavens! Someone exclaimed, astonished. The two figures emanated golden light, appearing only as vague outlines from a distance. Lilith and her companions could not conceal their shock, and their deductions garnered acknowledgement from many, prompting some to share their insights online. This theory spread rapidly, and as some questioned its authenticity, news of the palace had already reached overseas. In Europe, the Hall of Heroic Spirits held a reputation akin to that of the underworld, and many were familiar with its imagery. When the truth was ultimately confirmed, the spectators were left in awe. Was the long quiet West District finally on the brink of chaos? As time passed, more individuals began to recognize Jiang Lin and Qin Yi's presence, yet due to the transformation into heroic spirits, they could only perceive their outlines. With the unfolding of events, Jiang Lin and Qin Yi arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Qin Yi attempted to land, and to her astonishment, the ethereal steps truly existed. She ascended step by step, yet the tightly shut doors of the Hall of Heroic Spirits showed no sign of opening. Jiang Lin, standing beside her, furrowed his brows in displeasure. Was it a matter of insufficient strength or belief that barred entry? He murmured to himself, causing Qin Yi's expression to shift. If she could not become a heroic spirit, it would signify the end of her journey. However, in the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded as Jiang Lin strode purposefully to the entrance of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, seemingly indignant. So, you wish to play hard to get. With that, he placed both hands against the door and pushed with all his might. Qin Yi felt the surrounding space tremble, as if the Hall of Heroic Spirits descended several meters. The onlookers below keenly sensed the disturbance. To their astonishment, the golden door began to slowly open under Jiang Lin's force. Everyone witnessing this spectacle was left utterly astounded. Those in Europe who had a modicum of knowledge regarding the Hall of Heroic Spirits were thrown into frenzy. Wait, isn't the Hall of Heroic Spirits supposed to actively accept heroic spirits? What is this person doing? It feels as though he is forcefully pushing the door open. My heavens! Look at this audacious individual. As chaos erupted in Europe, the door of the Hall of Heroic Spirits had already been pushed ajar by Jiang Lin. He turned to the stunned Qin Yi. Aren't you coming in? The previous ascent had already transformed her ethereal form into that of a heroic spirit, a halo surrounding her, shielding her soul from the encroachment of the world. Now, all she needed to do was enter the Hall of Heroic Spirits, and she would become a true heroic spirit, safeguarded by the Hall's rules, capable of being summoned. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's call, Qin Yi hurriedly jogged forward, stepping into the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Jiang Lin released his grip, and the door closed with a resplendent golden light illuminating the entire South City, while the Hall of Heroic Spirits swiftly faded into the ethereal. Just before it vanished completely, Jiang Lin shouted, "My people, do not bully her." Chapter 112, The Connection of Life. The Hall of Heroes gradually faded from view under the watchful gaze of all present. To them, everything that transpired was utterly unheard of. The Hall of Heroes was merely a spectacle. However, abroad, its appearance was akin to a seismic upheaval, leaving many puzzled as to why it manifested in the Dragon Kingdom, especially considering the existence of the underworld there. As the students from West District University dispersed, only Lilith and Yal remained, deep in contemplation. They too were baffled by the Hall of Heroes' sudden emergence, and unlike the bystanders, they were more eager to uncover the reasons behind such an occurrence. "Daisy, did you glean anything?" Lilith inquired, her gaze fixed on the spot where the hall had vanished. A figure emerged as if from the mist. It was Daisy, the maid who had been discreetly guarding Lilith. Daisy shook her head slightly, having observed the entire event, yet she could discern nothing else. Lilith pondered for a long while. The power of the Hall of Heroes was an exceedingly formidable force in Europe. Beyond the heroic spirits, they possessed ancient summoning rituals capable of communicating with the spirits. This ritual was also one of their primary means of fending off demons on the front lines. Yet, such a genuine Hall of Heroes had never been witnessed in conventional summoning. If they could unravel the key to this mystery, perhaps they could summon even more powerful heroic spirits, thereby alleviating the tense situation abroad. As they speculated, Jiang Lin had already returned to Lu Changqing's side. At that moment, Lu Changqing remained wide-eyed, staring vacantly at the sky. He possessed more knowledge than others, The figure that had entered the Hall of Heroes seemed to have cast a glance his way. That gaze was profoundly familiar to Lu Changqing. Coupled with Jiang Lin's earlier strangeness, an inevitable thought arose in his mind. Was that he? Had anyone else witnessed the phenomenon caused by Jiang Lin's wave? They would have been utterly astonished, yet Lu Changqing was preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Yi, instinctively disregarding everything else. Jiang Lin nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. What do you feel now? Lu Changqing was taken aback, then instinctively pressed his hand against his heart, feeling as though it were excavated. Previously, he had always evaded such emotions. Seeing this, Jiang Lin remarked, she has always been hovering around you. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing slapped himself hard, then used his other hand to rub his face, remaining silent as tears streamed down his cheeks. Jiang Lin observed this scene with a calm demeanor. She understood him and recognized the reason for his reaction. Lu Changqing looked up dazedly. She remained as she always was. Jiang Lin shook her head, stating, she is stronger than you think. She has already entered the Hall of Heroes. Suddenly, Lu Changqing's eyes sparkled with the light of hope. He approached Jiang Lin, trembling hands hovering over her shoulders as he sought to inquire, only to remember that this individual, though appearing like any other student from West District University, was the one who summoned the Hall of Heroes and forcibly sent Qin Yi inside. Although he had only heard rumors about the hall, the grandeur of the phenomenon before him suggested that its power far exceeded his imagination. Observing Lu Changqing frozen in place, Jiang Lin candidly stated, my assistance to you is, in fact, an experiment. In the face of Lu Changqing's incredulous gaze, Jiang Lin wore an enigmatic smile. My spirit is a serendipitous creation. The underworld of the Dragon Kingdom gathers the souls of all its people, preserving their integrity for reincarnation. You need not know the reasons, merely understand this. Without the underworld, souls would rapidly dissipate, within a day at the least, or a week at most. The Hall of Heroes in Europe serves as a means of safeguarding souls, though it does not possess the comprehensive functionalities of the underworld. It is, in essence, a temporary refuge that merely slows the decay of souls. Lu Changqing had never encountered such revelations before, and he vaguely sensed that he had brushed against a profound secret of the universe. However, they were astute, having discovered an alternative method to supplement souls, which was precisely what Jiang Lin sought to understand. As she spoke, a spark of excitement flickered across Jiang Lin's face. In this vast world, there are few things I remain unaware of. The Book of Origins has unveiled the secrets of all powers to me. Yet the origins of souls and time are the most enigmatic, hidden deep within the Book of Origins, where I discovered a seal. Had it been a typical seal, I would have shattered it long ago, but this seal was placed by me. Clearly, I once possessed knowledge of these secrets, yet for reasons unknown, I chose to erase those memories and inscribed a single phrase upon it. Only by truly understanding the origins of time and souls can one master them. At present, my application of these two powers only allows me to transcend the realm of emperors. The emergence of Qin Yi has keenly alerted me to the power associated with her. The growth of her obsession has revealed to me the true essence of soul power, piquing my rare interest. What method? Lu Changqing sensed that Jiang Lin's subsequent words were likely pivotal to him. Faith. Jiang Lin gazed skyward at the ethereal expanse. This power did not exist in reality, yet could influence the soul. Lu Changqing was profoundly astonished, his expression momentarily blank. But how does she possess faith? We are not exalted deities. Thus, the crux lies with you. You are her source of faith. Jiang Lin continued, to be frank, given her strength, once she enters the Hall of Heroes, she will undoubtedly rank at the bottom. Moreover, should her faith falter, her soul would dissipate even within the hall. This is one of the reasons I admire her. Despite being aware of such circumstances, she still believes that your faith can sustain her soul. I am curious to see whether your faith, combined with her own obsession, can allow her to endure in a soulful form. If that is indeed feasible, then we must contemplate the underworld's emergence. At that moment, Lu Changqing began to grasp the situation. His mouth felt parched, and he hesitated several times before finally stating, so, I am her lifeline. Then a thought struck him. But what if I could inspire others to also believe in her? Jiang Lin cast him a sidelong glance. On what grounds? Lu Changqing snapped back to reality. Indeed, on what grounds? Why should others have faith in her? Let me be frank with you. Faith is a form of emotional power. However, compared to strangers, the energy birthed from pure prayer is significantly greater, which is why they tend to favor using prayer. It is swift and abundant. Yet, given your current emotions, you can provide considerable power as well. And the souls of spiritual warriors are generally robust, capable of offering even more strength. After a brief pause, Jiang Lin added, of course, this is contingent on your unwavering loyalty. And a final word of caution, refrain from dabbling in cult-like activities, otherwise, her demise will be swift. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Changqing's brow. Just moments ago, he had entertained some inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 117, The Return of the Constellations. Having said so much, I have yet to disclose how to summon heroic spirits. Jiang Lin concluded, tracing intricate lines in the void before him, ultimately forming a complex array. Remember these. Find a place to inscribe them. Infuse them with your spiritual energy, and once the array glows entirely, place an item belonging to her within and call her name. Lu Chongqing widened his eyes, first snapping a photo with his phone, then meticulously imprinting the array into his mind. Seeing him engrossed, Jiang Lin stretched and yawned, her form gradually dissipating. I have said all I needed to. Do not let me down. Lu Chongqing extended his hand, yet ultimately said nothing, kneeling on the ground to bow thrice in the direction where Jiang Lin had stood. Thank you for your assistance. I am aware that my strength may not be of assistance to you, yet if there is a need for our support, I would gladly offer my life. A faint smile graced Jiang Lin's lips as he emerged behind another teaching building. It was a rather rewarding discovery. He had not anticipated that devil had concealed so many treasures. Upon returning to the dormitory, the others were engrossed in discussion about the recent events at the Hall of Heroic Spirits, as the celestial phenomenon always sparked much conversation. Qin Gu spoke mysteriously. I have information that you are all yet unaware of. Zhang Tianhan scoffed dismissively. You're off to seek the second-hand dealers again, aren't you? They are nothing but a pack of frauds. Haven't you been deceived enough? This time is different. Qin Gu flushed slightly, then defiantly retorted, many are aware of this. And not just me. Numerous influential figures have procured information from there. You are both unfamiliar with those two individuals, I presume? In fact, they are manifestations of souls, summoned by the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Jiang Lin, preparing for bed, cast a surprised glance at Qin Gu and instinctively inquired, how do you know? There are individuals from the soul faction on their side, and when those two shadows ascended, they sensed it. The shadow entering the Hall of Heroic Spirits has no physical form. But aren't our souls accepted by the underworld? How could they enter the Hall of Heroic Spirits? Qin Gu smirked with satisfaction. Ah, this you do not know. The Hall of Heroic Spirits is a domain accessible only to those who are powerful and have made significant contributions. Ordinary people may enter the underworld. However, those are not ordinary individuals. At this, Jiang Lin's expression turned icy. Quinny, unable to contain herself, interjected, that doesn't add up. The concept of the Hall of Heroic Spirits originates from Europe. While such a place indeed exists, how could its authority possibly surpass that of the underworld here? Exactly. Xiahap agreed wholeheartedly. Zhang Tianhan, more direct, seized Qin Gu by the neck forcefully. You traitor. Cough, cough, release me. I merely heard about it. Besides, even if I wished to delve into these matters, my abilities would not afford me that opportunity. I'm merely an onlooker. Forget that second-hand dealer. Daring to spread such rumors, I feel you could report him and perhaps earn a 500,000 reward. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke up. No way, Lao Jiang. The group exclaimed in surprise. Qin Gu hastily added, I feel something is amiss too. Lao Jiang, please do not act recklessly. I'm simply curious. I truly wish to know who these individuals are. Rest assured, I am merely an observer and will not seek them out. Upon hearing this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. The following day, in a certain part of South City, it was an aged street, where a haggard-looking man cradled an object in his arms. After glancing around, he hurried into the old alley. He seemed to have a specific destination in mind, quickly identifying the surrounding buildings before arriving at a lowly storefront. The proprietor within, a young man, appeared drowsy and yawned, seemingly having stayed up too late. Upon noticing the man, he slightly lifted his eyelids and said, Name? Qin Jiaqiang, during the time of the shining stars. The young man's eyes sparkled with intensity. May the stars protect you. After saying this, he opened the door beside him, and the man hurriedly entered. After a while, another young man with a pallid complexion rushed in, a trace of blood on his hands, his anxious face filled with worry. The young man seemed unfazed. Name? Jiang Lin. During the time of the shining stars. May the stars protect you. Upon finishing, the door beside him opened, and Jiang Lin swiftly walked in. What appeared to be a lowly building concealed a profound secret within. Upon entering, there lay a downward slanting passage, the walls adorned with murals, all depicting the night sky ablaze with stars, while below were scenes of suffering humanity. Jiang Lin gazed at these murals, his expression growing cold. The Star Society truly was a relentless force, like wildfire that cannot be extinguished. They had only recently eradicated them from the West District, and yet they dared to expand here. Torches still flickered on either side of the murals, casting a mystical aura over the artwork. The man who had entered before him was already nowhere to be seen, leaving Jiang Lin seemingly the sole occupant of the corridor. At this moment, the sound of his footsteps echoed conspicuously. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, a circular hall emerged before him. A smirk of cold amusement crossed Jiang Lin's lips. Although it appeared he had traversed a great distance, it was merely a simple environment set up by a spatial realm. With the entrance not exceeding 50 meters from the outside, the hall was bustling with many people, their attire and expressions suggesting a sense of desolation. Several bore sorrowful visages, as though recently having endured a significant upheaval. Jiang Lin, clutching his shoulder, navigated through the crowd, gazing ahead. Within this circular hall, everyone instinctively parted, creating a space in the center, standing silently and motionless. In due course, a few more individuals arrived, and during this time, Jiang Lin observed those around him, quickly drawing conclusions. It appeared that Feng Yu had also noticed them. However, it remained unclear what they were waiting for, as no action had been taken. Not far from him stood a gaunt, stooped elder, alongside a middle-aged woman with a woeful expression, her face smeared with grime, as if she had hurried from afar. Among these individuals, Jiang Lin was astonished to spot a one-armed man in the distance, his face scarred, eyes gleaming with ferocity. In each of these individuals, Jiang Lin sensed a concealed aura, their methods strikingly reminiscent of those from the Feng Yu Pavilion. Since they were evidently prepared, Jiang Lin decided against immediate confrontation, taking the opportunity to observe the newcomers he had cultivated over the years. As time passed, and the hall grew increasingly crowded, the torches in the rear passage suddenly dimmed, and an opening appeared in the ceiling, from which a suspended platform gradually descended. Upon the platform stood a figure clad in a pure white robe, devoid of any blemish. He spread his arms wide as though embracing something, descending slowly. Esteemed guests, your wishes have been received by the stars. As these words echoed, Jiang Lin could distinctly sense the agitation around him, excitement lighting up his expression as he gazed at the figure. Lord Xinghan, will my daughter truly be able to enter the Hall of Heroic Spirits? The man who had entered before Jiang Lin exclaimed. Indeed, replied the man known as Xinghan. His demeanor calm and gentle, yet upon closer inspection, a hint of authority could be discerned. Chapter 118, United Action. A slight smirk crept across Jiang Lin's lips as an unsettling feeling brewed within him. Surely these individuals would not. The next moment, the man fervently spread his arms wide, exclaiming, the Supreme Hall of Heroic Spirits has already established contact with our Lord of the Stars. As long as you are sufficiently devout and your faith unwavering, there will be a place for you within the Hall of Heroic Spirits. You may ensure the immortality of your souls, free from the torment of reincarnation. His words seemed to resonate powerfully, causing many in the crowd to feel their eyes moisten as they instinctively clenched their fists. Jiang Lin discreetly scanned his surroundings. Some inconspicuous murals and statues emitted invisible waves of spiritual energy during his speech, influencing the crowd. The layout here appeared straightforward, yet was riddled with the Star Society's subtle manipulations. Xinghan continued to speak passionately, and Jiang Lin feigned enthusiasm, his underlying desires unmistakable. He spoke for a full half hour, and soon the subterranean space was filled with the cheers of the crowd, as Xinghan painted a vision of a perfect future. Now, the first step to joining us is to demonstrate your devotion. Xinghan smiled, fingers splayed wide, as a sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, swiftly forming a stone-carved bowl. This bowl, adorned with intricate reliefs resembling those of the murals, fit perfectly into a depression that appeared in the floor as he set it down. Subsequently, Xinghan cautiously brushed his fingers, and with a subtle fluctuation of spatial energy, a peculiar statue materialized before the crowd. It appeared to be an angel, yet upon closer inspection, its visage was grotesque, with wings resembling those of a malevolent bat. With a solemn expression, Xinghan lifted the statue, which was indeed an angelic figure. Jiang Lin, taken aback, recognized it as a demonic statue, seemingly of the Asmodean breed. The illusionary quality that surrounded it was merely the result of a spell cast by an individual lurking behind Xinghan. At this moment, several voices echoed, affirming their sighting of a demon. Xinghan, heartbroken, lamented that the reason they could only see a demon was due to their lack of fervent faith and the impurity of their souls. In truth, this was a redemptive angel. All of you must undergo the cleansing of the stars. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared enlightened, displaying expressions of regret as they seemed to reflect on their past shortcomings. Jiang Lin observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment. While these heretics seemed to employ simplistic and even foolish tactics, they were adept at selecting their audience. A glance around revealed that those who had come here were individuals beset by hardships or significant life changes, placing their hopes upon intangible beliefs. The recent actions of Longhua had indeed inflicted considerable losses upon them. Yet the foundation of the Starry Church did not rest upon their own merit, but rather upon the desperate faith of the downtrodden. Or perhaps it resided within the hearts of men. To some extent, they were akin to demons. As long as human desires and emotions persisted, they would never perish. This was somewhat troublesome. Perhaps eliminating their leader would suffice. However, that too seemed inadequate, as it would not eradicate the root cause, and before long, new sects like the Moon Cult and the Sun Cult would arise. As Jiang Lin pondered, another individual stepped forward from the front. He hurriedly approached and, without hesitation, drew a small knife, slicing open his palm. By this time, Xinghan had placed the statue in the center of a bowl, and the man clenched his fist, blood dripping from the wound and quickly staining the demonic statue. Strangely, a red light flickered on the statue, absorbing the blood entirely. Your sinful blood shall be redeemed, Xinghan intoned solemnly, pressing a hand to the man's forehead. The man, pale from the continuous blood loss, still managed to maintain a facade of composure, his eyes brimming with longing. Only when his consciousness began to waver did Xinghan allow him to step down, and the second individual approached, repeating the process. Jiang Lin, observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow. he sensed that beneath the stone bowl lay a hollow space etched with a summoning array, through which the blood flowed along the lines of the formation. Were they attempting to summon a demon? Just as Jiang Lin's thoughts began to stir, he noticed the three disguised figures still waiting. Upon checking their positions, he found that the one-armed man had already queued up before Xinghan. As the previous person stepped down, he advanced with a fierce expression, declaring, "I do not believe in your so-called stars, but if it can resurrect my wife, then my life is yours." Xinghan did not react with anger to his words. Instead, he smiled. The Starry Church redeems every believer. The man, seeing this, wasted no time and directly grasped the knife's tip, dragging it across his palm. Blood flowed forth, dripping onto the statue. A glimmer of approval flashed in Xinghan's eyes. Although this man exhibited a foul temper, his strength was evident, and this caliber of blood could significantly enhance the summoning of a demon. As the blood continued to flow, the man let out a muffled groan, suddenly tasting iron as blood trickled from his lips. Xinghan instinctively inquired, "What's wrong?" The man withdrew his hand, pressing it against his chest, his complexion ashen, his mouth slightly bulging as if he were about to vomit blood. Xinghan subtly stepped back, and in that moment, he inadvertently drew closer to a hunched old woman who had been lurking behind him. No one knew how such a diminutive figure had approached the front, and Xinghan, focused entirely on the man, was entirely unprepared. At that instant, the old woman erupted, swiftly flinging her arm, a flash of cold light piercing through Xinghan's back, impaling his heart. Xinghan's eyes widened in shock as he spun around. At that very moment, the man also struck, his fingers extending like feline claws, a black and yellow pattern manifesting along his arm, and then those 5 claws doubled in size, crashing down upon Xinghan's skull. With an earth-shattering roar, Xinghan's head exploded like a watermelon. The rapid sequence of events left the crowd momentarily stunned, and when they regained their senses, Xinghan's headless corpse lay sprawled on the ground. Screams erupted from the front line, followed by chaos in the rear. The man seized the statue, while the old woman stood upright. With Xinghan dispatched and the demonic statue in hand, the old woman's disguise flickered as she seemed to report into an earpiece. The man then turned to the crowd. "There's no need for alarm. This operation is a joint effort between the authorities and the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. My name is Zhou Xingyao, and I am a sword-bearer." Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, for the name of the sword-bearer had become well known in recent times. Zhou Xingyao's words appeared to have some effect, as the crowd quickly quieted. Just as the atmosphere settled, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "What are you doing? You've killed the emissary of the stars. That was our only redemption. We do not require your assistance." Zhou Xingyao's expression darkened. The fact that these individuals had been chosen by Xinghan was evidently for a reason, and they had been thoroughly brainwashed. Chapter 119, The Backup Plan. As a sword-bearer, Zhou Xingyao was not one to be trifled with. When he observed the crowd's uproar upon hearing the mention of the authorities, he sneered. The disguise on his face had not yet faded, and this smile silenced many. "You've misunderstood a crucial matter." With the crowd's expressions shifting, he continued. "The Starry Church is recognized as a cult by the authorities. Joining or propagating such a cult is no trivial matter. Everyone present, one and all, shall be taken for interrogation by the authorities." Panic spread as some began to frantically search for escape routes. Zhou Xingyao's gaze fell upon those few individuals. "Official personnel I had notified were already en route, so do not entertain thoughts of fleeing." With that, he ignored the rest and turned to the disguised old woman. "It seems that only Xinghan was here. Bai Li, we can close in." Bai Li nodded slightly, exchanging a discreet glance with another woman still concealed in the shadows. Then, with a surge of psychic energy, she unleashed her spiritual force from the soul realm without reservation. All present found themselves enveloped in this energy, and they were horrified to discover that their movements had become exceedingly sluggish, as if each action were delayed tenfold. Only the woman hidden in the shadows remained unaffected. Upon the onset of the slow field, she instantly sprang into action, seizing a terrified man who was not far from Xinghan's side. A swift, decisive strike incapacitated his joints, and with a kick, she shattered his kneecap, discarding him like refuse beside Xinghan's corpse. Then her figure vanished, and not far away, another person's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he bolted. The slow field had little effect on him, yet the surge of psychic energy he unleashed was also from the soul realm, and he was inevitably affected, his movements slightly hindered. In that instant, Zhou Xingyao and the disguised woman arrived beside him simultaneously, one on the left, the other on the right. A claw and a knife were pressed against his throat. The man, unwilling to submit, felt his psychic energy surge as he attempted to push them away, but Bai Li had already closed in, delivering a swift and decisive strike that pierced through his back. At this moment, the hidden followers of the Starry Church could no longer contain themselves. Within mere moments, 2 high-ranking members had perished, indicating that the adversaries had clearly grasped the intelligence of this location. At this juncture, who would dare concern themselves with stealth? Every individual for themselves. Thus, in the fleeting moment when Bai Li made his move and the binding force of the surroundings began to wane, over a dozen individuals surged forth from the crowd. scattering in all directions. With a cursory glance, Bailey decisively commanded, "Pursue." There were only 2 exits from this locale, yet among the fleeing group, several darted in an alternate direction. Upon their arrival at a wall, several concealed doors swung open. Jiang Lin, witnessing this scene, couldn't suppress a faint smile. Their preparations for this operation had indeed been meticulous. Outside, official personnel were already stationed, ensuring that even the hidden passageways were monitored by Fengyu's operatives. However, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon an elderly man nearby, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety as he cowered in a corner, trembling. They likely hadn't anticipated the presence of a peak respect realm figure from the Star Association lurking in the shadows. The man's performance was commendably convincing, and his ability to conceal his aura was formidable, yet to Jiang Ling, such tactics appeared utterly futile. Having arrived at this juncture, Jiang Ling contemplated as he sauntered closer to the man. Meanwhile, outside, after Bai Li and Zhou Xingyao apprehended the fleeing individuals, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. As newcomers to Fengyu and the Swordbearers, both had exerted considerable effort in this mission, from infiltration to the calculated assassination of the most formidable star mark. Followed by a strategic ambush, they dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. Upon acquiring intelligence regarding the Star Association, they commenced their covert operations, meticulously crafting their identities and feigning their presence within the Star Association's sites, dedicating an entire week in preparation for this day. Observing as officials systematically apprehended the Star Association's adherents, Zhou Xingyao also breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was over, for the malignant roots had been deeply entrenched. Upon returning from this operation, I shall indulge in some much-needed rest. Who told you it's over? Wiley shot him a strange look. There's still one hidden away. Though I can't discern their strength, I refrained from engaging, but I've already contacted the nearby ear feather. They will take action. Another person? Zhou Xingyao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How did I miss that? Wiley massaged his temples. Are you all so careless? You must be vigilant of your surroundings the moment a significant upheaval occurs. Only such a momentous change would reveal those who are adept at hiding. Zhou Xingyao gazed at Bai Li, somewhat in shock. During the confrontation, he had been so focused on Star Mark that he hadn't noticed anything else. At that moment in the underground space, a woman disguised as a matron commanded the scene with a chilling voice. Do not move. The authorities will not harm you. Simply return and undergo ideological re-education. This woman, known as Zhong Hong, was also among the newcomers to Fengyu Pavilion this year. As she spoke, her gaze swept the area, and upon spotting the peak respect realm figure, her expression remained unchanged. The officials will arrive shortly to escort you. Remain calm. As Jiang Ling approached the elderly man, he abruptly halted, sensing a familiar aura drawing near. His expression shifted peculiarly as he glanced at the elderly figure. Surely, the exits of this space had been sealed. Logically, Zhong Hong should not be stationed here, as the cleanup would be handled by the officials. Her mission had ostensibly concluded. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but murmur, did I truly fall for this? Before long, a figure clad in a black robe, their gender indiscernible, entered the underground space. Upon detecting the aura of the peak respect realm emanating from the elderly man, the latter's countenance shifted dramatically. Yet, the newcomer offered no time for a response. Swiftly drawing a short dagger and utilizing the wall for leverage, their form vanishing in a flash to appear beside him. At this moment, the elderly man could no longer afford to conceal himself. The peak respect realm's spiritual energy erupted forth, a formidable presence that sent several onlookers reeling. He first waved his hand, revealing scales reminiscent of a beast's claws, which he used to deflect the shadowy figure. Then, he tilted his head toward the overhead rock wall, unleashing a beam of light from his mouth. Witnessing this, Zhong Heng's pupils contracted, memories of her training flooding her mind, and she shouted, Senior Yunqi, be cautious. It's one of the 12 guardians, the Beast King. Fear not, came the calm, somewhat hoarse voice in response. The Beast King soared out through the opened aperture, with Yunqi closely pursuing, shadowing his every movement as they emerged into the open air. Seizing the moment while attention was diverted, Jiang Ling too slipped outside. Observing from a distance, the surprises have been plentiful. Were they truly this well prepared? The familiar power radiating from Yunqi was unmistakably that of the shadow kind. How did you discover my presence? The Beast King questioned, his expression darkening as he realized his identity had been compromised, the stakes of his existence now perilously uncertain. Yunqi remained silent, vanishing in an instant as the short dagger arced through the air, glinting ominously. The Beast King, grinning maliciously, revealed a multitude of scales that erupted forth, successfully blocking her strike. Fengyu Pavilion, is that all you have to offer? Yet, in the next instant, a shadow emerged from behind him, silently reviving, similarly wielding a short dagger that glided across his throat. The Beast King recoiled in shock, scales sprouting rapidly around his neck. But at that moment, Yunqi had already retreated, her form flickering like a phantom, with the shadow mimicking her actions. A dazzling flurry of blade lights erupted. the short dagger clashing against the scales and creating sparks that danced upon the Beast King's body, signifying a tempestuous assault. As the first scale shattered, fear gripped the Beast King's heart. Yet Yin Qi offered no reprieve. The intensity of her assault escalated, and within mere seconds, the Beast King seemed to be cleaved thousands of times. As two exquisite shadows intertwined in a breathtaking display, Yin Qi twirled, embedding her dagger into its sheath at her lower back. You talk too much. The Beast King stood frozen, and after a brief delay, his scales shattered, blood spraying forth. In that moment, he could acutely sense the rapid decline of his life force. The formidable regenerative power of his beast lineage failed to manifest. In that fleeting instant, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, yet none materialized into action. As his life slipped away entirely, he suddenly recalled that his soul still existed. My soul. I still possess my soul. All I must do is escape. The sensation of floating washed over him, and he could vividly see his own mangled body, with Yin Qi receding into the distance, igniting a wellspring of resentment. The Beast King's visage twisted in fury. Just wait until I return to headquarters. However, the very next moment, the sound of two chains slicing through the air compelled him to instinctively turn around, only to be greeted by a sight that sent chills down his spine. The chains bore two scythe-like hooks, hurtling toward him. The Beast King attempted to evade, but the hooks pursued him relentlessly, ultimately locking onto his shoulder blade. The excruciating agony of his soul rendered him to a wail, yet those nearby collecting his remains, as well as others in the vicinity, remained oblivious to his plight, engrossed in their respective tasks, as if entirely unaware of the battle that had transpired. Footsteps echoed from the end of the chains, and the Beast King was horrified to discover that after the hooks pierced his body, his abilities dissipated in an instant, leaving him as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Two figures advanced from the distance. One bore a bovine head and wielded a steel fork, while the other had the visage of a horse, brandishing a whip. His soul, now uncontrollable, was dragged toward them, and the Beast King recalled ominous tales concerning the Dragon Kingdom. On the surface, as the officials methodically cleared the scene and the Beast King was taken away, Jiang Lin finally turned to leave. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last returned to the shop. As he walked, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. Perhaps he had been excessively lax of late, entrusting the shop entirely to He-Song and the others. With that thought, a twinge of guilt washed over him as he inquired, "Are you there, Brother Tong?" "Humph. Jiang Ling, you still remember me? I'm coming back now." Jiang Ling's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Considering that appearing directly from the second floor might startle He-Song and the others, he opted to teleport nearby, then proceeded toward the shop. However, as he approached the entrance and beheld the bustling crowd resembling a bustling marketplace, disbelief washed over him, and he rubbed his eyes. What? The shop is gone. He rubbed his eyes and took a step back to gaze at the shop sign. The treasury of the Master of Weapons was indeed correct. Jiang Lin observed the somewhat crowded interior of the shop, where nearly all the patrons donned mercenary attire, their aura pulsating with considerable energy. At that moment, two individuals approached, engaged in lively conversation. "I wonder if we can manage to snag the twin dragon demon shadow today. I've brought enough money this time. It's a must-have for me. Damn that giant wave group's B-grade sword spirit. After acquiring the twin dragon demon shadow sword, it's as if I've taken a dose of Viagra. I'll be making a killing in no time, recouping my weapon costs in just 2 months." Frustrated, Jiang Lin pondered how he had not known about this shop after living in South City for so long. Yes, it's said that this shop is quite low-key, and the owner has never made an appearance. It's always just those three at the front desk. The duo continued their chatter and quickly disappeared inside the store, leaving Jiang Lin momentarily stunned. What on earth has changed so drastically? He struggled to reconcile the current bustling atmosphere with the previous laid-back ambience, recognizing that the diligent He-Song and Yang Liping were indeed still there. However, this raised an unsettling suspicion in Jiang Lin's mind. Had they perhaps kindly reserved orders for him while he had been away? The thought ignited an impulse to turn and leave. "Hey, boss," Shin Ping's voice called from behind, causing Jiang Lin to stiffen abruptly as he forced a smile. "Uh-huh, you're back, boss." Shin Ping's voice was laced with unmistakable joy. "Business has picked up significantly these days. We've had many customers coming in specifically to find us." Upon seeing Jiang Lin, Shin Ping eagerly opened up. "It's a good thing you've remembered to send someone to deliver supplies to the store while you've been busy, or else we would have run out by now." "Me?" Jiang Lin instinctively pointed to himself, bemused, for he had hardly done anything. "Exactly. Every morning at 6, a truck comes to restock. He-Song often arrives early to receive the goods." Shin Ping continued. "I've heard from several regulars that most mercenaries in South City are now aware of this place. Our weapons are now arguably the most sought after below the realm of enlightenment. By the way, why aren't you coming inside?" Shin Ping chattered on, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. I'm just taking in the sights of my grand territory," Jiang Lin replied with feigned enthusiasm, while inwardly he felt like weeping. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Is this your doing? You're not putting in any effort. And yet you expect me to manage everything alone? Jiang Lin ground his teeth. It was no wonder the system had been so quiet lately. He had completely overlooked it. Feeling somewhat weak in the knees, Jiang Lin moved forward with Shin Ping into the store, where numerous patrons were already selecting weapons, some familiar faces greeting Shin Ping with warmth. Working the evening shift today? Yes, Uncle Lin is back to help his teammates with their weapons. ISNTE? I think they should come here themselves to pick out what they need. The speaker was a middle-aged man around 40, sporting a buzz cut. He replied, they're too busy, you know. They've been occupied with matters in the dragon world and have other preparations to make. I'm just here to help them take a look. Shin Ping said as she deftly maneuvered to a shelf stocked with heavy axes. You're picking for Uncle Tang, right? I noticed his axe is already chipped. You can't keep anything from you. While Shin Ping chatted with the familiar customer, Jiang Lin slipped away to the side of the front desk, where Yang Liping was assisting customers with their purchases, and He-Song was introducing the twin dragon demon shadow sword to a group of 5. Utilizing a bit of his abilities, Jiang Lin ascended to the second floor, where he sat on a sofa, his expression stern as he inquired, so, how many orders have piled up? Just about 10 or so. The system's voice had diminished significantly, clearly apprehensive that Jiang Lin might abandon his responsibilities. To mitigate this, it had even informed He-Song that materials were running low, urging him not to let the orders accumulate excessively. What the hell? Jiang Lin groaned, collapsing against the sofa. You're killing me. What about the timeline? I had intended to remind you these past few days, but I didn't expect you to suddenly remember you've got just a month left for delivery. Jiang Lin lethargically extended a middle finger in response. Chapter 121, He-Song and Shin Ping. All right. Jiang Lin flipped over, reasoning that he had little else to do lately. Nightfall soon arrived, leaving Shin Ping to wrap up alone in the shop, while He-Song and Yang Liping bid farewell as they finished their shifts. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Lin finally descended from the upper floor. Show me the reserved custom orders. Just as Shin Ping, who had been tallying the accounts, looked up and caught sight of Jiang Lin's displeased expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, others are thrilled when business is booming. Why do you look so glum? Oh, don't even mention it. I'm exhausted. At my age, shouldn't I be in school, admiring beautiful girls, skipping classes, and playing games? Shin Ping's smile was hard to conceal. Though Jiang Lin jested, she knew he had poured his heart into the store, meticulously arranging countless weapons daily to sustain the substantial influx of customers. In contrast to their obliviousness, she believed the boss was diligently striving behind the scenes. Otherwise, why did he always appear so drained whenever she saw him? However, she kept this insight to herself. Reaching beneath the table, Shin Ping retrieved a notebook filled with meticulous records of the recent reserved orders and custom requests. After the delivery personnel mentioned the materials were insufficient, we proactively postponed some orders. These are all from regulars who are in a hurry. She pointed to the first few entries in the notebook, explaining, these were ordered quite some time ago. A few individuals couldn't wait and canceled, so I recorded a fresh list. Jiang Lin glanced over the items. The weapon specifications were unremarkable, primarily suited for those at the threshold of the realm of condensation. The majority consisted of swords and spears. Yet to uphold the master of weapons' esteemed reputation, Jiang Lin knew he needed to contemplate them further. After checking his phone for the upcoming courses, he made a rough estimate. Almost half of the orders were for swords, with only slight variations. The materials required were rather straightforward. The remaining portion, while somewhat unique, consisted of commonly used weapons. It seemed feasible to forge all these weapons within a week's time. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Lin finally spoke. Tell them to come collect them in 10 days. All of them? Shin Ping queried, astonished. Unlike Jiang Lin, she perceived these orders as rather challenging, especially given their custom nature, which demanded additional refinement. During the transaction, she had already extended the timeline as much as possible. All of them. Don't underestimate your boss. Shin Ping glanced at the clock. It was already past 10:20. All right, I'll notify them immediately. It's getting late. I'll send a text tonight and call them tomorrow. Sure. Tomorrow works too. Just hurry and finish up. Jiang Lin urged. We're not pressed for time. After sending messages to each contact, Shin Ping bid Jiang Lin farewell with a smile. With a cheerful demeanor, she stepped out of the shop and located her small electric vehicle. However, she didn't head straight home, but rather turned onto another street, where she found He-Song, hesitating beneath a utility pole. Hey! After parking her vehicle, she patted He-Song on the shoulder. Ah! He-Song jumped in surprise, but upon recognizing Shin Ping, he exhaled in relief. What else with the days? Shin Ping laughed. And nothing, He-Song mumbled, lowering his head. Shin Ping, smiling, scrutinized him closely. Unlike his usual attire, today He-Song wore a crisp white shirt with a button undone at the collar, revealing a hint of his collarbone. His hair had also been meticulously styled, secured in a fashionable manner. Shin Ping's eyes lit up. He-Song indeed possessed a hidden depth. Previously, he had simply lacked the finesse in presentation, but now, having made some adjustments, his appeal had noticeably increased, drawing the attention of several girls nearby. How adept he is at managing his appearance. Is there a sage guiding him? A friend. He advised me to be more elegant, but I find it hard to emulate. He-Song's voice remained soft. as if hesitant to meet Shinping's gaze. Given my personality, do you think this attire is inappropriate? Upon hearing this, Shinping couldn't help but chuckle. Such contrasts are precisely what attract admiration. No, I simply must take a photograph. With that, she produced her phone, causing Hisong to lower his head even further. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him, urging him to raise his head. Have some confidence. Be elegant. Do you understand? I painstakingly crafted this look, costing me hundreds. Perhaps his words had an effect, for Hisong lifted his gaze slightly, although a hint of insecurity lingered in his eyes. Click. The candid shot was a success. Shinping pressed the shutter button, her gallery rapidly filling with images, a smile gracing her lips. Just like that. Be a bit more resolute in your expression. Otherwise, how will you attract the attention of young ladies? Hisong hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately keeping his thoughts to himself. Shinping observed this exchange, smiling silently before breaking the tension by exclaiming, I'm so hungry. Let's go have a sumptuous meal. In the depths of Hisong's heart, a hint of amusement flickered. This girl seemed genuinely intriguing. While she appeared somewhat timid in his presence, her tightly clenched fists and continuous smiles betrayed her anxiousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin, with a peculiar expression, set down a freshly forged sword. Ever since the incident involving Hisong, he had been closely monitoring the movements of his colleagues after work. Why am I still single? Jiang Lin fumed, slamming down the forging hammer. That's it. I quit. It wasn't until midnight, after Hisong had escorted Shinping home, that he departed alone. In the absence of others, his alter ego no longer concealed itself. Hisong's eye turned icy, revealing an unmistakable disdain for the outside world. Where to next? Shall I create a ruckus? Hisong interjected. No, don't cause trouble. That's my time. I shall do as I please. His alter ego retorted, you brat. Quickly rein in your consciousness. Let me take over. Remember, you have a shift to work tomorrow. Hisong replied, and in an instant, the expression in his other eye shifted as well. With a twist of his neck, his alter ego rolled up his sleeves and loosened a button, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. That eerie grin, paired with his crisp white shirt, accentuated a semblance of nobility against his otherwise disdainful demeanor. He tousled his hair, gathering it up, and exhaled, it's my stage now. Don't make too much noise. A voice echoed, freezing his movements mid-action. Damn, how could I forget that monster had returned? His alter ego felt a twinge of frustration, swiftly dissolving into black mist. In a nearby household, a middle-aged woman lay sprawled across her bed, snoring thunderously. A shadow crouched by the window, which then dissolved like water, revealing a mass of black mist surging into her mouth, nose, and ears. Chapter 122, The Awakening of the Twin Souls. Before long, the black mist completely infiltrated the woman's being. Her snoring abruptly ceased, and she instinctively curled up, her brow furrowing in distress. After maintaining this posture for a moment, she sprawled out again, her complexion paling as cold sweat streamed down her face. It appeared she was enduring an indescribable nightmare. The nightmare persisted for an hour before the black mist finally exited her body, drifting away through the window. However, even after its departure, the woman showed no signs of improvement, continuing to shake her head and mumble incoherently. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just a bit greedy. I'm sorry. The black mist was none other than his alter ego. As it departed, Hisong's muffled voice resonated within. Is this your twisted sense of humor? Transforming into a wisp of black mist, he sped across the rooftop, responding dramatically, shouldn't you be thanking me? This person claimed to have purchased a weapon from another shop and insisted it was from you. Now they demand compensation. But, was it really necessary to be so cruel? She will be haunted by nightmares for the entire week. His alter ego paused atop a high building, seemingly relishing the vantage point reminiscent of a bat. With crimson eyes scanning the surroundings for prey, he muttered, You, my boy, aren't turning into a bleeding heart, are you? I could end her life. And it wouldn't be unjust. All I did was teach her a lesson, and you're already restless? In the depths of Hisong's consciousness, he hesitated before responding. I just feel it's unnecessary to be so harsh. Besides, she did apologize, didn't she? Your kindness disgusts me. His alter ego's gaze turned icy. You must understand. What has kept you alive until now is not your compassion. It is me. Without me, you would have perished long ago. His alter ego scoffed. Stupid saint. Shut your mouth. With that, he severed the connection, disappearing once more into the night, targeting another household. Throughout the night, his alter ego conjured 7 or 8 nightmares. Each victim a person who had caused trouble in the shop or had previously targeted Hisong. As dawn gradually broke, his alter ego's presence began to recede. You have no right to pity, for you are the weak. This is the lesson I imparted to you today. Once his alter ego's consciousness fully subsided, Hisong returned to himself, staring blankly at a breakfast shop. Quietly, he walked over, purchasing 2 buns and a cup of soy milk before heading towards the store. In recent times, his alter ego had frequently engaged in such activities. Initially, it was random, but for some reason, he had begun to specifically target those with whom he had crossed paths. Hisong found this perplexing, but as he walked, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled the fleeting malice that had surfaced during moments of being wronged by these individuals. Though the malice dissipated quickly, his alter ego had comprehended his sentiments perfectly. This revelation left Hisong with a complex mix of emotions. Hisong? Good morning. Suddenly, Jiang Lin's voice broke through, prompting Hisong to turn. Jiang Lin was munching on a bun, holding a cup of soy milk. Good morning, boss. Hisong responded quickly. Why are you here so early when there's still an hour until work? Jiang Lin asked, perplexed. I want to be giving you a raise. The two walked toward the store together, and Hisong chuckled. It's nothing. I resigned from my other jobs, so I have more time now. It was his alter ego who suggested he focus on one job, asserting that doing well in this role was worth more than juggling 100 others. Initially, Hisong had resisted, but faced with his alter ego's firm stance and the reminder that the evenings were his time, he ultimately relented. Thankfully, Jiang Lin's salary was sufficient for his needs, so Hisong had no further objections. Having more time is still your time. Shouldn't you be resting? Jiang Lin took a bite of his bun, speaking with his mouth full. If others saw this, they'd think I'm exploiting my employees. No. You're such a good boss. Seeing Hisong's anxious demeanor, Jiang Lin sighed. There's no need to be so formal. How have you been recently? At this, Hisong paused, and after Jiang Lin had taken a few steps ahead, he quickly caught up, pondering for a long while before finally asking, Boss, is it really a mistake to have a weak kindness? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin finished the last bite of his bun and replied without hesitation, Nonsense. Good people are easily bullied. If you were strong, would anyone dare to take advantage of you? But don't worry. Jiang Lin patted his shoulder reassuringly. We have a contract. Boss, I shall protect you. Many individuals tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. At times, they conflate kindness with weakness, leading to inevitable conflicts. Furthermore, Jiang Lin scrutinized him from head to toe, remarking, with your meager capabilities, it's best you focus on your own affairs. Why concern yourself with anything beyond that? Hisong's face flushed crimson upon hearing these words. Indeed, as Jiang Lin had pointed out, his strength was insufficient, yet he often found himself fretting over trivial matters. However, he instinctively glanced at his palm, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Boss, perhaps I am no longer as weak as you think. Jiang Lin turned. And in that moment, a wisp of black flame ignited in Hisong's palm. Is this a dual awakening? Jiang Lin inquired. Is this what you call a dual awakening? Last week, I discovered an unusual sensation within me, and upon releasing it, this flame manifested. You seem quite knowledgeable, boss. Jiang Lin merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. S-level black flame, a commendable ability. Well, I suppose you are a level 6 weakling after all. Hisong could only manage a faint smile at this, aware that while he knew little about spirit contracts, an S-level contract was indeed a sign of genius. It was surprising that Jiang Lin regarded it as merely that. No wonder, considering Jiang Lin was a student at West District University, undoubtedly a formidable presence within the academy. Recalling the mercenaries' praises for the weapons in the store and their cautious demeanor when speculating about Jiang Lin's strength, it was evident that he was a concealed superpowerhouse. In the depths of his consciousness, the phantom listening and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of its mouth. Not merely a powerhouse, but a veritable monster. In this realm, it had never encountered anyone exuding such terrifying pressure. Could he be the final boss? Boss, if my spirit contract combined with my eternal slumber allows for double the training time? Hisong mused. That is indeed the case, but you are too naive. Double the time equates to only one of others' time. Isn't that a lack of progress? Hisong pointed out, displaying a flicker of cleverness. Boss, do you think that if my spirit contract grows, I could become a master too? Like Uncle Lee and the others? Who is Uncle Lee? A mercenary. A master of mindset. He must be quite strong, right? Chapter 122, New Weapon Design. Every individual harbors a dream of becoming stronger since childhood. Hisong is no exception. At this moment, his reaction mirrored that of the majority who suddenly awakened to high-level spirit contracts. Although the phantom continuously reassured him that he could easily defeat thousands of Uncle Lee's ilk, it ultimately was not his own strength. Conversely, this awakening of the black flame within him granted a peculiar sense of security, a feeling that subtly enriched Hisong's otherwise solitary existence. Upon returning to the store, Jiang Lin, oblivious, remarked, Aren't you in middle school? Hisong scratched his head in response. I'm used to it. I have nothing else to do. So I might as well help Sister Li Qiang. Jiang Lin scrutinized him once more. You've awakened an S-level spirit contract. If you have time, you should train earnestly. Actually, I do train at night. Hisong was not lying. He had discovered that his black flame seemed to enhance his spiritual energy during the phantom's actions, and he instinctively operated his spiritual energy deep within his consciousness, accelerating his training speed. Such good fortune? Jiang Lin squinted, a glimmer of danger sparkling in his eyes. The phantom, nestled deep within Hisong's consciousness, waved its hands repeatedly, pointing at itself, indicating that it was helping. It knew Jiang Lin could see, ideally. It would communicate directly with him, but it dared not do so. Observing this, Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze with a knowing expression. Song, if you were to gain power, what would you use it for? Hisong, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of confusion. Power. I'm not entirely sure. He gazed at the black flame in his palm, pondering for a long while before speaking. Then we shall discuss it later. Jiang Lin patted his shoulder and entered the store. He Song, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Lin's words, followed him inside and adeptly began organizing the store for business. Jiang Lin proceeded directly to the back to forge weapons. Although He Song appeared somewhat timid, he demonstrated remarkable stubbornness in certain aspects. The busy day swiftly passed. Jiang Lin spent nearly the entire day in the back, crafting weapons. The orders left by the system were indeed few, yet crafting with finesse required considerable time. Materials posed no issue. Jiang Lin could procure them with ease, though attending classes had become difficult of late, thankfully aided by Xiao He. Time flew by, and before long, a week had elapsed. Upon completing the final weapon, Jiang Lin wiped his brow, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted. Now, I need a break. Don't cause any trouble." Task completed. 15. The system's voice rang in his ears, and Jiang Lin's ears perked up. Acquired fantasy steel. Acquired 100 forged iron. Acquired fantasy steel. Acquired fantasy fine iron. The barrage of material acquisition notifications brought a flicker of solace to Jiang Lin's weary spirit over the past week. The previous fatigue evaporated, and he rose with sparkling eyes. Eagerly browsing the fantasy mall, his points surged to 240, illuminating numerous blueprints in the shop. Several enticing weapon designs appeared before him, but his gaze ultimately settled on a colossal sword radiating an aura of chaos and malevolence. Jiang Lin rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The fantasy materials were sufficient, yet he still lacked some world materials. Goodness, it requires so many items. Yet, it was understandable, given the significant enhancements it offered. Demon Sword, Apophis. A weapon item from the game Dungeon and Fighter. Heavy Sword. Attack speed. 2. Using it reduces life recovery, diminishes spiritual energy recovery, and enhances attack power. When striking an enemy, it siphons their life to sustain itself. Dark Attribute Attack. Spiritual Energy Level 1. Max Enhancement to Supreme Realm. Spirit Contract level increases. Max Enhancement to S level. In the online version, the skill attributes were altered to enhance levels, and the additional attack was modified to enhance attack attributes. The attributes were extraordinarily formidable, directly elevating levels, and the attack enhancement lacked detailed data. However, as Jiang Lin observed the required materials, his lips twitched slightly. Soul Realm Demon Skull. 1. Blood of Bloodthirsty Demon. 50L. Soul of Heart Demon. 50. Horn of Flame Sheep Demon. 2. A long list of materials, all consisting of demonic body parts, and this didn't even account for the materials from the fantasy mall. Among these demonic body parts, 4 or 5 types of demons possessed either strong offensive capabilities or great power. None were to be trifled with. Truly, a demon sword. Jiang Lin sighed in awe, then furrowed his brow in concern. But can such a weapon truly be sold? Wouldn't it terrify anyone who wields it? Imagining someone brandishing the demon sword, their life and spiritual energy continuously drained, he shuddered at the thought that a single strike could potentially sap the life from their opponent. Contemplating such a sinister scene made Jiang Lin shiver involuntarily. It cannot be sold, it cannot be sold. Yet, it would serve splendidly as a collectible, after all. During his time in that world, he too had once sought after this very sword. Regarding the material issue, Jiang Lin suddenly glanced into the distance. Night had fallen, and within someone's dream, the phantom was wreaking havoc. It suddenly shuddered, sensing a gaze upon it. Without hesitation, it severed He Song's consciousness connection. Exiting the dreamscape and ascending to the rooftop, Jiang Lin had appeared unbeknownst to it, and the phantom regarded him warily, as if facing a formidable adversary. "What is it?" "I have a question for you," Jiang Lin began. "Is there anything you do not know?" Rolling his eyes, Jiang Lin retorted, "I am not omniscient. There are very few things you could know that I do not. Did you come specifically to ask me about demons?" The only matter the phantom could conceive that Jiang Lin might be unaware of pertained to the demon realm. In that realm, chaos reigns supreme, with ancient demons lurking in abundance. Among the myriad of alien races, demons can be regarded as one of the most formidable species. Were it not for their intrinsic disarray, the human race might not have fared so well. Jiang Lin was quite forthright. He presented the materials needed for the demonic sword and inquired whether such demons had appeared on the battlefield. Huang Qing cast a careful glance, somewhat taken aback, acknowledging that these low-tier demons were mere cannon fodder and were indeed present. Understanding this, Jiang Lin vanished from sight, leaving Huang Qing bewildered. It was incomprehensible why someone of Jiang Lin's caliber would concern himself with demons that barely reached the soul realm. In truth, Jiang Lin's inquiry was not without purpose. Previously, Chen Haimei had mentioned that Manhwaedit was seeking traces of the demon lord in the demon realm. If he were to slip in at this juncture, it would be all too easy to attract attention, and he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Perhaps, upon their meeting, the other party would extend an invitation to slay the demon lord. The thought of Manhwaedit sent a shiver down his spine. It was better to avoid her altogether. This time, he merely intended to stealthily procure some demons from the fringes of the human battlefield. Yes, stealthily, Jiang Lin mused. Chapter 123, He Song's Awakening. After returning to the shop and indulging in a restful sleep, Jiang Lin awoke only by midday the following day. During this time, many patrons were engaged in their meals, rendering the shop unusually tranquil. He-song had gone for lunch, while Yang Liqiong was on duty. As Jiang Lin descended from the upper floor, he found the young woman resting her chin in her hand, staring vacantly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. "What troubles you?" Jiang Lin's voice startled her, and upon recognizing him, she exhaled in relief. The boss moved with such stealth. What captivated her so thoroughly? In the shop, Jiang Lin maintained a casual demeanor, easily bonding with several employees. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yang Liqiong sighed. "It's about my family." Jiang Lin was somewhat aware of her circumstances. She now had a stable job, albeit with modest pay, sufficient for a solitary existence. It appeared she had unconsciously turned Jiang Lin into her confidant, gazing into the distance. "My family has apologized to me." "I see." Jiang Lin listened attentively. "This situation was initially my fault. I just couldn't bring myself to lower my pride. I was touched when they took the initiative to apologize, and I admitted my mistakes. However, I soon discovered that their thawing was purposeful." Yang Liqiong sighed deeply at this point, her sighs today seeming to outnumber those accumulated since she began working here. "They want me to return for an arranged marriage. In light of our recent reconciliation, I thought that even if I disliked the idea, I should at least consider it before declining. But what they proposed was a man in his 30s. He has been divorced twice, and when I asked my close aunt about him, she revealed that both divorces were due to domestic violence." Yang Liqiong's voice was laced with indignation. Her expectations of love had always been somewhat idealistic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pursued online romance. Now, to be thrust into a situation where she had to meet such a person for an arranged marriage. Jiang Lin shook his head with compassion. Was that not akin to inviting disaster upon her? Yang Liqiong continued, her eyes reddening. "Perhaps my past rebelliousness disappointed them. Or perhaps they have always viewed me merely as a tool. Just because that man possesses a certain strength, they seem willing to overlook the reality of his abusive behavior. Boss, is strength truly that significant? Do ordinary individuals like us lack the power to choose?" At that moment, He-song, who had just returned from lunch, froze at the door, feeling awkward. He then extinguished the flickering black flames in his palm and approached Jiang Lin and Yang Liqiong, appearing somewhat lost. Jiang Lin couldn't help but facepalm. Wouldn't a normal person, faced with such a situation, excuse themselves awkwardly? Yet here was He-song, approaching them as if he were awaiting punishment. "Enough of that. Let's not dwell on such matters. Liqiong, you haven't eaten yet. Go have something to eat first." Yang Liqiong dabbed at her eyes. "All right." After she departed, He-song watched her retreating figure and asked, "Boss, should I not have come in?" "It's fine. It's merely a trivial matter. She'll be all right," Jiang Lin reassured him. He-song nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly spoke. "Boss, I believe what Liqiong said isn't entirely accurate." Jiang Lin, who had been examining the customized weapons, nearly stumbled at his words. Why was he pondering such things? He-song, with earnestness, continued, "Indeed, this world is a predatory one. Yet, at the very least, those of us living here still have the opportunity to choose. I've seen places abroad where alien races wreak havoc, where the unexpected and tomorrow's uncertainties loom large, and even some children are denied the right to grow. However, I concur with one point. Strength is indeed crucial. But conversely, with greater strength comes greater responsibility." A newfound determination glimmered in He-song's eyes. "Without a doubt, the formidable Fengyu Pavilion in the West District is well known, yet they bear the weight of the entire spirit race's threats. Furthermore, there must be countless unnamed powerhouses silently safeguarding us, ordinary folk." Jiang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Such enlightenment was commendable. Yet one must consider issues not solely from their own perspective, but also from that of others. Have you considered that for Liqiong, moving forward means entering an unhappy marriage, while retreating entails severing ties with her family and facing isolation? This is, in essence, a microcosm of societal class issues, which are challenging to resolve fundamentally. Thus, this world remains one that venerates strength above all else. If you ever encounter an opportunity to enhance your strength, do not let it slip away." Jiang Lin observed He-song, who stood frozen in contemplation, and added with significance, "You have much to ponder." He-song remained in place for a full 10 minutes, his gaze gradually solidifying. "Boss, perhaps this world is as you described, but its essence comprises countless ordinary individuals. If, within the class structure, ordinary people are destined to be sacrificial lambs, then I, He-song, shall become their light." "Well said, young man. Your awakening surpasses my own." "Boss, I am different. I merely wish to live a life of leisure." Jiang Lin applauded in approval. He-song's face flushed slightly. "But those are merely my fantasies. I am still far from being the warrior you envision." Approximately half an hour later, Yang Liqiong returned. The traces of tears on her face had vanished, and she looked at Jiang Lin resolutely. "Boss, I would like to take a few days off. I need to return and clarify matters with them." "Of course." Jiang Lin replied without hesitation. "When will you return?" "Tomorrow." "Then, He-song, you and Shun Ping will need to cover for her. Extend your rest a bit." Jiang Lin turned to He-song. It's no trouble, boss. I fully support Sister Li Qiong in making her choices. Go for it. Just then, Shinping, who had just arrived at work, observed the scene with confusion. What's going on? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just taking a few days off, Yang Liqiong replied with a smile. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, okay. Shinping nodded, somewhat puzzled. I wish you success. All right. There's no need to be so tense about minor matters. Jiang Lin redirected everyone's attention. Business had improved significantly in the shop recently, and he announced, I'll close the shop early tonight and treat you all to a grand feast. Excitement lit up Shinping and Yang Liqiong's faces, while Hisong beamed with joy. It seemed they had seldom dined out together, making this a rare opportunity. The following day, after Yang Liqiong departed, Jiang Lin began preparing to gather demonic materials. After ensuring that all matters related to the academy and the shop were in order, Jiang Lin carefully suppressed his aura before cautiously opening a spatial door. America. This land, prior to the invasion of myriad races, was infused with a spirit of freedom, where people lived in abundance, and the terrain was vast. However, following the alien incursions, the chaos and disarray that accompanied the loss of freedom resulted in devastating consequences. Ultimately, the establishment of the American Federation was necessary to forcibly consolidate the strength of the entire continent and curb the escalating situation. However, despite this, the land has suffered considerable damage, and to this day, the chaos remains unresolved. The American Federation has initiated the Doomsday Plan, employing all its resources to construct dozens of colossal cities atop this land, where people survive within these giants, while the outside world has become a veritable paradise for demons. Had it not been for the slow rate of assimilation of this land by the demons, it would have long since transformed into a festering wound on the blue planet, beginning to radiate its malign influence to the surroundings. Chapter 124. The Black and White are devoured. Each of these immense cities in the Americas is capable of accommodating nearly 100 million inhabitants. However, prior to this, the predecessor of the American Federation was a nation that revered freedom, and even after enduring a post-disaster reconstruction, these ideals continue to wield their influence. The previous scope of conflict encompassed the entirety of the Americas, rife with contradictions of race, class, and more. Now, with people congregated within these colossal cities, the population density has further escalated, exacerbating the turmoil within. Petty thefts are commonplace, and the streets are rife with disorder. At this moment, Jiang Lin appears on a certain street. His hair is styled in dirty braids, and the matte black of his skin adds an air of ferocity to his meticulously altered visage. His broad lips and towering stature are unmistakable indicators of the strength possessed by the owner of this formidable body. Satisfied, Jiang Lin stows away his phone. Just before the screen dims, the last image lingers on a search query. Is matte black better than glossy black? Pleased, he adjusts his braids, revealing a flash of white teeth. Today, the black dragon has arrived. A roar from him causes several passers-by to glance over in annoyance. But upon seeing Jiang Lin's imposing 2-meter frame, they quickly avert their eyes. A triumphant smile plays on Jiang Lin's lips. With this skin, he feels invincible. Casting a language comprehension spell upon himself, he hums a tune as he strides forward. Yet, after merely a few steps, a voice calls out, "Stop!" Turning in confusion, Jiang Lin spots 2 officers in city defense uniforms pointing at him, one of whom has a hand resting on his waist, a classic American draw stance. Instinctively, Jiang Lin points to himself, and the other officer promptly declares, "It's you." Huh. Jiang Lin replies, puzzled, but nonetheless raises his hands in compliance. What is the matter? The 2 officers approach him, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. "Show us your identification." "Oh, my officer, believe me, I forgot my ID. God can vouch for me." Upon hearing this, the 2 officers fall silent. After a moment, one of them finally responds, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Who taught you to speak like that?" "It's just how we do it back home," Jiang Lin retorts. A flicker of skepticism crosses their faces. One officer moves behind Jiang Lin to produce his identification. Realizing his skin's effect has worn off, Jiang Lin is perplexed but feels compelled to resist. "You must tell me the reason. If you lack a valid justification, I assure you, I will unleash my black dragon power and send your head into your partner's backside. I promise." Jiang Lin's anger flares, and upon hearing his words, the officer's expressions shift slightly. One officer, portly in stature, places a hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder while attempting to pull his arm behind his back. "How dare you?" Jiang Lin's temper erupts, and with a powerful slap, he sends the overweight officer crashing against the wall. "You foolish white pigs, do you feast on mashed potatoes stirred with Aunt Susan's stinky socks?" The other officer, witnessing this, unhesitatingly employs his decade-long practice of American draw, and almost simultaneously, 3 bullets infused with energy zip toward Jiang Lin. He deftly dodges them, his head shifting with precision. "Damn it, you dare to shoot at the Great Black Dragon?" A subsequent energy bullet hurtles toward him, but this time, Jiang Lin does not evade. Instead, he extends his hand and catches the bullet, then charges forward, slamming the other officer against the wall. After this display, amidst the ensuing chaos, Jiang Lin swiftly makes his escape, vanishing from sight in no time. When he reappears, he has transformed entirely. His hair is now a light brown with subtle curls. His skin fair, and his cerulean eyes, coupled with exquisitely crafted features, render him unrecognizable from the black dragon of moments ago. The street ahead is now in disarray due to the assault on the two officers, with numerous SWAT vehicles racing past Jiang Lin. A smirk graces his lips. Capturing the black dragon is one thing, but capturing Smith Jones Wilbert? Wait a moment. Jiang Lin halts in his tracks, pondering, does it really need to be so long? After a moment of contemplation, he decides to simply go by Smith. With his new appearance, no overly zealous officer accosts him for identification. As he strolls along the street, he ultimately arrives at a spacious mercenary hall. Compared to the outside, this place is a veritable melting pot of characters, primarily comprising powerful spirit warriors unbound by any faction. Upon entering, Jiang Lin notices many eyes scrutinizing him with ill intent. Not far off, a black man with golden curls and sunglasses is laughing boisterously. Clad in a studded jacket adorned with rings on every finger, surrounded by several others in diverse attire, all of whom are laughing heartily. Look at that guy over there. The pretty boy, right? One of them guffaws. Haha, boss, he is as built as our Light. The individual named Light, a petite black woman, appears displeased by her companion's jest, retorting, I'm way stronger than he is. Veins pop on Jiang Lin's forehead, twisting his smile into something sinister. He strides purposefully towards them. Hey, you foolish groundhog. Were you just mocking me? As he approaches with fury, their smiles fade, replaced by expressions of curiosity. When they fall silent, Jiang Lin raises an eyebrow. Now, kneel and lick my boots, and I might consider forgiving you. Exchanging glances, they can no longer contain their laughter. Haha, what is he saying? Kneel? Haha, he dares to demand salute kneel before him? Their mockery stings Jiang Lin, rendering his expression increasingly frigid. Damn, this is a failed performance, he mutters under his breath, and in an instant, he appears among them. Golden lightning crackles violently, instantly scorching them to charred remains. And Jiang Lin vanishes without a trace. The hall falls into stunned silence. No one anticipated Jiang Lin's decisive and brutal action, reducing his assailants to mere cinders. Yet, the mercenaries display a level of composure far superior to that of ordinary citizens. The scene doesn't incite widespread chaos. They merely step back slightly, clearing a space. And shortly thereafter, some mercenaries emerge to discreetly clear away the remains. Nevertheless, the attention of the other patrons inevitably shifts towards the spectacle. At this moment, Jiang Lin, having donned yet another disguise, whispers to himself as he re-enters. I just wanted to experience the privilege of being the Black Dragon, but if that is not possible, surely the noble white gentleman will suffice? Why is everyone targeting me? Reflecting on this, Jiang Lin feels a pang of regret. After all, he genuinely wished to experience the sensation of having someone lick his boots. Chapter 125, following. Upon reaching the reception desk, Jiang Lin gazes up at the large screen displaying an array of local information. This is precisely why he came here. The center of the mercenary hall features numerous open tasks, and Jiang Lin seeks the details of these missions. This information will assist him in swiftly pinpointing the specific locations of the demon materials he requires. It shouldn't have been so complicated, but upon arriving here, Jiang Lin felt hesitant to recklessly employ a wide-range spiritual energy scan. Who can say how many hidden spies lurked in the shadows since the appearance of the Moonshadow? If even one or two adept individuals sensed something amiss and relayed that information to the Moonshadow, Jiang Lin involuntarily shuddered at the thought, opting for caution instead. Furthermore, acquiring information from this location was not particularly slow. These demons were quite common, largely due to their formidable offensive capabilities. As such entities typically manifest on the front lines of battle. After casually perusing several missions, Jiang Lin identified 3 types of demons and, with the aid of a disguised mercenary badge, accepted the tasks. After confirming the locations of the missions, he turned to leave when he noticed a group approaching. 2 Caucasian men accompanied by a black man and woman. Hey brother, boomed the muscular black man, greeting Jiang Lin from a distance with an air of familiarity. At that moment, Jiang Lin's disguise was that of a mixed-race Caucasian male. And seeing this group after the recent events left him with little patience. What do you want? Brother, we saw you here alone taking on missions. Don't you have a team? The black man replied, flashing a wide grin that revealed his white teeth. I have a team, they're just occupied. So I came to take on the missions alone, Jiang Lin replied coolly, glancing past them. Is there anything else? The black man, taken aback by Jiang Lin's response, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, never mind then. The woman beside him tugged at his shirt, prompting him to step aside, allowing Jiang Lin to exit the hall. Once he left, a nearby team exchanged glances and followed suit, stepping out after him. Upon exiting the main doors, Jiang Lin sensed the unusual behavior of the following team. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he continued walking until he reached a modified armored SUV in the parking lot, easily unlocking the door with his abilities. After simulating a key using his metal-based spiritual energy, he started the vehicle and drove away. The pursuing team hastily boarded their own vehicle and trailed behind him. As Jiang Lin drove, he quickly exited the massive city limits and entered the outside world. Beyond the city, the landscape was already in tatters, with derelict vehicles and vine-covered buildings scattered about. Apart from the relatively decent road conditions, the environment resembled a post-apocalyptic film. Once outside, the foot traffic dwindled, and the tracking by the team behind him became more apparent. However, they seemed disinclined to advance, maintaining their distance. Just as Jiang Lin prepared to pull over and confront them, a fleet of modified off-road vehicles suddenly surged from either side of the road. These vehicles were equipped with impact bars on their fronts and a row of ram bars at the hoods. The two vehicles at the forefront accelerated, flanking Jiang Lin and forcing him to a halt. Despite the formidable power of his armored SUV, the two vehicles' assault still left him with enough momentum to remain stationary. At that moment, another modified Hummer surged past him from the side, maneuvering to the front and slamming to a stop. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, Jiang Lin calmly observed the two vehicles collide, the immense force reverberating through him without budging an inch. One after another, armed individuals emerged from the vehicles, fully equipped with an array of thermal weapons. Their spiritual energy signatures were faint, yet two of them had clearly reached the pinnacle of their realms. A scarred blonde man, shouldering a rocket launcher, stood atop Jiang Lin's engine hood, a boastful grin plastered across his face as he rapped on the hood. "Get out." Jiang Lin let out a resigned sigh, lightning crackling in his hands. However, before he could make a move, a beam of light shot from behind, piercing the skull of the man on the hood. "Go, go, go!" A cacophony erupted from behind. It was the team that had been tailing Jiang Lin that had finally made their move. They coordinated seamlessly, first colliding with the two vehicles flanking Jiang Lin. Before one of them leaped into the air, his spiritual energy radiating outward like a meteor crashing down upon the two peak-level opponents. The adversaries were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, and before they could flee, it was already too late. The assailant crashed into the foremost vehicle, causing its body to crumple under the impact. Amidst the grating sounds of metal, he slowly rose, towering at 2 meters with an imposing presence. His muscles rippling with explosive strength, clad only in a military green tank top. He hoisted an unconscious peak-level opponent in one hand. Turning to glance at Jiang Lin inside the vehicle with an indifferent expression, Jiang Lin was bewildered. He didn't recognize this individual at all. A sound interrupted his thoughts as someone knocked on his window. A brown-skinned man with slightly curly hair flashed a smile at Jiang Lin. Curiously, he lowered the window, and the man spoke. Hey, we mean no harm." He raised his hands in a gesture of peace and continued, "You can't go outside the city alone. It's dangerous out here. Besides demons, there are many Black Earth hunters who are vicious and specialize in preying on solitary individuals." The man seemed to convey goodwill. Yet Jiang Lin queried, "Is it not possible that I am confident in my own abilities to venture out alone?" The smile on the man's face faltered for a moment, clearly taken aback by Jiang Lin's retort. However, after subtly assessing Jiang Lin's faint spiritual energy signature, he regained his composure and chuckled. "Your abilities are impressive, but those Black Earth hunters are cunning. They always operate in groups. When they sense a chance, they will pounce like rabid dogs, seeking to tear a piece out of you during your battle with demons." "I'm not afraid," Jiang Lin replied, his demeanor calm. These individuals had been following him since he emerged. Their intentions were not to be trusted. Once he finished speaking, he prepared to accelerate, only to find the burly man standing resolutely in front of his vehicle with arms crossed. Jiang Lin frowned in displeasure, and the man maintained his indifferent demeanor, showing no intention of moving aside. "What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Lin's expression darkened. "Not at all." The man beside him said with an awkward laugh before calling out, "Captain, the negotiation has failed. Let him pass." At this, the burly man stepped aside, but not without casually dragging away the nearby abandoned vehicle as he left. Their actions left Jiang Lin somewhat perplexed. However, overthinking wouldn't be of much use. These people weren't significant enough for him to bother remembering their names. As the road cleared, Jiang Lin drove forward, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the team. Chapter 126, The Hunt for Materials. "Kid, what is so special about that person?" The burly man finally spoke as he watched Jiang Lin's vehicle vanish into the distance. The man named Kid, who had just conversed with Jiang Lin, ran a hand through his hair, contemplating for a moment before responding. "The Holy Spirit informed me that this person could be of assistance to us. Isn't there a chance that could be a mistake?" Beside Kid sat a girl with a ponytail, perched atop the hood of a wrecked vehicle, swinging her legs. "There's no chance of that. The Holy Spirit has guided us to the right path more than once in perilous situations, and the intensity of this hint is greater than any prior one." Kid fell into deep thought. His spiritual contract was known as the awakening of the Holy Spirit, a mystical type of spiritual bond. This contract possessed no combat capability, but consistently offered him guidance during moments of danger or opportunity for life-altering change. Though he served as the team's mascot, his words bore considerable weight. The decision to follow Jiang Lin was his suggestion, albeit with some unexpected developments. However, the urgency of the hint from his Holy Spirit only intensified as they approached Jiang Lin. It had been restless since they drew near. Could he be a hidden powerhouse? The burly captain spoke in a deep voice, remaining remarkably composed in the face of the earlier turmoil, instead preparing to take action. Kid let out a wry smile. Pondering that the Holy Spirit could only provide vague hints, it lacked the ability to directly ascertain the strength of their adversaries. Forget it, he concluded. We have yet to complete the mission regarding the infernal demon. Since we have already left the great city, we should focus on fulfilling the task. At this moment, Jiang Lin was unaware that the approaching presence was a mysterious spiritual contract playing tricks. He drove his vehicle, ultimately arriving at a region where a certain demon from the material list of the demon sword Apophis was said to appear. This area was enveloped in a forest, with a few abandoned houses at the foot of the mountains. Jiang Lin gazed into the distance, sensing numerous spiritual energies flickering beyond the woods. It was rather lively. Suddenly, lightning crackled around Jiang Lin's entire being. He leaned slightly forward, and with a thunderous roar, a bolt of purple lightning shot across the flat terrain and into the forest. Indeed, as Jiang Lin observed, many demons resided within this locale, yet there were also numerous hunters seeking to slay them. Thus, despite the seemingly tranquil exterior of the woods, sporadic explosive sounds echoed from within, the result of mercenaries battling demons. When Jiang Lin located the demon listed on the materials, it was being besieged by a group of over 10 mercenaries. This was a bloodthirsty demon, towering at 5 meters, with a humanoid form adorned with shell-like material on its joints such as shoulders and knees. A pair of blood-red horns jutted skyward from its head, and it was currently grasping a terrified individual. The crimson horns emitted a faint glow, visibly draining the life force from the unfortunate victim. With each heartbeat, the demon's aura intensified. The mercenaries surrounding it were all at the mind realm stage, and upon witnessing this scene, their expressions turned grim. Though this bloodthirsty demon was only of the mind realm, they had nearly brought it to the brink of death multiple times during the battle. Yet, at each critical moment, it managed to seize a victim and unleash its bloodthirsty ability, restoring its own vitality. The battle had persisted for nearly an hour, with the mercenaries growing increasingly fatigued while the bloodthirsty demon grew more formidable, its aura becoming increasingly unstable, a clear sign of a potential breakthrough to the soul realm. A sense of retreat began to creep into the hearts of the leading mercenaries, but the bloodthirsty demon seemed to sense their hesitation and launched an assault. At that precise moment, Jiang Lin arrived and immediately intervened, unleashing a tear of light that pierced the demon's head. The rampaging demon abruptly froze, while the mercenaries remained oblivious to the sudden turn of events as they fled for their lives. Jiang Lin approached, nonchalantly slicing open the bloodthirsty demon's chest with an instrument. A blood-red heart emerged, pulsating with astonishing energy. Miraculously, even after losing its head, the demon's heart continued to beat. Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly severed the connection between the heart and its body before placing it in a container and applying pressure. A torrent of vital blood surged forth, cascading into the vessel, and the violent spiritual energy ignited a tempest upon contact with the air. At this moment, the fleeing mercenaries noticed that the bloodthirsty demon had not pursued them. Instinctively, they turned back and beheld Jiang Lin collecting the vital blood, perhaps recognizing him as human. One courageous mercenary shouted, "That is our prey." Jiang Lin turned, a flicker of purple lightning igniting in his gaze, and thunder struck down upon the head of that individual, who was instantly reduced to cinders under the searing heat of the lightning. At that moment, the eyes of all present met Jiang Lin's, their hearts quaking with fear, and they dared not utter another word, turning to flee. Such trivial matters, Jiang Lin muttered as he collected the vital blood and rose to his feet, soaring towards another location. This forest was teeming with demons, and there were surely enough bloodthirsty demons to gather the required vital blood. Rubbing his shoulders, a smile crept upon Jiang Lin's lips. It seems it's time for a long overdue hunt. His figure transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, swiftly darting through the forest canopy. Upon reaching the second hill, a bloodthirsty demon was roaring as it sprinted. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin summoned another bolt of lightning, obliterating it and skillfully opening its chest. His efficiency was remarkable. While 50 liters of vital blood seemed plentiful, each demon could yield nearly 1 liter, allowing Jiang Lin to slay one approximately every minute. Time passed quickly, and when Jiang Lin departed from the forest, he had successfully gathered the necessary vital blood. Glancing briefly at the map, he activated his off-road vehicle and set off. Meanwhile, this forest would soon be whispered about as the domain of the Purple Lightning legend. On the other side, Kid and his companions had arrived at their intended target, the infernal demon. This demon appeared significantly frilier than its counterparts, with flames eternally blazing from its shoulders and forehead. When Kid and the others located it, the creature was bathing in the lava of a volcano. Soul Realm. This could pose a problem, Captain Willis mused, furrowing his brow. In their squad, only he and one other member were in the Soul Realm, while Kid and the ponytailed girl were still in the Mind Realm. And Kid lacked any combat prowess. Before making a move, Willis glanced at Kid, who nodded slightly, alleviating some of Willis's tension. The Holy Spirit had indicated that the mission posed little danger. With a ferocious roar, Willis charged forward like a colossal bear. However, the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the volcano's mouth, sending lava splattering, and from behind the infernal demon, a higher-ranked flame goat demon erupted with a deafening roar. The team gasped in horror, instinctively turning to flee. Having spent years in the mercenary world, they could afford to progress slowly or lead mundane lives. But they could never mistake the presence of such high-tier demons. The flame goat demon, since its appearance, had always been at least of the soul realm. And the most terrifying aspect was its bloodline connection to higher-tier demons, capable of overpowering even infernal demons of the same rank. Damn it! How could there be a high-tier demon here? The infernal demon trembled in fear, retreating to a distance. Yet, before they could escape far, the earlier bolt of lightning struck once more, surging with flames upon the flame goat demon's horns. That seemingly unremarkable lightning effortlessly pierced through its flames and struck its body. The intricate lightning coursed through every inch of its skin, extinguishing the life within its every cell. As Willis, Kid, and the others fled, they turned in astonishment. Witnessing that Jiang Lin had leisurely torn off the flame goat demon's sharp horn, they stood frozen, recognizing Jiang Lin despite his unchanged appearance. They wished to speak, but the warmth of the flame goat demon's corpse still lingered on the ground, creating an insurmountable chasm between them due to Jiang Lin's ability to instantly slay such a formidable foe. While they remained stunned, the original target, the infernal demon, stealthily submerged itself in the lava to escape. Jiang Lin paid no heed to their presence, collecting the materials and soul from the flame goat demon before departing from the volcano. Kid and the others finally regained their senses, exchanging incredulous glances. Did he just annihilate the flame goat demon in an instant? He must have reached the esteemed realm. What is someone of such power doing here? Kid pondered, recalling that Jiang Lin likely sought certain parts of the demon's body as materials. A material hunter? Willis and the others were taken aback, astonished at the existence of such a formidable material hunter. I don't know, Kid replied with a wry smile. This mission has gone awry. That infernal demon will surely avoid showing itself with such a powerful hunter around. Alas, perhaps next time. Willis shrugged and decided to leave first. The group turned away from the volcano's mouth, but as they descended, they halted when they caught sight of a distant forest that appeared to shimmer in and out of view. What on earth is a child doing here? Kid pondered, astonished. For behind a nearby tree, a small child clad in green, approximately 6 or 7 years old, was peeking out nervously at them. The child seemed of Asian descent, with delicate, fair skin, though their hair appeared unkempt, having grown long without a trim. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting their shared confusion. The child's disheveled hair contrasted sharply with the rest of their pristine appearance, making it evident they were not accustomed to the wilderness. Kid furrowed his brow, as the Holy Spirit persistently urged him to approach the child. Moreover, the child's green eyes seemed to be fixed on him. Kid managed a tentative smile. Little one, what are you doing here? Upon hearing his voice, the child instinctively retreated, peering at them with only one large eye visible. After a moment of contemplation, Kid unleashed one of his few skills, Holy Spirit's benevolence. Once activated, the gentle aura of the Holy Spirit swiftly enveloped the area, significantly diminishing the child's apprehension. Indeed, after employing this skill, the tension in the child's eyes dissipated, and he timidly emerged from behind the tree. What an adorable child! Exclaimed Samantha, the girl with twin ponytails, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to embrace him. However, the child flinched and took several steps back. Observing this, Kid placed a hand on Samantha's shoulder, signaling her to step back, and then approached the child gently, asking, "Where are your parents?" The child seemed momentarily lost in thought before his eyelids grew heavy, and he softly collapsed into Kid's arms. Kid's expression became somewhat rigid, having been single for many years. He had scarcely ever held a child, let alone a girl, leaving him momentarily frozen and at a loss. Watching the child sleep peacefully in his embrace, the others felt a sense of helplessness, until finally, it was Willis who spoke up. "We should take him back. We can't leave him here alone." Kid nodded slightly, awkwardly lifting the child into his arms. As they departed, the grass where they had stood began to grow rapidly, and even the trees appeared to stretch a little taller. Meanwhile, as Jiang Lin was hunting for demon materials in this region, the 3 great clans had been assaulting the Dragon Kingdom for some time. However, the emergence of the Swordbearers, alongside the resources accumulated from years of preparedness, allowed the Dragon Kingdom to withstand the onslaught of the 3 clans without faltering. This situation was certainly not what the 3 clans had anticipated, and recent upheavals within the Barbarian clan had caused them to reconsider their approach. However, this was not the outcome that the other 2 clans desired, especially the Ocean clan, whose numbers were swelling rapidly, presenting the greatest potential for war. The ineffectiveness of the 3 clans' alliance left them feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly as the Forest Dragon King had inexplicably severed ties with the Dragon clan, resulting in a disjointed and ineffective response from the latter during the conflict. Originally, one clan dominated the seas while the other ruled the skies, and even if the human race was formidable, they could not have managed so easily. Unfortunately, internal strife within the Dragon clan had emerged, The Forest Dragon King and the Crystal Dragon King engaged in a fierce battle, their conflict ravaging their territory. Ultimately, the other Dragon Kings united to eliminate the Forest Dragon King, only for the Ocean Dragon King to intervene, rescuing the Forest Dragon King and retreating into the depths of the sea. Following this, the Ocean Clan erupted into chaos. Just as the Dragon Kingdom anticipated a grand spectacle, these two clans abruptly redirected their aggression toward the Dragon Kingdom. A multitude of Ocean Clan warriors surged toward the continent, with the number of dragons appearing rising dramatically. This time, it seemed they were genuinely prepared for war. The frontline situation escalated into an extremely tense standoff, with many witnessing the presence of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion at the Ocean Clan's front lines. Even the forces from the Western District were mobilized, and the citizens were becoming increasingly aware of the grave situation. The Dragon Kingdom transitioned from a partial state of war to one of full-scale conflict. Countless unknown bases and fortifications emerged just off the coastline, revealing to the Ocean Clan that the Dragon Kingdom had been concealing numerous trump cards. The sheer number of these bases formed a dense network along the coastline. As the Ocean Clan charged the fortifications, energy shields, 100-fold stronger than usual, surged into action, illuminating the Dragon Kingdom's coastline with a luminous display akin to a lengthy ribbon of light. Chapter 128, Jiang Lin's Tenacity. Those who had originally adapted to the current intensity of warfare were now compelled to readjust. The battles along the coastline were exceedingly fierce, and troop movements within the Dragon Kingdom had become omnipresent. At West District University, when Xiaohei received a task related to coastal drills, he was utterly bewildered. Wait, it's one thing to substitute for Jiang Lin in class, but now I'm expected to undertake a field task? He thought. Had the situation at the front lines escalated to such an extent that even the remote West District University had relevant assignments? As Xiaohei contemplated this, the other members of his dormitory returned, discussing the upcoming tasks. What the heck? What is wrong with the Ocean and Dragon clans? Qinggu exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. This drill task was even assigned to their freshman class, and despite his usual laid-back demeanor, he recognized the gravity of the situation. In fact, news regarding the Ocean and Dragon clans' assault flooded the internet within the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, the appearance of sword-bearers and the available military resources allowed the Dragon Kingdom to manage the attacks from the three great clans with relative ease. However, now that the two clans seemed genuinely intent on war, could the Dragon Kingdom truly withstand the onslaught? The only glimmer of hope was that the Barbarian clan, their allies, appeared to remain in their current state, seemingly without intent to launch a significant offensive. The drill assignments were issued on the first day, with Xiaohei departing on the second day. On the train heading to the coastline, Xiaohei slumped against his seat, a look of disillusionment on his face. In contrast, Qinggu and his companions were brimming with excitement. Since boarding the train, Qinggu had been chattering incessantly. I heard this drill is a nationwide collaboration, which means we might be fighting alongside students from other schools. I haven't seen students from other universities since coming to West District University. Are you from West District University? A few students nearby turned upon hearing Qingji's words. Yes, aren't you? Qinggu assumed everyone on the train was from West District University since it had originated from there. No, we're from the neighboring university in Nanshang. The unexpected encounter with a genius from West District University left Sun Lu, seated by the window, smiling wryly. The person beside him, overhearing the conversation, turned with a hint of annoyance. That's a frontline battlefield. Real combat experience is the most crucial here. Every year, countless talents fall in that place. Perhaps I may not have a strong spirit contract, but I refuse to be mere cannon fodder. With this, he cast a cold glance at Xiaohei and his companions, indicating his belief in his combat prowess and a certain bias against the geniuses from West District University. Xiaohei quietly remarked to Zhang Tianhan beside him. Did this guy wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Who knows? Zhang Tianhan shrugged. Raising his voice, he added, West District University is not a place that disregards practical experience in favor of mere cultivation. Upon hearing this, the individual snorted and turned to gaze out the window. Caught in the middle, Sun Lu offered an awkward smile. Don't mind him. He yes, just like that. He then shifted the topic. I heard this drill will feature evaluations, with 100 superstars selected nationwide. Currently, the state of warfare across various regions is being broadcasted live in its entirety, and those who truly excel in this trial will undoubtedly soar to great heights. A few individuals instantly became intrigued, with Qin Ji's face brimming with curiosity, eagerly probing for more information. Sun Lu slightly turned his body, recalling that the Intercollegiate League occurs annually. The schedule had already been set, but due to the whimsical nature of the Dragon and Ocean clans, the rules were hastily altered overnight. The internal conflict was directly thrust onto the front lines. Albeit without an explicit announcement, it is likely that authentic news will emerge in due course. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, my friend, Qinggu remarked with keen interest. We have yet to encounter the geniuses from other academies. It feels as though we are isolated from the rest of the world here in the West District. Sun Lu sighed in agreement, indeed. With the protection of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, This place has become a veritable sanctuary. In America, after several days of hunting, Jiang Lin had nearly gathered all the necessary materials, save for one elusive dark-blade demon claw. This particular demon is relatively scarce compared to others and is often shrouded in shadows. Jiang Lin undertook extensive searches while maintaining a low profile. Yet he failed to locate this demon. After capturing the soul of a soul realm demon, he gazed towards the distant city, contemplating whether to take a chance and see if he could procure what he needed. Many individuals in the American Federation utilized materials from demons to craft weapons and gear. Perhaps someone had indeed slain a Darkblade demon and retained its remains. Upon returning to the mercenary hall, Jiang Lin posted a bounty and then departed, making his way to a nearby underground gang's territory. The establishment was encircled by iron railings, within which clusters of individuals stood around car hoods and walls, their expressions fierce. Many adorned with tattoos, smoking, and chatting casually. As Jiang Lin entered through the main gate, a burly black man with an ominous demeanor immediately blocked his path. "What do you want, kid?" "Oh, my dear Uncle Rocky, I'm here to borrow some money from our boss." The burly man looked perplexed. "I'm not Rocky." "All right, then it's Rorik," Jiang Lin said with a serious nod. The man's expression shifted, realizing Jiang Lin was seeking trouble. His gaze turned menacing, and his energy fluctuated erratically as he scrutinized Jiang Lin. "Kid, you should go back where you came from." Jiang Lin raised his hand. "Uncle Rocky, are you sure you won't notify our boss?" "My goodness, if the boss learns of your negligence towards me, he will surely deliver a swift kick to your ample backside with his golden boots, I assure you." Listening to Jiang Lin's peculiar tone, the burly man felt a sense of being mocked, and his expression darkened. Meanwhile, his companions began to notice the escalating situation. "Terry, what's going on?" one inquired. "A kid looking for trouble," Terry sneered, reaching out with a large hand to seize Jiang Lin by the neck. Jiang Lin stepped back just in time, muttering in confusion. "Isn't this how one communicates?" Frustrated by the failed interaction, he decided to adopt a different approach. "Damn, brother, how can you lay a hand on me?" At this, the black man erupted in anger, feeling his pride wounded by Jiang Lin's continuous mockery. His energy surged explosively as he charged forward, only to be sent flying back at an even greater speed, crashing through the rear wall and landing inside a room. The commotion jolted the previously lethargic individuals into alertness, and they cautiously approached to observe Jiang Lin, who had just retracted his leg from the doorway. Clearing his throat, Jiang Lin mused. "Is this form of communication truly out of vogue here? Enough of this, it's time for a robbery." Chapter 129, The Astute Will. At that moment, within the gang's inner sanctum, the leader, a robust man with high cheekbones, sunken eyes, and a buzz cut, stood conversing with a man clad in white robes, adopting a somewhat submissive posture. "Understood. I will endeavor to gather information during this period. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. If we cannot locate the target, you all shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, do not disclose your identities. The American Federation has begun to fortify this area and is covertly executing their plans." Will nodded gravely, and upon witnessing the white-robed man depart, he exhaled deeply. Originally a mere street thug, his association with these white-robed individuals had catapulted him to his current position as gang leader. Much of this success was attributed to their influence. Yet it seemed they no longer intended to allow him to ascend further, which stirred unease within Will. Of course, he dared not display these thoughts outwardly. Rubbing his temples, Will contemplated how to tackle the task assigned by the white-robed figures, who had recently appeared seeking a young boy. He had diligently dispatched his subordinates to scour the area, delving deep but failing to find the green-eyed youth they sought. Will even entertained the notion that they might be seeking an opportunity to eliminate him, but their strength seemed unnecessary for such a task. As he pondered, a panicked young black gang member burst through the door, exclaiming, "Boss, someone is here to rob us." Will froze momentarily, instinctively asking, "Robbing? How many?" "One. Just one person." "One person, and you couldn't subdue him?" He's very strong." Will's expression darkened as he rose, the energy of the soul realm radiating from him unabashedly. "Who dares to disturb my territory?" With that, he charged out, his formidable form shooting forth like a cannonball. Outside, Jiang Lin had already entered the main hall, where several members of Will's gang lay strewn about. Among them were the second and third in command, both at the pinnacle of their realm, making it impossible for Jiang Lin to have incapacitated them so swiftly with his soul realm strength. This visitor was no ordinary threat. Will felt a surge of gravity in his chest as he addressed Jiang Lin. "We haven't wronged you, have we?" Jiang Lin replied with a hint of bewilderment. "I mentioned I'm here to rob you. Does it matter whether we've offended each other?" Will's expression darkened further, realizing this was an unforeseen circumstance. The individual before him, whose strength he could not discern, seemed utterly unfazed. "Enough talk. Quickly bring forth all your money. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience the sensation of having your head kicked into your ample backside." Will's mouth twitched as he tentatively released some of his energy, attempting to gauge the situation. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Do you dare to resist?" In an instant, he vanished, and before Will could react, a hand enveloped in azure lightning energy pressed against his chest. Electricity surged. Boom. The violent current coursed through Will's entire body, shattering the energy he had painstakingly gathered, leaving him paralyzed from the onslaught. In that moment, Will felt as though he were in a daze. His consciousness rapidly blurred as darkness enveloped him, but suddenly, a beam of light appeared to descend from above, illuminating him and facilitating a visible recovery of his body and a swift return of his awareness. Gasping for air, Will opened his eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld Jiang Lin before him. Undoubtedly, he had just been killed, only to be resurrected. Who on earth is this person? Will's mind raced, grappling with the absurdity of being treated like a mere chicken. Perhaps due to his brush with death, he suddenly found his thoughts unusually clear. He managed to muster a strained smile. What is it that you require, sir? Observing his audacious demeanor, Jiang Lin raised his head with pride and demanded, surrender all your possessions to me within 10 minutes, immediately. You would not wish to discover the consequences of exceeding this time limit, I assure you. Weir's mind raced as he quickly replied, oh, esteemed sir, I shall promptly retrieve the cursed safe. It is located in the house behind me. Jiang Lin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was far more agreeable. Hurry, you know my time is limited. Yes, I shall go at once. Weir hastily rose and entered a vacant room behind, where a colossal safe was embedded in the wall. He entered the code, and the safe opened, revealing dazzling gold bars that nearly filled half the storage space. Jiang Lin took a cursory glance, his brow relaxing. This was sufficient. I have posted a bounty at the mercenary hall. Assist me in adding these to the reward. Of course, sir. I will do so immediately. Make haste. I do not wish for the elderly Mrs. Lee's next door to be swifter than you. Weir's complexion paled as he pressed both hands against the safe, his face reddening as he gritted his teeth. Channeling his energy, he forcibly extracted the safe from the wall and rushed out, sprinting toward the mercenary guild amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Jiang Lin stood in stunned silence, realizing he had yet to inform Weir of the bounty specifics. Weir exerted every ounce of strength as he raced toward the mercenary guild, his energy radiating unabashedly. Many malevolent stares retreated in unison upon witnessing the intensity of his aura. Although Jiang Lin found dealing with Weir effortless and pleasant, the realm of the soul had already marked the terminus for most individuals' lives. Upon reaching the guild's hall, Weir gasped for breath, placing the safe before the front desk amid the astonished stares of bystanders. Help me, add it to the bounty. The receptionist, startled by his fervor yet maintaining her professionalism, managed to smile and inquired, which bounty would you like to augment? Weir's expression froze. He had forgotten to ask in his haste. At that moment, Jiang Lin's voice cut through, you foolish groundhog. Is your mind filled with tomato-smeared sandwiches? Sir, you speak the truth. It must be the tomato sandwiches I devoured last night that have invaded my brain. My God, I swear I shall never return to that burger joint. Very well, now add this cursed box of gold bars to my bounty F19378. Yes, sir. Weir nodded and opened the safe, addressing the receptionist. Did you hear? Hurry and add these cursed gold bars to my brother's bounty. The receptionist's lips twitched slightly. Despite the odd behavior of the two, they had indeed brought tangible goods. She swiftly operated in the back office and summoned 2 staff members to retrieve the gold bars. Watching the bounty amount update on the screen, Jiang Lin finally expressed his satisfaction. You have done well. Weir grinned and scratched his head. It is my duty to serve you, sir. For the sake of the Almighty, I shall spare you. Now you may return. At that moment, laughter erupted nearby. Ha ha. Who are you? Did you traverse from a bygone era? For the sake of the Almighty? Ha ha. Jiang Lin's expression darkened abruptly, and before he could retaliate, Weir vanished in a flash, delivering a resounding slap to the speaker. The individual was a young man with only one eye, partly obscured by his hair, possessing peak heart realm strength, thus unable to evade Weir's sudden assault. The sharp crack of the slap echoed as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several tables. Weir's face contorted with fury. Damn it, who allowed you to speak to my boss like that? The sudden shift in the scene left others momentarily stunned, and before they could react, the young man was already airborne. 2 figures rushed to his side, helping him up with concern. Young Master Morris. Both men emanated soul realm energy, yet Weir's decisive and unexpected strike had left them utterly unprepared. Morris, amidst the chaotic debris of tables, regained consciousness, half of his cheeks swollen and crimson. His gaze locked onto Weir in a frenzy. Kill him. I want him dead. The 2 men rose, gravely eyeing Weir as they subtly positioned themselves to block his escape. Weir remained unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. You 2 resembled decrepit dogs with mange. Even the Almighty would turn away upon seeing you. Do you really think you can lay a hand on me? His confidence only intensified their seriousness. Yet with their family ties, they had no choice but to act. As the confrontation became inevitable, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the mercenary guild, conflicts and battles. Take them outside. The voice bore an enchanting authority, rendering everyone momentarily dazed, including Jiang Lin, who feigned confusion before they regained their senses. Glancing toward the deeper recesses of the guild with caution, he made the first move. One of Morris's guards intoned ominously. After a brief silence, Weir's body seemed ensnared by an invisible hand, levitating in midair. The individuals behind the guild were at least of Saint Realm caliber, although Jiang Lin was formidable. He paled in comparison to such a colossal entity. Yet, even as he was thrown, Weir maintained his composure, murmuring, "Boss, save me." In response, a figure in the shadows exerted force, hurling Weir outward, with the two Soul Realm guards hastily following suit. Jiang Lin sighed resignedly and departed as well. Soul Realm battles were a rare spectacle. Many eager onlookers hastily followed outside, including Morris, whose face was flushed with rage. Within mere seconds, the three Soul Realm combatants were entangled in fierce conflict. Weir, in a 1-against-2 scenario, found himself at a disadvantage as an ordinary Soul Realm fighter. Jiang Lin sighed once more, and with a wave of his hand, the two Soul Realm fighters suddenly felt their movements hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Weir roared and unleashed a powerful punch, sending one of them flying. The two, now bewildered, cautiously rose, casting anxious glances around, hesitant to act. Morris, who had just emerged, witnessed the standoff. Confusion flickering before fury surged within him. "Kill him. Did you not hear? Young master, there is a master among them," the two explained gravely, unwilling to act rashly. "What master? That damned fool slapped me. If you do not engage, I shall have my father expel you." Their expressions shifted, knowing their strength stemmed from the resources provided by the Morris family. Without those, their paths to growth would be severed. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves for confrontation. Yet as soon as the battle commenced, they found themselves immobilized. Meanwhile, Weir charged forth like a war god, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon them. They were sent flying once again, and this time, Morris recognized something was amiss. Scanning the vicinity, he demanded, "Who is it?" Yet, silence prevailed, and even he, though dim-witted, understood he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Casting a furtive glance at Jiang Lin and Weir, he hurriedly summoned his subordinates and fled in disarray. Weir contemplated pursuing them, but Jiang Lin halted him. "We are returning." Weir paused, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Was he finally free from Jiang Lin? As for the affronted Morris, he dismissed him entirely. Though a member of a prominent family, they were merely rats in the gutter, capable of survival wherever they went, even if it meant relocating. Moreover, when it comes to the forces behind him, he does not necessarily feel fear. It is only the enigmatic Jiang Lin before him, whose unfathomable power could effortlessly annihilate him. That poses an immediate threat requiring resolution. However, after contemplating these matters, Will still feigned reluctance as he bid farewell. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively and departed, allowing Will to exhale in relief. Upon returning, he surveyed the chaos within the building, sighing softly. The empire he had just established now needed to be rebuilt. With a furrowed brow, Will turned away, only to catch sight of a group of mercenaries passing by. They appeared to be heading toward the mercenary guild. His gaze fell upon a young boy clad in green, and he could not look away. Those green pupils and youthful visage were unmistakable. A surge of excitement welled up within him. He had not anticipated encountering his target so effortlessly. If he could capture this boy and present him to them, the promised generous reward from Morris would invigorate him, making a breakthrough into the realm of respectability a tangible possibility. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy, disregarding the law enforcement that could easily be swayed with money. In the distance, the group included Kid and others, who, upon spotting the boy, took him back with them, with the Holy Spirit emanating a sense of warmth. When the boy awakened, they asked him numerous questions, to which he had no answers, merely repeating the word tree. The group decided to name him Tree, later discovering that his knowledge of societal norms was non-existent, as if he were a blank slate. With no other choice, they kept him close, supported by the Holy Spirit in their decision. Will's swift approach caught their attention, but their bodies were unable to react in time. Moreover, when the opponent's primary target was not themselves, they would always be slightly slower. At a critical moment, Tree's green pupils glimmered momentarily, and his figure vanished from sight, with a green sprout emerging in a nearby corner. Will lunged forward but found nothing, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Kid and the others spread out, encircling him. Chapter 131, An Unexpected Encounter. Without a word, Kid and his companions understood that Will's intentions were not benign. Tree's sudden disappearance had allowed Will to fall into their trap, and it was only then that he realized there were two Soul Realm practitioners among Kid's team. Willis, the captain, and Newt, who silently maneuvered behind him. Newt was often quiet and lacked presence within the squad, yet he always stood up at critical moments. Will's heart sank. He had recklessly approached without assessing their strength, and now escaping this encirclement would prove exceedingly difficult. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. "I mean no harm. My target is that boy from earlier. He is not of the human race." Willis's expression darkened. "Is that what you wish to convey? You hardly seem human yourself." Will remained unperturbed and queried, "Have you ever seen a human with green pupils?" Furthermore, he vanished directly. There should be no spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, correct? This information had been provided by the Star Society. In truth, Will had not clearly perceived the spiritual energy around Tree. but he trusted that such a substantial bounty would not be based on worthless information. The others exchanged glances, their resolve wavering slightly. Seizing the moment, Will pressed on. The Star Society has placed a bounty on him. This statement landed like a thunderclap. The influence of the Star Society was formidable in this region. Being one of the largest factions aside from national federations, they would rather not offend them if possible. Where's your evidence? Despite his internal conflict, Willis did not immediately yield. Kid, sensing the tension, urged anxiously, Captain, the Holy Spirit warns me not to agree to this person. The consequences could be dire. Willis's expression shifted subtly, neither attacking nor retreating. Evidence. A smile crept onto Will's face as he extended his palm, revealing a six-pointed star mark that gradually faded away. The other's pupils constricted. This was indeed the mark of the Star Society. Sensing an opening, Will continued, the bounty from the Star Society is quite generous. Sufficient for me to break through to the realm of respectability with surplus. Why not collaborate? Do not agree to him. The Holy Spirit was issuing warnings. Kid, recognizing Will's wavering resolve, felt a growing urgency. The Holy Spirit had proven reliable in the past, but the threat posed by the Star Society was overt. If they refused today, they might be erased from existence by mysterious powers tomorrow. Ultimately, as Soul Realm practitioners, they were merely stronger ants in the face of such grand forces. Willis took a slight step back. Kid's expression changed dramatically. Disregarding everything else, he shouted, Tree, run. The green sprout in the corner withered silently as Will exited the encirclement and took to the sky, his spiritual energy rapidly extending to sense everything around him. Not far away, behind several buildings, another green sprout grew quietly. Just as its leaves were about to unfurl, a foot landed beside it, causing the sprout to freeze in fear. Jiang Lin mused, bending down to examine the sprout, a smile creeping onto his face, finding it rather intriguing. What is your relationship with that old fellow, Siskier? Your powers are of the same origin. At the mention of Siskier, the sprout began to shake violently. If you don't speak, I shall uproot you. Jiang Lin displayed a slightly sinister smile. The sprout trembled even more fiercely, having just undergone withering and rebirth. It had not yet fully grown, and being forcibly uprooted would damage its primal power. You have 5 seconds. Upon hearing this, the sprout surged in growth, transforming within a mere 5 seconds into a half-meter tall plant, which then rapidly took shape, becoming tree. Jiang Lin's expression brightened. This is quite remarkable. Siskier actually possesses such a bloodline? Tree's feet morphed into roots that connected with the soil, his expression filled with anxiety as unseen roots spread wildly beneath the ground. Jiang Lin cast a glance at the earth, noting that such subtle movements could not escape his notice. He then pondered aloud, let me take a guess. Are you Siskier? Or truly one of his bloodline? Initially, Jiang Lin believed the boy possessed abilities similar to Siskier, perhaps one of his bloodlines. But the spread of roots below made him reconsider. Tree. Tree struggled to articulate, yet his voice remained unchanged. Jiang Lin, encouraged by this, placed a hand atop Tree's head, his soul power swiftly permeating. At that moment, Tree no longer held secrets from him. After a moment, Jiang Lin retracted his ability. Somewhat astonished, that old fellow actually bestowed so much primal power upon you. Time's silhouette activated simultaneously, and Tree's life flashed before Jiang Lin's eyes like a slideshow. Born within the forests of the island nation. At the moment his soul took form as an infant, it seemed the entire forest rejoiced. Concurrently, a towering figure appeared, divine light raining down, all converging within him. Ryozi. All I can do is this. Take him away from here. Siskier's voice turned tender in that instant. The woman named Ryozi, with a pale face stained with tears, struggled to maintain her frail form as she hurriedly carried Tree through the forest. In that moment, the forest became their sanctuary, with colossal dragons thwarted by the towering trees, trapping them in a labyrinth-like embrace, allowing Ryozi to ultimately escape. From Jiang Lin's third-person perspective, time passed swiftly. After Ryozi fled with Tree, she sought a concealed place to live primitively. However, Tree's growth accelerated remarkably, and within the span of a year, he had already taken on the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old child. As Ryoko's heart began to stir with unease, she noticed the rapid transformations in her surroundings alongside the tree's growth. The vegetation burgeoned with astonishing speed. As time passed, her apprehension materialized into reality when Sisok appeared. The visage of this once gentle figure, now humanoid, betrayed a fervor and obsession that Ryoko scarcely recognized. No, she must take him back. He would perish. The other Dragon Kings would never allow him to undergo the baptism of the Dragon Clan. Please, do not take him away. Sisok remained silent for an extended moment before finally uttering, I am sorry, but I must bring him back. As he prepared to depart with the tree, the surrounding flora and space began to crystallize, and amidst the myriad reflections of crystal light, a pair of golden slit pupils emerged. Sisok, you have sullied the bloodline of the dragons. Kylantriel. Sisok roared to the heavens, as an abundance of green shoots surged forth around Ryoko and the tree, swiftly enveloping them. Do not even think about escaping. The approaching figure was none other than the Crystal Dragon King, who seemed well prepared, even as Sisok intercepted the Dragon King. A multitude of formidable dragons pursued the verdant essence. What followed was Ryoko and the tree's desperate flight, aided by the forest's power. Yet the farther they fled, the more they distanced themselves from Sisok's reach, ultimately cornered into a dead end. Chapter 132, The Story of the Tree. Just as a claw of a crystal dragon was about to rend Ryoko apart, the tree erupted without warning. A surge of forest domain, nearly indistinguishable from Sisok's, suddenly expanded, with countless branches thrashing wildly as if animated, preventing the crystal dragons from advancing and granting Sisok precious moments to react. In a fleeting delay, the tree transformed alongside Ryoko into two plants, and by the time the crystal dragons arrived, the vegetation had already withered. They sprouted anew in a distant locale, now beyond the crystal dragon king's sensory range, with only Sisok faintly perceiving that the tree's life force had diminished to its nadir. Sisok's fury ignited, and the two dragon kings clashed with cataclysmic intensity. After their growth, the tree succumbed to unconsciousness, and Ryoko, filled with worry, cradled it in her arms. Drawing upon her familiarity with the forest, she sought refuge in a nearby small tribe, which agreed to shelter them. However, misfortune arrived swiftly. While Sisok and the Crystal Dragon King were embroiled in their fierce battle, the members of the Celestial Alliance discovered their whereabouts. The tribe was slaughtered, and the unconscious tree remained oblivious to the carnage unfolding around it, nor did it see Ryoko fall lifeless before it. Thus, it was taken back to the continent of America, just as the Celestial Alliance contemplated how to exploit the tree to manipulate Sisok. Upon awakening in an unfamiliar setting that filled him with dread, the tree was relieved to find that, despite being in a city, the soil was still conducive to plant life. With his abilities, escaping proved quite simple. The Celestial Alliance had not anticipated that such a young child possessed such formidable powers. By the time they realized, only a withered plant remained in the cage. After his escape, the tree instinctively sought out areas rich with the essence of the forest and ultimately encountered Kid and the others in the woods. There, he dwelled for many days until he sensed the presence of Kid's spirit, the warmth of which evoked memories of comfort in his mother's embrace, leading to their fateful meeting. As Jiang Lin pondered over these memories, he found himself in deep contemplation. The current circumstances of the Forest Dragon King appeared slightly more favorable than before, and upon reflection, he surmised that the root cause might be linked to Chu Xingwan's near-fatal encounter with the Ice Dragon Kamer, who was subsequently rescued by Sisok. Now flanked by 3 Dragon Kings, a peculiar expression crossed Jiang Lin's face as he muttered to himself. It seems that a mere journey has also quelled their internal strife. With that, he gazed at the terrified tree before him, lost in thought. If only the tree were to perish here, Sisok would undoubtedly descend into madness, and the Dragon Clan's onslaught against the Dragon Kingdom would wane. With this thought, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Lin's eyes. Such an effortless act of assistance would not provoke the world's will, nor would it complicate the current predicaments faced by the Dragon Kingdom. However, he had largely refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom lately. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult before proceeding with such matters. With this resolution, Jiang Lin gently rapped on the void, "Old fellow, it's rather late for this." Jiang Lin raised his gaze to the sky, puzzled by the clear night. What kind of person sleeps past 11? His thoughts shifted. The Dragon and Ocean clans had intensified their assaults. How could one possibly rest? It's the early hours. Just a trivial matter. The voice from the other end seemed to become slightly agitated, then abruptly realized, "You're not in the country? Are you causing trouble?" Jiang Lin's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. No. He then continued, "About the Forest Dragon King's situation. Are you aware?" "Yes, indeed. Don't tell me you found his progeny." "Quite so." This prompted a cacophony of noise from the other side, and after a brief pause, the voice inquired, "Is that true? Did you use your abilities?" "Just a chance encounter." "Do you believe it?" "I do. But will the worlds believe it?" The voice carried a hint of melancholy. "I say it is so. Therefore it must be, regardless of its truth." Jiang Lin replied with a cold smirk. All right, you're impressive." The tone from the other side quickly shifted to a dismissive one. "Forget it. No need to concern yourself. You could even lend him a hand." Jiang Lin was taken aback. "Why? Don't you know? War. Lin Howren has broken through to the Imperial realm. He is now capable of touching that era." "Oh." Jiang Lin's eyes brightened at the revelation. This could prove intriguing. To awaken that era, a plethora of foreign souls is required. "So, you understand, right?" "Indeed. These people truly are delivering a pillow while one is dozing off." The first wave was used for training. By the time they realize they are the ones awakening that era, I wonder what expressions they'll wear. A knowing chuckle echoed from the other side. As the conversation ended, Jiang Lin turned his gaze back to the tree, his eyes now brimming with affection. He donned a benign smile. "Come now, tell me, where's your home?" The tree warily stepped back 2 paces. The ominous aura emanating from this strange individual had seemingly lowered its body temperature by several degrees. After conversing with the void for an indeterminate time, the man's demeanor had abruptly shifted. "Hey, what are you doing? Bullying a child?" A voice called from a distance. As a black officer placed a hand on his hip, issuing a loud warning. Jiang Lin turned, swiftly grasping the tree by the collar, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. They reappeared atop Will's skyscraper, and Jiang Lin, somewhat vexed, pondered, how shall I quietly present you to Sisak? After some consideration, he realized it might be simpler to let that old fellow come to retrieve him. He merely needed to release your information. At this moment, the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Kingdom were in a state of fierce conflict. If the information were to be disseminated by the Dragon Kingdom, not only would it be met with skepticism, but they might even perceive it as a trap. Then, Jiang Lin glanced at the tree's vigilant eyes and suddenly smacked his forehead. Of course, this little fellow appears harmless, yet possesses an extraordinary means of escape. If it weren't for me, no one would even discern it. This child can regenerate in any nearby location suitable for plant life. Sisak has truly nurtured an anomaly. Even Jiang Lin couldn't help but marvel. When this child matures, he might well become a figure of immense stature, potentially adding a formidable dragon to the clan. However, Jiang Lin held no notion of keeping this child. To him, it was merely that. Unbeknownst to him, the tree was already engulfed in terror, feeling as if its very essence was being scrutinized by Jiang Lin, who had suppressed even the abilities of the forest spirit to their barest minimum. He was utterly incapable of entertaining the notion of escape. The tree sensed, albeit dimly, that after Jiang Lin had encountered him, no matter where he fled, the other party could always track him down. At that moment, Jiang Lin remained oblivious to the profound damage he had inflicted upon the tender psyche of the tree. Chapter 133, Will's Choice. In truth, the tree's intuition was entirely accurate, for Jiang Lin had left a trace of his essence upon him. Not only while still on Blue Star, but even if he sought refuge among the Dragon Clan, Jiang Lin could effortlessly breach the barriers of dimensions to locate him. This was the source of his terror, the horror of being completely ensnared, with no avenue for concealment. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Lin found himself paralyzed, hesitant to move. It was then that Jiang Lin suddenly thought of Will. After all, he was one of the few acquaintances he had in the Federation, perhaps even the only one. In fact, given the tree's capabilities, he need not send him to the Dragon Clan, simply casting him onto the island, where the environment had been nearly wholly assimilated by the Dragon Clan, would likely prevent even an ordinary emperor from capturing him. Moreover, once he entered the island, Sisak would also be able to sense his presence. With this in mind, Jiang Lin took the tree to Will's building, only to find that Will was not present. Instead, a man clad in white robes occupied Will's favorite chair, reclining languidly with his feet propped on the table. His eyes half closed as he tossed a small object into the air. Upon pushing the door open, Jiang Lin noted that the man did not open his eyes but hummed a tune unknown to him. Jiang Lin was intrigued to encounter a member of the Star Alliance in this place. It seemed Will had quite an extensive network. You've arrived? The man said casually, sensing the presence of two individuals, one of whom was a child. We have. Jiang Lin responded. You have done well. The Alliance will reward you handsomely. Observing this, Jiang Lin suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Before proceeding, he wanted to ascertain what the Alliance intended to do with him. The small object was caught by the man, who sat up and turned his gaze to Jiang Lin. Upon realizing the other was not Will, his movements faltered momentarily. But soon a smile crept across the lower half of his hooded face. Who are you? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin declared. I am Smith Loxonavel Paris Mortimer Barat. Stop. The man's expression darkened. That is of no consequence, since you have brought him before me. You must know what we desire. Propose a condition. A condition? Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. Where's the headquarters of the Star Alliance? At this, the man in white appeared taken aback, instinctively responding. Even I do not know the location of the headquarters. However, the Star Alliance provides us with guidance. Jiang Lin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If even the man did not know the headquarters' whereabouts, what use was he? With that thought, a slender bolt of lightning surged forth. The chill of death had never felt so close. The man instinctively gathered his spiritual energy, but before that lightning bolt, he appeared feeble in comparison. I will die? The thought sprang to life in his mind, and in that instant, his consciousness raced. He wished to convey that although he did not know the headquarters location, his superior might, and if possible, he would gladly take Jiang Lin there. Yet these thoughts were merely the product of a brain racing towards death, creating an illusion of time slowing down. In reality, the lightning bolt had already pierced through his chest, extinguishing his life force completely. He lay back in the chair, utterly still, the wound charred and devoid of blood. Beside him, the tree shivered involuntarily. Judging by the sudden surge of spiritual energy from the man, he was undoubtedly a being of the sovereign realm. Yet even one of such prowess could not escape Jiang Lin's strike. In that moment, the tree felt a profound despair, like crushing an inconsequential insect. Jiang Lin released a slight wave of spiritual energy. TSK, where's my brother Will? Meanwhile, Will remained blissfully unaware of the significant upheaval that had transpired in his beloved home, just having extricated himself from Kid and the others. After the tree's escape, he had lost any motive to continue fighting, particularly against two formidable foes from the Soul Realm. However, having missed this opportunity, Finding the boy named Tree again would prove somewhat challenging, as he was still unclear on how Tree had managed to flee. With no other options, he resolved to return home and devise a plan. Upon pushing open the door to his office, Will was taken aback to see Jiang Lin with the Tree, alongside the corpse of the Star Alliance envoy. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Fortunately, Will had always been a man of prudence. "Boss, what are you doing here? Who is this person?" His gaze lingered on the Tree for just a moment before shifting away. He recognized the strength of the Star Alliance envoy, and it was clear from the corpse that he had been slain in a single blow. Jiang Lin's expression darkened. Will's reaction was indeed swift. Yet, he did not afford him the opportunity to feign ignorance. "Speak of your connections with the Star Alliance, and I may allow you to live a little longer." Will's body trembled, and as his mind raced, he gritted his teeth. "The Star Alliance contacted us about a month ago, specifically seeking the boy beside you. Apart from us, other gangs and factions have also been approached." Jiang Lin was uncertain of the disparity in strength between himself and the Star Alliance, but he understood that failing to speak the truth might lead to his imminent demise. As for betraying the Star Alliance, Will felt no guilt. Survival outweighed all else. Jiang Lin nodded internally, the time-worn silhouettes beside him revealing that Will spoke no falsehoods. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I need you to assist me with a task." "Speak." Will lowered his posture significantly. "Help me send him to the island." The Tree's form trembled slightly, and Will's pupils constricted in sudden realization. With both the Star Alliance and Jiang Lin, an unknown entity of varying ranks, now in the picture, it was abundantly clear that the Tree was at the epicenter of this storm. At this juncture, to accompany him would be akin to courting death. "If you do not take him, you will die right now." Jiang Lin pierced through his thoughts with a smile that was more a smirk than anything else. Will swallowed hard. He felt as though he had reached a crossroads in life, with cliffs on either side, one requiring a longer trek to reach. Thus, he had no choice. Within 2 seconds, he made his decision, raising his resolute gaze. "For the boss's command, I shall risk my life to see it through." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Lin's eyes. This Will was quite interesting. "Fear not, I will not send you to your death, as I still require him to return to the island." With that, Jiang Lin scrutinized Will closely. Beneath his robust exterior lay a soul realm cultivator who had exhausted all his potential merely to reach this point. And his spiritual contract was nothing more than a C-grade physical enhancement, exceedingly mundane. "With your talent, the pinnacle of the soul realm is your limit," Jiang Lin mused aloud. "However, I possess a means to make you stronger, the price being that you shall no longer be human." At that moment, to Will, Jiang Lin's smile resembled that of a devil. Yet, he thought, better to endure a wretched life than to embrace death. Gritting his teeth, he was unaware of Jiang Lin's true intentions, yet his desire to live prevailed. He was merely a man of little ambition. Matters of race and duty paled in comparison to the will to survive, else he would not have allied with the Star Alliance. Chapter 133, Demonization. Will's hesitation did not surpass half a minute. "I can accept this price." Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with interest, then embraced this demonic power. With a flick of his hand, he tore open the fabric of reality beside him and reached forth to retrieve a swirling orb of enigmatic light, a potent wave of spiritual energy radiating from it. Will's eyes widened. Having reached the soul realm, he could naturally sense the presence of souls, and this orb was unmistakably the essence of a sovereign-level demon. The act of separating one's soul from the body is inherently arduous, and in the presence of the slumbering demon before him, it was likely that its consciousness had long been extinguished, leaving only its form behind. With great difficulty, Will moved his parched lips. Demons, much like devils, relished in trading human souls for immense power. Yet, the method by which demons bestow strength upon humans remains shrouded in mystery. Power has inextricably linked itself to demons among humanity. Considering Jiang Lin's earlier words, it was not arduous for Will to surmise that the so-called enhancement of power was likely connected to the demon before him. Observing Will's contemplative expression, Jiang Lin remarked, "You must have gleaned some understanding. This demon's consciousness has been utterly crushed by me. Previously, it was a zenith-level Chen's demon. Now, if you successfully accept its soul and relinquish its control over your body, it will irrevocably transform you into a demon. As for whether you will still be you at that point," Jiang Lin's smile held profound implications. At this juncture, there was evidently no option for retreat. Jiang Lin had revealed so much. Will had no doubt that should he falter, he would meet the same fate as the fallen cultist of the Starry Society lying on the ground. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, Will resolutely extended his hand to touch the demon's soul. The once docile demon's soul seemed to have found an outlet, surging into Will's body in a torrent. Will's countenance shifted, cold sweat streaming from him as he clenched his teeth and fists tightly. A low growl emanated from his throat, and he appeared to be engulfed in boundless agony. The Tree nearby observed in trepidation, witnessing Will's life energy being gradually shredded by a bizarre force, which swiftly absorbed his vitality. Jiang Lin took 2 steps back, finding a position to sit and quietly await the outcome. After approximately 2 hours, Will, trembling all over, had formed a puddle of sweat on the ground beside him. resembling someone who had just emerged from water. Noticing this, Jiang Lin suppressed his smile and stated, "Now, tell me who you are." Will raised his head, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes before he slowly bowed his head and replied, "I am Will." "Excellent." Jiang Lin nodded slightly, "But you possess another name." "Clails, speak it aloud." Upon uttering the name Clails, Will stood transfixed as if bewitched, his pupils losing their luster. Yet an exceedingly terrifying power surged within him, awakening. His stature rapidly increased, soon tearing through his clothing, his visage contorting into a grotesque form. His skin shifting to a dark yellow hue akin to extinguished lava. Horns sprouted from his head, fingers and toes morphed into claws, fangs emerged. And his entire physical structure underwent rapid transformation. In less than half a minute, Will had transformed into a demon towering around 3 meters high. Boom. The floor trembled as a tail, akin to a meteor hammer, slammed into the ground, fracturing it extensively. "I am Will Clails." Will's voice had deepened considerably with his transformation. His spiritual energy surged, seamlessly breaking through to the zenith level. A unique rhythm emerged, and then Will sensed a repulsion emanating from all directions. And it dawned upon him that from this moment forth, he had irrevocably become a complete demon. "Excellent. It seems you have accepted swiftly," Jiang Lin remarked, observing the transformation keenly. "When you utter your true name, you gain the power of a demon. Should you wish to refrain from utilizing this power, simply clear your mind and forget the name. Of course, even if you revert to a human form, your essence will remain that of a demon, and your strength will surpass what it once was." Before Will could respond, Jiang Lin continued, "I have but one request. Return him to the island nation. The means you employ are your own concern." He did not state the possibility of failure. Yet Will was acutely aware that he had no knowledge of what might befall the tree during their journey, nor how Jiang Lin would retrieve him. Will understood that the fate of failure was singular. In that instant, Will's mind raced, while Jiang Lin's figure gradually faded from view. Until his departure, the tree harbored no thoughts of fleeing. Instead, it gazed intently at the demon who had once been human. At that moment, Will found himself in a predicament. The tree was on the Starry Society's most wanted list, and conventional modes of transportation might soon lead to interception before they could exit the colossal city. Moreover, lingering in this location was ill-advised, for a cultist of the Starry Society had just perished, and this area would undoubtedly become a focal point for scrutiny. Abiding by Jiang Lin's words, Will emptied his mind, ceasing to dwell on the name. Miraculously, his form began to regress rapidly back to that of a human. The tree promptly covered its eyes, unable to bear the sight before it. Will, unfazed, donned a spare set of clothes from another room. Then provided the tree with a less conspicuous outfit, topping it off with a cap that obscured its face, shielding its eyes from view. Having completed these tasks, he led the tree away, traversing a considerable distance within the colossal city until they arrived at a sparsely populated gun shop. "I wish to see old Joe." The clerk, polishing a handgun, glanced up and upon recognizing Will, opened a nearby shelf, revealing a passage. Will ushered the tree through, but as they were about to enter the passage, the clerk extended a hand between them. Will's expression turned icy. "You no longer desire your hand?" "Old Joe's rules," the clerk replied. "Do you know that old Joe would never dare speak to me in such a manner?" As he spoke, a zenith-level aura emanated from him, causing the clerk to flinch. Quickly retracting his hand, a smile plastered on his face. "Of course, esteemed Mr. Will." Casting a cold glance at the clerk, who was feigning composure, Will then proceeded with the tree into the passage. Once they had entered, the clerk hastily pulled several ropes in a specific sequence. Upon passing through the passage, the interior grew darker, and a figure emerged from the shadows, slightly bowing before Will and gesturing for him to proceed. The two followed the figure through the dim space, making several turns. There were numerous rooms, yet it was eerily silent, leaving them uncertain if anyone else was present. Ultimately, the figure led them to a room resembling a private booth, where Will sank into a leather sofa, and the tree quickly followed suit. Before long, an elderly man with short white hair and wearing an eye patch pushed the door open, a broad smile on his face. "Ha, brother Will, why didn't you give me a heads up about your arrival?" The elderly man seemed quite familiar with Will, laughing heartily as he clapped a hand on his shoulder. Will bore little semblance of mirth. He scrutinized the elderly man's wrinkled visage and stated, "Old Joe, arrange transportation for me to exit the city." The elder, named Old Joe, discreetly glanced at the tree beside Will before casually inquiring, "Is it urgent?" "I need a vehicle capable of swiftly reaching the colossal city of Oregon, 2 days' worth of provisions, and a plane to the colossal city of Seattle." Old Joe's smile faded as he sat down opposite Will, a contemplative look crossing his face. "You wish to leave the country?" The city of Seattle, being near the coast, boasted numerous airports. Will had not concealed his intentions when requesting a plane. Seeing Will nod, Old Joe pondered briefly, tapping his fingers on the table. Will narrowed his eyes at this. "If I were you, I wouldn't inform the Starry Society just yet, for I am already treading a path to ruin. Before they find me, I would rather eliminate you first." Old Joe's tapping faltered, shock flickering in his eyes. As the largest underground power in the area, how could the Starry Society possibly overlook his resources? He had sensed something amiss when he saw Will accompanied by a child, let alone the fact that the latter sought transportation to exit the country. Yet, he had not anticipated that Will had long since discarded such concerns. Laying all on the table, old Joe, with a half-smile, asked, "Are you threatening me?" "Indeed." Upon finishing his words, Will abruptly rose, one arm transforming into a demonic appendage. And with a swift motion, he grasped the throat of a black man lurking in the shadows, who had intended to launch a surprise attack. In that moment, he realized, despite both being at the same level of power, he was utterly powerless over his own life. As if the cold-faced man before him could extinguish his existence with the slightest constriction of his grip. "Old Joe, I have little time," Will stated, twisting his neck uneasily, the visage of his demonic form flickering into view. "Have you made a pact with a demon?" Old Joe exclaimed, momentarily taken aback despite his usual composure. "It is not a demon, but a being far more terrifying," Will replied, observing the ease with which the powerful beings around him were subdued. Old Joe understood that today was not to be his day. He was a clever man and recognized the menace that Will, a desperate outlaw, posed. "Let him go." Old Joe waved gently. "I have preparations for you." He had no desire to lose a formidable asset without cause. "You shall call for assistance here," Will responded with vigilance, refusing to allow Old Joe a moment's respite from his watchful gaze. The atmosphere had become palpably tense, and Tree, unsure of the sudden turn of events, instinctively huddled closer, scanning for any means of escape. "I understand," Old Joe said, astutely aware that any action must wait until Will departed. After all, the Will before him was far from benevolent, especially now that he wielded such power. "Terrific," Old Joe called out, and shortly thereafter, a young man clad in servant attire knocked and entered. In Will's presence, Old Joe relayed his demands, and the young man nodded slightly before bowing and exiting. Old Joe had no ulterior motives. He was well acquainted with Will, just as Will was with him, likely the reason Will sought him out. This thought left Old Joe feeling somewhat irritable, for being manipulated was far from pleasant. While waiting, Old Joe produced a cigarette and tossed one to Will, lighting one for himself as well. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Old Joe remarked, "In this neighborhood, I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for you." "Why is that?" Fear flickered in Will's eyes before he replied, "I had no choice. You know I dread death." "Who, pray tell, has compelled you to cast aside the threats from the Star Association?" "It's a simple matter. The Star Association merely postpones my demise, while this entity can bring it about instantaneously," Will stated darkly. Old Joe's countenance faltered. He had not anticipated that his old ally would descend to such depths in just a few days. "Very well, I shall not inform the Star Association. But when they sense something amiss, it will be up to you to handle the consequences." Before long, Taritka entered, carrying 2 spare keys, which he placed on the table before departing. Will regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "You may assess me with the strength of a transcendent demon. Should there be any issues with the transport, I will take my leave. It will then be a race to see whether the Star Association finds me first or I find you." Furthermore, Will cast a casual glance at Tree. "This task was assigned to me by that individual." Old Joe forced a strained smile. "Will, you are my dear brother. How could I betray you?" "Let us hope so," Will replied, taking the keys and turning to leave. Once he had departed, Old Joe erupted in frustration, shattering the tabletop with a single punch. "Damn it! Should we follow him?" inquired a nearby transcendent being in a hushed tone. Old Joe tempered his fury, his expression turning as placid as a still lake. "We shall proceed as he instructed." "Very well." The figure asked no further questions. Old Joe's decisions had always proven astute, and he was accustomed to following Old Joe's lead. As for the Star Association, if anyone inquired, they would simply relay the truth while concealing the existence of that child. Meanwhile, Will led Tree to the back door, where a heavily armored SUV awaited them in the parking lot. The sight of the formidable vehicle sparked a glimmer of hope in Will's eyes. Indeed, seeking out Old Joe had proven wise, for he was equally fearful of death. What they feared most was the threat posed by such desperate individuals, provided that this outlaw was powerful enough. Unluckily for them, the now demonic Will possessed that very strength. After entering the vehicle, Will discovered 2 exit permits on the seat. He started the engine and drove onto the highway leading out of the city. Shortly after his departure, several men in white robes appeared in his former building. Gathered around the corpse of the robed figure, they bowed their heads, palms pressed to their foreheads. "The Star Association will take your soul, granting you eternal slumber." As they murmured in unison, they gradually sensed something amiss. Their ritual had not returned their companion's soul. The realization caused their expressions to shift alarmingly. "Are you searching for this?" A voice emerged, accompanied by the appearance of Jiang Lin. In his hands, a swirling mass of light flickered, within which a tiny figure struggled. He was resolute, having never disclosed the location of their headquarters. The men's faces blanched, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Jiang Lin's expression darkened. "Where do you think you're going?" With fingers splayed, he reached into the void with a fierce grasp, summoning several transparent chains that flowed from the ether, which he seized tightly in his grip. With a powerful yank, he pulled the fleeing individuals back from the depths of the void. A surge of chaotic energy erupted, rendering their powers null. As Jiang Lin looked down upon them, We have accounts to settle.